In a world ravaged by a biohazard apocalypse, a young major general from the Xia Kingdom becomes humanity's last hope. Qin Tian, a 24-year-old military prodigy, leads the remnants of the Xia Kingdom's army across the ocean to the capital of the Eagle Empire to join forces with the remaining global powers. Yet, just as hope appears on the horizon, a sinister conspiracy begins to unfold. The North American continent is overrun by biohazards, and the White Mansion in the federal city of the Eagle Empire has been transformed into a heavily fortified military stronghold. Tall, sturdy walls rise up, tanks and armored vehicles are everywhere, and armed helicopters patrol the skies. Anti-aircraft positions equipped with heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft artillery, and rocket launchers cover the rooftop, ready to counter any aerial threats. However, the real danger comes from the ground. Outside the walls, a massive horde of zombies is gathering, encircling the White Mansion from all directions. This zombie army numbers in the hundreds of thousands and continues to grow. It seems as if an invisible hand is orchestrating this terrifying force, waiting for the right moment to launch a fatal attack on the White Mansion. In this tense atmosphere, Qin Tian convenes a secret military meeting with generals from various countries. Clad in camouflage, his face resolute and eyes steely, Qin Tian surveys the room and asks in a calm yet authoritative tone, "Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the Umbrella Corporation?" This seemingly simple question sparks a heated debate. General Park Gukchang of the Kimchi Nation's army is the first to speak, advocating for giving the Umbrella Corporation a chance, as they are currently humanity's best hope. In contrast, General Hoffman of the Han's Nation's army vehemently opposes, arguing that the Umbrella Corporation's crimes are unforgivable, and cooperation is only due to the current dire situation. Other generals, such as Admiral Johnson of the Eagle Empire, General Charles of the Sun Never Sets Empire, General Auguste of the Gaul Nation, and General Andre of the Bear Nation, also voice their opinions, though they are divided. However, they all agree on one point. Now is not the time to move against the Umbrella Corporation. The bigger picture must be considered. Amidst the intense debate, Vice Admiral Sato Takayoshi of the Island Nation keenly perceives Qin Tian's intention. This meticulous general in his 40s bluntly asks, "Qin, why don't you make yourself clearer?" After a moment of silence, Qin Tian reveals a shocking hypothesis. The Umbrella Corporation claims to be gathering the remaining forces of the world to rebuild human order. But I can't shake the feeling that this is a trap, a plot to eliminate humanity's main forces in one fell swoop. His words explode like a bomb in the meeting room, leaving the generals stunned, some deep in thought, others in disbelief. Without pausing, Qin Tian continues to expose more unsettling details. He taps the table, and a light screen appears in the center, displaying dozens of photos. These photos, taken under Qin Tian's orders by the Xia Kingdom's military medics, reveal stark differences before and after the coalition. Since landing at San Francisco, the Allied forces have crossed multiple states of the Eagle Empire to reach the federal city and the White Mansion. Throughout this journey, they encountered no large-scale zombie hordes. Occasional encounters with zombie groups never exceeded 50,000, and sightings of lickers, tyrants, and mutant bats were rare. However, after the coalition at the White Mansion, everything changed. As soon as the walls were completed and before the defenses could be extended outward, the White Mansion was suddenly surrounded by hundreds of thousands of zombies. Among this massive horde, the previously rare lickers, tyrants, and mutant bats became significantly more common. General Hoffman immediately stands and states, "Although we lack concrete evidence to prove the coalition at the White Mansion is an umbrella conspiracy, the signs and possibilities are enough under reasonable suspicion. I suggest we arrest Weskier immediately, disarm the umbrella personnel, and place them under control. We cannot gamble the lives of 20,000 soldiers on the Umbrella Corporation's conscience." However, General Park Gukchang remains hesitant. He points out that within the White Mansion base, there are only about 400 Umbrella personnel, including Weskier. If they act, they can easily take them down. But doing so would antagonize the Umbrella Corporation. If the Umbrella Corporation turns against them, it would severely hinder their strategic goal of reviving human civilization and rebuilding order. As soon as Park Gukchang finished speaking, General Auguste, a white-haired veteran from Gaul, immediately retorted, "Park, you must have had too much kimchi. It's not about offending or not offending the Umbrella Corporation. It's a matter of life and death for us." With furrowed brows and a sense of urgency in his voice, Auguste continued, "If this really is a conspiracy by the Umbrella Corporation, our situation is extremely perilous. We could be on the brink of destruction at any moment. As Hoffman said, we cannot gamble with the lives of 20,000 soldiers on the goodwill of the Umbrella Corporation. If anything goes wrong, we will be the criminals of human civilization, and God will not forgive us." Turning to Hoffman, Auguste firmly declared, "Hoffman, I support your proposal." The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, with many generals nodding in agreement. Qin Tian noticed this and nodded slightly. He scanned the room and said gravely, "The situation is urgent, and we can't afford any hesitation. Since there are differing opinions, let's put it to a vote. Majority rules. Those in favor of arresting Westgear, raise your hands. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian raised his right hand. Hoffman, Auguste, Sato Takara, Johnson, Charles, and Andre followed suit. Almost all the generals agreed to take decisive action. Seeing the overwhelming consensus, Park Guchong, though still wanting to say something, reluctantly raised his right hand. The motion passed unanimously. Qin Tian observed the scene and nodded slightly, his mind made up. 5 minutes later, the 7 generals left one by one, leaving Qin Tian alone in the vast conference room. At that moment, a mechanical system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding dong. System charging complete. Rebooting. Reboot progress 1. 33. 99. 100. Ding dong. Reboot complete. Dear host, the super technology lottery system is at your service. Hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes lit up with joy, and he thought to himself, 24 years, finally activated. It turned out that from the first day Qin Tian crossed into the Resident Evil world, he knew he had a system cheat. His ability to transmigrate after his accidental death was also thanks to the system. However, due to the massive energy consumption from time travel, the system had to go into a dormant state, retaining only the energy absorption function. Over the years, the system had been in a state of automatic energy absorption while hibernating. Now, having successfully rebooted, it was undoubtedly a great boon for Qin Tian given the current situation. The system continued to explain its operation. This system operates on an energy points lottery mechanism. The host can collect metals, ores, energy, star cores, biological matter, cosmic materials, etc., to gain energy points for the lottery. The lottery levels range from blue, purple, gold, legendary, epic, mythical, to eternal, all featuring technological items. A blue level lottery costs 1,000 energy points, purple 10,000, gold 100,000, legendary 1 million, epic 10 million, mythical 100 million, and eternal 1 billion. Due to the system's prior dormancy, which resulted in no assistance over the past 24 years, the host is compensated with 10,000 energy points and 1 purple level lottery. Please use them wisely. Note: once an item is drawn, it will not be repeated. Qin Tian understood the system's operation and was very pleased with the compensation of 10,000 energy points and 1 purple level lottery. He immediately commanded in his mind, "System, conduct a purple level lottery now." A purple screen visible only to Qin Tian appeared before him. It was a 9-square grid lottery wheel, with the center square being the start button and the left and right squares labeled "No prize." The remaining 6 squares contained 1. 20 White Swan strategic bombers. 2. A fleet of new nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. 3. An Iron Beast Legion. 4. 10 doses of perfect T-virus. 5. 1,000 bioghosts. 6. Complete anti-gravity engine technology. Seeing these high-quality items, Qin Tian felt a surge of excitement. He focused his will on the start button, and a white light began to flash rapidly on the wheel, accompanied by a series of beeping sounds. 3 seconds later, the frequency of the light and sound slowed down. Under Qin Tian's expectant gaze, the white light finally stopped on the Iron Beast Legion. Qin Tian let out a sigh of relief, thinking, thankfully, it's the Iron Beast Legion. If it had been the anti-gravity engine technology, that would have been a waste. In the current zombie-infested environment, while the anti-gravity engine had high technological value, it was too impractical for immediate combat. In contrast, the other items could instantly enhance their combat power, especially the Iron Beast Legion. The system then announced, "Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Iron Beast Legion." Item description: the Iron Beast Legion, originating from the Mecha Beast world, comprises 100,000 units. The main general is the Golden Iron Beast, supported by 3 generals: Green Iron Beast, Blue Iron Beast, and Purple Iron Beast. 200 Gray Iron Beast vanguards and commanders, with the rest being Black Iron Beasts. The system has prepared the Iron Beast Legion, ready for the host to summon at any time. Mecha World, the Iron Beasts. The image of the mighty Iron Beast Legion emerged in Qin Tian's mind, filling him with excitement. This army of 100,000 steel bodies could not only easily break the siege of the Bai Mansion, but, more importantly, they were immune to biochemical viruses. In this global biochemical crisis, the role of the Iron Beast Legion would be irreplaceable. Qin Tian's thoughts raced as he envisioned a grand blueprint in his mind using this Iron Beast army to sweep across the globe, end the biochemical crisis, and rebuild human civilization. This wasn't just his personal wish. It was the shared hope of all surviving humans in this perilous world. Without any hesitation, Qin Tian immediately issued the summoning command. The system's prompt sounded, "Ding dong, summoning in progress, summoning complete." The Iron Beast Legion will arrive at the Bai Mansion within 24 hours to meet the host. Please be patient. Qin Tian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. A 24-hour wait was nothing to him. With the current military strength of the Bai Mansion, they could withstand a sustained attack from even a million-strong zombie horde for more than a day. Moreover, the number of zombies currently surrounding the Bai Mansion was at most 4 to 500,000, far from the critical point of a million. There was no need to worry. However, a new problem soon surfaced in Qin Tian's mind. He had 10,000 energy points left. Should he go for one more purple tire draw, or 10 blue tier draws? The items in the purple tire wheel were undoubtedly more valuable and tempting, but he only had enough energy points for one more draw. If luck wasn't on his side, he might end up with nothing. On the other hand, choosing the blue tier draw would give him 10 chances, providing more room for maneuver. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Tian decided to take a risk. He knew that risk and reward often go hand in hand. Although there was a 1/3 chance of getting nothing, the risk was worth taking. Qin Tian's gaze fell once again on the purple glowing lottery wheel. He noticed that the slot originally displaying the Iron Beast Legion had been refreshed and now showed 100 crazy babies. It seemed that the items on the wheel were indeed closely related to the current biochemical crisis. Without further hesitation, Qin Tian used his mind to activate the start button. The familiar beeping and flashing white light appeared once more. 5 seconds later, the result was revealed. The system's prompt sounded again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing 10 perfect T-virus vials. Item description. Perfect T-virus. Use grants immunity to infection and bestows the combat abilities of Alice at her peak. Note. Perfect T-virus is only effective on humans and can be used only once per person with no additional effects upon repeated use. Hearing this result, Qin Tian couldn't hide his joy. Gaining the combat abilities of Alice at her peak was undoubtedly a huge surprise. At her peak, Alice not only had physical abilities far beyond ordinary humans, but also awakened 2 powers, fire and telekinesis, making her a superhuman. Scenes of Alice's incredible feats flashed through Qin Tian's mind, jumping from a 100-meter-high building unscathed, reviving even after most of her body was destroyed, and more impressively, creating raging flames within a 100-meter radius and using telekinesis to kill from a distance and disable satellites in space. Will I have such abilities after using the perfect T-virus? Qin Tian thought with anticipation. As if reading his mind, the system responded affirmatively. Ding dong, that is correct. The perfect T-virus can be administered via injection or orally. With a thought, a vial of the perfect T-virus, containing a spiral of blue liquid, appeared in Qin Tian's hand. The iconic design instantly reminded him of the scene in the first Resident Evil movie where Spence threw the initial T-virus in the hive, sparking the Raccoon City disaster. Without any hesitation, Qin Tian opened the vial and drank the T-virus. The blue liquid went down his throat and was quickly carried throughout his body by his bloodstream. A comprehensive evolution from the genetic to the mental level began. 3 hours later, the evolution was complete. Throughout the process, Qin Tian felt no pain, only an extraordinary comfort. He was thrilled to find that his physical strength was now dozens of times that of an ordinary person. Even more exciting, he had successfully awakened fire and telekinesis abilities. Apart from lacking combat experience, Qin Tian's abilities were now comparable to Alice at her peak. The perfect T-virus truly lives up to its name. The effects are remarkable. I wish I could spar with Alice at her peak. Qin Tian murmured to himself, feeling the surging power within him. He closed his eyes, and a flame flickered in the void before disappearing. At that moment, a bespectacled, scholarly-looking officer from Xia country walked in. He was Chu Xian, the same age as Qin Tian, currently the second-in-command of Xia country's military, and Qin Tian's trusted aide. General, everything is ready. The operation to capture Westgear will be carried out by the SEALs, Chu Xian reported succinctly. How many SEALs are in the team? A squad of 13, Chu Xian immediately replied. Qin Tian shook his head. That's not enough. I'll go myself. Chu Xian frowned, clearly puzzled by Qin Tian's decision. General, the Navy SEALs are one of the world's top special forces units with extremely high combat skills. 13 SEALs can easily subdue any criminal in the world, including Westgear. There's no need for you to go personally. Chu Xian paused and added, if you're really worried, I can take a Dragonflame squad to assist. Dragonflame, the strongest special forces unit in Xia country. Their combat skills and equipment are on par with the SEALs of the Eagle Empire. They are one of the world's top 5 special forces units, Chu Xian explained, with a hint of pride in his voice. No, you don't understand Westgear. Qin Tian decisively rejected Chu Xian's suggestion, a serious look in his eyes. In the entire White House, only I can control him. Qin Tian thought to himself. Others might not know, but he certainly does. Westgear has actually fused with the T-virus. Although he hasn't perfectly merged with it like Alice, turning into a half-human, half-zombie monster, his strength is still terrifying. Without using heavy weapons, neither the SEALs nor Dragonflame can match Westgear. If Westgear resists during the arrest, The narrow space inside the White House will instantly become a bloody slaughterhouse. To avoid this, Qin Tian decided to handle it personally. All right, be careful. Although still very puzzled, Chu Xian couldn't argue against Qin Tian's decision and reluctantly agreed. Colonel Chu, take this. Qin Tian suddenly handed a glass vial containing a blue, spiral-shaped liquid to Chu Xian. Chu Xian adjusted his glasses, carefully examining the vial. What is this? It looks like a biological agent. The virus, Qin Tian said calmly. What? The virus? Chu Xian was shocked, his hands trembling so much that he almost dropped the vial. He stared at the blue liquid in disbelief, as if looking at a deadly weapon. General, how can you hand over something so dangerous so casually? Chu Xian carefully held the vial with both hands, afraid that any mishap could cause a catastrophic outbreak. If this virus spreads, the entire White House fortress would become a hell. The loss of these 20,000 soldiers would mean the end of human civilization's recovery. Seeing the usually stern Chu Xian so worried, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. This isn't the ordinary virus, but an optimized version. Unlike the original virus, this one won't turn humans into zombies. It will only enhance human evolution and strength. An optimized virus? Chu Xian pondered. Only the Umbrella Corporation has the virus. General, have you reached an agreement with them? But he quickly dismissed this thought. If Qin Tian had indeed cooperated with the Umbrella Corporation, he wouldn't have ordered the disarmament and arrest of Weskier. You'll understand in due time. Qin Tian patted Chu Xian's shoulder. Use this virus. You can inject or ingest it. Experience the changes yourself. As his right-hand man, Qin Tian had long decided to bring Chu Xian along on the path of evolution. With 10 doses of perfect virus, he could create 9 superhumans besides himself. Chu Xian was already earmarked for one of these doses. Before Chu Xian could ask more, Qin Tian turned and left the conference room, leaving Chu Xian alone, staring at the virus in deep contemplation. On the outskirts of Federal City, in Georgetown, once overrun by zombies and filled with death, the town was now occupied by a mechanical army from another world. All zombies had been exterminated, and all buildings flattened. From above, the town appeared as a barren land surrounded by a formidable army of iron beasts. 100,000 iron beasts from the Mecha Beast world stood in orderly ranks, forming a black sea of steel that was awe-inspiring. Each iron beast stood 5 meters tall, with their combat strength distinguishable only by color. At the forefront of the army, a golden iron beast stood on a 20-meter-long war chariot, gazing at the ruined federal city with a powerful presence. This golden iron beast was the commander of the 100,000-strong army, with a combat level of 18, the strongest among the iron beasts. Surrounding the war chariot were 3 other generals, the green iron beast, blue iron beast, and purple iron beast, completing a formidable lineup. General, the green iron beast suggested, our army is equipped with war chariots, catapults, missile launchers, and other vehicles, making us slow. The marshal is waiting for us. How about I lead a team of elites to scout ahead and meet the marshal? The golden iron beast thought for a moment and agreed. All right, go ahead. Yes. The green iron beast saluted, and with a slight force from its right claw, crushed its newly acquired toy, a tongueless licker. It then selected 50 elite black iron beasts and 2 gray iron beasts from its troops. Together with the green iron beast, a total of 53 iron beasts transformed into their spherical forms and quickly leaped towards Federal City. Full advance. March towards Federal City. The golden iron beast commanded, and the iron beast army began to move forward. The 100,000-strong steel army, each unit 3 tons in weight, marched in an orderly fashion across the plains, accompanied by numerous war vehicles. The formation stretched 7 to 8 kilometers long and 3 to 4 kilometers wide, forming a massive steel phalanx. The sheer scale and momentum of this army were enough to make history and shock the world. Doctor, you need to see this. Deep beneath Raccoon City, the true headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation lay hidden beneath the ruins of the hive. The walls were adorned with the iconic red and white umbrella logos, and the high-tech space was occupied by a man in a white sterile suit, intently observing Alice and her team in the underwater base through the Red Queen system. Suddenly, a technician burst in, interrupting his observation. What is it? The man asked with a frown. He was Dr. Isaacs, a board member of the company who preferred to be addressed as doctor despite his high rank. Gasping for breath, the technician opened a portable computer. It's satellite footage. You need to see this. Dr. Isaacs stared at the screen, his pupils dilating as the high-definition images of a 100,000-strong mechanized army advancing towards Federation City filled the display. Dr. Isaacs's eyes widened. Even with his ruthless and composed demeanor, he was deeply shocked. The sheer military might and otherworldly technology of these machines made him feel as if he had stepped into another world. Compared to these steel monsters, Umbrella's prized creations like the Lickers and Tyrants seemed pitifully weak. Forcing himself to remain calm, Dr. Isaacs asked in a steady voice. When did this mechanical army appear? Have we analyzed it yet? The technician shook his head. There were no warnings. They appeared out of nowhere. They were detected during a routine scan by satellite KNS-09 when they were still in Georgetown. They've already destroyed that area and are now advancing towards Federation City. He paused before continuing. We've used 3 satellites to observe them. These steel monsters are uniformly 5 meters tall, weighing between 3 to 3.5 tons each. They're equipped with machine guns that can interchange with claws and tear through steel effortlessly. Ordinary zombies are no match, and even lickers under 3 meters tall can only last a minute against them. Additionally, they have a large number of heavy armored vehicles, though we don't yet have detailed performance data. Dr. Isaacs leaned back in his chair, feeling a sense of despair from the data. The strongest tyrant from Umbrella was only 4.3 meters tall and weighed about 1 ton, with non-integrated weaponry. Maybe only the giant lickers and mutated bats could stand a chance against them, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Dr. Isaacs stood up from his chair. This mechanical army can't possibly be of earthly origin, he asserted. It must be from an extraterrestrial civilization. Even if the world's leading tech nations united, they couldn't develop such perfect war machines in such a short time. The technician hesitated before asking, Doctor, should we deploy an electromagnetic pulse bomb against this mechanical army? It might destroy them. Dr. Isaacs shook his head. Not yet. Continue monitoring their movements. Have the Red Queen deploy the zombie horde to engage them and gather more information. We'll consider using special weapons if necessary. And inform Weskier about this. Understood. The technician left to carry out his orders. Meanwhile, in the White Fortress, Qin Tian had ordered a special operation targeting Umbrella Corporation personnel. As per the decision of the Joint Military Council, all Umbrella Corporation personnel are to be disarmed and placed under physical control. Please cooperate. Under the cover of night, a colonel from the Eagle Empire led over 200 fully armed soldiers from various countries to the front lines manned by Umbrella Corporation forces. The soldiers' equipment gleamed coldly in the moonlight, their footsteps synchronized and powerful. The colonel, with eyes like a hawk, immediately sought out the leader of the Umbrella forces in the area and got straight to the point. The black-clad commander, despite sensing trouble, forced himself to respond. Sorry, Colonel, we need orders from Mr. Weskier. His voice was tense, his eyes nervously scanning the heavily armed multinational troops around him. The colonel replied coldly, Weskier is also under control. You won't be getting any orders from him. Disarm voluntarily within 1 minute, or we will enforce it. As soon as he finished speaking, over 200 soldiers raised their weapons in unison, chambering rounds and aiming at the 100-plus Umbrella personnel. Simultaneously, 2 tanks and 5 armored vehicles below the high walls adjusted their weapons, forming an impenetrable web of firepower. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and tension. The Black Commander and his men, merely mercenaries hired by Umbrella and neither bioengineered nor controlled by the Red Queen, were intimidated by the overwhelming firepower. Wait, the commander forced a grim smile and, under the colonel's increasingly stern gaze, turned to his men and ordered, everyone, comply with the military's orders and disarm. The Umbrella personnel immediately began to disarm, removing their weapons, ammunition, and tactical vests, which they piled on the ground. Seeing this, the colonel's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, similar scenes were playing out throughout the White Mansion fortress. Whether on the high walls, in the camps, or within the mansion itself, Umbrella's armed and technical personnel were being controlled by the military, either through force or coercion. Sporadic resistance was quickly suppressed, and the occasional gunfire echoed through the fortress, marking the unrest of the night. Deep within the White Mansion, 13 well-equipped SEALs were escorting General Qin Tian of the Xia Kingdom towards the office of Senior Umbrella Employee Weskier. The Umbrella security personnel along the way had already been subdued, allowing the group to reach Weskier's office without hindrance. Weskier sat calmly in his chair, clad as always in a black trench coat, his blonde hair meticulously slicked back, and his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses. He spoke mildly, General Qin, I'm aware of what's happening outside. Is there some misunderstanding? Qin Tian replied evenly. Whether it's a misunderstanding, Mr. Weskier, you know better than anyone. Quite considerate of you to prepare our graves in this 200-year-old White Mansion, the symbol of the Eagle Empire. The SEALs exchanged puzzled glances, not immediately grasping the context. So, you know everything, Weskier sighed, suddenly removing his sunglasses and flinging them at Qin Tian. A SEAL reached out to catch them but was struck with such force that his arm broke, causing him to stagger back with a pained grunt. Before anyone else could react, Weskier turned into a blur, appearing instantly before Qin Tian with a cold knife pressed against his throat. Drop your weapons. The SEALs aimed their guns at Weskier, creating a tense standoff. Weskier said calmly, General Qin, I have no intention of harming you, but I need you as a hostage to ensure my safe departure. I will guarantee your safety. However, Qin Tian responded icily, Mr. Weskier, I don't think you understand your situation. He forcefully grabbed Weskier's knife-wielding arm, prying it away. Weskier was shocked to find he couldn't match Qin Tian's strength. Staring intently at Weskier, Qin Tian began to unleash his psychic abilities. Weskier felt an immediate mental assault, his vision blurring, blood streaming from his nose, and his body collapsing, rendered immobile. Kneeling beside the incapacitated Weskier, Qin Tian whispered, your plan was perfect, except for me being the unexpected variable. Take him away and keep him under strict guard. Qin Tian ordered. Yes, General. The SEALs moved swiftly to carry out the order. They didn't question General Qin's capabilities, instead seeing him as a superhuman or a legendary warrior of the Xia Kingdom. Commander Qin, the zombie horde is closing in on the fortress. The attack is imminent. Commanders from various nations are in position, directing their troops. With Weskier neutralized, our special operation was a success, and the threat to the Baifu fortress has been eliminated. 10 minutes later, Vice Admiral Sato Takayoshi from the island nation's navy hurried to find Qin Tian, bringing news of the approaching zombie horde. Qin Tian nodded, realizing this was a retaliatory move by the Umbrella Corporation following Weskier's capture. To the rooftop, Qin Tian said succinctly. Sato Takayoshi nodded slightly, and a squad of elite soldiers escorted them to the anti-aircraft position on top of Baifu Fortress. Using his binoculars, Qin Tian observed the scene. A massive zombie horde surged from all directions like a tidal wave. On the ground were ordinary zombies, zombie dogs, executioners, nemesis, lickers, and tyrants. In the sky, mutated crows, giant moths, and bats filled the air. The combined assault from land and air created an overwhelming spectacle that seemed endless. Under the darkened sky, the scene felt like a descent into infernal chaos. Yet Qin Tian remained unfazed. He was well aware of the might of the human military. Over 20,000 elite soldiers, numerous armored vehicles, tanks, attack helicopters, missiles, and rocket launchers, with ample ammunition to defend the fortress. At that moment, Song Yuhua, a tall intelligence officer from the Xia Kingdom dressed in star-pattern camouflage, approached Qin Tian and reported, General, satellite observations indicate the attacking zombie horde numbers between 6 and 700,000. Additionally, zombie hordes from nearby states are converging on Federal City, totaling at least 10 million. Got it. Let's deal with the 6 to 700,000 first, Qin Tian responded calmly. To him, unless the zombie numbers exceeded a million, they were not a significant threat. After saluting, Song Yuhua left, and Qin Tian continued to monitor the battlefield. Thousands of mutated flying creatures were now rapidly approaching the fortress. General Hoffman from the Han's Kingdom, in charge of anti-air defenses, immediately ordered his troops to open fire. In an instant, over 200 anti-aircraft guns and cannons on the high walls, along with dozens of anti-air missile launchers in the camp, began firing. The intense sound of gunfire and missile launches filled the air above Baifu Fortress. A massive barrage of bullets, shells, and missiles rose to meet the incoming creatures. The flesh and blood of the flying monsters were no match for modern weaponry. The cacophony of anti-aircraft fire mixed with the creatures' screeches, and within moments, thousands of them were shredded to pieces. The barrage, combined with the raining debris of flesh, created a spectacular and shocking scene. Excellent anti-aircraft performance. General Hoffman is impressive. It feels like the Berlin Flak Towers all over again, Qin Tian remarked with a satisfied smile. Sato Takayoshi added, this isn't even all of our anti-air capabilities. From the camp to this position, there are many more weapons not yet in action. General Hoffman's goal is to defend against at least 6,000 flying creatures simultaneously. With only around 3,000 attacking now, they won't breach our defenses. The ground battle was equally intense. Tens of thousands of zombies pressed towards Baifu Fortress, and the defending troops, under various commanders' orders, launched a fierce counterattack. Over 2,000 assault rifles, hundreds of light and heavy machine guns, and more than 60 autocannons unleashed a torrent of metal, mowing down or dismembering the advancing zombies. Meanwhile, over 80 rocket launchers in the camp provided continuous fire support, launching thousands of rockets per second in all directions, decimating swathes of zombies. Nearby, tanks, armored vehicles, and attack helicopters stood ready for action. As time passed, most of the flying creatures were shot down. The anti-aircraft units then adjusted their aim to join the ground forces in mowing down the zombie horde. Under such overwhelming firepower, even the formidable bioweapons couldn't survive. Let's go. There's nothing more to see. These hundreds of thousands of zombies are doomed to be annihilated, Qin Tian said, unsurprised by the battle's outcome and ready to leave. Commander Qin, look, what is that? Sato Takayoshi suddenly exclaimed. Following his gaze, Qin Tian saw dozens of large iron balls bouncing up and down in the distance. Their familiar shape and movement were unmistakable. Light was the iron beasts from the machine beast world. Leading them was a blue iron ball, known as the Pathfinder King, the blue iron beast. Marshal, we are here. At the edge of the battlefield, a group of blue iron beasts, shaped like iron balls, bounced closer, each leap covering dozens of meters. Sensing their proximity to the marshal, they let out a loud roar that echoed across the battlefield, reaching the White Fortress. The sudden shout left the Xia soldiers and any foreign troops who understood the language bewildered. Marshal? What marshal? Who is the marshal? Confused glances were exchanged among the crowd. Only Qin Tian's lips curled into a knowing smile. His Iron Beast Legion had finally arrived. Although only a few dozen Iron Beasts were visible, Qin Tian knew these were just the vanguard. The main force was surely close behind. Once the entire Iron Beast Legion was in place, the millions of zombies advancing towards the federal city would no longer be a threat. The blue Iron Beasts paid no mind to the massive zombie horde before them. Leading 52 of their subordinates, they leaped forward fearlessly, disregarding the hundreds of thousands of zombies. Each Iron Beast, a 5-meter metal sphere weighing 3 tons, crushed dozens of zombies with each landing. Remarkably agile, they could leap over 10 meters high, unlike cumbersome tanks that could only hold their ground for a short time before being overwhelmed. Witnessing the unknown iron balls rampaging through the zombie sea towards the White Fortress, Sato Takayoshi stomped his foot in frustration. General Qin, should we use missiles or rocket launchers to stop them? No. Qin Tian decisively raised his hand to stop him. They are allies. The thought of using missiles and rockets on his own subordinates was absurd. Even though the Iron Beast Legion was incredibly powerful, they wouldn't withstand a bombardment. Allies? Sato Takayoshi paused, then seemed to understand as he observed Qin Tian's calm demeanor. He quickly communicated with the other generals to prevent anyone from giving a reckless order to fire at the iron balls. Under the unified command of the 8 generals, the fortress defenders continued to fire madly at the zombie horde while curiously watching the rapidly approaching iron balls. 15 minutes later, 53 iron beasts, stepping over countless zombie corpses, finally reached the high walls. With a single leap, they easily vaulted over the 15-meter-high walls. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the iron beasts transformed midair from spherical to upright combat forms, landing heavily and kicking up a cloud of dust. This scene, reminiscent of Transformers, deeply shocked all the human soldiers. No one had expected these powerful iron balls to turn into combat robots, looking incredibly formidable. General Blue Iron Beast, you've arrived. Qin Tian, who had been waiting, stepped forward. Accompanying him were Sato Takayoshi, Johnson, Augustus, Hoffman, Andre, Charles, Park Gukchang, and over 20 officers from various countries. Everyone was filled with curiosity about these so-called allies. Now they were combat robots. Upon closer inspection, the Iron Beast's tall stature, gleaming metal surface, sharp claws, and red linear eyes all exuded an aura of dominance and power. Compared to these combat robots, the previously encountered zombie monsters seemed utterly feeble. These were the real killing machines. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the blue-colored combat robot Blue Iron Beast placed its left arm across its chest and said respectfully to Qin Tian, subordinate Blue Iron Beast, leading 52 Iron Beast Legion soldiers, reporting to the Marshal. Reporting to the Marshal. As soon as Blue Iron Beast finished speaking, the 52 Iron Beast soldiers echoed in unison. Joy filled their hearts as they finally found their Marshal. Qin Tian is their Marshal? What's going on? Are these powerful combat robots products of some secret project in Xia? Why weren't they deployed during the previous turmoil in Xia? They are called Iron Beasts, a fitting name, given their metallic bodies and beast-like presence. The officers from various countries had mixed feelings. With Xia soldiers already making up nearly half of the total forces, the addition of these Iron Beasts would undoubtedly elevate Qin Tian's authority and prestige. When would their own countries ever take the lead and become the beacon of humanity? Qin Tian, despite being the youngest and holding the lowest rank, was the most enigmatic. Any unrealistic ambitions should be abandoned. These Iron Beasts, with their ability to salute and think independently, were incredibly intelligent. Calling 53 Iron Beasts a legion seemed arrogant. They should be called a special mechanical battalion or a mech battalion. Are there more Iron Beasts besides these? How long until General Gold Iron Beast and the others arrive? Qin Tian asked. Reporting to the Marshal, General Gold Iron Beast will arrive in no more than 6 hours. Blue Iron Beast immediately replied. 6 hours? Qin Tian calculated silently. It was now 10 in the morning. 6 hours later would be 4 in the afternoon. It seemed he would see his 100,000-strong Iron Beast army before nightfall. Nearby, a British Major General had a knowing look on his face. So, there are more Iron Beasts on the way. Meanwhile, in a predominantly white control room at Umbrella Corporation's headquarters, Isaac stroked his chin as he stared intently at the high-definition images from reconnaissance satellites. He was shocked to see that this alien force had intricate ties with Xia. The destination and the person they sought were unexpected. Qin Tian, a major general from Xia and the de facto highest-ranking officer among the Eight-Nation Army, now held Isaac's unprecedented attention. Isaac realized that the sudden turn of events at the White Fortress, including the capture of Weskier and other Umbrella employees, was undoubtedly linked to Qin Tian. Qin Tian might even be the mastermind behind it all. 3 hours later, the chaos began to subside. The massive assault by hundreds of thousands of zombies had been completely repelled by human forces, leaving the battlefield littered with the corpses of the undead. For several kilometers, the ground was soaked in blood, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench, resembling a vast, grotesque graveyard. The Joint Military Council quickly mobilized, dispatching 5 armed helicopters to escort 30 transport helicopters to the battlefield. These helicopters dropped large quantities of flammable chemical acetone, methyl ethyl ketone, and trioxane across the area. A few rocket-propelled grenades ignited the chemicals, instantly setting the entire region ablaze. The fire spread rapidly, transforming into a massive inferno that engulfed the battlefield. From the high walls, human soldiers could clearly hear the crackling sounds of burning flesh and smell the acrid stench of charred decay. The towering flames and billowing black smoke darkened the already gloomy sky. This large-scale incineration was primarily aimed at preventing the spread of the virus and the outbreak of plagues, while also clearing the area for the impending arrival of the Iron Beast Legion. The fire raged for over 2 hours before gradually dying down, reducing nearly 700,000 zombie corpses to charred remains. At that moment, a voice from atop the high walls called out, "Marshal, General Qin Tian and his forces have arrived." Qin Tian was perched on the shoulder of a 5-ma turtle, threatened Qin Tian. He and the surrounding international military leaders peered into the distance, where they spotted the dense ranks of the Iron Beast Legion. Despite the distance, the formation's width was clearly visible, spanning a full 3 to 4 kilometers. As the Iron Beast Legion approached, high-powered binoculars revealed their full appearance: a massive rectangular formation, 3 to 4 kilometers wide and 7 to 8 kilometers long, stretching endlessly. The 100,000 towering, metallic, sci-fi-inspired iron beasts advanced with such force that the ground trembled with each step, exerting a pressure on human forces far exceeding that of the previous zombie horde. At the forefront of the formation stood a massive gray-white war chariot, atop which a dazzling golden iron beast commanded attention, clearly the Legion's main general, whose power surpassed that of the Qin Tian beside Qin Tian. Half an hour later, General Qin Tian led his forces to the base of the fortress. Flexing his golden iron claws, he solemnly declared, "Marshal, General Qin Tian reporting. Our 100,000 troops are at your command, awaiting inspection." As his words echoed, the entire Legion roared in unison, "Greetings, Marshal." The thunderous sound, combined with the seemingly endless steel formation, was overwhelmingly imposing. Qin Tian spread his arms wide and responded in a voice amplified by his perfect integration with the virus. "My subordinates, my brothers, I, Qin Tian, welcome your arrival." His voice was so powerful that it not only boosted the morale of the Iron Beast Legion, but also momentarily deafened the nearby international generals and officers. Qin Tian then issued orders: "Qin Tian, enter the fortress. Zi Tian and Lan Tian, set up camp on site." Given the limited space within the Bi-Mansion fortress, which was already housing numerous soldiers, civilians, equipment, and ammunition, it could not accommodate more. The 3 Iron Beast generals obeyed. Qin Tian effortlessly leapt onto the high wall in a combat-ready stance, showcasing his exceptional strength as the main general with an impressive combat level of 18. Qin Tian introduced the human generals around him to Qin Tian, who then introduced himself to the human officers. After the introductions, Qin Tian reported, "Marshal, on our way here, we observed large numbers of zombies converging from all directions. The further we traveled, the more zombies we encountered, all heading towards the federal city. It appears someone is rallying the zombies to launch a powerful attack on the fortress." Qin Tian confirmed Qin Tian's observations, adding, "Indeed, there are hostile forces gathering a massive zombie army, numbering in the millions. Soon, at least 10 million zombies will arrive at Federal City to launch an assault on the fortress, aiming to annihilate us." Qin Tian responded gravely, "Rest assured, Marshal, the Iron Beast Legion will clear all obstacles and eliminate all enemies for you. A mere 10 million zombie army is no match for us. The Iron Beast Legion can annihilate them without the need for human firepower support." His words were not boastful, but based on the Legion's proven capabilities during the previous conquest of Georgetown. 100,000 Iron Beasts to wipe out 10 million zombies, maybe they really can do it. As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, a glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of military leaders from various countries. This wasn't a fleeting fancy or blind optimism. It stemmed from the awe-inspiring presence of the Iron Beast Corps. Those towering steel bodies seemed born for slaughter, immune to bioviral infections, and commanded the respect of every commander present. Yet, Qin Tian shook his head, his voice steady and firm. General Jean Taizhou on the ground, whether facing 10 million, 100 million, or even a billion zombies, I believe the Iron Beast Corps is unbeatable. But we cannot ignore the massive number of flying monsters. Relying solely on the Iron Beast Corps for air defense is bound to be insufficient. The human army must join forces with the Iron Beast Corps. His gaze swept over each commander in the room as he continued. In addition to joint air defense, the human army will provide high-intensity fire support for the Iron Beast Corps. The Iron Beast Corps must not fight alone. We need to minimize losses as much as possible. Qin Tian's words carried a warning, as if to say, don't think you can rest easy just because we have the Iron Beast Corps. These 100,000 Iron Beasts are his subordinates, and he wouldn't let them face the zombie tide alone on the front lines. Sado Takayoshi quickly grasped the underlying message in Qin Tian's words and promptly agreed. Yes, the human army and the Iron Beast Corps must unite and cooperate in battle. Facing the zombie tide alone is not an option. Whether human soldiers or Iron Beast warriors, all are valuable assets, and losing any one of them is heartbreaking. We are more than willing to provide high-intensity fire support for the Iron Beast Corps. Commanders from other nations echoed his sentiment, even General Park Gukchang from Korea, who usually hesitated to align with Xia. They all understood that Qin Tian's forces were powerful enough to crush the armies of the other 7 countries, making him a cornerstone for the future revival of human civilization. Seeing this, Jean Taizhou had no choice but to accept the goodwill of the various generals. In that case, I thank all of you. At that moment, General Auguste from Gaul spoke up. I have a proposal I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts on. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Qin Tian gestured politely for him to continue. Auguste slowly addressed a topic everyone had been deliberately avoiding. Gentlemen, whether in the human world or in nature, a leader is always necessary. Our 8-nation armies have been allied for so long and have even faced a zombie tide of 600,000. Yet we still haven't chosen a leader. This is highly abnormal. His words were like a bombshell in the conference room, causing varied reactions among the generals and creating an awkward atmosphere. General Johnson broke the silence. Because everyone wants to be that leader. Whoever it is, everyone craves that position. But we all know that no matter who is chosen, it will be difficult to gain everyone's compliance and could even lead to internal chaos. Lieutenant General Andre suddenly laughed. So, are we choosing a leader now? I voluntarily withdraw and cast my vote for General Qin Tian. As soon as he finished speaking, Lieutenant General Charles also voiced his support. I too support General Qin Tian and cast my vote for him. Just like that, Qin Tian had already garnered 2 votes without even speaking. The atmosphere in the conference room shifted subtly again, with everyone's eyes now focused on the young general, waiting for his response. At the military base of the Eagle Empire, a crucial meeting concerning the future of human civilization was underway. Military leaders from various nations gathered to discuss who would become the new military leader. General Qin Tian, young and ambitious, was unquestionably the most capable among them. With an army of 9,000 soldiers from Xia Nation and an additional 100,000 Iron Beasts, his military might dwarf that of other nations. Lieutenant General Hoffman of Han's Nation was the first to voice his support for Qin Tian, expressing both respect for Qin Tian's strength and hope for the future. In less than 3 minutes, Qin Tian had the backing of the military leaders from Han's Nation, the Sunset Empire, and the Bear Nation. With 3 out of 7 votes, he had already secured half of the total votes. Under normal circumstances, the Sunset Empire and Han's Nation would support their ally, the Eagle Empire, but the post-biochemical crisis landscape had shifted dramatically. The Eagle Empire had suffered significant losses, diminishing its influence, while Qin Tian's power had become undeniable. Admiral August also cast his vote for Qin Tian. Despite outranking Qin Tian, August understood that such a pivotal decision for humanity's future should not be constrained by military ranks. Realizing the prevailing trend, Johnson, Park Gukchang, and Sado Takayoshi also cast their votes for Qin Tian. With unanimous support, August approached Qin Tian and, speaking in halting but clear Xia language, said, "Congratulations, General Qin Tian. You are now the chairman of the Joint Military Council. We are all under your command, and all human military forces will follow your orders." He briefly explained the rules for executing commands before asking, "What do you think, General Qin Tian? Are you willing to take on the role of chairman and become the supreme military commander?" The other military leaders anxiously awaited Qin Tian's response. Although they had all voted in his favor, none had sought his consent beforehand. If he refused, it would create an awkward situation. However, Qin Tian did not disappoint them. With an assertive tone, he replied, "General August, your words are very reasonable, and I have no reason to oppose them. The revival of human civilization is a duty we human generals cannot shirk. I am honored by your trust and am willing to accept the position of chairman of the Joint Military Council. I also believe there is no one more suitable than myself for this role. The military leaders from various nations felt a sense of relief, and both the Golden Iron Beasts and Green Iron Beasts were pleased for their marshal. Qin Tian immediately began exercising his authority, issuing a series of orders, merging and reorganizing the various national armies to form a united human force, standardizing weapon codes, intelligence systems, and nuclear protocols, assuming sole control over nuclear launch permissions, appointing August as the Chief of General Staff, and merging special forces under the command of Colonel Chu Xian. The military leaders had no objections to these sweeping changes, understanding that they were necessary to enhance combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, the boss Isaac observed everything through satellite images. Though he couldn't hear the conversations, he sensed that these human generals were plotting something unprecedented. An uneasy feeling crept up Isaac's spine, making him realize that the situation was undergoing a significant transformation. Once the zombie horde is fully assembled, we'll deliver the final blow to these human armies. Isaac stood on high ground, coldly observing the restless zombie horde below. His gaze swept over the seemingly formidable army of 100,000 mechanical troops in the distance, and a disdainful smirk appeared on his lips. To him, this army was nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. 100,000 mechanical troops? Just a numbers game, Isaac muttered to himself. The combined zombie population from the nearby states is at least 10 million, and that includes numerous giant bioweapons. If the zombie horde can't handle these mechanical monstrosities, then we'll deploy specialized weapons. A gleam of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. The new era of humanity can only be initiated by the Umbrella Corporation. To Isaac and the other high-ranking officials of Umbrella, the humans on the surface were the epitome of decay, incompetence, stupidity, and greed. They deserved to be completely eradicated, swept into the dustbin of history. Meanwhile, in the Umbrella Corporation headquarters beneath the hive, thousands of healthy, genetically superior Umbrella personnel and executives lay in cryogenic sleep pods. They would awaken once the surface had been cleared of both humans and zombies. In addition, the Umbrella Corporation had stored hundreds of thousands of stable, superior human genes and millions of plant and animal genes. These genes could be used for cloning at any time, producing humans with high intelligence and retained reproductive capabilities, true elite humans. The combination of thousands of Umbrella personnel and a vast gene repository was the foundation of Umbrella's confidence in restarting civilization. Chairman, the entire nuclear arsenal is now unified. This is the nuclear briefcase. Augustus placed a black, 50 by 50 centimeters square briefcase on Qin Tian's desk. This seemingly ordinary case held the power to destroy the world. The password hasn't been set yet. You'll need to do that yourself, Augustus added. The nuclear weapons of the 5 major nuclear powers, China, the Eagle Empire, the Bear Nation, the Sun Never Sets Empire, and the Gaul Nation that we can still control can all be operated through this briefcase. As long as your orders are reasonable, any corner of the world could face a strategic nuclear strike. Qin Tian was silent for a moment before speaking. Give me a report on the number of usable nuclear weapons. Augustus immediately responded, Yes, Chairman, excluding those that are lost, damaged, or beyond our control. Our current arsenal includes 4,600 tactical nuclear warheads and 850 strategic nuclear warheads. These weapons consist mainly of atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, and neutron bombs, stored in missile silos, mobile launch vehicles, and nuclear submarines around the world. All are operational. After hearing the report, Qin Tian was shocked. As a time traveler, though he was a major general in this life, he had never truly encountered such a vast nuclear arsenal. This quantity of nuclear weapons could cleanse the Earth 100 times over. Without tens of thousands of years of nuclear winter and recovery time, the planet could never recover. Seeing that Qin Tian had seemingly set the launch codes, Augustus cautiously asked, Chairman, should we contact the Umbrella Corporation now? Maybe we can get them to surrender voluntarily, ending the biocrisis quickly. Qin Tian shook his head, his tone filled with resignation. I would love for the Umbrella Corporation to surrender, given they also have nuclear weapons, a vast gene repository, and advanced military, medical, biological, and cloning technologies. If we could fully take over, it would greatly benefit us. But that's impossible. His voice grew firm. The top brass at Umbrella are lunatics. They think they're gods, wanting to destroy humanity and restart civilization to create a perfect world in their minds. They're so mad that they'd rather fight us and face destruction than compromise. Let's abandon any illusions and prepare for battle. Augustus pondered for a moment and had to admit Qin Tian's judgment was correct. He sighed deeply, appearing somewhat weary. Qin Tian chuckled, teasing, Why the sigh, General? Augustus waved his hand, speaking with a tone of helplessness. I was thinking, if Umbrella didn't have such a vast gene repository and advanced technologies that we need, we could just drop a bunker buster nuclear bomb on their headquarters. Sacrificing one city to end the apocalypse sooner seems like a fair trade to me. He continued to explain. Despite the current dire straits of human armies, if they were to go all out, it would be easy to wipe Umbrella off the map. But the assets in Umbrella's headquarters are crucial for the revival of human civilization. The military has long planned to capture them, which is why Umbrella has been allowed to exist until now. It's a case of being cautious and not going all out. Qin Tian nodded thoughtfully. The military wants to wipe out Umbrella, and Umbrella wants to use nuclear weapons to wipe out the human armies. It would be straightforward. Unlike now, where we have to gather zombie hordes and conduct satellite reconnaissance, it's all very troublesome. The truth is, Umbrella is also afraid. He continued to analyze. Due to rapid advancements in unmanned technology, human armies are on the brink of destruction, but they still control a massive nuclear arsenal capable of destroying the world hundreds of times over. Global anti-missile systems are still partially operational, and hundreds of satellites in space are still performing their tasks. The White House fortresses also have dedicated anti-missile and anti-aircraft missiles. If a nuclear strike were detected, human armies, despite their reservations, would retaliate without hesitation. This would lead to mutual destruction, with neither side surviving, a scenario no one wants to see. Qin Tian concluded. So, despite the hostility, there's a tacit understanding between both sides. Anything goes, except for launching nuclear strikes on each other's bases. Otherwise, neither side would tolerate the first to use nuclear weapons. Any other form of conflict is acceptable, and the winner will restart civilization. Whether Umbrella or the military wins, humanity will not face total extinction. Holding 5,450 nuclear warheads, Qin Tian thought it wasn't too much to ask for a little noise. After August left, he decisively opened the nuclear briefcase. With practiced ease, he entered his personal code, revealing a vast nuclear arsenal before his eyes. Yars, Topal, Minuteman, Dongfeng, Zhulong, Poseidon, Ivy, Trident, Bulava, Polaris. The names of various nuclear weapons flooded Qin Tian's vision. Atomic bombs, hydrogen bombs, neutron bombs, gamma-ray bombs, shockwave bombs, induced radiation bombs, dirty bombs, everything imaginable was there, overwhelming him with their sheer number. Qin Tian couldn't help but marvel at the fact that he now wielded the ultimate power of humanity. After some deliberation, he chose the Poseidon-class nuclear torpedo, a legendary superweapon capable of destroying half of the Eagle Empire. Swiftly, Qin Tian completed identity verification and a second password check, setting the target coordinates and other parameters. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the confirmation button. In this highly automated apocalypse, it was no surprise that the highest military commander held full authority. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters deep in a specific area of the Pacific Ocean, a strategic nuclear submarine from Bear Country suddenly entered automatic firing mode. Before the captain and crew could react, a 24-meter-long, 1.5-meter diameter Poseidon-class nuclear torpedo roared out of its launch tube and disappeared into the dark depths. Captain Petrov and his crew were stunned. If the display was accurate, what had just launched wasn't an ordinary tactical nuke, but a Poseidon-class nuclear torpedo with a yield of 2 megatons, capable of permanently navigating the deep sea, a doomsday weapon sufficient to obliterate a medium-sized country. Questions swirled in Petrov's mind. Had General Andrei used the nuclear briefcase to launch this? Where was the torpedo heading? He quickly issued orders. Report to General Andrei immediately. Ask if this was his command. Activate the torpedo's internal coordinate display to determine its destination. Do not follow it. Proceed in the opposite direction to avoid a sudden explosion. Once we have the location, inform all submarines in the Pacific to steer clear. The communications officer swiftly carried out the orders. Despite a global biochemical virus outbreak that had decimated land, sea, and air forces, most submarine fleets had survived. They had been lying low underwater, only surfacing for supplies on deserted islands or abandoned industrial zones. Though life was tough, it was far better than the precarious existence of survivors on land. Unbeknownst to Petrov, his worries were unnecessary. Qin Tian had already used the nuclear briefcase to pinpoint the locations of all submarines in the Pacific before the launch. He had chosen a detonation point in the Central Pacific, ensuring a 500-kilometer radius free of any submarines, making the area relatively safe. 3 hours later, a muffled thunder echoed from the Central Pacific. A massive column of water, carrying seawater high into the sky, formed a 400-meter-tall mushroom cloud, unleashing towering waves. The Poseidon-class nuclear torpedo had detonated. The explosion was so powerful that it carved a massive chasm straight to the seabed within a 5-kilometer radius, instantly evaporating all the water. Fish on the ocean floor thrashed wildly. This horrifying scene lasted for over 10 seconds before the vast ocean finally refilled the chasm. Fortunately, the explosion didn't occur near the coast. Otherwise, the 400-meter-high waves could have submerged a lowlying country. Thousands of miles away in the White House fortress, Qin Tian felt a slight tremor. It was imperceptible to most, but with his perfect fusion with the virus, he clearly sensed the distant ripple. Qin Tian thought to himself, the nuclear briefcase works, and the 7 military leaders are sincere. Only by confirming that the nuclear briefcase could indeed launch and detonate nuclear weapons would he truly trust the 7 military leaders and their forces. This wasn't a matter of distrust, but of necessary caution. At that moment, Staff Officer Song Yuhua, dressed in starry camouflage, walked in to report, Chairman, Generals Andre and August, along with the other 5 generals, wish to see you. It seems urgent. Qin Tian understood that the generals were likely coming to inquire about the unprovoked launch and detonation of the Poseidon. Rubbing his temples, he said, let them in. Humanity had always exercised great restraint in using nuclear weapons, mainly due to their immense environmental impact. Since the outbreak of the biochemical crisis, only 4 nuclear weapons had been used, each with a yield of less than 100 kilotons. One of them was even used by the Umbrella Corporation to obliterate Raccoon City to destroy evidence. No nuclear weapon exceeding 100 kilotons had been deployed. After all, in the minds of the military, civilization would eventually be rebuilt, and lost territories would be reclaimed. Flattening the world with nukes might physically destroy billions of zombies. But what then? Would humanity move to space or the ocean floor? Launching a strategic nuclear weapon like the Poseidon-class torpedo without reason, even as the chairman and supreme military commander, Qin Tian knew he needed to provide an explanation. Regardless of whether the explanation was reasonable, the protocol had to be followed. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian prepared to face the imminent questioning. In a remote section of the Pacific Ocean, a strategic nuclear weapon with a yield of 1 million tons suddenly detonated. The shockwaves swept across the area, leveling a small island in an instant. The WCL-8 experimental base, along with hundreds of staff and extensive experimental equipment, was reduced to ashes in the nuclear inferno. Meanwhile, in the underground headquarters of Umbrella Corporation in Raccoon City, Dr. Isaac was furiously receiving the latest report. His face contorted with rage, a rare display of emotion for someone usually so composed and cunning. In the past 5 years of the apocalypse, humanity has only deployed 4 low-yield tactical nuclear weapons. Both we and the military forces of various countries have exercised extreme restraint. But now, they've directly targeted my experimental base with a strategic nuclear weapon of at least 1 million tons. If this isn't blatant intimidation, what is? Dr. Isaac seethed through gritted teeth. In reality, the nuclear explosion was not intentional. Qin Tian, while testing the capabilities of a nuclear briefcase, deliberately chose an uninhabited sea area, inadvertently destroying Umbrella's secret base. The blame, it seems, lay with Umbrella's penchant for building bases in unexpected locations. Doctor, how should we respond? Should we use nuclear weapons as well? The head of the operations division asked cautiously. Dr. Isaac fell into deep thought. Despite his anger, he hadn't lost his rationality. While the military had destroyed the WCL-8 base, they hadn't violated the mutual understanding of not targeting each other's headquarters with nuclear weapons. More importantly, they had avoided deploying nuclear weapons on land, preventing large-scale nuclear pollution. If Umbrella chose to retaliate with nuclear weapons, it could trigger an all-out nuclear war. After careful consideration, Isaac decided to bide his time. How is the Titan project progressing? Isaac suddenly inquired. Doctor, the first batch of Titans has been completed at the South American base and is ready for deployment, the minister reported. Isaac nodded. Deploy the Titans to Federation City immediately to participate in the assault on the White House fortress. I want to see how our Titans fare against their mechanical monstrosities. Record the combat data meticulously. This was Isaac's chosen response, deploying the latest bioweapon, Titan. Simultaneously, in the office of the Speaker at the White House, Qin Tian was discussing the unprovoked launch of the Poseidon nuclear torpedo with Generals August, Hoffman, and 5 other military leaders. Suddenly, Intelligence Officer Song Yuhua rushed in with urgent news. Speaker, Chief of Staff, Generals. Latest update. At least 1 million zombies have reached Federation City, with more on the way. Satellite monitoring indicates that within 5 hours, a wave of tens of millions of zombies will fully form. Qin Tian immediately stood up. Gentlemen, the zombie tide is imminent. This issue must be set aside for now. Return to your posts and prepare for battle. The 7 generals exchanged glances and unanimously agreed. The White House fortress quickly entered a state of high alert. Vast amounts of ammunition and fuel were transported from underground armories and distributed to various defense lines. All weaponry, helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, rocket launchers were fully fueled and armed. Missile vehicles stood ready, and anti-aircraft guns and cannons were surrounded by stacks of ammunition. The frontline defenses were bolstered. Each soldier was issued an additional 6 clips of ammunition and 6 grenades, with over 500 rocket launchers and 200 flamethrowers added to the defenses. Around the camp, neatly arranged green ammo boxes stood ready to replenish supplies. Qin Tian's elite Iron Beast army, numbering 100,000, stood firm around the outskirts of the White House, awaiting the zombie onslaught. Both Qin Tian and General Jean had full confidence in the combat prowess of the Iron Beast Corps. 6 hours later, under the protection of two gray iron beasts, Qin Tian arrived at the front line of the high wall. The defense of the wall was jointly overseen by Sato Takayoshi and Andre. Raising a high-powered binocular, Qin Tian observed the dense horde of zombies approaching from all directions. Even the latest military binoculars couldn't see the end of the swarm. In the sky, countless flying creatures swarmed, blocking out the sun, resembling an alien insect invasion. The ground darkened visibly, as if in a solar eclipse. Gazing at the overwhelming tide of zombies, Qin Tian couldn't help but lament. Umbrella Corporation can easily mobilize millions of zombies, while humanity's numbers have dwindled to what? 10,000? 5,000? Who could have imagined that a once thriving human civilization, with a population exceeding 7 billion, would decline to the brink of extinction? Qin Tian sighed deeply, his eyes fixed on the impending apocalypse. Apart from a few countries that have suffered severe blows, most regions still have survivors struggling to live amidst the ruins, including some missing soldiers. Andre stood next to Qin Tian, his expression grave as he analyzed. Based on our estimates, the total number of survivors might be around 60 to 70,000, definitely not exceeding 100,000. And this number is decreasing every day. In 1 or 2 months, it might drop to 40 or 50,000. Hearing this, both Qin Tian and Sato Takayoshi fell silent. The situation for humanity was dire, and no one knew how many people would survive until the end of the biocrisis. Qin Tian's gaze swept over the vast horde of zombies in the distance, and a sudden idea struck him. He silently asked the system in his mind, "These zombies are also flesh and blood creatures, right? Can they be converted into energy points?" The system quickly responded, "Ding, zombies are indeed flesh and blood creatures, and can be converted into energy points. However, the host or the host's army needs to kill the zombies and collect their bodies for the system to recycle them. In short, only things connected to the host and under the host's control can be converted into energy points." This answer not only confirmed Qin Tian's idea, but also gave him a deeper understanding of the system's operation. Qin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he silently anticipated, "With millions of zombies, I wonder how many energy points I can gain." He never considered the possibility of the city falling and its people perishing. He was confident in his ability to annihilate this massive zombie horde. At that moment, Chief of Staff Auguste hurriedly arrived on the high wall to report the latest intelligence to Qin Tian and the other two generals. "Chairman, General Andre, General Sato, according to the latest analysis, the number of ground zombies is about 12 million, and there are around 200,000 flying creatures." Auguste could have sent someone else to deliver the report, but he chose to come in person to witness this historic battle. Meanwhile, at the Raccoon City headquarters, thousands of miles away, Isaac issued the attack order. "Begin the operation. Aim to annihilate the main forces of the Allied armies within a day." The Red Queen immediately executed the command. Within a minute, under the Red Queen's control, the zombie horde in the federal city erupted with deafening roars. 200,000 flying creatures and millions of ground zombies emitted piercing cries simultaneously, creating a cacophony that reached White Fort stronghold, forcing the soldiers of the human allied forces to cover their ears or put on earplugs. Subsequently, 200,000 flying creatures swarmed towards White Fort stronghold like a dark cloud, their wing beats echoing across the sky. Immediately following, the million-strong zombie horde surged from all directions like a tide. The battle had begun. Confronted with the overwhelming aerial threat, Blue Iron Beast was initially stunned by the unprecedented scene but quickly regained his composure. He decisively ordered, "Breaking through from the air is impossible. Activate all anti-aircraft firepower immediately and intercept with full force. Not a single flying creature should enter the stronghold. The Marshal is watching us." With the order given, the Iron Beast Corps in all 4 directions east, south, west, and north launched their anti-aircraft battle. Thousands of missile vehicles fired simultaneously, tens of thousands of missiles streaking through the sky with orange trails, crashing into the dense clusters of flying creatures. Explosions erupted one after another, and the dismembered bodies of flying creatures rained down. After one round of volleys, the number of flying creatures was reduced from 200,000 to 70 or 80,000. However, the missile units needed time to reload, and the remaining flying creatures did not give them that chance. Gold Iron Beast made a swift decision. Open fire. In an instant, 100,000 iron beasts raised their claws, revealing dark gun barrels, and unleashed a torrent of firepower at the flying creatures in the sky. The combined firepower of 200,000 machine guns formed an impenetrable net, halting the flying creatures' attempt to breach the stronghold. This astounding anti-aircraft firepower left Qin Tian and the others deeply impressed. They realized that the Iron Beast Corps was not only formidable in land combat, but also possessed terrifying anti-aircraft capabilities. Qin Tian silently celebrated having such a powerful ally and speculated that the Leopard Beast Corps might also have significant anti-aircraft abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain a tripartite balance in the machine beast world. 5 minutes later, the terrifying firepower of the Iron Beast Legion had completely cleared the sky of flying monsters. Not a single one of the 200,000 flying creatures survived, and the sky returned to its clear state. However, the million-strong zombie horde on the ground continued to advance slowly, now only about 500 meters away from the Iron Beast Legion. Target the zombie horde. Open fire, commanded Jean Taizo. The 100,000 soldiers of the Iron Beast Legion quickly adjusted their angles, and 200,000 machine guns roared in unison, unleashing a dense hail of bullets into the sky. The bullets rained down on the zombie horde, mercilessly harvesting the lives of various zombies. Even the powerful bioweapons like executioners, trackers, and lickers were shredded to pieces under such intense firepower, unable to retaliate. Seeing this, Hongho immediately changed her strategy, summoning over 1,000 giant lickers from the rear. These colossal creatures stood 20 meters tall, with size, speed, agility, and combat strength 10 times that of ordinary lickers, resembling ancient beasts reborn. In comparison, the mighty iron beasts were only a quarter of their height. These were Umbrella Corporation's most powerful bioweapons, second only to Titans. The giant lickers sprinted through the city at incredible speeds, exceeding 100 meters per second. Buildings collapsed in their wake, and their kin were trampled underfoot. Their mission was to use their tenacious vitality and extreme speed to break through the Iron Beast Legion's firepower net and disrupt their formation. Indeed, the giant lickers proved to be formidable adversaries. Even though the Iron Beast Legion diverted significant firepower to deal with them, the effect was minimal. The sound of bullets hitting flesh was constant. Each giant licker was hit by hundreds or even thousands of bullets, yet they continued their high-speed charge. They felt no pain, had extremely dense muscles that could trap bullets, and would not fall unless hit in the head by dozens or hundreds of bullets or shells. In just 10 seconds, the Iron Beast Legion had only brought down a little over 100 giant lickers, with the remaining 900 closing in at the forefront of the zombie horde, now only 400 meters away from the Iron Beast Legion. They would make contact within 3 to 4 seconds. Zi Taizhou, take your troops and eliminate them. Crush their heads for me, ordered Jean Taizhou decisively. Yes, sir. Zi Taizhou responded, leading a charge of 1,000 black iron beasts and 20 gray iron beasts. The distance between the two sides quickly shrank to just over 100 meters. In a second, the 900 giant lickers collided head-on with the 1,000 iron beasts, igniting a fierce battle. This was a direct clash of steel and flesh. The giant lickers swung stones and utility poles, sending many iron beasts flying. Some grabbed iron beasts by their feet and slammed them into the ground, while others tried to stomp them flat. However, the iron beasts' steel bodies were incredibly tough, and their strength matched that of the giant lickers. Despite their smaller size and lesser agility, they were far from being easily defeated. The Iron Beast soldiers fought back fiercely. Many leaped onto the backs of giant lickers, driving their trident-like claws into their brains for an instant kill. Some grabbed the giant lickers' long tongues and strangled them, while the more cunning iron beasts seized the opportunity to shove gun barrels into the giant lickers' mouths and fire wildly, blowing their heads apart. Zi Taizhou, with a combat level of 12, moved through the battlefield with ease, handling 6 giant lickers simultaneously without faltering. In just 1 minute, he crushed the heads of 6 giant lickers, averaging one every 10 seconds and astonishing efficiency. The gray iron beasts, with combat levels of at least 8, also held a clear advantage over the giant lickers, though they took slightly longer to defeat them. The battles between the black iron beasts and the giant lickers were more evenly matched. Giant lickers, huh? This is the first time we've encountered them, and I didn't expect them to be so tough. Even Zi Taizhou can't take them down instantly. It takes some effort to deal with them. Their strength is probably comparable to that of elite black iron beasts of level 6 or 7, observed Jean Taizhou from his vantage point on the energy war chariot. He couldn't help but be taken aback. For the first time, he began to take the zombie species seriously. Although zombies couldn't arm themselves with advanced technology like humans, their potential was equally terrifying. If these zombie monsters continued to mutate and grow stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, who had been observing the battle from the high wall at the rear, spoke slowly. Over 1,000 giant lickers. It seems Umbrella Corporation is determined to destroy Bai Fu. Qin Tian was well acquainted with the giant lickers. In the Resident Evil storyline, these powerful bioweapons made their debut at the Arctic Circle's underwater base, and every time they were deployed, it resulted in a bloody massacre. They were among the top-tier bioweapons in Umbrella Corporation's arsenal. The giant lickers, though formidable, are still no match for the Iron Beast Legion. As Umbrella Corporation's top-tier bioweapons, they can barely contend with the black iron beasts, but stand no chance against the stronger gray iron beasts. let alone the Legion generals like the purple iron beasts. In the presence of these high-ranking iron beasts, the giant lickers can only bow down. On the battlefield, over 900 giant lickers that had breached the firepower net engaged in fierce combat with more than 1,000 elite iron beasts. The iron beast warriors wielded their steel claws, tearing through the flesh of the giant lickers. Within just 10 minutes, all the giant lickers had fallen under the iron beast's iron hooves. Of course, this victory came at a cost. Over 60 black iron beasts perished, and more than 40 were injured. Meanwhile, the zombie horde found itself unable to advance under the barrage of machine gun fire. The firepower net formed by 200,000 machine guns made every step forward come at a tremendous cost. After a brutal assault, the zombie horde had only advanced 100 meters, losing over 1,000,000 troops in the process. At this critical moment, the Red Queen at Umbrella headquarters activated the Titan Protocol. Suddenly, over 100 giant humanoid monsters, each standing 30 meters tall, appeared at the rear of the zombie horde. These creatures had bulging muscles, parts of their bodies covered in red bioarmor, bull-like heads, blood-red eyes, massive iron fists, and missile launchers on their backs. Their appearance, like moving mountains, introduced a new twist to the battlefield. Qin Tian immediately warned the golden iron beast through the communicator. Watch out for the new biomonsters at the rear of the zombie horde. Over 100 of them. They look very strong. It's best to use long-range firepower to avoid close combat. Upon receiving the order, the golden iron beast commanded the blue iron beasts to activate all heavy firepower. Instantly, 1,000 missile trucks and over 200 catapults fired simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of missiles and boulders at the Titans. Simultaneously, Qin Tian also ordered the use of all long-range firepower from the fortress. Over 80 rocket launchers, 80 ground-to-surface missile launchers, and 40 self-propelled artillery pieces aimed at their targets. With a single command, 2 waves of firepower were unleashed almost simultaneously. Tens of thousands of missiles, over 2,000 rockets, more than 500 ground-to-surface missiles, and 40 large-caliber explosive shells streaked through the sky, creating dense white trails as they rained down on the Titans. Despite their immense power, capable of even challenging high-ranking generals like the blue and purple iron beasts, the Titans could not withstand such a concentrated firepower assault. After firing only a couple hundred missiles in retaliation, the over 100 Titans were reduced to ashes in the overwhelming fire, along with 2 to 3 million surrounding zombies. This scene once again proved that even the most powerful bioweapons are no match for absolute firepower. However, the true terror of a biohazard crisis lies not in these mighty creatures, but in the highly contagious biovirus that spreads with them. Destroy them! With this thunderous command, the Iron Beast Legion launched an astonishing counterattack. Facing over 200 incoming missiles, a frontline gray Iron Beast didn't wait for orders from the Legion's general. Instead, it led its 2,000 Iron Beast warriors in a fierce barrage. 4,000 machine guns spewed fire, creating a steel web that detonated every missile in midair. The explosions echoed across the battlefield, illuminating the scene but causing no harm to the Iron Beast Legion or the human army. The Umbrella Corporation's ultimate Titan weapon, forged with cutting-edge biotechnology and immense resources, was utterly annihilated without even touching the enemy. The outcome of this battle had been decided from the very beginning. All units attack. Annihilate the zombie horde completely. 20 minutes later, Gene Iron Beast gazed at the approaching wave of zombies and issued the command in a deep voice. It was time to end this charade. Since the war began, the combined forces of the human army and the Iron Beast Legion had decimated the original 12 million strong zombie horde down to just over 4 million. Despite their numbers, the remaining zombies were mere lambs to the slaughter against the powerful coalition. Yet, they continued to mindlessly follow the Red Queen's orders, charging forward relentlessly. Yes, sir. Blue Iron Beast, Purple Iron Beast, Gray Iron Beast, and other commanders acknowledged the order solemnly. They then led 100,000 Iron Beast warriors in all directions, striking deep into the heart of the zombie horde. Meanwhile, the human army's long-range firepower continued to bombard the rear of the zombie wave, creating a perfect encirclement. Finally, the Iron Beast warriors engaged the zombies in close combat. However, for the zombie horde, this was not a turning point but a more ruthless slaughter. Ordinary zombies, no matter how pain-insensitive or frenzied, posed no threat to the Iron Beast warriors. 8 zombies might pounce on one Iron Beast warrior, yet their teeth would shatter, only scratching the warrior's itch. The Iron Beast warrior would then effortlessly crush their heads with its iron claws, as easily as smashing watermelons. Even biochemical weapons couldn't change the tide of battle. Take the Black Iron Beast, for example. With their steel bodies standing 5 meters tall, integrated machine guns, and razor-sharp claws, they were the nemesis of biochemical weapons. A single first-level Black Iron Beast could easily dispatch lickers, executioners, and nemeses that had terrified human survivors. Higher-level black iron beasts could even defeat tyrants and mutated lickers with ease. As for the more powerful gray iron beast frontliners, purple iron beast generals, and blue iron beast generals, they dominated the battlefield, invincible. This battle was akin to adults storming a kindergarten. Victory was merely a matter of time. On the high wall, Chief of Staff August looked worriedly at Qin Tian. Chairman, the Umbrella Corporation might retaliate. A force of 12 million zombies, 20,000 flying creatures, and over 300 giant biochemical weapons had been obliterated. The Umbrella Corporation was unlikely to stay silent. They might resort to modern technology for a frenzied counterattack. Takashi Sato shared this concern. If the Umbrella Corporation merely sent zombie hordes, they wouldn't be too worried. With the Iron Beast Legion specifically designed to counter zombies and biochemical weapons, plus human armies' long-range support, any zombie horde would be futile. But if the Umbrella Corporation used technological weapons for retaliation, the situation would become extremely tricky. As a former global arms dealer, the Umbrella Corporation possessed terrifying equipment like nuclear weapons, thermobaric bombs, and hypersonic ballistic missiles. While the likelihood of using nuclear weapons was low, other high-tech weapons could still cause significant headaches. However, Qin Tian smiled mysteriously in response to their concerns. Don't worry. The Umbrella Corporation won't retaliate against us, because it's already on the brink of collapse. Why do you say that, Chairman? Sato Takashi quickly asked, and August also looked on curiously. Since the war started, haven't you noticed something missing? Qin Tian asked in return. Missing? What? The two exchanged puzzled glances. Everything seemed normal within the fortress. On the battlefield, the Iron Beast army was unstoppable, mercilessly mowing down zombies. The performances of Green Iron Beast, Blue Iron Beast, and Purple Iron Beast were godlike. Suddenly, August exclaimed, Wait, where's Qin Iron Beast General? He realized that one of the 4 major generals of the Iron Beast Legion had been absent since the battle began. Qin Iron Beast General? Sato Takashi also realized. Yes, where is Qin Iron Beast General? Not on the battlefield, nor within the fortress. Could it be? Connecting Qin Tian's earlier words, they had a shocking guess. Meeting their inquiring gazes, Qin Tian nodded slightly. Before the Poseidon nuclear torpedo explosion, I sent Qin Iron Beast General on a decapitation mission. Along with Qin Iron Beast General were Special Forces Commander Chu Xian and 100 top-tier Special Forces soldiers. By now, they should have reached Raccoon City. The two were speechless with shock. They never imagined that the chairman's ambition was so grand, directly launching a decapitation strike against the Umbrella Corporation, and so secretly that they only realized it now. The nuclear explosion was a deliberate diversion to attract the Umbrella Corporation's attention? August asked in astonishment. Qin Tian nodded slightly. That was part of the plan. Hearing this, August and Sato Takashi looked at Qin Tian with newfound respect. The chairman's thorough planning reassured them that their choice was right. If the decapitation mission succeeded, the end of the bio-crisis might indeed be near. Meanwhile, in the Umbrella Corporation's underground headquarters in Raccoon City, a senior executive in the technical department stood beside Dr. Isaacs, seeking instructions. Doctor, our attempt to eliminate the White House with the bioarmy has failed. The strength of that mechanical legion far exceeds our expectations. What should we do now? Should we deploy the EMP bombs? After listening to his subordinate's report, Isaac decisively gave instructions. Deploy 4 EMP bombs first, followed by 4 thermobaric bombs. Wipe out that mechanical army. If that's not enough, use some conventional ballistic missiles and cluster bombs for supplementary strikes. Once the White House loses that mechanical army, the remaining human forces will be insignificant. His tone was filled with determination. The mechanical army was too powerful and had severely impacted the company's plans. Without eliminating it, the company's grand vision could never be realized. The senior executive of the tech department respectfully accepted the order and quickly relayed it back to the team. Dozens of technicians immediately got to work, preparing to activate the weapon systems. Just then, a strange buzzing noise sounded, and the walls began to shake slightly. All the technicians paused, looking around in confusion. One technician approached the loudest spot, pressing his ear against the wall to listen. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a massive spiral drill burst through the wall, impaling the listening technician. Blood and bone fragments splattered everywhere. Before anyone could react, the drill quickly retracted. A large hole, 6 meters in diameter and 3 meters wide, appeared in the wall. A blue light shone from the dark opening, and a 5-meter steel beast stepped out, its heavy footsteps echoing like a drumbeat on the technicians' hearts. It was none other than the Blue Iron Beast, one of the 4 generals of the Iron Beast Army. It coldly surveyed the shocked and terrified Umbrella staff before slowly raising its arms. This mission is a decapitation strike. Hello and goodbye. Before it finished speaking, 2 machine guns spewed fire, instantly turning the dozen technicians into Swiss cheese. Dozens of computers exploded, papers flew everywhere, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. Go, go, go. With a command, a special operations unit led by Special Forces Captain Chu Xian poured in through the hole. This elite team, composed of the best from 8 Special Forces units, quickly secured the control room and surrounding areas, eliminating all Umbrella personnel they encountered. Chu Xian approached the Blue Iron Beast, a confident smile on his face. General Blue Iron Beast, thanks to the Iron Beast Army's drilling vehicle, we were able to infiltrate the Umbrella Corporation headquarters so swiftly. The decapitation mission will surely succeed, and the speaker will soon receive news of our complete victory. The Blue Iron Beast nodded slightly. Indeed. Let's finish this quickly and make sure Isaac doesn't escape. With that, it strode forward, clearing the way for the entire force. Follow me. Chu Xian ordered, leading 100 elite Special Forces soldiers in pursuit of the Blue Iron Beast, continuing their assault on other areas. Strong fortresses are often breached from within. Umbrella Corporation's defense system quickly collapsed under the internal assault. Various countermeasures were systematically dismantled. The floor drop mechanism was destroyed by a single strike from the Blue Iron Beast. The laser grid corridor was obliterated by 3 rockets, and armed personnel were effortlessly neutralized by the special forces. Even the lickers, executioners, and zombie dogs were easily handled by the superhuman Chu Xian, who had perfectly merged with the virus. In the face of this combined force of elite soldiers, superhumans, and powerful steel creatures, Umbrella Corporation's defenses crumbled. Realizing the situation was out of control, Isaac, under the protection of 10 security personnel, boarded an elevator to evacuate to another base. He did not activate the self-destruct system, as the facilities within the base were crucial for Umbrella's plan to restart human civilization. However, Qin Tian, the mastermind behind the special military operation, had anticipated Isaac's escape attempt. He timed it perfectly and ordered a Super Hornet jet from a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier docked at San Francisco Harbor to take off. As the jet reached the skies over Raccoon City, it fired 2 powerful air-to-ground missiles at the former nuclear blast zone massive crater that once housed the Hive, with Umbrella's headquarters beneath it. Boom. 5 seconds later, the missiles exploded, severely damaging the underground elevator system. The elevator carrying Isaac and his team was stuck midway, leaving them stranded. A minute later, the Blue Iron Beast and Chu Xian arrived with their special forces, discovering Isaac and his team trapped in the air. In the preceding battle, all bioweapons and Umbrella personnel, except for those in the stasis pod storage and the gene reserve, had been eliminated. The Blue Iron Beast coldly stared at Isaac and his companions, who were about 50 meters above the ground, and fired its machine gun at the elevator's edges, causing it to slowly descend. Once the elevator reached the ground, the Blue Iron Beast swiftly killed the 10 disoriented and injured armed biohumans, leaving Isaac alone. Isaac looked around in disbelief. Having always operated through clones, he never expected his real body to fall into enemy hands. Colonel Chu, this man is the actual head of Umbrella Corporation. Should we keep him alive? The Blue Iron Beast asked, pointing its machine gun at Isaac. Chu Xian shook his head. The speaker only has 2 requirements for us. Control the Red Queen and secure the gene reserve. Everything else is up to us. The Red Queen controlled all of Umbrella's secrets and scientific knowledge, and the gene reserve was the foundation for the revival of human civilization. It was no wonder Qin Tian had these 2 demands. Since we have full authority, my suggestion is to eliminate him. Qin Tai Beast voiced his murderous intent towards Isaac without any hesitation, his eyes glinting with cold malice. As a product of the Mecha Beast world, he was well versed in the law of the jungle, firmly believing that capturing the leader of an enemy faction necessitated execution to prevent future threats. Chu Xian nodded slightly in agreement. He said gravely, I concur with General Qin Tai Beast. In our Xia nation, we have a saying, it's easier to catch a thief for 1,000 days than to guard against one for 1,000 days. Eliminating him clearly serves our interests better. Before he finished speaking, Chu Xian had already pressed a handgun to Isaac's forehead. Isaac's face turned ashen, and cold sweat poured down his face. Just as Chu Xian was about to pull the trigger, Isaac suddenly screamed hysterically, Stop! Stop! Chu Xian remained expressionless and said softly, Stay still, and I'll treat you to some yogurt with dragon fruit. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Isaac's head exploded instantly, red and white matter spraying from the wound and trickling into his half-open mouth. The mastermind behind the bioweapon crisis that nearly led to humanity's extinction met his dramatic end. As everyone was still reeling from the shock of Isaac's execution, a soldier quickly approached Chu Xian and reported, Commander, after counting, there are 1,325 Umbrella personnel in the hibernation pods. How should we handle them? Capture or execute? Chu Xian pondered for a moment before decisively ordering, execute all Umbrella personnel in hibernation, but do not damage the pods or related equipment. Additionally, send a hacker team to the lowest level of the base to locate the Red Queen mainframe, reboot it, and install the lunar program. Reinforce the guard at the gene storage vault with the 4th squad joining the 3rd and 2nd squads. No one is to enter without orders from me or the speaker. The lunar program is a super program designed by the White Mansion to control the Red Queen. Once installed and activated after shutting down the Red Queen mainframe, the AI would be fully under the command of the United Human Forces. Yes, sir. With the orders given, the Special Operations Units swiftly began their tasks. 30 minutes later, 1,325 Umbrella personnel were silently executed in their sleep, and their bodies were transported to the waste disposal area for incineration. The Red Queen was rebooted and had the lunar program installed, bringing it under the control of the United Human Forces. The security around the gene storage vault was significantly bolstered. Upon successfully completing the mission, Qin Tian immediately reported the good news to headquarters. At the White Mansion Fortress, Qin Tian was overjoyed upon receiving the news. He promptly ordered, deploy 5 armed helicopters, 15 transport helicopters, and send an elite infantry company to reinforce Qin. Tell him to hold the Umbrella headquarters at all costs. If any unexpected situations arise, he can call for support from headquarters at any time. With the Umbrella headquarters conquered, Isaac executed, the Red Queen controlled, and the gene storage vault secured, it was clear that the bioweapon crisis sweeping Blue Star was nearing its end. What excited Qin Tian even more was that the Iron Beast Legion was collecting the bodies of zombies and bioweapon monsters, as well as metal scraps and ores from the battlefield. Once the collection was complete, these materials could be exchanged for a substantial amount of energy points. 6 hours later, a gray Iron Beast returned to the fortress and reported to Qin Tian. Marshal, the collection task is complete. Qin Tian immediately headed outside the fortress with the gray Iron Beast. As soon as he exited the gate, he was greeted by the sight of dozens of mountains made of zombie and bioweapon monster remains, metal scraps and ores. Despite the distance, the stench of decay was overwhelming. Iron Beast soldiers were busy around the mountains, their bodies covered in foul-smelling slime. General Gentai Beast, lead the army 500 meters back for decontamination by the human forces to prevent the virus from spreading to the fortress, Qin Tian ordered. The Iron Beast Legion had completed their task. Now it was his turn. Yes, Marshal. General Gentai Beast complied, leading the troops back for thorough decontamination. Qin Tian gazed at the mountains before him and called out to the system in his mind. Exchange for energy points immediately. The system's prompt sounded, based on calculations, these zombie and bioweapon remains, metal scraps, and ores can be exchanged for 120,000 energy points. Confirm exchange? Confirm. Qin Tian confirmed without hesitation, though he was slightly surprised. He had estimated at least 200,000 to 300,000 energy points, but it turned out to be only 120,000. It seemed that energy points were more precious and harder to come by than he had imagined. As the system prompt sounded again, the mountains vanished instantly, and Qin Tian's energy point balance surged from 0 to 120,000. This wealth was enough for 1 golden tier draw and 2 purple tier draws, or 120 consecutive blue tier draws. Witnessing the miraculous disappearance of the mountains, both the Iron Beast soldiers and human troops were astounded. They exchanged bewildered glances and whispered among themselves, could this be the Marshal's doing? Is the speaker a man or a god? Qin Tian, a 24-year-old human military council chairman and marshal of the Iron Beast Legion, was intently staring at his personal interface. His 150-year lifespan brought a satisfied smile to his face. The virus not only granted him superhuman abilities, but also significantly extended his life. System, activate the purple level roulette immediately, Qin Tian ordered decisively upon returning to the Bifortress. A purple light flickered, and the roulette will slowly materialize. Super Soldier Serum Formula, 100 Valkyries, 100 Alien Terminators, Ruins of the Giant City, a new nuclear-powered carrier battle group, complete anti-gravity engine technology. The enticing options dazzled Qin Tian. Start the draw. Qin Tian commanded without hesitation. White light spun rapidly on the wheel, and the energy points plummeted from 120,000 to 110,000. 5 seconds later, the result was revealed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 100 Valkyries, the system's prompt announced. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. The Valkyries, formidable warriors from the Crossfire dimension, were not only exceptionally powerful but also possessed beauty and loyalty. These warriors, currently dormant in the system space, could be summoned at any moment. The wheel refreshed with new options. Qin Tian ordered again. Start the draw. Another 10,000 energy points vanished in an instant. 5 seconds later, the second draw result appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the Super Soldier Serum Formula. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. This formula, originating from the Marvel Universe, could enhance the user's physical capabilities by 2,000 and increase brain usage to 100. It was undoubtedly a key to advancing human civilization. Gazing at the remaining 100,000 energy points, Qin Tian pondered. Should he risk a high-stakes golden level draw, or play it safe with multiple lower-level draws? Let's take a look at the golden level roulette. Qin Tian thought to himself. Golden light shone as the wheel slowly unfolded. Dragon Mecha, Sky Carrier, Planet Cannon, Space Battleship, District 9 Ship, Ghidorah Hatchling. Every option made Qin Tian's heart race. Start the golden level draw immediately. Qin Tian decided firmly. The 100,000 energy points instantly dropped to zero, and white light spun rapidly on the wheel. Qin Tian held his breath, eyes fixed on the wheel. Mecha, battleships, ships, monster hatchlings, each was a precious reward. However, the risk of drawing nothing loomed large. Qin Tian's heart pounded in his chest. This draw could determine the outcome of the entire fortress defense battle. If he drew nothing, all efforts would be in vain. The tension was greater than ever before. Qin Tian clenched his fists, awaiting the verdict of fate. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the Luan-Bird-class sky carrier. Qin Tian's gaze swiftly scanned the system interface, and the outline of a massive object began to take shape in his mind. The Luan-Bird-class sky carrier, a super warship from a parallel world's mid-22 ND century, has a total length of 242 meters, a wingspan of 682 meters, an empty weight of 47,000 tons, and a maximum takeoff weight of up to 120,000 tons. It is not only a colossal airborne aircraft platform, but also a formidable primary starship. Qin Tian carefully read through the detailed parameters of the sky carrier. It carries 88 Xiannu fighters and 120 Chang'e mechas, equipped with 2 large nuclear fusion reactors, 38 high-thrust composite engines, 2 sets of force field drive devices, and 4 sets of onboard force field generation devices. It can reach a single-stage orbit height of 42,000 kilometers, sufficient for deployment in outer space. The weapon systems are equally astonishing. 10 high-power particle diffusion cannons, 10 high-energy pulse laser cannons, 100 large multipurpose missile vertical launch units, and 30 onboard ballistic missile launchers. The system notification sounded again, reminding Qin Tian that the technological level of this sky carrier is 100 to 120 years ahead of his current world. 5 seconds later, the lottery result was officially confirmed. Qin Tian could hardly contain his excitement. After 3 consecutive draws, not only did he avoid drawing blanks, but the golden level draw also brought him this highly advanced and powerful sky carrier. He murmured to himself, Luan-Bird-class sky carrier, Xiannu fighters, Chang'e mechas. It seems I've realized the South Heaven Gate plan. 10 minutes later, Chief of Staff Auguste strode into the office and handed a document to Qin Tian. Chairman, this is the intel sent by Colonel Chu Xian, detailing the locations of Umbrella Corporation's branches and research bases worldwide. Should we deploy missile forces to destroy them? Qin Tian took the document, quickly scanned it, and gave his instructions. Destroy all of Umbrella's branches and research bases within a day. Also, contact the nearest submarine to the Arctic Circle and have them pick up a few people. I'll have Chu Xian send you the specifics shortly. Auguste nodded in agreement and withdrew. 5 minutes later, under the orders of the military joint meeting, missile silos, launch vehicles, and submarines around the world sprang into action. Hundreds of supersonic ballistic missiles soared into the sky, heading toward their designated targets. Within half an hour, over 40 Umbrella branches and research bases scattered across the globe were destroyed. Countless bioweapons that had yet to be deployed in battle were obliterated in an instant. The Umbrella Corporation, which had orchestrated the bioweapon apocalypse, became history. Meanwhile, on a thick ice layer in the Arctic Circle, Alice, Jill, and Ada Wong witnessed the missiles streaking across the sky, penetrating the ice and destroying the underwater base. Ada Wong mused, these must be military-launched missiles. To fire 5 consecutively and hit their targets precisely, the remaining military forces are not to be underestimated. But where are they now? Before she could finish speaking, the ice suddenly trembled, accompanied by the sound of breaking ice. In the 3 women's astonished gazes, a massive submarine broke through the ice, standing like a black behemoth before them. Ada Wong was incredulous. Is this the Russian strategic nuclear submarine, Boryai? The hatch on top of the submarine opened, and a middle-aged man in a navy blue uniform with a colonel's insignia climbed out, followed by 2 armed submariners. The middle-aged officer spoke solemnly, Alice, the unique human who can perfectly merge with the virus. Jill, former elite of the Raccoon City Police Department, later head of Umbrella's military operations team. Ada Wong, senior agent of Umbrella. Hello, I am Ivanov, the captain of this strategic nuclear submarine. By order of the military joint meeting, I am here to take you to San Francisco. A helicopter will take you to the White House upon arrival. Ivanov was internally amazed by Alice's special abilities, but he maintained his professional composure. To him, this beautiful woman was practically a divine creation, a perfect life form capable of merging with the global biovirus with only beneficial effects, an utterly astonishing phenomenon. Colonel Ivanov's words left Jill, Alice, and Ada Wong deeply puzzled. Jill, dressed in a blue bodysuit, with her blonde hair and blue eyes, couldn't help but ask, "Colonel, how do you know so much about our situation? Is the Military Joint Council an organization made up of various national militaries?" Ivanov looked around at the three women and explained gravely, "It's complicated. For now, all you need to know is that the world's nations have set aside their differences and formed a united military force. The Umbrella Corporation has been completely destroyed. You'll learn more details once we reach the White House." Seeing the continued confusion on their faces, Ivanov added, "The White House is the headquarters of the United Military Force. It hosts numerous high-ranking officers, including 2 generals." "What? The Umbrella Corporation has really been eradicated?" The women's eyes widened in shock. This news was more unbelievable than anything else. Ivanov nodded in confirmation. "Yes, ladies. Half an hour ago, authorized by the Military Joint Council, over 500 conventional tactical missiles were launched globally, targeting Umbrella Corporation's facilities and research bases worldwide. The Umbrella Corporation is now history." Hearing this, the three women sighed in relief. Alice, in particular, felt a sense of liberation after enduring 5 years of post-apocalyptic nightmares. Smiling, she said, "Let's go," and follow the military's call to the White House. Jill and Ada Wong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Under Ivanov's guidance, the three women boarded the Boreas-class strategic nuclear submarine, embarking on their journey to the White House. Meanwhile, in the speaker's office at the White House fortress, Qin Tian was communicating with the system. He intended to summon a sky carrier to create a powerful space-based combat platform. This would enable strikes anywhere on Earth and defend against potential interstellar threats. The system responded, "The Luan-class sky carrier comes with a crew of 7,000, including an AI named Qingwan. The personnel include 1 captain, 2 deputy captains, 7 staff officers, 200 pilots, 790 control personnel, 1,000 marines, 2,000 mechanics, and 3,000 logistics staff. It can be deployed directly without additional personnel." Surprised by the extensive crew, equivalent to a tenth of Earth's remaining human population, Qin Tian immediately commanded, "System, summon the Luan-class sky carrier now." Following his command, a blue holographic screen appeared before him, offering a god's eye view of Earth, the Moon, and the vast cosmos. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in the void between the Earth and the Moon, revealing a massive black craft, about 200 to 300 meters long and 600 to 700 meters wide. This was the Luan-class sky carrier, resembling an oversized stealth bomber. Within 5 minutes, it fully materialized, like a colossal interstellar beast suspended between the Moon and Earth. Inside the Luan's control room, a tall young woman in a Navy uniform sat in the captain's seat. She was 26-year-old Major General Han Ruobing, the captain of the Luan-class sky carrier. Han Ruobing decisively ordered, "Command, the carrier is to enter strategic standby mode immediately. Dispatch 8 Xiannu fighters and 4 squads to patrol Earth's orbit continuously, monitoring the planet and clearing space debris. Qingwan, establish contact with the headquarters for further instructions." "Yes, ma'am." The crew and AI Qingwan sprang into action. Within half a minute, the Luan activated 13 procedures, entering combat readiness. For sleek, silver Xiannu fighters were deployed to patrol Earth's orbit. Simultaneously, Qingwan took control of 3 nearby military satellites to establish communication with the White House. Although Qin Tian couldn't see inside the Luan, he observed its subtle exterior changes and the deployment of the Xiannu fighters. A formidable space-based combat platform had been established, providing a solid defense for humanity's future. 3 minutes later, the AI Qingwan successfully established contact with the Bai residents through a military satellite in space. When the Joint Military Conference learned that a 120,000-ton sky carrier was parked in space and that this carrier, like the Iron Beast Legion, was under Chairman Qin Tian's command, the room fell into stunned silence. General August furrowed his brow, Admiral Johnson clenched his fist unconsciously, and Marshal Charles had a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Takayoshi Sato and Guk Cheng Park exchanged a meaningful glance, while Hoffman and Andre maintained a facade of calm. Each of them was wildly speculating. When had the chairman's influence extended into outer space? Had he received help from an alien civilization? Some even boldly guessed that the chairman himself might be an alien. However, no one voiced these speculations. They tacitly kept silent, understanding that some things were better left unsaid. After all, as long as Chairman Qin Tian could end the biocrisis and lead them in rebuilding human civilization, that would be the best outcome. Any other questions, they decided to set aside for now. At this moment, Qin Tian was unaware that in the minds of military leaders worldwide, he was already seen as a representative supported by an alien civilization, or possibly an alien himself. This notion wasn't baseless. Both the Iron Beast Legion and the Sky Carrier possessed technology far beyond the current level of the Blue Planet, giving off an impression of otherworldly origin. Meanwhile, at the former Umbrella headquarters in Raccoon City, now a base for the United Human Forces. Special Forces Captain Chu Xuan and the Iron Beast were standing on flat ground, gazing intently at the sky. In the distance, a small black dot gradually enlarged, revealing the outline of an Osprey transport aircraft. The 26-meter-wide, 20-meter-long aircraft slowly descended, its two large rotors kicking up a cloud of dust. Once the aircraft landed and stabilized, the hatch opened, and three stunning women with golden short hair stepped out. They were dressed in tight combat suits, with bangs covering their left eyes and blue eyes gleaming with determination. Each carried a pair of axes on their backs, their sun-kissed skin glowing healthily in the sunlight. These were the Avengers summoned by Qin Tian. The leading Avenger approached Chu Xuan and saluted crisply. Colonel Chu Xuan, greetings. The chairman asked me to deliver this to you, the formula for the super soldier serum. He emphasized that this formula is crucial to the future of human civilization and must not be compromised. Please hand it over to the Red Queen. She should be able to synthesize it. She handed over a black USB drive. Chu Xuan accepted the USB drive and returned the salute. Mission accepted. He then remembered something and took out 3 vials of green liquid from the black briefcase in his left hand. This is the dissolution serum that the Red Queen just prepared. Please take it back to the chairman. The Avenger curiously opened the briefcase and inspected it. Dissolution serum? What's that? Chu Xuan explained. This is a solution developed by the Umbrella Corporation to address the biocrisis. According to the Red Queen, as long as these 3 vials of serum are poured on the ground or shattered, the wind will carry it across the world, causing all zombies and biomonsters to die instantly. Once the serum spreads globally, the biocrisis will be completely resolved. The 3 Avengers were astonished, recalling the tough times in the Crossfire world. One of them asked, Colonel Chu Xuan, if the dissolution serum is so important, why not use it directly here? Chu Xuan smiled. Ladies, the blue planet can only have one savior, and that is the chairman. I wouldn't dare to overstep, even as a temporary stand-in. The Avengers nodded thoughtfully and then boarded the transport aircraft to return. About 4 hours later, they arrived at the Bai residence fortress and handed the briefcase containing the dissolution serum to Qin Tian. Qin Tian looked at the 3 vials of green serum on the table and listened to the Avengers' report. He pondered. Dissolution serum. As expected, Umbrella wouldn't leave themselves without a fallback. But if the biovirus is completely eradicated, will the virus in my body be affected? He began to weigh the pros and cons, considering whether to use the serum that could potentially impact his own abilities. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Ding! The perfect grades virus will not be affected by the dissolution serum. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. No impact, that's good. The perfect grades virus, a product of the system, truly is top-notch. He felt a sense of relief and prepared for the next steps in his plan. Chief of Staff, the speaker requests your presence in the conference room. Inside the General Staff headquarters, a military intelligence officer briskly approached Auguste, his voice low and urgent. Auguste nodded in acknowledgement, a knowing look flashing across his eyes. The downfall of the Umbrella Corporation was imminent, and the grand blueprint for rebuilding human civilization was about to unfold. He straightened his uniform and strode purposefully towards the central conference room. Meanwhile, 6 council members Hoffman, Andre, Charles, and others also received the summons and hurried to the conference room. 10 minutes later, all 7 council members were gathered. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tian entered the room, accompanied by 2 Nemesis warriors and advisor Song Yuhua. Speaker. The 7 council members stood and saluted Qin Tian in unison. Sit. Qin Tian replied, returning the salute before heading to the head of the rectangular conference table. Once he was seated, the others followed suit. With a piercing gaze, Qin Tian addressed them, ladies and gentlemen, it's been 5 years. It's time to put an end to this biochemical disaster, reclaim lost territories, rescue survivors, and rebuild human civilization. This is our mission. What's the specific plan? Speaker. Auguste, as the chief of staff, was the first to ask. Qin Tian nodded slightly, signaling Song Yuhua to present the plan. Song Yuhua opened the documents and began reading with a clear and resolute voice. In 2 days, the entire military will mobilize to cleanse the world. We will form 6 combat groups, each consisting of 15,000 iron beasts and 3,000 human troops. Each group will be responsible for 1 continent, excluding the Arctic and Antarctic. Within 4 months, we must reclaim all lost territories, rescue all survivors, and re-establish control over Earth. All zombie and biochemical creature corpses must not be burned or disposed of in the sea. They need to be collected for the speaker's personal inspection, as per previous protocol. As soon as he finished, the 7 council members exchanged incredulous looks. Park Guchang couldn't help but speak up. Speaker, there are over 7 billion zombies worldwide and millions of biochemical creatures. Even with the Iron Beast army, completing this task in 4 months is impossible. Our ammunition reserves are insufficient for such a large-scale operation. I believe it would take at least 2 years to achieve this goal. The other council members nodded in agreement. They believed that eliminating such a vast number of zombies and biochemical creatures in 4 months was an insurmountable task. The ammunition reserves of the human and iron beast armies were far from adequate, and even if they tapped into military stockpiles worldwide, it would still fall short. They estimated that a more realistic timeline would be 2 to 3 years. Facing their doubts, Qin Tian's lips curled into a slight smile. I understand your concerns, but if I've set this goal, I'm confident we can achieve it. I may have many flaws, but overreaching isn't one of them. Before he finished speaking, one of the Nemesis warriors placed a black briefcase on the table and opened it to reveal 3 vials of green serum. Is this dissolving serum? Before the council members could ask, the Nemesis warrior detailed the serum's astonishing effects. After hearing the explanation, the council members were stunned, their eyes fixed on the 3 vials of green liquid. They realized that the Umbrella Corporation had developed such groundbreaking technology. With these 3 vials of serum, they could eliminate all biochemical viruses worldwide. This tool would allow the human and iron beast armies to carry out their missions with minimal risk, without even firing a shot. Any more questions? Qin Tian asked with a smile. The 7 council members exchanged glances and responded in unison. We will complete the mission. Then let's begin. Qin Tian stood up, taking the dissolving serum with him as he left the conference room, followed closely by the others. 3 minutes later, the group reached the rooftop of the White Mansion. Qin Tian gazed at the distant, smoke-filled ruins of Federation City and murmured, the restart of civilization begins today. With a wave of his right hand, the 3 vials of green dissolving serum flew into the air and shattered upon hitting the ground. The serum instantly vaporized into a blue mist, carried by the breeze to all corners of the world. The group felt a surge of excitement, knowing they were witnessing a historic moment. Turning to face the 7 council members, Qin Tian began assigning tasks. Johnson, Park Gukchang, Sato Takayoshi, Charles, Andre, Hoffman Yu each will lead a combat group. Johnson will handle North America, Park Gukchang South America, Sato Takayoshi Oceania, Charles Europe, Andre Asia, and Hoffman Africa. Auguste will remain at the headquarters to oversee all military operations with me. The Iron Beast generals, including Jean, Lon, Z, and Qing, will meet with you this afternoon to discuss specific coordination details. Any questions? No. They responded in unison. Then start preparing. Yes, sir. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group left the rooftop of the White Mansion and began their preparations in earnest. Orders were swiftly relayed to the entire military, causing a flurry of activity within the White Mansion fortress and the surrounding Iron Beast army camps. A global operation was about to commence. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. At exactly 8 a.m., Qin Tian personally issued the order to reclaim Blue Star. 6 battle groups were ready to move out. Generals like Johnson, Park Gukchang, and Sato Takayoshi each led a group, marching into action. The Qing Iron Beasts traveled light, as their mission was to collect bodies, not engage in battle. Wherever the army passed, the ground was littered with the remains of zombies and biomonsters killed by the dissolving serum. Except for the 2 groups in North and South America, the remaining 4 advanced in unison toward San Francisco. There, 10 aircraft carriers and over 100 large transport ships were ready to deploy nearly 80,000 troops to the other 4 continents. The Joint Military Council had mobilized all available ships, but due to the scarcity of surviving humans, this was the limit. Although thousands of ships were docked on the western coast of the Eagle Empire, there was no one to man them. 2 hours after the army set out, a nemesis knocked on the door of the Speaker's office in the White House. Mr. Speaker, Alice and her team have arrived. Bring them in, Qin Tian said, closing the book in his hand. Alice, Jill, and Ada Wong walked into the office. Seeing the rumored leader of the United Human Forces so young, their eyes couldn't hide their surprise. Though they knew Qin Tian was an Easterner, his youth was beyond their expectations. Surprised to see me? Qin Tian asked with a smile. Indeed, very surprised, Alice, clad in a black combat suit, admitted. Because you're so young. Qin Tian replied honestly. I'm 24 years old. In the past, becoming a general at this age would have been legendary, let alone holding this position. But it wasn't fate that chose me. I just got lucky. His humility and straightforwardness immediately won the women's favor. Qin Tian then shifted the conversation. What do you think of the United Human Forces so far? The 3 women exchanged glances before Alice spoke up. To maintain such discipline, weaponry, and efficiency 5 years after the bioapocalypse is impressive. The entire army is united by a strong belief in the revival of human civilization, with clear goals and unity, bolstered by the powerful Iron Beast Legion. The United Human Forces are the future of humanity. You might just be humanity's savior. Qin Tian was pleased and extended an invitation. In that case, would you be willing to join the United Human Forces and work together for the revival of human civilization? You three are natural-born warriors. An ordinary life doesn't suit you. After exchanging looks, the three women responded in unison. We are willing to join the United Human Forces. Welcome aboard. You won't regret this decision. Qin Tian then turned to the Nemesis unit leader. Anastasia, show these ladies to their quarters and get them acquainted with the situation. From now on, they are your subordinates. Anastasia nodded and led the three women out of the office. After they left, a system notification sounded in Qin Tian's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for recruiting main character Alice and key plot figures Ada Wong and Jill. Hidden system mechanism triggered. Special reward. 10,000 energy points and 2 vials of perfect grade virus. Qin Tian was delighted. Recruiting main characters and key plot figures indeed yielded extra rewards. The 10,000 energy points could be used for 1 purple level draw or 10 blue level draws. With the new 2 vials of perfect grades virus, he now had 10 vials, enough to create 10 superhumans. Qin Tian began to ponder which 10 individuals should receive the virus injections, but it was already certain that his chief bodyguard Anastasia would be one of them. Colonel, the speaker wants to connect with you. In the communication room of the underground base in Raccoon City, Chu Xian suddenly received a video call request from the headquarters of the Bai Fu. The flashing red icon on the screen indicated that it was a call initiated personally by the speaker. Chu Xian quickly straightened his uniform, took a deep breath, and clicked the connect button. The face of speaker Qin Tian immediately appeared on the high-definition display. Chu Xian stood at attention and saluted. But Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively and smiled. No need to be so formal. I mainly want to ask you about the number and efficiency of clone production lines at the Raccoon City base. Chu Xian, well-versed in the base's operations, promptly replied. Reporting to the speaker, the Raccoon City base currently has 2 clone production lines. They can produce both biosoldiers and ordinary humans. At full capacity, each line can produce 1,000 individuals per month. Qin Tian nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. 1,000 per line per month means 2,000 in total. Chu Xian, I need you to activate the production lines immediately and clone 6,000 humans within 3 months. 1,000 of them should be biosoldiers, all male. The remaining 5,000 should be ordinary humans, with 2,000 males and 3,000 females. Additionally, construct 3 new clone production lines in Raccoon City, also to be completed within 3 months. Can you do it? Chu Xian instantly understood the speaker's intention. The operation to reclaim Blue Star had begun, and 3 months later, humanity would once again control the world. This task was evidently in preparation for the revival of civilization. Mission guaranteed to be completed. Chu Xian responded firmly but also raised a practical concern. However, the Raccoon City base lacks sufficient resources and will need support from headquarters. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively and said, list the resources you need and how much, and send it to the headquarters staff. I'll have them delivered from around the world. The grand plan of civilization's revival must not be hindered. Yes, sir. Chu Xian saluted again, and Qin Tian promptly ended the video call. Over the next 3 months, the pace of humanity's reconstruction never slowed. The dissolving serum took effect, and the world gradually began to revive. The operations to reclaim Blue Star, clone humans, transport resources, and configure serum proceeded methodically. A week later, over a dozen Osprey transport aircraft continuously shuttled back and forth, delivering various resources and large quantities of food needed for the construction of 3 new clone production lines in Raccoon City. Meanwhile, the original 2 production lines had already begun manufacturing biosoldiers and ordinary humans. 3 weeks later, 10 aircraft carriers and hundreds of large transport ships carrying 4 combat groups each landed in Europe, Asia, Africa, and Oceania, launching large-scale cleanup operations. Airports were gradually repaired and brought back into service. A month and a half later, the North American continent, overseen by Johnson, and the South American continent, led by Park Guk-chang, were the first to be fully reclaimed, setting an example for the entire army. 2 months later, the Oceania continent was completely cleared. 2.5 months later, the European continent was declared fully reclaimed. Simultaneously, Chu Xian completed the tasks assigned by Qin Tian, constructing 3 new clone production lines in Raccoon City, and nearing the completion of manufacturing 1,000 biosoldiers and 5,000 ordinary humans. In the 12th week, the last week of the 3rd month, the vast continents of Africa and Asia were finally fully reclaimed. At this point, all major regions of Blue Star were back under human control, marking the successful completion of the Blue Star operation. Throughout this process, Speaker Qin Tian traveled between the 6 continents by helicopter and plane, personally overseeing various tasks. The bodies of over 7 billion zombies and millions of bio-creatures were exchanged, yielding an astonishing number of energy points. However, Qin Tian refrained from exchanging the metals, minerals, and energy in over 200 countries and thousands of cities around the world, as these were essential for restarting industry and advancing civilization. The vast amount of energy points obtained had left Qin Tian somewhat overwhelmed. akin to the disorientation of sudden wealth. 3 months was enough to change many things. For instance, the high walls surrounding the headquarters of the United Forces at Baifu Fortress had been dismantled, and the anti-aircraft positions on the rooftop had been removed. The land within a 5-kilometer radius was leveled, and a makeshift helicopter airport had sprung up. Numerous armored units and helicopters were neatly arranged on the ground, forming a stark contrast to the crowded and chaotic scene 3 months earlier. On the ground that had been trampled by various tanks, armored vehicles, and wheeled units, grass began to regrow, teeming with life. Soon, this place would transform into lush green lawns. Meanwhile, in the central conference room inside Baifu, a crucial meeting determining the future of humanity and Blue Star was underway. Qin Tian sat at the speaker's seat, his expression serious as he posed a critical question to August, Johnson, Park Guk-chang, Sato Takara, Charles, Andre, and Hoffman, the 7 council members. The biocrisis has ended, and Blue Star has been reclaimed. First, congratulations on surviving this disaster. Now, a pressing question lies before us. What is the future path for humanity and Blue Star? The atmosphere in the conference room instantly grew tense. After about 20 seconds of silence, August calmly asked, "What are your thoughts, Speaker?" The other 6 council members held their breath, knowing that the outcome of this meeting would determine their future status, and even their survival. Facing their attentive gazes, Qin Tian spoke gravely, "We have 2 options. Disband the United Forces and each rebuild our own nations, returning Blue Star to its former state of numerous countries. Or, we form a stronger federation or alliance, creating a single nation on Blue Star. Human civilization would then march into the future united and glorious." This was the choice Qin Tian presented to the 7 council members. However, they understood that this seemingly optional question offered no real choice at all. They were acutely aware that, from both a macro and personal perspective, the speaker wanted them to choose the second option. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense instantly, with the 7 council members exchanging knowing glances. Admiral Johnson, a seasoned veteran of the Eagle Empire Navy, was the first to break the silence. After all, who wouldn't want to achieve eternal glory and become the leader of Blue Star? His voice was low and resolute. The unification of Blue Star is beneficial to all of human civilization. The speaker, with his absolute power, would never allow the United Forces to simply fall apart. Johnson's words struck a chord with everyone. He continued, "The tide of history is vast and unstoppable. Those who follow it will prosper, while those who defy it will perish. If we dare to choose the first option, we might not even leave the White House alive today. By tomorrow, there could be news of certain council members suddenly dying of incurable diseases." The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Johnson took a deep breath, his tone becoming even firmer. The biochemical crisis nearly wiped out humanity, but it also indirectly accelerated the unification of human civilization. We can't turn back the clock. Establishing a more cohesive federation or alliance clearly aligns with the interests of all humanity. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 6 council members, including August, immediately echoed, "Agreed, agreed, agreed." Their voices were uniform, as if they had rehearsed countless times. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. He knew that achieving unification without bloodshed was beneficial to everyone. From now on, there would be no more Eagle Empire, Sun Never Sets Empire, Xia Kingdom, or Island Nation, only the unified federal state. At that moment, Chief of Staff August raised a crucial question. But what should this federation be called? Blue Star Federation? Human Federation? We need a name. The group fell into deep thought. Both names had their merits, but also their flaws. Blue Star Federation seemed too narrow, especially with the emergence of the Iron Beast Corps and the Luanberg-class sky carriers, as humanity would likely soon extend its reach into space. On the other hand, Human Federation seemed too limited, considering the potential inclusion of the Iron Beast Corps and other special life forms in the future. After pondering for a moment, Qin Tian suddenly spoke. "The Starry Sea is vast and unfathomable. Let's call it the Abyss Federation. It signifies immense strength and inscrutability." Abyss Federation, that's a good name. Agreed. It sounds grand and meaningful. The 7 council members unanimously expressed their approval. Thus, the Abyss Federation was officially established, effectively unifying Blue Star. Qin Tian became the leader of Blue Star, making history as the first in 6,000 years of human civilization. Next, Qin Tian inquired about the number of survivors. August promptly reported, "Mr. Speaker, after thorough statistics, we've rescued over 43,000 survivors across the 6 continents. This includes ordinary civilians and disconnected military personnel from various nations. Combined with the Federal Army, the total population on Blue Star now stands at 71,125. This number exceeded Qin Tian's expectations by more than 20,000. He immediately issued a stern directive: deploy psychologists and other professionals with lie detection equipment to screen all rescued survivors. Anyone who has brutally murdered fellow humans during the apocalypse or killed soldiers without necessity should be executed. Other offenses can be tolerated. As for soldiers, those who have unjustly killed civilians must also be executed. The Abyss Federation has no place for such scum. August and the other council members agreed and promised to complete the screening within a month. To alleviate concerns about the reduced population, Qin Tian showcased a video from the Raccoon City base. The footage displayed numerous young humans in white protective suits and biosoldiers in black combat gear working diligently. High-tech cloning production lines were operating efficiently. In the past 3 months, the Raccoon City base has cloned 1,000 biosoldiers and 5,000 ordinary humans, with 3 new cloning production lines established. These ordinary humans possess high intelligence, robust physiques, and strong reproductive capabilities. The revival of civilization will not be hindered. In fact, progress will only accelerate. Qin Tian's words brought relief to everyone. Finally, Qin Tian assigned an important task to General Charles. I have a mission for you. Take 4,000 federal soldiers and 60,000 Iron Beast troops to Europe to build a new city. All necessary construction materials and equipment will be provided. The goal is to complete the city within 3 months, with comprehensive facilities and good greenery, capable of accommodating at least 1 million people, near a quality water source and fertile land. This is just the initial phase, with further expansions to follow. Qin Tian explained. All 10,000 cities on Blue Star are now abandoned. Instead of slowly cleaning and repairing them, it's better to build a new city from scratch. Once the new city is ready, everyone, except for personnel at major military bases and airports, will move in. In 3 months, with the addition of cloned humans, the total population will still be under 100,000, so there's no need to spread out. This decision marked the beginning of a new chapter in human civilization. A brand new city would become the starting point for humanity's rebuilding efforts. Yes, Charles responded immediately upon hearing the speaker's command. He raised no objections, confident in his ability to complete the task. The addition of 60,000 Iron Warriors completely changed the situation. These tireless, immensely strong beings were as efficient as 6 million human workers on the construction site. Coupled with the full provision of materials and machinery from the Federation, Charles was confident they would meet the deadline. This city is not just the first new city after the disaster. It will also be the capital of the Xingyuan Federation. General Charles, do not let me down, Qin Tian emphasized, his sharp gaze fixed on the relaxed Charles. The Federation's capital? The news struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. What they had thought to be just a transitional city was actually the core hub of the entire Federation. Charles immediately adjusted his demeanor and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, once the capital is built, it will not disappoint you." He paused and then asked, "What shall we name the capital? Xingyuan City?" "No." Qin Tian shook his head, "Holy Terra." After the meeting, the blonde, blue-eyed, and strikingly attractive captain of the guard, Anastasia, entered the room carrying a silver-white case. She opened it to reveal 20 neatly arranged blue-black super soldier serums. Qin Tian gazed at the serums and remarked, "This is the cornerstone of human evolution. Finally, we have results." Following a brief conversation, Qin Tian unexpectedly took out a perfect-grade blue virus and placed it on the table. "This is for you," he told Anastasia. "After using it, not only will you reach the level of a super soldier, but you'll also awaken flame and psychic abilities." Overjoyed, Anastasia injected the virus under Qin Tian's watchful eyes. As she closed her eyes to undergo the transformation, Qin Tian had a sudden idea and asked the system if it was possible to use both serums simultaneously. Upon receiving a positive answer, Qin Tian unhesitatingly injected himself with the super soldier serum. Instantly, he felt his blood boil, his heart rate surged to 20 beats per second, and his body temperature spiked to 120 degrees. Sweat drenched the surrounding furniture and floor, and even white steam rose from his head. This intense reaction was unlike anything he had experienced with the virus before. Qin Tian realized it was the result of the 2 serums merging within his body. Fortunately, as an individual with superpowers, his extraordinary physique allowed him to endure this extreme state. An ordinary person would likely have perished on the spot. Approximately 10 minutes later, the 2 serums had fully integrated within Qin Tian's body. His height increased from 1.8 meters to 1.85 meters, making him appear more poised and charismatic. Qin Tian could feel a significant enhancement in both his physical fitness and supernatural abilities. He estimated that his physical attributes were now at least 50 times that of an average person, and his supernatural strength had increased 5-fold. It's time to get some new clothes, Qin Tian thought to himself, noticing that his current outfit had become too small due to his increased height. At that moment, Anastasia opened her eyes, having successfully fused with the perfect T-virus to become a superhuman. She looked at Qin Tian in surprise. "Huh, Chairman, did you get taller and sweat a lot?" Just as Qin Tian was about to explain, the conference room door suddenly opened. Intelligence Officer Song Yuhua walked in with a stack of documents. Seeing the sweat-drenched Qin Tian and the stunning Anastasia, and glancing at the water stains on the table, chairs, and floor, her face immediately turned red. I'm so sorry for interrupting. Song Yuhua quickly retreated and thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Anastasia was somewhat confused, while Qin Tian could only smile wryly, knowing that Song Yuhua had misunderstood the situation. After injecting Anastasia with the super soldier serum, Qin Tian opened his personal status panel. Compared to before, the data had significantly changed. Host, Qin Tian. Age, 24. Position, Chairman of the Xingyuan Federation. Lifespan, 200 years. Supernatural abilities, Flame, Psychic Power. Energy points, 8,010,000. Qin Tian was most pleased with the 8,010,000 energy points. 8 million were earned from converting over 70 billion zombies and more than 4 million biomonsters, while the additional 10,000 came from recruiting Alice and her 2 companions. These energy points were enough to activate the legendary spin wheel and draw 8 times, or perform 81 golden level draws. Feeling a bit eager, Qin Tian said, System, activate the golden level spin wheel. A golden light screen appeared before Qin Tian, showcasing 6 vividly displayed items: Blood Orchid Garden, Ghidorah Hatchling, Ice Wolf Beast Legion, Leopard Beast Legion, Beast Tribe Mecha King Token, and Godzilla Hatchling. Qin Tian was secretly delighted to see both the Ghidorah Hatchling and the Godzilla Hatchling among the options. These 2 monster hatchlings would grow into super monsters capable of withstanding nuclear explosions, possessing immense combat power. Start the draw. Qin Tian began the continuous draws without hesitation. After 10 draws, Qin Tian successfully obtained the Blood Orchid Garden, Beast Tribe Mecha King Token, Ice Wolf Beast Legion, Leopard Beast Legion, Ghidorah Hatchling, and Godzilla Hatchling. Despite 4 thank you for participating results, Qin Tian still got everything he desired. Reviewing the descriptions of the 6 items, Qin Tian couldn't help but sigh. All the items are related to beasts or a part of the beast tribe. Does this make me the king of the beast tribe? He shook his head with a wry smile, but felt a sense of anticipation for the future. Qin Tian had a thought and summoned 2 baby monsters. Instantly, a dark green, swirling wormhole appeared before him. Emerging from it were 2 adorable little monsters, each about half a meter tall, reaching only up to Qin Tian's knees. Come out, Godzilla. Ghidorah. Qin Tian called softly. The 2 young monsters, upon seeing Qin Tian, immediately bounded towards him, affectionately nuzzling his legs with their heads. Despite being newly born and simple-minded, they instinctively recognized Qin Tian as their master. With a knowing smile, Qin Tian easily lifted the 2 little monsters, holding Godzilla in his left hand and Ghidorah in his right. He examined their appearances. Godzilla resembled a mix between a crocodile and a T-Rex, endearingly ugly. Ghidorah, on the other hand, was more majestic, with 3 dragon heads, 2 tails, a pair of wings, and no forelimbs, only hind legs. Its body was covered in golden scales, much like the legendary Yinglong from Chinese mythology. From now on, your names will be Sun and Galaxy, Qin Tian decided. Godzilla, you are Sun, and Ghidorah, you are Galaxy. The little creatures seemed to understand, letting out joyful cries. Just as Qin Tian was basking in their happiness, they began to cry out again, this time out of hunger. Qin Tian frowned, pondering what to feed them. The system timely provided a hint. Godzilla and Ghidorah primarily consume nuclear material but can also eat magma, animals, electricity, and other monsters. Relieved by this information, Qin Tian relaxed. With tens of thousands of nuclear warheads and over 400 nuclear power plants, there was more than enough to allow them to grow to their adult forms. Under Qin Tian's arrangements, 10 Nemesis soldiers, enhanced with super soldier serum, escorted Sun and Galaxy aboard an Osprey transport aircraft to the nearest nuclear power plant. Along the way, everyone who saw the peculiar creatures was astonished, speculating that they might be some kind of mutated species. Time flew by. After the establishment of the Star Abyss Federation, Blue Star was unified, and the revival of various civilizations proceeded in an orderly fashion. 2 months later, the screening process was completed, and those found unqualified were executed. Meanwhile, Sun and Galaxy, after devouring the energy of the first nuclear power plant, quickly grew into massive monsters over 10 meters tall and weighing tens of thousands of tons. 3 months later, the Holy Terra City was completed on the European plains, coinciding with Qin Tian's 25th birthday. Qin Tian ordered all military facilities to be handed over to the Biosoldiers and the Iron Beast Legion, and for all other personnel to move into Holy Terra within 10 days. Chief of Staff August received the order and immediately issued directives to all units of the Federal Army. The system alert sounded, signaling the summoning process for the Leopard Beast Legion and the Ice Wolf Beast Legion had begun. Qin Tian waited quietly, calculating the formidable power that would soon be at his disposal. In 3 hours, 100,000 leopard beasts and 10,000 ice wolf beasts would arrive at the Bai mansion to join him. Meanwhile, the sky over Federal City was suddenly filled with a dense swarm of pale blue robots. These towering figures, standing 5 meters tall with a wingspan of 10 meters, were the ice wolf beasts from the necropolis of the mech beast world, the strongest among the 3 great beast legions. Their crimson eyes glinted in the sunlight, and each flap of their wings produced a deafening roar. Leading this legion was General Zilong, a creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, but with different coloring. 10,000 ice wolf beasts flew rapidly across the sky, their overwhelming presence nearly blanketing half of Federal City. On the ground, under the command of Generals Green Leopard and Blue Leopard, 50,000 leopard beasts were racing towards the Bai mansion at an astonishing speed. Following closely behind, another 50,000 leopard beasts, led by General Purple Leopard, advanced steadily, carrying a large amount of weaponry and energy stones. Such a massive force did not go unnoticed by the satellites and Lewin-class sky carriers. However, no one was alarmed, as they had encountered similar mechanical legions before. The Joint Military Council had just issued an order confirming these were friendly forces. In an instant, Qin Tian's image became even more mysterious and powerful in the minds of all Federal soldiers. In the control room of the Lewin-class sky carrier, Captain Han Ruobing watched the high-definition images displayed by the AI, Qingwan, and couldn't help but marvel. 3 mechanical legions. Even without humans, the speaker is the undisputed ruler of Blue Star. At that moment, Vice Captain Lin Euro approached, placing a box containing the super soldier serum and the perfect T-virus in front of Han Ruobing. She suggested, "Captain, you should try it too when you have the chance. Ning Shui and I have already tested it. Just like HQ said, it can evolve us into superhumans and even make us taller." 2 hours later, in the open space of the Bai mansion, General Zilong, Green Leopard, and Blue Leopard respectfully saluted Qin Tian. "Greetings, Marshal." Zilong stood the tallest at 7 meters, while the other generals ranged between 5 and 6 meters. Jin Taizo stepped forward to exchange pleasantries with them. Despite being the shortest, he was the most respected due to his superior strength. Qin Tian smiled at the sight of the assembled might. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "Generals, is there any way to create more beast warriors to expand our legions?" Jin Taizo shook his head and explained, "There is a way, but it's not feasible. Each beast warrior is born automatically from the energy pools in our cities. To produce more beast warriors, we need to build beast cities with energy pools. The key lies in the 3 great tokens of the beast tribes. Without them, even if we build the cities and have ample metal and energy, we can't create the energy pools. But the 3 tokens are in the mech beast world, and we can't get them." The other beast generals nodded in agreement, acknowledging this major challenge. Zilong suddenly spoke up, "Actually, there is another way, but it's even less realistic." Green Leopard continued, "You mean the Battle King's token of our mech beast king, right? It surpasses the 3 tokens and can also be used to create energy pools, and at a higher level. It can birth all beast warriors, including the extinct poison beasts, at a faster rate, with a chance of creating new beast tribes. But the mech beast king appears only once every 100 years, let alone the Battle King's token, which is practically legendary." Hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. He thought to himself, they should have said so earlier. He had the Battle King's token, and it was precisely the token of the mech beast king. He was the mech beast king. "Is this the Battle King's token you're talking about?" Just as the 4 beast tribe generals were sighing in frustration, Qin Tian suddenly pulled out a crimson token with the word beast inscribed on it from his chest pocket and displayed it before them. The 4 generals' eyes widened in disbelief. The word beast on the crimson token emitted a faint glow, almost as if it were alive. A shiver ran through their souls, confirming the token's authenticity in an instant. "This is the Battle King's token?" one general asked, his voice trembling. "It really is the Battle King's token," another exclaimed in shock. "Marshal, so you are our beast tribe's Battle King." The 4 generals shouted in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Qin Tian smiled faintly, holding the token with authority. "Purple Dragon Beast, transform." As soon as he finished speaking, the purple dragon beast's body was enveloped by an invisible force. Its bones cracked, muscles restructured rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed from a bipedal form into a majestic flying dragon. The 4 beast tribe generals were so thrilled by the sight that they almost jumped for joy. The Battle King has appeared. The beast tribe is destined to thrive. They high-fived each other in celebration. Qin Tian dismissed the flying dragon form of the purple dragon beast with a wave and handed the Battle King's token to the strongest among the generals, the Iron Beast. "Iron Beast, you will keep the Battle King's token. Once the humans have completely withdrawn, the Federation City will be yours. Use the Battle King's token to establish a beast tribe capital on the foundation of the Federation City. The future of the beast tribe is bound to be prosperous." Iron Beast accepted the token with both hands and solemnly replied, "Yes, rest assured, Marshal, we will not disappoint you." The other three generals echoed, vowing to give their all. Back at the White Residence, Chief of Staff Auguste found Qin Tian and reported, "Chairman, the Federation City Airport has been rebuilt, and an Airbus A380 is ready for departure. Perhaps you should take the special plane to Holy Terra first. We will follow by plane and ship." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian nodded in agreement. "Very well. I'll leave the remaining tasks to you. Remember, once the humans have fully withdrawn, the Federation City is to be handed over to the three beast tribe legions, and humans are not to interfere with it anymore." Auguste responded immediately, "Understood. I'll make the arrangements." Following Auguste's arrangements, Qin Tian, accompanied by 103 members of the Nemesis Squad and 50 biosoldiers, arrived at the helicopter pad outside the White Residence. They boarded the already prepared V-22 Osprey, while the Purple Dragon Beast dispatched 100 Ice Wolf Beasts for escort. An hour later, Qin Tian and his entourage successfully arrived at the Federation City Airport. They immediately spotted the blue and white Airbus A380 on the runway, the largest wide-body aircraft in the world, known as the never-falling plane. Guided by ground staff, Qin Tian and his team headed towards the plane. A captain standing by the ladder saluted Qin Tian, who returned the salute before boarding. Within 2 minutes, everyone was seated. 5 minutes later, the pilots completed their checks, and the plane began to take off. Meanwhile, the control tower issued an order. "This is the tower. The chairman's special plane has taken off. Repeat, the chairman's special plane has taken off. Air Force and Navy, dispatch fighter jets for escort." At the airport, 2 Raptor stealth fighters took off in quick succession. From a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier in San Francisco Bay, 6 Super Hornet fighters were catapulted into the air, heading towards Qin Tian's plane. Along with the 100 Ice Wolf Beasts, this formidable escort showcased Qin Tian's esteemed status in the Star Abyss Federation. Simultaneously, on the banks of the Rhine River in the European plain, the capital of the Star Abyss Federation, Holy Terra, had risen. This new city, built by 4,000 human soldiers and 60,000 Iron Beast warriors over 3 months, symbolized the revival of human civilization and the rise of the Star Abyss Federation. From a bird's-eye view, Holy Terra featured a diverse architectural style, including Gothic and domed buildings, Oriental classical structures, and modern skyscrapers and plazas. Intersecting roads and rivers divided the city into orderly blocks, with poplar, plane, and willow trees adding vibrant life. Although the streets were sparsely populated, the 4,000 square kilometer city could accommodate at least 1 million residents in the future. At that moment, the southeastern airport of Holy Terra was a scene of solemn anticipation. Lieutenant General Charles and the Iron Beast were leading an armored company and 100 black Iron Beasts, awaiting Qin Tian's arrival. On the tarmac were a Cadillac Beast and 20 special utility vehicles prepared for the chairman and the Nemesis Squad. "They're here," the Iron Beast suddenly said. Charles looked up and indeed saw an Airbus A380 descending on the horizon, accompanied by escort fighters and Ice Wolf Beasts. Everyone straightened up, ready to welcome the chairman in their best form. 5 minutes later, the plane landed smoothly on the 9-kilometer-long runway and taxied to a stop. 10 minutes later, the plane reached its designated position. The escorting Ice Wolf Beasts landed, and the 2 Raptors began their descent, while the 6 Super Hornets returned to the carrier for aerial refueling. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the cabin door opened, and the staircase extended. Dressed in a black suit, Chairman Qin Tian quickly descended the stairs, officially setting foot on the land of Holy Terra. Qin Tian disembarked from the plane, and Charles, along with the Qing Iron Beast, immediately approached him. "Take me to the Chancellor's Palace," Qin Tian said calmly. The Chancellor's Palace, serving as the residence and office of the Federal Speaker, is the heart of Sacred Terra, akin to the White House of the former Eagle Empire. However, the Chancellor's Palace is not a single building but a vast complex. Charles nodded respectfully and swiftly made the arrangements. Qin Tian, along with Anastasia, Alice, Jill, and Ada Wong, rode in a luxurious Cadillac Beast. The remaining Nemesis units were spread across 20 specialized business vehicles, while 50 biosoldiers were seated in 4 military trucks. The grand convoy set off from the airport towards the Chancellor's Palace. 2 armored vehicles led the way, with the specialized business cars protecting Qin Tian's vehicle in the middle, followed by 2 Abrams main battle tanks and 10 armored cars. 100 Iron Beast warriors secured the rear, and 100 Ice Wolf Beasts provided aerial protection. The roads of Sacred Terra, made from special materials, easily supported the massive convoy. Qin Tian observed the city through the car window, feeling satisfied with the work of Charles and the Qing Iron Beast. His simple approval could directly impact their future. An hour later, the convoy arrived at the center of Sacred Terra, a 100-metertal architectural complex, blending Gothic and classical Eastern styles, came into view. It was clear that Charles had taken Qin Tian's Eastern background into consideration during the design. skillfully merging Eastern and Western architectural arts. Charles enthusiastically introduced Chancellor. The Chancellor's palace spans 28.45 square kilometers and includes gardens, garages, swimming pools, sports fields, lakes, gyms, an armory, shooting ranges, and a helicopter airport. There is also a 5 square kilometer nuclear shelter underground that can withstand a 1 billion ton nuclear weapon. All buildings are constructed with alloys, diamond blocks, and special adhesives, making them extremely sturdy and capable of transforming into a military fortress if necessary. Qin Tian was pleased with the impeccable construction of the Chancellor's palace and turned to Anastasia, saying, "Give General Charles a perfect virus." This was a reward for Charles's hard work. Anastasia respectfully complied, and Charles was overjoyed, knowing that this virus could turn him into a superhuman. Half an hour later, Qin Tian, the Nemesis units, biosoldiers, and beast warriors officially moved into the Chancellor's palace. Within 5 days, all humans, except those at the Raccoon City base, relocated to Sacred Terra, receiving housing and living supplies. At this point, Sacred Terra's population reached 85,000, including 25,000 military personnel and 60,000 civilians. With biosoldiers from around the world, the total human population on Blue Star surpassed 90,000. Qin Tian immediately issued 3 orders. First, collect all available military equipment, vehicles, machinery, food, and living supplies from around the world. Second, adjust the deployment of the Beast Army. Third, expand the cloning production line at the Raccoon City base. These orders aimed to strengthen the Star Abyss Federation's power. 6 days later, on July 20, 2016, while fishing by the lake at the Chancellor's Palace, Qin Tian suddenly received a system notification. The Infinite Multiverse War feature had been activated. The system introduced a world wormhole lottery feature, where each draw required 5 million energy points and could yield a wormhole to another world or universe, intended for invasion, plunder, and expansion. The quality of the wormholes was entirely based on luck, without any fixed levels. The concept of a world wormhole lottery intrigued Qin Tian. Raising his right hand, he reeled in a palm-sized yellow catfish, deftly removed the hook, and placed the fish into a wooden bucket. Watching the dozen or so fish swimming inside the bucket, Qin Tian smiled, thinking about the fish soup he could make tonight. Back in his room, Qin Tian eagerly contacted the system to explore the world wormhole lottery further. As the system's prompt sounded, a purple gold 9-square grid appeared before him. The wheel had no consolation prizes. Each of the 8 squares represented a wormhole to a different parallel universe. Netherworld, Zombie World War, Alien Battlefield, 100 Days of Solitude, Blue Star's Standstill, War of Tomorrow, Return to Blue Star, and Alien. Each wormhole meant the Star Abyss Federation could expand its influence to a new parallel universe, exploiting resources, capturing populations, and acquiring technology. The enormous temptation was hard for Qin Tian to resist. Considering that the Star Abyss Federation lacked interstellar travel capabilities and that conventional development could take centuries for cosmic expansion, Qin Tian decided to take the risk. Spin. Qin Tian commanded decisively. As 5 million energy points were deducted, white light flashed, and the lottery began. 5 seconds later, the system announced that Qin Tian had successfully drawn the Return to Blue Star wormhole, which could be activated at any time. The system specifically reminded him that it was a 2-way wormhole, connecting only to the parallel universe's Blue Star, and once opened, it could not be closed. Qin Tian's mind immediately conjured the background of the Return to Blue Star world. By the end of the 21st century, severe environmental pollution made Blue Star uninhabitable for humans. To preserve civilization, countries united to form ranger teams, relocating humanity to First New Star. 1,000 years later, the legendary ranger Safer Rich and his son Qidan Rich, en route to a training base, accidentally entered a storm zone, causing their ship to crash on the now-altered Blue Star. Qin Tian quickly formulated an initial plan. Open the wormhole, send troops into the parallel universe's Blue Star, and wait for Safer and Qidan's ship to crash, then seize the ship, which contained technology at least 1,000 years ahead of the Star Abyss Federation. However, he also recognized the risks. Mishandling could attract the Ranger Army, leading to the invasion of the Star Abyss Federation. Weighing the pros and cons, Qin Tian decided to delay opening the wormhole. He needed to wait for the Star Abyss Federation to develop further, at least until Godzilla Sun and Ghidorah Galaxy had fully matured. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the Star Abyss Federation underwent significant changes. 1. Population boom. Supported by advanced cloning technology, the total population exceeded 320,000, including 50,000 military personnel and 270,000 civilians. 2. Urban transformation. The federal city was rebuilt into a futuristic, steel-structured beast tribe capital, renamed Abyss City. The city housed energy pools that continuously produced beast tribe warriors. 3. Military expansion. The Iron Beast, Leopard Beast, and Ice Wolf Beast legions grew in size, with the addition of a dozen poison beasts. 4. Territorial expansion. The Sacred Terra's area expanded from 4,000 square kilometers to 8,000 square kilometers. 5. Resource reserves. Food reserves were sufficient for 10 million people for 10 years. Various resources and equipment were in astonishing quantities. 6. Military strength. The Federation possessed 200 submarines, 400 satellites, 500 warships, 800 missile vehicles, 3,000 fighter jets, 5,000 helicopters, 10,000 nuclear warheads, 20,000 tanks, 50,000 armored vehicles, 300,000 artillery pieces, and millions of light weapons with billions of rounds of ammunition. Most of the equipment was in storage and maintenance. 7. Space power. In outer space, there was also a Lewin-class sky carrier. 8. Monster Kings. After 2 years of growth, consuming numerous nuclear power plants and magma, Godzilla's Sun and Ghidorah galaxy's powers increased significantly. Sun stood 135 meters tall, with a tail length of 192 meters, weighing 130,000 tons, mastering atomic breath and a red lotus state. Galaxy stood 158 meters tall, with a wingspan of 500 meters, weighing 140,000 tons, mastering gravity beams and triple dragon breath. Galaxy could now briefly enter spaceflight. Notably, when Galaxy first broke through the atmosphere, it nearly collided with the Luan sky carrier, almost causing a catastrophic incident. This close call made Qin Tian more cautious in planning future actions. Orcas, great white sharks, dolphins, seals, tuna, penguins, and squids swam freely on the azure surface of the ocean. Qin Tian stood on Godzilla's rugged, black rock-like back, gazing at the vibrant Pacific scene. He couldn't help but sigh. 2 years have passed, and the ocean has revived. It's not what it once was, but it will get better gradually. Anastasia, Alice, Ada Wong, Jill, and Song Yuhua, his 5 female companions, stood quietly beside him, witnessing this incredible sight. Over the past month, they had traveled across the Pacific, Atlantic, Arctic, and Southern Oceans on the backs of the Sun and Milky Way, witnessing the rebirth of the blue planet firsthand. During this journey, Qin Tian eagerly engaged in various oceanic adventures, salvaging sunken treasures, barbecuing giant squid, hunting deep-sea monsters, and even swimming alongside orcas. Driven by curiosity about Atlantis, he and the Sun dived into the depths of the Atlantic, hoping to discover the ruins of this legendary high-tech civilization and draw inspiration for the development of the Star Abyss Federation. However, despite their thorough search of the Atlantic seabed, they found nothing unusual. After 5 hours of maritime fun, Qin Tian, holding Ada Wong, who was wearing a red slip dress and had a graceful figure, said to the Sun, "It's time to go back." Over the past 2 years of living together day and night, Anastasia, Alice, Jill, Ada Wong, and Song Yuhua had become Qin Tian's beloved. The Sun promptly followed the command, carrying Qin Tian and his companions back to Holy Terra. 2 days later, they arrived at the Führer's palace. Qin Tian immediately summoned Chief of Staff August and asked, "How is the Pioneer Force preparation going?" August detailed the composition of the Pioneer Force: 500 human soldiers injected with super soldier serum, 100 iron beasts, 100 leopard beasts, 20 ice wolf beasts, 5 poison beasts, and various military equipment. General Iron Beast and Major General Simmons served as the first and second commanders, respectively. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction and ordered the Pioneer Force to be transferred to Suzaku Air Force Base, preparing to traverse the wormhole. 3 hours later, the force arrived at the base, where Qin Tian and the Federation's high command awaited them. General Iron Beast and Simmons saluted, confirming the mission details: capture Cypher Rich and Cheetan Rich, along with the crashed starship, while preventing them from activating the beacon. Qin Tian emphasized the importance of the advanced technology contained within the starship, instructing them to avoid causing further damage. He then summoned a massive dark green light pillar, forming a 50-meter diameter wormhole. Everyone present was captivated by this magical sight. Qin Tian gave his final instructions: "Go ahead. Once you establish the forward base, the council members and I will come to visit. If you encounter any unexpected situations, don't hold out. Send a communication soldier back for assistance." Suzaku Air Force Base has 150 fighter jets on standby. Led by General Iron Beast and Simmons, the Pioneer Force slowly entered the wormhole, embarking on their journey to the parallel universe Blue Planet. 10 minutes later, all personnel and equipment had crossed over, but the wormhole remained, creating a permanent passage. Gazing at the wormhole, Qin Tian softly said, "Good luck. Parallel universe, Blue Star." Over a millennium has passed, and the severe environmental pollution of the past has been naturally purified by Blue Star itself. Now, the planet is teeming with birds and beasts, and the seas are a deep blue. Majestic mountains, vast grasslands, and towering ancient forests make up the primary landscape of Blue Star, resembling a primordial planet. Traces of human civilization have almost vanished, with only a few steel building ruins covered in vines and moss standing silently as witnesses to the former rulers. In this newly rejuvenated world, an unexpected intrusion is about to break the tranquility. In the ancient Asian region, on a high plateau, yaks and antelopes are leisurely grazing. Suddenly, a dark green beam of light shoots down from the sky, forming a circular wormhole with a diameter of 50 meters on the ground. The sudden phenomenon causes countless birds and beasts to scatter in panic. This wormhole was created by Qin Tian. Moments later, pioneers from the Star Abyss Federation began to emerge. Leading the way were 2 Black Hawk helicopters and 2 Mi-24 attack helicopters, followed by armored vehicles and ground troops. As the first commander of the pioneers, Qing Taizhou immediately issued orders: deploy drones to scout the surrounding terrain. Science team, test the soil, air, and water quality. Yes, sir. 2 drones took off from an armored vehicle, beginning their reconnaissance of the area. Meanwhile, 10 scientists quickly started their work, conducting comprehensive environmental tests. 10 minutes later, the science team reported their findings. The soil was fertile, rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and selenium, making it highly suitable for farming. The oxygen content in the air exceeded 40, creating a hyperoxic environment that normal humans would struggle to adapt to without gas masks and oxygen tanks. The water quality was rated A, drinkable straight from the source. Qing Taizhou and Simmons nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the report. Aside from the high oxygen levels, the environment of this parallel world was ideal. Beautiful scenery, high-quality water sources, fertile soil, and abundant wildlife and dense forests all showcased a thriving ecosystem. As the pioneers were busy establishing their forward base, an unexpected event occurred. In an uncharted region of the galaxy, within a planetary storm zone, the starship carrying the renowned Ranger General Cypher Rich was under severe meteorite bombardment. The ship was battered and on the brink of breaking apart. General, the propulsion system has failed, and the ship could be destroyed by meteorites at any moment. Requesting permission to activate the wormhole jump, the pilot urgently requested. Even in such a critical situation, Cypher remained calm. Activate the wormhole jump immediately. As the savior of the new star humans, the legendary Ranger, and the terminator of evil, Cypher had long since cast aside fear. The pilot swiftly activated the wormhole device, and a massive azure portal unfolded in front of the ship. The starship plunged into it and vanished from the storm zone in an instant. Almost simultaneously, another blue wormhole appeared in the outer space of Blue Star. Cypher's starship, wobbling and damaged, emerged from it and began to plummet towards Blue Star. General, the ship is too damaged to continue. We must make an emergency landing on the nearest celestial body. Everyone, brace yourselves. The pilot struggled to control the descent. Cypher recognized the planet in front of him with astonishment. Is this Blue Star? After a millennium, he had unexpectedly returned to humanity's home planet, filling him with curiosity about its current state. Unlike his composed father, 16-year-old Qin Tian was terrified by his first severe spaceship accident. Inside the ship, everyone was preparing for the worst. 20 minutes later, the battered starship broke through the atmosphere and crashed into the ancient Asian region. Qing Taizhou, who was overseeing the construction of the forward base, noticed the falling starship. I didn't expect the ship the speaker mentioned to crash just 3 days after our arrival. He quickly issued orders: drones, follow and locate the crash site. Simmons, take a team to capture the ship and secure any survivors. I'll reinforce you with 2 ice wolf beasts. No problem. Simmons responded and led 12 Federation soldiers aboard a Black Hawk helicopter. 2 minutes later, 2 Black Hawk helicopters, 1 Mi-24 attack helicopter, and 2 ice wolf beasts took off, racing towards the crash site guided by drones. Curious giant eagles approached along the way but were ruthlessly torn to shreds by the ice wolf beasts. Meanwhile, at the crash site in a dense forest, the surviving Qin Tian crawled to his father Cypher's side. Dad, everyone else is dead. Only the 2 of us are left. He handed his father a bottle of breathing liquid. This is breathing liquid. Drink it quickly. We can't survive long on Blue Star's air. Having lived on New Star for so long, Qin Tian found Blue Star's gravity overwhelming. Cypher felt slightly better after drinking the breathing liquid, but his leg was severely injured and trapped. Upon inspection, Cypher found that most of the supplies were destroyed in the crash, leaving them with very little. Worse yet, without a beacon, they couldn't call for rescue. There are some supplies and a beacon in the tail section, which is located 7.5 kilometers east at 135 degrees. I'm too injured to move. Son, this task falls to you. Cypher was filled with unease, preferring to go himself rather than send his underage son into danger. But on this perilous planet, marked as a level 1 quarantine zone by the Galactic Alliance, he had no choice. Severely injured, he could only pin his hopes on his son, despite the life-threatening risks involved. Dad, I will complete the mission. I promise, Qin said, looking Cypher straight in the eyes with a tone of unwavering determination. He longed for his father's approval, willing to face any danger ahead. Cypher had told him that this was their only hope for survival. If they stayed here, they would eventually die from running out of breathing liquid in the oxygen-rich environment. Cypher, seeing the resolute look on his son's face, nodded with satisfaction. He fitted Qidong with a remote communication device and handed him a weapon that could morph and extend at will. The beast that was locked in the spaceship may have escaped. If you encounter it, kill it. Remember, do not be afraid. Don't you want to become a true warrior? Kill it, and I'll make you an honored ranger. Cypher encouraged. He wasn't sending his son to his death. He knew that the spaceship's cockpit and tail were close enough that Qidong would likely run into the beast during his mission. A life-and-death struggle was inevitable. Hearing that he might have to face the beast, Qidong hesitated. Childhood memories of his sister dying to protect him from the beast's attack resurfaced. The bloody scene was unforgettable, and he feared meeting the same fate. Noticing the hesitation in his son's eyes, Cypher placed a firm hand on his shoulder and said sternly, "Avenge your sister. Don't be a coward. Cowards don't become rangers and are not worthy to be my son." Although the pain of losing his daughter was still fresh, Cypher, as humanity's foremost warrior and general, turned his grief into strength. "Avenge my sister. Avenge my sister. Avenge my sister." Qidong muttered to himself, the hesitation in his eyes gradually replaced by anger and determination. "Dad, don't worry. I will kill the beast and become a true warrior. Your son, the one his sister died to protect, is not a coward." Cypher watched his son's transformation with deep satisfaction. He believed Qidong could do it. The future ranks of the Rangers would surely include his son. As they prepared to part ways and Qidong was about to leave the spaceship to find the tail section, the sound of whirling rotors and slicing air filled the air. "A helicopter?" Cypher exclaimed in surprise. Even though humanity had been in the interstellar age for a millennium, helicopters remained reliable aerial units, continually upgraded for various missions within Primestar. Did the pilot send a distress signal before the crash? Did Primestar or the Interstellar Alliance send a rescue team? Cypher wondered aloud. But why use helicopters in a Level 1 quarantine zone? Why not a spaceship? Aren't they afraid of sudden deaths on board? Despite their doubts, father and son struggled to the breach in the hull. Any rescue was a good thing. It couldn't be the beast it didn't know how to fly a helicopter. Under their watchful eyes, a camouflaged Mi-24 attack helicopter and two black-painted Sikorsky UH-60 Black Hawks appeared over the forest. Two strange flying creatures accompanied them. A sense of unease washed over Cypher. As Primestar's top general, he was familiar with all Ranger and planetary defense equipment. These unfamiliar models couldn't be from Primestar. Qidong, however, didn't think twice. He rushed out of the breach, waving his arms excitedly and shouting, "We're here! We're here!" Confirmed crash site and survivor locations. The helmeted pilot of the Mi-24 reported to Major General Simmons in the back. Simmons nodded and threw a rope down, rappelling to the ground. 12 more ropes followed from the Mi-24 and Black Hawks, and 12 fully armed soldiers in starry camouflage uniforms quickly descended. Once on the ground, the 13 soldiers approached the excited Qidong, while the helicopters hovered above. "Hi, I'm Qidong. Thank you for coming to rescue us. My father is badly injured. Please help him," Qidong said, puzzled by their gear but not overly concerned since they were human. "Good kid," Simmons said, patting Qidong's shoulder with a smile. "Medics, attend to General Cypher." "Yes, sir." Two medics with Red Cross armbands and medical gear stepped forward, locating Cypher at the breach. Despite Cypher's unease and confusion, they quickly assessed his injuries. Compound fracture in the left leg, severe fracture in the right, both legs bleeding. Surgery needed to avoid amputation, one medic reported. "Old Black, administer a painkiller." The medics swiftly injected Cypher with a painkiller and carefully lifted him onto a folding stretcher, carrying him out of the wreckage. Throughout the process, Cypher did not resist, realizing it was futile and sensing no immediate threat. "Who are you? Which Interstellar Alliance country are you from?" "I know you're not from Primestar," Cypher questioned Simmons once outside, unable to contain his curiosity. "Not from Primestar?" Qidong echoed, finally realizing the implication of his father's words. Simmons looked at the injured Cypher on the stretcher and remarked with a hint of exasperation, 1,000 years away from your home planet, and you haven't initiated human evolution? What have you been doing all this time?" "Indeed, it has been over 1,000 years since humanity from Shoshin Star left Blue Star." Simmons frowned in thought, puzzled by the lack of progress in human evolution among Shoshin Star's inhabitants. He couldn't help but compare them to Umbrella Corporation, finding it baffling that such a civilization could develop into an interstellar one. However, Simmons' perspective was somewhat narrow. Not all interstellar civilizations embark on an evolutionary path. Their strength largely depends on the direction of their technological advancements. If a civilization's tech tree is developed correctly, all aspects will progress evenly. If not, odd situations can arise. The humans of Shoshin Star are a prime example. They possess interstellar fleets and advanced wormhole traversal technology, yet show no progress in human evolution. In the infinite multiverse, there are even more peculiar interstellar civilizations, some still using thermal or even cold weapons. Upon reflection, the tech tree of the Xingyuan Federation also has issues. They have extremely powerful offensive capabilities but very weak defenses. Despite being a planetary civilization yet to break free from their home planet, they possess weapons of mass destruction that many interstellar civilizations lack. When Simmons mentioned human evolution, Cypher, lying on the stretcher, looked puzzled. Simmons didn't explain. He simply ordered the collection of the spaceship wreckage. He pressed his right ear communicator and called for the ice wolf beasts to hoist back the more intact cabins and cockpits. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, collecting scattered spaceship parts and debris. Two ice wolf beasts circling in the sky swooped down, their iron arms firmly gripping the well-preserved cabins and cockpits, flapping their wings vigorously to lift them. Cypher and his son watched in amazement at the advanced beast-like robot technology, growing more curious about these people's origins. Suddenly, Qidan let out a scream, drawing everyone's attention. A small red dot appeared on the back of his left hand, quickly turning blue. Intense pain swept through his body, causing him to collapse, swelling visibly. Simmons immediately called for medics. Two medics quickly diagnosed a mixed toxin, more potent than the deadliest bees. They administered anesthetics and antibiotics to prevent Qidan from dying from various symptoms. As Qidan received treatment, he felt his body stiffen, his vision blur, and a wave of intense fear surged within him. This aura of fear attracted the malevolent creatures in the forest. Suddenly, Cypher shouted alertly, "It's a malice beast, on guard." Before he finished speaking, a giant, skinned lizard-like creature leapt from the dense forest, lunging at Qidan. Its three menacing mouths were about to tear Qidan apart. Cypher screamed in despair, powerless to save his son. Simmons, enraged, transformed into a blur, appearing instantly between the malice beast and Qidan. He swung his right fist, shattering a dozen of the creature's teeth, denting its ugly head. The malice beast howled in pain and tried to flee. Simmons quickly drew a combat knife and hurled it. The knife sliced through the beast's legs like lightning, pinning it to a towering tree. Simmons ordered the soldiers to subdue the malice beast. Two fully armed soldiers swiftly caught up with the heavily injured creature, beating it nearly to death before tying it up with nylon ropes and bringing it back. Witnessing all this, Cypher was shocked, finally understanding what Simmons meant by human evolution. These people were practically superhuman. No wonder they fearlessly roamed the level 1 quarantine zone. What's this thing, exactly? Is it called an Isha? Simmons pointed at the bound, barely alive creature and asked Cypher. The creature was pitch black, covered in a hard shell, with long and powerful limbs, looking extremely menacing. Cypher was taken aback by the question and looked at Simmons in surprise. You don't know about the Isha? As members of the Galactic Alliance, you should be well aware of them. He scrutinized Simmons' expression, which seemed genuinely unfamiliar with the Isha. Without overthinking it, Cypher began explaining the creature. After all, it wasn't a secret. Got it. After listening to Cypher's explanation, Simmons had a clear understanding of the Isha. They were a species engineered by a hostile civilization specifically to kill humans. Isha have no vision, but can sense the fear emitted by humans, which they use to hunt. They are categorized into levels: low, medium, high, and lord. Simmons looked at the captured Isha, and Cypher explained. This is just a low-level Isha, but it could easily massacre a human village. Medium and high-level Isha are even more terrifying, and lord-level Isha are humanity's nightmare. They're as large as hills, can leap hundreds of meters, and their bodies are both agile and tough, bristling with deadly weapons. Cypher continued, humanity on the Prime Star nearly faced extinction due to the Isha, and there were even plans to evacuate and destroy the entire planet. That shows how dangerous they are. But, Cypher added, Isha are not invincible. They are designed to target human fear, so humans who feel no fear are their weakness. In the presence of such people, Isha become as helpless as blind men, clumsy and easy to defeat. Simmons looked thoughtfully at Cypher, who calmly said, I am one of those people who feel no fear. No matter how terrifying the situation, I remain unafraid. Under my leadership, countless fierce Isha were slain, and humanity on the Prime Star regained control. Hearing this, Simmons couldn't help but respect Cypher. Although Cypher's strength was far inferior to his own, his contributions to humanity were unmatched. After a moment of contemplation, Simmons ordered, this creature that hunts by sensing fear is of great research value. Send it back to the Federation. The Raccoon City base should be very interested in it. The captured Isha was then hoisted onto a Black Hawk helicopter. The Federation? Huh? Cypher muttered to himself, trying to guess their origins among the many federations in the Galactic Alliance. At that moment, a Federation soldier reported to Simmons, General, the The drone has successfully located the crash site of the ship's tail section. However, our transport capacity is nearly exhausted, and we can't collect and transport the tail section. Simmons nodded. Return to the forward base first, refuel, and then come back for the collection. The soldiers began wrapping up their operations and preparing to return to base. It dawned on Safer that these people weren't a rescue team sent by some interstellar federation, but personnel from a secret base on Earth, responding to the ship's crash. He couldn't help but wonder what the purpose of building a secret base in a level 1 quarantine zone was. Safer spoke up. My son and I need breathing fluid. When you retrieve the tail section, can you give us the breathing fluid from it? Unlike Simmons, Safer and his son Qin Tian couldn't survive long in an oxygen-rich environment without the breathing fluid. Safer deliberately avoided mentioning the beacon. He knew that those building a secret base in a level 1 quarantine zone with unknown intentions would never allow them to send a distress signal. Simmons met Safer's gaze and promised, "We will ensure your safety." With that assurance, Safer felt a bit of relief. Meanwhile, in the sacred terra of the Star Abyss Federation, Chief of Staff August was reporting to Speaker Qin Tian in the Chancellor's palace. Speaker, General Qin Iron Beast has relayed the message. The pioneers have successfully completed their mission, capturing the renowned Ranger Safer Rich and his son Qin Tian Rich. They also collected the ship's wreckage. Fortunately, despite severe damage to the power system and hull, the wormhole traversal device on the ship remains intact. Currently, Safer and his son are receiving treatment at the forward base, and all the ship's wreckage has been transported back to the Vermilion Bird Air Base through the wormhole. Additionally, they brought back a creature called an Isha. Qin Tian nodded slightly. The actions of the pioneers were within his expectations, including the capture of the Isha. He ordered, "Send the wormhole traversal device and the ship's wreckage to Research Institute 1. Transport the Isha to the Raccoon City base. Deploy engineering troops to enter the parallel world through the wormhole." The pioneers didn't bring much engineering equipment and can't quickly build a proper forward base. August immediately responded, "Yes, I'll arrange it right away." He then headed to the command center in the Chancellor's palace to make the arrangements. At this point, both Qin Tian and August were filled with anticipation. They knew that the remnants of the interstellar ship would significantly advance the technology of the Star Abyss Federation, accelerating its journey into the stars. Host Qin Tian, age 27, holds the position of Speaker of the Star Abyss Federation. With a lifespan of up to 200 years, his special abilities include fire manipulation and mental powers. He sat quietly in his spacious office, his eyes focused intently on the semi-transparent, personal panel floating before him. The energy points displayed caught his particular attention: 7.5 million. Qin Tian recalled the events from not long ago. After Augustus had left, he decided to check his own status. Originally, he had 8,010,000 energy points, but after 10 consecutive draws and opening a world wormhole, he was left with just over 2 million. However, over the past 2 years, he had traveled far and wide, collecting discarded metals from around the world and exchanging them, accumulating millions of energy points once again. Activate the golden tier roulette. Qin Tian murmured, a look of anticipation in his eyes. The lottery interface unfolded, revealing 6 items in sequence: a weather weapon, a ridgeback turtle, a swift dragon, a star beast gene, 10 interstellar scientists, and an energy amethyst mine. A slight smile appeared on Qin Tian's lips. Good stuff, all of it. This roulette is worth every point. Without hesitation, he began the draw. The system alerts rang out in quick succession. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired an energy amethyst mine. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired 10 interstellar scientists. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a star beast gene. Ding. Thank you for participating. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a swift dragon. Ding. Thank you for participating. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a ridgeback turtle. Ding. Thank you for participating. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a weather weapon. 9 draws, and 6 golden ear items were obtained. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction, thinking that his luck was better this time, with only 1 fewer empty draw than last time. 90,000 energy points were deducted, leaving him with 6,600,000. He carefully reviewed the descriptions of each item. The energy amethyst mine could enhance the combat capabilities of mech warriors. The interstellar scientist possessed the ability to conduct interstellar technology research. The star beast gene could enable monsters to evolve. The swift dragon and ridgeback turtle were both level 4 monsters from the Pacific Rim world. The weather weapon could create various natural disasters. After a moment of thought, Qin Tian issued commands to the system. Deploy the energy amethyst mine beneath Abyss City. Send 5 interstellar scientists to Holy Terra and 5 to Raccoon City base. Direct the swift dragon and ridgeback turtle to the Pacific Ocean to obey the sun's command. Store the weather weapon in the armory of the Führer's palace. The system swiftly executed the orders. 10 minutes later, a mountain of purple glowing crystal appeared 3,000 meters below Abyss City. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, two enormous monsters, the swift dragon and the ridgeback turtle, suddenly emerged and began swimming towards the sun's location. The interstellar scientists and weather weapon were also positioned accordingly. Meanwhile, in an alternate dimension of the Pacific Rim world, two alien beings were discussing the sudden disappearance of Kaiju 7 and 9, the ridgeback turtle and swift dragon. They decided to continue hatching new kaiju using the remaining genetic samples, but had to postpone their new offensive against humanity. Back in the Fusang region of the Star Abyss Federation, Qin Tian sat atop Ghidorah, gently stroking its dragon back. "Xinghe, do you want to become a star beast?" he asked. Ghidorah's three heads nodded simultaneously, clearly yearning to become a powerful creature capable of traversing the cosmos and destroying celestial bodies. Qin Tian smiled and produced a vial of golden serum out of thin air. "Then drink this." He was about to use the one and only Star Beast gene, worth 100,000 energy points, on Ghidorah. Although Godzilla is the true king of monsters, with only one gene of the Starry Beast available, Qin Tian must weigh the pros and cons to maximize benefits. Ghidorah, being the sole flying monster capable of briefly entering space, would far surpass Godzilla once it evolves into a Starry Beast. Qin Tian had no doubts about Ghidorah's ability to evolve successfully. Whether in terms of strength, potential, or intelligence, Ghidorah was a standout among monsters. If it couldn't succeed, then the other monsters had no hope, and they would have to rely on Godzilla. Ghidorah's three heads simultaneously fixed their gaze on the golden liquid in Qin Tian's hand, their eyes gleaming with desire. They could feel the unparalleled allure, as if even their souls were trembling. A voice within urged, "Drink it, and you will become more powerful than ever." Without hesitation, one of Ghidorah's heads seized the test tube, crushing it and swallowing both the shards and the gene. Instantly, a vast, pure power erupted within its body. Bones, flesh, and genes all underwent intense transformations, as if an eternal flame was refining its body. The excruciating pain made Ghidorah's three heads thrash and roar. It carefully set Qin Tian down, then took flight, diving directly into the endless magma of a volcano. The entire volcano collapsed under the impact. Standing at a safe distance, Qin Tian watched expectantly. He speculated to himself, the power of a starry beast after evolution might easily surpass even the sun. With this thought, he patiently waited. 12 hours later, the ground suddenly shook violently, and three earth-shattering dragon roars echoed from underground. Qin Tian immediately stood up, knowing that Starry Ghidorah's evolution was nearing completion. The ground cracked in all directions from the collapsed volcano. Qin Tian leaped back 2 kilometers to avoid the danger zone. Suddenly, a colossal figure burst from the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Fixing his gaze, Qin Tian was astonished by the sight before him. The evolved Starry Ghidorah had doubled in size, its body covered in gleaming golden scales. Its wings spanned the sky, and its 3 massive heads seemed capable of holding up the heavens, with 2 thick dragon tails adding to its imposing presence. Although its overall appearance was similar, its aura was now more domineering and ferocious. The system immediately displayed Starry Ghidorah's latest data to Qin Tian. Starry Ghidorah juvenile. Height, 350 meters. Wingspan, 1,500 meters. Weight, 250,000 tons. Abilities, gravitational rays, triple dragon breath. Undoubtedly, Starry Ghidorah's power had far surpassed the combined strength of Godzilla, the sun, the armored tortoise, and the swift dragon. Seeing Qin Tian, Starry Ghidorah dove down, folding its wings and landing before him. The 3 heads bowed gently, allowing Qin Tian to stroke them in gratitude. Qin Tian smiled and asked, "Now that you're a starry beast, even though you're just a juvenile, you can travel freely through the universe. Can you continue to grow stronger?" The head being stroked let out a low growl, and Qin Tian immediately understood Starry Ghidorah's meaning. It knew it was only a juvenile and would continue to grow, needing only to consume celestial bodies, asteroids, and meteors. Qin Tian laughed heartily. "It's good that you can keep growing." With that, he leaped onto Starry Ghidorah's back, patting its scales. "Starry Ghidorah, let's take a tour of space." Starry Ghidorah spread its massive wings and soared into the sky, quickly breaking through the atmosphere and entering the vast expanse of space. As a superhuman, Qin Tian needed no protective gear and could survive in space for about a day, unaffected by atmospheric pressure and extreme temperatures. Man and dragon roamed freely in space, shuttling between Earth and the Moon. Meanwhile, in the control room of the Luanberg-class sky carrier between Earth and the Moon, Captains Han Ruobing, Ning Shui, and Lin Euro watched enviously through high-definition screens as the chairman and Starry Ghidorah roamed space. They too longed to fly freely in space, but despite their superhuman abilities, they couldn't enter the vacuum environment recklessly. Without the gravity field of the sky carrier, they might drift uncontrollably or be struck by asteroids or meteors. Though they could use the Qin mechs for space travel, the range was limited, and they couldn't enjoy the same freedom as riding a monster. Moreover, as professional soldiers, they wouldn't use military equipment for personal entertainment. The system activated the world wormhole roulette. Qin Tian stared at the remaining 6.6 million energy points on the screen, determined to try drawing another world wormhole. Although he had already obtained a wormhole connecting to a primitive parallel world, that place couldn't meet the Star Abyss Federation's urgent need for population resources. The roulette displayed 8 world names: 2012, Alien Battlefield, 100 Days of Solitude, Independence Day, Underworld, Alien, 28 Weeks Later, and Divergent Awakening. Qin Tian's gaze lingered on these options, silently hoping to draw the 2012 world. That would be an ideal world in a doomsday state, where rescuing its inhabitants and relocating them to the Star Abyss Federation would be the perfect way to acquire population. Draw. Qin Tian's will projected onto the start button. 5 million energy points were instantly deducted, and a white light flickered as the draw began. 5 seconds later, the system notification sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Divergent Awakening world wormhole. The host can open this wormhole at any time. Information about the Divergent Awakening world flooded into Qin Tian's mind. In the 22nd century, after the Third World War, Earth was left devastated. Survivors built a 100-meter-high wall in Wind City, dividing humanity into 5 factions: erudite, dauntless, amity, candor, and abnegation. Beneath the seemingly harmonious society, a current of discord ran deep. Those known as divergents, who exhibited traits of multiple factions, were not accepted. This world had a population of over 5.8 million. Although it wasn't the expected 2012 world, Qin Tian quickly adjusted his mindset. Despite having established a stable order, the allure of over 5.8 million people was too great to ignore. However, it meant military force would be necessary for conquest. Summon the 7 council members to the Chancellor's palace for a military joint meeting, Qin Tian ordered. 2 hours later, in the central control room of the Chancellor's palace, Qin Tian faced council members Augustus, Johnson, Charles, Hoffman, Andre, Park Guchong, and Sato Takayoshi across a rectangular conference table. You all know the situation. Any thoughts? In no more than a week, the Federation will launch a war against the second parallel world. We must secure those 5.8 million people. Qin Tian tapped the table, his gaze sweeping over each attendee. Hoffman spoke first. It's just a city with no strategic depth. A blitzkrieg will suffice. First, use fighter jets to destroy military bases, then deploy gunships and armed helicopters to clear out military forces. Finally, send in ground troops to take full control of Wind City. The battle can be over in 3 hours. The others nodded in agreement. Qin Tian also found the plan simple and effective. Since there are no objections, let's proceed. This expedition will only involve human troops, no beast or monster legions. General Hoffman, you will be the primary commander of the expeditionary force. General Sato Takayoshi, you will be the secondary commander. Submit the formation plan and weapon configuration draft within a day for my approval. 4 hours later, Hoffman and Sato Takayoshi submitted their drafts. Qin Tian reviewed and approved them. The preparation for the expeditionary force then began in full swing. 5 days later, the expeditionary force was assembled and transferred to the Vermilion Bird Air Force Base in Holy Terra. Qin Tian decided to establish the new world wormhole there as well, in correspondence with the Return to Earth wormhole. On August 8, 2018, under the watchful eyes of many, Qin Tian opened the wormhole to the Divergent Awakening world. This gigantic passage, 150 meters in diameter and 60 meters wide, stood in the eastern part of the base, significantly larger than the Return to Earth wormhole in the west. This was to ensure the smooth passage of large aircraft and gunships. In the base, the emerald green wormhole emitted a mysterious glow, capturing the attention of countless Federation soldiers. For most, it was their first time witnessing a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie. Exclamations of awe filled the air. Is this really a wormhole connecting parallel worlds? How mysterious. Going to fight in a parallel world. What an unimaginable experience. Mr. Speaker, 50 Falcon and Firefly fighters, 20 Sword fighter bombers, and 20 AC gunships are ready for deployment. 100 Osprey transport aircraft, 100 Chinook helicopters, 100 Black Hawk helicopters, and 200 Hind and Apache attack helicopters are on standby. 50 tanks are revving their engines, 300 armored vehicles are lined up, and 300 supply, medical, and command vehicles are in position. 10,000 expeditionary soldiers are fully armed and standing by. Hoffman, the first commander of the expeditionary force clad in star-patterned camouflage, briskly approached Qin Tian, stood at attention, and saluted loudly. Mr. Speaker, the expeditionary force is ready. Qin Tian's eyes were sharp as he surveyed the military might before him. He spoke in a deep voice. The Star Abyss Federation currently has 50,000 human soldiers. Deploying 10,000 for this expedition, which is one-fifth of our forces, shows how seriously we take this mission. The 5.8 million people are crucial to the Federation's development. This mission's success depends on you. Returning the salute, Hoffman straightened up and solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, the expeditionary force will not disappoint you or the Federation." His voice was filled with determination, and his eyes gleamed with resolve. Hoffman knew that this expedition was not just a battle for population acquisition, but also a test for the human military's capabilities. The all-human expeditionary force had to complete the mission quickly and flawlessly, with no room for errors or setbacks. Otherwise, the speaker might rely more on the Beast Legion and monsters, reducing the investment in human troops. This was something the human leadership could not accept. They had to prove their worth through their actions. In reality, Hoffman's worries were somewhat unnecessary. Qin Tian himself was human and would not reduce investment in human troops. However, some of Qin Tian's actions had indeed caused misunderstandings among the human leadership. The powerful Beast Legion and formidable monsters had created a sense of crisis, making them fear that the human military would become irrelevant, relegated to local defense duties. This was why Hoffman insisted that only human troops be responsible for this expedition. Qin Tian looked at Hoffman, who had just made a solemn promise, and nodded slightly. "Go." Hoffman immediately turned and issued orders through his communicator. "All units proceed as planned." I repeat, all units proceed as planned. With the order given, the expeditionary force sprang into action. First, 70 fighters roared down the runway, forming long formations as they passed through the wormhole into the parallel world. Following them were 20 AC gunships, casting huge shadows in the sunlight. The rotors of 200 attack helicopters whipped up gusts of wind, followed by 300 transport and multipurpose helicopters. Finally, the massive ground forces slowly entered the wormhole, disappearing from sight. Qin Tian watched as the entire expeditionary force entered the world wormhole before turning away, muttering to himself, "This is the Star Abyss Federation's first expedition, but it won't be the last." Accompanied by Anastasia, Qin Tian then boarded a sleek Cadillac Beast and headed towards the leader's palace. Meanwhile, in Wind City of the parallel world, a female doctor in a white protective suit was flipping through documents on the top floor of the central building. With blonde hair, blue eyes, black stockings, and glasses, Amanda, the city's ruler and the highest leader of the remaining 5.8 million humans on Blue Star, appeared to be in her mid-30s. A senior scholar in a white uniform hurried into the office, reporting, "Ma'am, there have been a few more dissenters among the friendly and honest factions." Amanda adjusted her glasses and coldly replied, "Dissenters are heretics that threaten human civilization. They must be eliminated as we have done before. Send in the fearless soldiers, capture the dissenters, and execute them." The senior scholar nodded and left. Amanda stood up and walked to the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the cityscape of Wind City. She felt a sense of intoxication. Absolute power is truly intoxicating. In reality, the so-called dissenters were merely a fabricated excuse for Amanda to eliminate potential rivals. True dissenters, or leaders, should be those who are knowledgeable, courageous, and well-rounded in all aspects. Amanda herself was essentially a dissenter, blinded by her desire for power and having lost her sense of altruism. Suddenly, Amanda's attention was caught by some anomalies in the sky. She saw dozens of orderly black dots approaching like migrating birds. Curious, she picked up a telescope for a closer look. When she finally saw what those black dots were, she gasped. They were not birds but dozens of imposing fighter jets. The missiles mounted under their bellies gleamed with cold, metallic light. Amanda's heartbeat quickened, and questions flooded her mind. Where did these fighter jets come from? Weren't fighter jets supposed to be extinct after the Third World War? Besides Wind City, where else could there be such a large gathering of humans? As Amanda pondered, the sky suddenly resounded with explosions. 70 fighter jets, marked with a three-headed golden dragon emblem, split into several squadrons and began a fierce bombardment of Wind City's key facilities. Airports, highways, and military bases were engulfed in flames, with over 600 tons of munitions raining down. Explosions echoed continuously, fires raged, and thick smoke billowed into the sky. Screams filled the air as people fled in all directions, some hiding in their homes, others diving into sewers. Amanda instinctively took cover behind her desk. Several equally panicked members of the Scholar faction rushed into the office, intending to escort Amanda to safety. However, Amanda noticed that the fighter jets did not seem to target the central building. She decided to stay, thinking she could further observe the situation before making any decisions. Where did these fighter jets come from? Amanda demanded harshly, her voice cutting through the tension as she addressed her subordinates. The senior members of the scholarly sect exchanged uneasy glances, their silence betraying their ignorance. Fuming with rage, Amanda grabbed the files from her desk and flung them at the group. Idiots, she roared. The papers scattered as they hit the subordinates, who dared not retaliate, fearing the wrath of their ruthless leader. Suddenly, the room darkened, accompanied by a deafening roar of engines. Amanda and her team looked outside to see a massive aircraft hovering just beyond the bulletproof glass. This colossal machine, 30 meters long, 12 meters high, with a 40-meter wingspan, was none other than the AC gunship, infamous as the angel of death and hell in the sky. Run! Amanda screamed, but it was too late. As the pilot pressed a button, two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, each armed with 3,000 rounds, emerged from the gunship sides, aiming directly at the top floor of the central building. The sound of metal tearing through the air was like molten lava pouring down. Under this terrifying barrage, the bulletproof glass shattered like paper. Within seconds, the top floor and the 2 floors below were obliterated. Amanda and the senior members of the scholarly sect were reduced to charred remains, leaving only a pair of torn black stockings as the last trace of her existence. With their mission complete, the 2 pilots maneuvered the gunship away, searching for their next target. Despite being in the late 22nd century, Wind City's military defenses were severely weakened by the World Wars. They lacked professional armed helicopters, tanks, and even basic anti-aircraft missiles and radar systems, relying only on a 100-meter-high reinforced concrete wall for protection. Aside from advanced information technology, a few armored vehicles, and ample light weaponry, Wind City had virtually no defenses. They never anticipated an attack from a parallel world. The aerial forces of the Star Abyss Federation moved unchallenged. After a wave of precise strikes, 70 fighter jets and 20 gunships began their return journey. Before passing through the wormhole, they demolished Wind City's high walls, clearing the path for the ground troops to follow. Are they finally gone? Triss, the protagonist of this world, stood at the edge of Wind City, watching the 90 unidentified aircraft disappear into the distance, her heart aching. In mere minutes, her home had turned into a raging inferno, filled with the screams of those fleeing for their lives. Triss could barely stand, but her brother Darwin caught her just in time. Their parents were beside them, offering constant reassurances that the danger had passed. Yet, the deafening sound of rotor blades soon filled the sky again. The family looked up to see a swarm of helicopters blotting out the sun, including massive armed choppers they had never seen before. This fleet of 500 helicopters, comprising Mi-24s, Apaches, Ospreys, Chinooks, and Blackhawks, was unprecedented even on the home planet of the Star Abyss Federation. They effortlessly penetrated Wind City, splitting into several squads to deploy Federation soldiers at various locations. In less than a minute, over 4,500 fully armed Federation soldiers descended upon Wind City. Under the cover of the armed helicopters, the ground troops systematically began to control and clear each area. Simultaneously, a massive armored division arrived, advancing through the breaches created by the bombardment. Wind City's residents, including Triss and her family, were plunged into despair. They hid in their homes, schools, buildings, and sewers, terrified of being discovered by this powerful and mysterious army. However, their fears were somewhat misplaced. While there were casualties during the conquest, most were those who chose to resist. The Federation troops generally left the civilians unharmed. Inevitably, some innocents perished in the airstrikes and cleanup operations, but this was not the Federation's intent. Excellent, excellent. On board a Mi-24 attack helicopter, the second-in-command of the Expeditionary Force, Sato Takayoshi, observed the ground situation through binoculars. At this rate, we'll have full control of Wind City in no more than 2.5 hours. Prepare the victory report, he said with satisfaction, already contemplating how this triumph would enhance his career. The Expeditionary Command Center sent a message to the Führer's palace. Through the efforts of our entire army, the Blitzkrieg has achieved complete success. In just 2 hours and 20 minutes, our forces destroyed all military power in Wind City and took control of the entire area. The war report echoed through the Führer's palace in the Holy Terra of the Star Abyss Federation. Guard Captain Anastasia stood in front of Qin Tian, her voice clear and strong. She continued to report, throughout the entire battle, we suffered no casualties, with only 37 soldiers injured. Additionally, 2 armored vehicles and 1 tank broke down en route. Currently, our forces are treating the wounded soldiers and Wind City's injured personnel, while also collecting Wind City's scientific technology, weaponry, energy resources, and steel ores. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. The original plan estimated 3 hours to capture Wind City, but Hoffman and Sato Takayoshi completed the task in even less time, showcasing remarkable performance. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian issued new orders. Inform Hoffman and Sato Takayoshi to gather all humans in Wind City within 48 hours, then relocate these people to the Federation within 5 days. The task of collecting Wind City's resources should be completed within 15 days. Additionally, deploy helicopters to search, broadcast notifications, and make every effort to find and bring back all human survivors from the parallel world to the Federation. He continued. Once the first two tasks are completed, Sato Takayoshi will lead half of the expeditionary force back to the Federation. After that, he and Hoffman will take turns stationing their forces in the parallel world. Wind City should be transformed into a military base or a semi-military base. Qin Tian explained his decision. Although the world of the Awakened has experienced a third world war and most areas are contaminated with nuclear radiation, as a parallel world, its underground resources are abundant enough to recreate a technological civilization. We must station our troops there, but implement a rotation system to avoid potential psychological issues from long-term deployment. Anastasia accepted the orders and prepared to send personnel to deliver the command to the parallel world. As electronic communications cannot cross the wormhole, this step was necessary. Meanwhile, in Wind City of the parallel world, a special task force of 8 fully armed biosoldiers found the home of Triss, the protagonist of that world. The expressionless team leader spoke to Triss, who opened the door. You must be Triss, attracted to the Dauntless from a young age and hoping to join them? Triss asked in surprise. How do you know? The leader replied coldly. That's not important. What matters is that you come with us back to the Federation. Triss' family rushed over, concerned about her whereabouts. The leader explained, Sir, ma'am, your daughter is exceptional. The Federation's high command wants her to serve the Federation. We will not harm her. Understanding the situation, Triss said proactively, I will go with you. Please do not harm my family. The leader reiterated, even if you refuse to come with us, we will still take you by force. But we will not harm your family unless they show signs of aggression. With that, they took Triss away, leaving her worried family behind. The Expeditionary Command swiftly executed the orders from the Führer's palace. Hoffman and Sato Takayoshi notified the millions of Wind City residents within 2 hours. Gather on the highway in 24 hours, prepare to move to the Star Abyss Federation. The notice emphasized that the Federation would provide necessary assurances, and those who refused to comply would face severe consequences. Though unfamiliar with the Star Abyss Federation, Wind City residents dared not defy military orders. They packed their belongings and headed to the assembly point with large bags. 24 hours later, under the command of a Federation colonel, over 5.5 million people moved like a long dragon towards the world's wormhole. Special groups were transported by military vehicles. This massive population migration was expected to take several days to complete. However, once these new members joined the Star Abyss Federation, they would significantly enhance the Federation's potential. Holy Terra would become unprecedentedly bustling as a result. 5 days later, under the meticulous coordination of the Expeditionary Force, over 5.5 million humans from Wind City passed through the enormous world wormhole and relocated to Holy Terra within the Star Abyss Federation. Along the way, Wind City residents witnessed inspiring sights. The towering world wormhole standing before them, hundreds of advanced aircraft at the Vermilion Bird Air Base, and the majestic architecture of the cities on Holy Terra. These scenes left the Wind City inhabitants in astonishment, making them realize that the forces attacking them were not from their own world, but a powerful human army from another realm. In response to this sudden influx of population, Holy Terra swiftly implemented a series of emergency measures. Workers labored day and night to conduct identity registration, talent screening, housing allocation, and the distribution of food, medicine, and daily necessities. However, with Holy Terra's current area of only 8,000 square kilometers, it couldn't accommodate nearly 6 million new residents. After urgent deliberations among the Federation's top officials, it was decided that over 3 million people would remain in Holy Terra, while the remaining 2.5 million would be relocated to Raccoon City. To accomplish this massive relocation, the Star Abyss Federation mobilized a significant number of transport vehicles. Over 100 passenger planes, large transport aircraft, and more than 200 large ships were prepared for the population transfer. In terms of supplies, the Federation was well prepared, with multiple large reserve depots around Raccoon City capable of supporting this large-scale migration. As the commander of the Raccoon City base, Chu Xian began organizing all the necessary details. With the addition of the new population, the total population of the Star Abyss Federation reached 5.89 million, comparable to a medium-sized country before the apocalypse. This population surge brought many critical issues to the forefront, particularly the transition from military governance to a more sustainable long-term administrative model. 3 days later, in the Chancellor's Hall of Holy Terra, Qin Tian convened a meeting with 7 council members, including August, Johnson, Charles, Park Guochang, Andre, Sato Takayoshi, and Hoffman, to discuss the future direction of the Federation. Even Hoffman and Sato Takayoshi, who were commanding the expeditionary force, were urgently recalled to participate in this crucial meeting that would determine the Federation's fate. After 5 days and 4 nights of marathon discussions, Qin Tian and the other 7 members finally drafted an exhaustive Star Abyss Federation Code. This 165,000 word document comprised 1,356 provisions, covering all aspects of the Federation's future development. The most critical aspects included 1. Officially appointing Qin Tian as the Speaker of the Federation and the Chairman of the Joint Military Council, granting him the highest authority as the Chief Executive and Supreme Military Commander. 2. Establishing the highest body of the Federation as the yet-to-be-formed Federal Parliament. 3. Setting up various levels of courts. 4. Creating multiple departments under the Federal Parliament, including the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Agriculture, and Ministry of Industry. 5. Forming the Federal Military Administration Institute to oversee the national military forces. After the code was completed, Qin Tian emphasized the importance of its implementation, but also noted that it would be a gradual process. He planned to take a year to gradually enforce these regulations, considering the Federation currently only had 3 cities, which made this timeframe reasonable. A year later, the Starship Federation Code was fully implemented, and all institutions were established. In terms of talent distribution, 70 came from clone professionals from the Raccoon City base, 20 from local humans and the military, and the remaining 10 from talents from parallel worlds. This distribution aimed to gradually enhance the sense of belonging among humans from parallel worlds. Meanwhile, thanks to cloning technology and the relentless efforts of the Expeditionary Force, the population of the Star Abyss Federation surpassed 6.3 million, marking significant progress in population growth. Throughout all these developments, Qin Tian turned 28. As the central figure of the Federation, he witnessed the tremendous transformations over the past year and laid a solid foundation for future progress. In the room of the speaker at the presidential palace, 20-year-old Qin Tian gazed at his personal panel, excitement gleaming in his eyes. As the speaker of the Star Abyss Federation, his life had spanned 2 centuries, and his abilities fire manipulation and mental powers were awe-inspiring. However, the most striking feature at this moment was the staggering 6 million energy points he had accumulated. Over the past year, Qin Tian hadn't merely been living comfortably within the presidential palace. He frequently led his 5 companions Anastasia, Alice, Ada Wong, Jill, and Song Yue on travels around the world and had ventured 4 times to the second parallel world controlled by the Expeditionary Force. There, he exchanged a significant amount of metals, minerals, and energy collected by the Expeditionary Force for energy points, adding to the 1.6 million he had previously saved, resulting in his current impressive wealth. Reflecting on how his energy points had remained above 1 million for years, yet he had never tried the legendary lottery wheel, Qin Tian felt an itch of anticipation. System, activate the legendary lottery wheel, he commanded decisively, ready to seize the moment. As the system prompt sounded, a black and gold screen unfolded slowly before Qin Tian's eyes. 6 items on the wheel were clearly visible: a fleet of ordinary starships, a galaxy mech squad, complete planetary transformation technology, the Goddess AI system, the 9th scientist of the Pangalactic Union, and the ultimate battle group. Despite each draw costing 1 million energy points, Qin Tian did not hesitate. Spin. His will shot towards the start button like an arrow, white light flashing as the lottery began. 5 seconds later, the system chimed, ding. Thank you for participating. Qin Tian ended up empty-handed, with 1 million energy points gone. Yet, having weathered countless storms, his iron will was unshaken by this setback. Even if all 6 million energy points were depleted, he wouldn't flinch. After all, with the resources of 3 worlds at his disposal, he could accumulate as many energy points as needed. Even 1 billion was within reach. Spin. Qin Tian launched another attempt, again to no avail. 2 million energy points had vanished, but his expression remained unchanged. Spin. The third attempt resulted in another, thank you for participating. 3 consecutive failures meant 3 million energy points had evaporated, a situation unprecedented even for Qin Tian. He couldn't help but marvel at the difficulty of the legendary lottery wheel. Although the layout was similar to other levels, the winning odds were evidently much lower. Spin. Qin Tian decided to give it one more shot. He set a mental stop-loss line. If he failed on the 4th attempt, he would temporarily switch to 20 gold-level draws, which he believed would also yield substantial rewards. This time, luck finally favored him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a fleet of ordinary starships. The system's voice invigorated Qin Tian. This fleet consisted of 7 space frigates and 3 space destroyers. Although lacking interstellar jump capabilities, their combat prowess within a star system was considerable. For Qin Tian and the Star Abyss Federation, this meant they now had the capability to assert sovereignty and conduct interplanetary resource extraction within the solar system, a historic breakthrough. Elated, Qin Tian decided to press on. Spin again. Sure enough, his luck continued. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the ultimate battle group. This elite unit from the Warhammer universe comprised 1,200 genetically enhanced super soldiers, each possessing 45 times the physical capabilities of an average human and equipped with top-notch gear. Though they had once perished in a war against Chaos forces, the system's revival made them an unparalleled asset in Qin Tian's hands. Qin Tian was thrilled. The combat prowess of this unit was on par with his own, enhanced by dual serum injections. With this invincible ground force and the newly acquired Starship fleet, his strength had indeed reached new heights. The system notification sounded, and Qin Tian made a swift decision. He decisively summoned 10 star warships and 1,200 elite warriors, leaving a reserve of 1 million energy points for emergencies. Ding dong, the Starfleet and the elite battle group have been summoned. The Starfleet is expected to arrive in the Earth-Moon system within 3 hours, and the elite battle group is expected to reach Holy Terra in 1 hour. With the system notification complete, Qin Tian nodded in confirmation and then immersed himself in his books, awaiting the arrival of the fleet and warriors. In the Neptune star region, the cold, dark edge of the solar system was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling black-gold light. As the light faded, 10 sleek, silver-white futuristic warships appeared, 7 star frigates and 3 star destroyers. Fleet Commander Patrick ordered the sublight engines to be activated. The fleet quickly adjusted, and the surrounding scenery rapidly receded as the starships sped towards the Earth-Moon system. Meanwhile, on the plains surrounding Holy Terra, the elite battle group from the Warhammer universe descended upon Blue Star. 1,200 elite warriors, clad in sky-blue powered armor with double-head eagle emblems on their chests, lined up in formation, advancing towards Holy Terra. These warriors stood between 2.2 to 2.5 meters tall, towering over ordinary humans, exuding an aura of elite force. Approximately 50 minutes later, the elite battle group arrived at the outskirts of Holy Terra. Battle group leader Halston gave the command to halt. Qin Tian, riding in a Cadillac Beast, led the Federal High Command to personally welcome them. Elite warriors, the Star Abyss Federation welcomes your arrival. Qin Tian addressed the formidable troops from atop his vehicle. Halston and Champion Eric's removed their helmets and knelt on one knee in salute. Qin Tian helped them to their feet and invited them to a welcoming banquet. The convoy escorted the elite battle group into Holy Terra, drawing the attention of countless citizens and soldiers along the way. An hour later, the elite battle group arrived at a high-end hotel in the central area of Holy Terra to enjoy a grand feast. Subsequently, Qin Tian convened a military joint council meeting at the Chancellor's Palace. He announced that the Federation would focus on internal development and temporarily suspend expeditions to parallel worlds. In the next 1 to 2 years, we will concentrate on developing our economy, population, technology, and military industry to lay a solid foundation for the future, Qin Tian instructed. The 6 council members expressed their agreement with this plan. 2.5 hours later, 10 warships from the Neptune star region quietly arrived in the Earth-Moon system. They quickly established communication with the Luanberg-class sky carrier and the Yuan Shou Palace, then seamlessly integrated into the Federal Army's combat sequence. This sudden reinforcements left both the Federal Army and its high command in shock. 10 starships, a general murmured in disbelief. When did we acquire such formidable space power? The news spread rapidly within the military, causing a stir. Many began to realize that the strength of the Xingyuan Federation might far exceed their imagination. Some even started to dream that, at this rate of development, the entire solar system would eventually be fully explored by the Xingyuan Federation. Meanwhile, in Research Institute No. 1 on Holy Terra, Qin Tian stood before a group of scientists, pointing to a crate containing powered armor. The equipment from the Extreme Battle Group drew the attention of everyone present, including 5 interstellar scientists. This is the powered armor of the Extreme Battle Group, Qin Tian explained. It significantly enhances the combat abilities of extreme warriors in all aspects. Can we replicate it? Even if the results are not as good, it doesn't matter. The key is, we must enter the era of powered armor. Bulletproof vests are outdated. If we face other powerful parallel worlds or even interstellar civilizations in the future, the Federal Army will be at a great disadvantage. An interstellar scientist with an Asian appearance and glasses cautiously responded, Mr. Speaker, we need to conduct a comprehensive examination of the powered armor first to assess the feasibility of replication. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. All right, but I can only give you 2 hours. I need to know the results as soon as possible. Accompanied by Alice, Qin Tian quietly sipped tea while waiting. About 90 minutes later, the scientist responsible for the examination returned with their report. Mr. Speaker, the lead scientist began. His voice filled with awe. The performance of this powered armor is truly exceptional. It not only greatly enhances the strength, speed, and agility of extreme warriors, but also offers formidable protection, even against armor-piercing rounds. Additionally, it can withstand extreme temperatures and integrates radar, emergency, sensory, and information systems, making it operable in almost any environment, including desolate planets. Conservatively, it can boost an extreme warrior's combat effectiveness by at least 200. Qin Tian tapped the table and asked directly, I know all that. The crucial question is, can you replicate it? Realizing he had strayed from the main point, the scientist quickly clarified, we can handle the radar, emergency, sensory, and information integration systems. However, the armor uses 125 types of metal elements. one-third of which are not found on Blue Star. Even if we could obtain all the elements, we currently lack the necessary metallurgy, compression, and quenching technologies. Therefore, we can't replicate it, not even a substandard version. Qin Tian was not surprised by this outcome and simply nodded in understanding. As he was about to leave, a scientist suddenly suggested, although we can't fully replicate it, we could develop other types of full-coverage powered armor systems. The performance might only be 20 of the original, but it would be a good starting point. Intrigued by the proposal, Qin Tian listened as the scientist continued. To ensure success, I recommend uniting Research Institute No. 1, the Raccoon City Base, Parallel World Human Scientists, and the Abyss City Beast Weapon Departments to collaborate on the development. With joint efforts, we are confident we can launch a mass-producible powered armor system within a month. Agreed. Qin Tian immediately approved the plan. 1 hour later, under Qin Tian's leadership, a project named AX Powered Armor System was officially established, marking the Xingyuan Federation's imminent entry into the era of powered armor. Upon returning to the Yuan Show Palace, Jill, dressed in a blue bodysuit, approached. This blonde, blue-eyed, captivating woman embraced Qin Tian and reported, "Mr. Speaker, Colonel Chu Xian reports that the monthly production of super soldier serum at the Raccoon City base has reached 500 doses. Additionally, the research on the perfect T virus is in its final stages. We expect to overcome technical barriers within 2 months, creating a virus with no side effects that turns people into superhumans. At that point, the Federation will be able to mass-produce powerful dual serum holders." After her report, Jill took a deep breath of Qin Tian's familiar scent, feeling an immense sense of comfort. Over the years, being by Qin Tian's side was something she cherished deeply. The advanced virus technology has reached its final critical stage. Qin Tian embraced Jill, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. The addition of interstellar scientists significantly elevated the Institute's capabilities, enabling them to develop power armor and optimize the virus. Not to mention the wormhole traversal device brought back from the first parallel world, promising imminent technological leaps. 2 hours later, Chief of Staff August, dressed in full military uniform, arrived at the Führer's palace to meet Qin Tian, accompanied by 2 soldiers. The soldiers carried 2 rectangular boxes containing the newly designed federal and military flags. Qin Tian eagerly opened the box on the left, revealing a neatly folded purple and blue flag. He carefully unfolded the 300 centimeters by 200 centimeters rectangular flag. Against the purple and blue background, an olive branch wreath encircled a holy shield and sword. August explained, "This is the federal flag. The purple and blue signify nobility, the olive branch wreath symbolizes peace, and the holy shield and sword represent strong defense and offensive capabilities. Overall, it signifies a noble, peaceful, and powerful nation." Qin Tian scrutinized every detail of the flag and nodded in satisfaction. "Very impressive. From now on, this will be the flag of the Star Abyss Federation." He then opened the box containing the military flag. The military flag had a pure blue background, featuring only the holy shield and sword without the olive branch. August explained that this represented loyalty, purity, and a powerful military. Qin Tian immediately approved. "Both flag designs are perfect. I'll leave the promotion work to you." August accepted the order, preparing to have the 2 flags fly over Holy Terra, Abyss City, Raccoon City, and the outpost in the 2 parallel worlds. Back in his bedroom, Qin Tian gazed at a map of the native world, contemplating the current state of the Federation. With a population of over 6 million across 3 worlds, but only a military force of less than 60,000, they were vastly outnumbered by the tens of thousands of beast tribes. He decided to initiate a large-scale military expansion. "Jill, notify the 6 counselors to attend an online video meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow to discuss the military expansion. No need to inform General Hoffman. He's busy with parallel world affairs," Qin Tian instructed. Noticing Jill's fatigue, he reconsidered. "Actually, let Alice handle the notifications." The next morning at 9 a.m., the online military council meeting began punctually. Qin Tian, dressed in a black suit, appeared on the screens of the 6 counselors. After saluting, the counselors took their seats. Admiral Johnson was the first to propose the expansion plan. "I suggest adding 4 mechanized infantry divisions, 5 logistics support brigades, 3 special operations battalions, and 1 aviation division. Additionally, increase the air and naval forces by 1 aviation regiment and 1 helicopter regiment each. For the Navy, we should activate a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier battle group, adding another conventional carrier, an arsenal ship, 2 amphibious assault ships, 4 specialized landing ships, 5 comprehensive supply ships, 6 cruisers, and 12 shield ships. We will need to recruit at least 106,321 personnel." Takara Sato immediately expressed his agreement. Although the Federation already has sky carriers and space battleships, their operational range is limited to the solar system. Our future focus remains on parallel worlds, making it essential to reinstate a powerful naval fleet. We can combine recruitment with cloning to ensure high control over the new military forces. Agreed. Johnson's expansion plan received unanimous approval. Andre, Charles, Park Cook-chang, and August all expressed their support, believing that General Johnson's proposal was both prudent and feasible. All eyes then turned to Qin Tian, awaiting the speaker's final decision. Qin Tian pondered for a moment and calmly said, "Approved. Send the plan to the head of state's office for my signature and seal. Once signed, it will be immediately effective." Everyone nodded in understanding. The Federation currently has a population of over 6.3 million, with more than one-third being young adults. Additionally, the Raccoon City base can produce 10,000 clones each month, making the expansion of 100,000 troops more than feasible. A standing army of 160,000 humans is sufficient to handle the current situation. Just as Qin Tian was about to end the video conference, General Park Cook-chang raised a crucial question. "Mr. Speaker, the Federation now has, in addition to the Army, Navy, and Air Force, 1 Phoenix-class sky carrier and 10 star warships. To which branch do these 11 space vessels belong? The Air Force or the Navy?" This question immediately caught everyone's attention. Ever since these space vessels joined the Federation's combat sequence, their branch affiliation had remained undecided, leading to a lack of deep coordination with other branches. They merely docked in the Earth-Moon system, receiving periodic supplies from the Federation. After some thought, Qin Tian made a decision. The sea is the sea, and the Star Sea is also the sea. The sky carrier and star warships will belong to the Navy. Moreover, as the Federation develops, the Air Force will also merge into the Navy, forming part of the Federation's interstellar Navy. In the future, the Federation will have only 2 main branches, the Army and the Navy. Qin Tian then made 2 important arrangements. First, to build a large land port on the Asian continent for the docking, maintenance, and resupply of the sky carrier and star warships. Second, to select 50,000 young individuals with excellent physical fitness and high intelligence from the Federation's military and civilian population to enter the land port for training by the sky carrier and star warship personnel, preparing for the future expansion of the space fleet. The 6 council members responded in unison, yes. They understood that strengthening the military while ensuring a high standard of living was a necessary path for the Federation's development. Following the military joint meeting, the expansion operations swiftly commenced. The Raccoon City base received orders to produce 10,000 biosoldiers and 50,000 healthy males as troops within 6 months. Recruitment announcements spread across Holy Terra and Raccoon City, aiming to enlist 46,321 troops, stopping once the target was met. Simultaneously, the Federation's leadership issued a series of measures covering various sectors, including encouraging childbirth, promoting industry, commerce, agriculture, education, services, and emerging industries. All facets of the Star Abyss Federation were developing in an orderly manner. Half a month later, in the head of state's office, Qin Tian reviewed the Federation's monthly development summary and, feeling pleased, decided to activate the Golden Tier lottery wheel. He opted not to choose the Legendary Tier wheel, as the remaining 1 million energy points were insufficient. A golden screen unfolded before Qin Tian, displaying 6 items on the wheel: C-21 heavy gunship, Star Cruiser, Dragon Mech, Star Strategic Transport Ship, Tail-Standing Mouse, and Planet Cannon. With a thought, 100,000 energy points were deducted, and the lottery began. After a flash of white light, the system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 20 C-21 heavy gunships. A product description appeared before Qin Tian. The C-21 heavy gunship originates from the world of Avatar and is an evolved version of the AC air gunship, once a formidable weapon for humans on Pandora. It features 4 turbine propellers for vertical takeoff and landing, advanced weapon systems, precision sensors, and integrated information systems for accurate strikes against enemies. Its armament includes 2 203mm smoothbore cannons, 4 30mm autocannons, 1 105mm high-pressure rapid-fire cannon, 12 grenade launchers, 36 heavy machine gun positions, and 16 pylons with a total of 96 attachment points, capable of carrying 448 missiles or rocket pods of various types. Additionally, it comes with 12 amp-powered exoskeleton units, making it a dominant force in fire support. Qin Tian stared intently at the prize wheel before him, calculating the weaponry and equipment he was about to acquire. As the white light flickered, the system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 20 C-21 heavy armed gunships. Qin Tian's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the gunship's performance specs. 96 hardpoints, 36 heavy machine gun positions, 12 grenade launchers, 12 AM-powered exoskeletons, 4 autocannons, 2 smoothbore cannons, and 1 high-pressure rapid-fire cannon. What was even more impressive was the gunship's ability to perform vertical takeoffs and landings, providing exceptional maneuverability. No wonder it's called the King of Fire Support, Qin Tian mused to himself. With its advanced information and sensor systems, its combat capability is at least 10 times that of the AC-130 gunship, and it's a century ahead in technology. Although its firepower couldn't match that of starships and sky carriers, the C-21 gunship could perform missions that the other two couldn't, making it invaluable to the Army. Qin Tian decided to allocate all 20 gunships to the Army, significantly enhancing the Star Abyss Federation's ability to strike and conquer parallel worlds and other planets. Eager for more, Qin Tian activated the prize wheel again. The white light flickered, and the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a Starry Sky strategic transport ship. This colossal vessel, measuring 600 meters long, 200 meters wide, and 60 meters high, was equipped with 4 high-power anti-gravity engines and 2 sublight-speed engines. It could transport 5 million tons of weapons, equipment, and personnel at once, and also boasted a formidable Closian defense system." Qin Tian was ecstatic. This meant the Star Abyss Federation's control and military projection capabilities within star systems would be unprecedented. Riding his wave of success, Qin Tian spun the wheel again. This time, the system announced he had obtained a tail-standing Rada Level 4 kaiju from the Pacific Rim world, standing 60 meters tall and weighing 2,700 tons, with potent venom. Qin Tian recalled with astonishment that this creature had once defeated the legendary Jaeger, Striker Eureka, Backbreaker Turtle, Speed Dragon, Godzilla, King Ghidorah, and now the tail-standing rat. Qin Tian calculated, "I'm really forming a monster army here." After 3 successful draws, Qin Tian tried 2 more times but failed. Sensing he might continue to draw blanks, he decided to cut his losses and save the remaining 500,000 energy points for other uses. Immediately, Qin Tian ordered the system to summon the newly acquired equipment. The 20 C-21 gunships were deployed to the Vermilion Bird Air Base, the Starry Sky strategic transport ship was sent to the Earth-Moon system, and the tail-standing rat was placed in the Pacific Ocean, joining the other monsters. Half an hour later, the 20 C-21 heavy-armed gunships arrived at the Vermilion Bird Air Base and officially joined the Federation's military ranks. 2.5 hours later, the massive Starry Sky strategic transport ship reached the Earth-Moon system and rendezvoused with the Federation starships. The military strength of the Star Abyss Federation surged once more. Meanwhile, in the interdimensional space connected to the Pacific Rim world, a hysterical roar echoed from the monster hatching base. "Who is it? Who? Stealing my number 7 and number 9 monsters wasn't enough, and now they've taken my number 10 monster too. I will make you pay, arg." 3 hours later, the Vermilion Bird Air Base received orders from the military joint meeting. Base Commander Wang Dong immediately arranged for 2 soldiers, each piloting a 4.2 meter tall, 2.8 meter wide, 700 kilogram AM-powered exoskeleton, to board an Osprey transport plane bound for Research Institute No. 1. At this time, Research Institute No. 1 was a gathering place for human scientific elites from the homeland, Raccoon City base, and parallel worlds, as well as 5 outstanding military manufacturing robots from the Abyss City Beast Clan. The scientific talents from Raccoon City base and the military manufacturing robots from Abyss City brought a batch of advanced equipment with the goal of jointly developing high-performance, reliable, and mass-producible powered exoskeletons to meet Qin Tian and the military's needs. In the deep, dark waters of the Pacific Ocean, 5 massive shadows silently glided through the abyss. These colossal beings were the Monster Legion under Qin Tian's command: Godzilla, Ghidorah, Shellback Turtle, Swift Dragon, and Tail-Standing Rat. Among them, the most powerful was Ghidorah's Star Galaxy, who had evolved into a cosmic beast and served as the leader of the Monster Legion. Godzilla's son, the King of Monsters, followed closely behind. The strengths of Shellback Turtle, Swift Dragon, and Tail-Standing Rat were relatively equal, though they lagged behind the top 2 in weight and abilities, placing them at the bottom of the hierarchy. In shallow waters or on land, the appearance of these monsters would be fully revealed. Godzilla resembled a combination of a T-Rex and a crocodile, while Ghidorah was a majestic golden 3-headed dragon exuding a noble aura. Shellback Turtle, despite being a turtle in essence, looked more like a gorilla, covered in thick keratin layers instead of fur, with 2 prominent ridges on its back. Although it moved slowly, its defensive capabilities were unmatched among the monsters of the Pacific Rim, capable of withstanding massive impacts. Swift Dragon resembled a crocodile with a long tail dragging behind, featuring enormous sharp claws and tough scales, and was incredibly fast in water. Tail-Standing Rat had a slender body and agile limbs, capable of flight and spraying highly corrosive acid, making it a versatile monster on land, sea, and air. Each of these 5 monsters had unique traits and could withstand nuclear bombs, even being completely immune to their effects. Together, they could swiftly destroy a planetary civilization. At that moment, an urgent report came in. Chairman, Dr. Auberton from Research Institute No. 1 has reported that the initial tests of the AX Power Armor project are complete with no issues found. He asks if you are available to inspect it, or if he should bring the armor to the President's Palace to meet you. Half a month later, on the serene lakes of the President's Palace in the sacred terra of the Star Abyss Federation, Qin Tian, who was fishing, received a call from Song Yuhua. he decisively replied, "No need to have them come over, I'll go there myself." With that, he lightly leapt back to the shore, handing over the follow-up tasks to two waiting bio-soldiers. 20 minutes later, a specially modified Black Hawk helicopter landed at the airport of Research Institute No. 1. Dressed in a black suit, Qin Tian stepped out of the helicopter, accompanied by Anastasia and Alice. Dr. Alberton, clad in a white protective suit, greeted them with a brief handshake. As the chief of the AX Power Armor Project, he was one of the top 10 interstellar scientists of the Star Abyss Federation. "Show me your results," Qin Tian ordered succinctly. Alberton nodded and led the group into the depths of the research facility. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a massive workshop. Under bright incandescent lights, various mechanical parts, high-precision machine tools, electronic devices, and weapons were all in place, with researchers and beast robots bustling about. In the center of the workshop, two black power armors, one large and one small, stood out prominently. "Chairman." All personnel in the workshop halted their work and saluted Qin Tian. He nodded in response and proceeded with Alberton to the armors. Alberton detailed, "This smaller power armor is the initial goal of the AX project, designed for individual soldiers. Standing 2.2 meters tall and 0.8 meters wide. It's made of special composite armor and equipped with advanced sensory, emergency, radar, and information integration systems. Its transmission, control, and drive systems are cutting-edge, with an ergonomically designed interior. Powered by a small electromagnetic turbine engine, it can operate continuously for 240 hours, with a backup power supply for an additional 24 hours. He continued, "For versatility, we recommend not standardizing the weaponry. Options include rocket launchers, machine guns, sniper rifles, rapid-fire cannons, energy cannons, missiles, mini-nuclear bombs, biochemical weapons, and even the in-development laser rifles and electromagnetic rifles, as long as the total load does not exceed 1,000 kilograms. Tests show it can enhance the user's abilities by about 50 without weapons, and by 23.5 when fully loaded." Qin Tian meticulously examined the armor, silently evaluating. This joint research achievement is indeed impressive. Although it lacks mystical elements and cannot resist chaos or other supernatural forces, its basic performance reaches about 25 of the extreme battle armor. "I want to take it for a test drive," Qin Tian decided, intending to personally verify the actual performance against the theoretical data and avoid equipping the Federal soldiers with subpar gear. Alberton readily agreed. Of course, the activation device is located under the armor's chin. Once activated, stand within 0.5 meters in front of the armor. After entry, the armor will lock, and it cannot be opened from the outside. To disengage, simply scan your iris and verbally command, "Disengage armor." If the eyes are injured, you can manually disassemble or request assistance. Qin Tian approached the armor and pressed the white button under its chin. The armor began to unfold from the legs upward, revealing a spacious and comfortable interior, its overall stance like an embrace welcoming the user. Following Oberdink's instructions, Qin Tian stood exactly 0.5 meters in front of the power armor. Suddenly, the armor seemed to sense his presence, emitting a series of thudding sounds as it took heavy steps forward. Metal plates swiftly closed from top to bottom, completely enveloping Qin Tian. Inside the fully enclosed armor, Qin Tian was surprised to find that he didn't feel cramped or weighed down at all. The armor's ergonomic design made him feel comfortable and free, confirming what Oberding had previously mentioned. Suddenly, a mechanized voice echoed inside the armor. "Welcome, dear operator. For your first entry into the power armor, we need to record your iris and fingerprint. Please cooperate." Qin Tian was momentarily stunned but quickly realized this wasn't an advanced AI, but rather a simple intelligent program similar to Xiao AI. He promptly complied, completing the fingerprint and iris scans. As the recording finished, Qin Tian established a connection with the power armor. The two multifunctional electronic eyes on the armor's head glowed a menacing red, directly linking with Qin Tian's own eyes. He began to walk, punch, and kick, finding that every movement was incredibly smooth with no lag whatsoever. Qin Tian could clearly feel a significant boost in his overall abilities. For instance, his punching power skyrocketed from an original 5,000 kilograms to around 7,500 kilograms, an impressive 50 increase. He was extremely satisfied, eager to rush out of the workshop and fully experience the armor's extreme speed and responsiveness in an open area. About 10 minutes later, Qin Tian deactivated the armor through a voice command. Dr. Oberding immediately approached him, smiling as he asked, "How do you feel, Chairman?" The surrounding researchers and Beast Tribe robots all looked at Qin Tian anxiously, awaiting his evaluation. "Very impressive," Qin Tian nodded. This model of power armor could very well become the standard equipment for the Federal Army. However, before mass production and official deployment, one more thing needs to be added. Oberding's previously bright smile became slightly tense as he quickly inquired, "Chairman, what does this power armor need?" "A combat knife," Qin Tian replied concisely. a high-density, durable, and sharp alloy combat knife. The surrounding researchers looked puzzled, but the 5 Beast tribe robots seemed to grasp the deeper meaning. Qin Tian elaborated, Dr. Oberding, everyone, you must understand that this power armor isn't just for regular soldiers. It will also be used by super soldiers who have been injected with special serums. Their physical capabilities are extraordinarily strong, and when they wear this power armor, their combat power will be even more formidable. With their strength, even using cold weapons can result in devastating damage. He continued, while firearms are powerful, cold weapons also have their roles in specific situations. Therefore, equipping the power armor with a high-density alloy combat knife that combines strength and durability is essential. To avoid impacting the armor's weapon loadout, this combat knife should be retractable to save space. It shouldn't be too long or too short. When extended, it should be at least 1.6 meters. The researchers, including Oberding, suddenly understood and immediately agreed. Understood. We will design a standard combat knife for the power armor according to your requirements, Chairman. We plan to use high-carbon steel alloy for the material. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. Good. You are the professionals. I just provide the requirements. The specific implementation is up to you, but I will personally test it when the time comes. Following this, Oberding introduced another model of large power armor to Qin Tian. This armor stood 5.2 meters tall and 3.1 meters wide, constructed entirely from special composite armor. It featured an enhanced fire control system and thicker armor plating. Designed for firepower and support, this armor was equipped with formidable weaponry, a 30mm high-velocity autocannon firing depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds, an energy cannon, a flamethrower, and 8 rockets. Oberding asked, Chairman, would you like to try this one? If needed, I can have the weapons installed immediately. Qin Tian shook his head and politely declined Oberding's proposal. No need. From the small power armor, I've already seen your capabilities. I trust that your research on large power armor is equally impressive. These 2 models can serve as standard equipment for the Federal Army. Hearing this, Oberding's eyes lit up with joy, and he respectfully said, if possible, please name these 2 power armors, Chairman. From research and design to manufacturing and testing, we haven't officially named them yet. Qin Tian pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the black coating of the 2 armors, and an idea struck him. Let's call them Black Armor Type A and Black Armor Type B. Type A is the standard infantry armor, and Type B is the fire support armor. He pointed to the Type A armor beside him and added, this Black Armor Type A has already been registered with my iris and fingerprint. I will take it back to the Prime Minister's palace. Yes, sir. Oberding responded immediately, his face unable to hide his excitement. Subsequently, Qin Tian had a brief yet efficient discussion with the researchers present. They ultimately decided to set up 2 production lines for power armor in each of the 4 cities: Sacred Terra, Abyssal City, Raccoon City, and Wind City, totaling 8 lines. 6 would produce Black Armor Type A, and 2 would produce Black Armor Type B. They set a clear goal: complete the construction of the production lines within 3 months, with each line initially producing at least 100 units per month. With business concluded, Qin Tian, along with Anastasia and Alice, left Research Institute No. 1, taking the newly tested Black Armor Type A and returning to the Prime Minister's palace. On the way, Qin Tian gave Alice an instruction. Once the Raccoon City base overcomes the technical barriers and achieves mass production of the perfect virus, reward each researcher involved in the AX Power Armor project with 1 vial. For every 5 behemoth robots, reward 10 energy amethysts. Understood. Alice nodded solemnly. A month later, in the biological research lab of the underground Raccoon City research base, an excited voice broke the silence. A middle-aged man of East Asian descent with a receding hairline, wearing a white protective suit, reported to Colonel Chu Xian, who was stationed at the lab. We did it, Colonel Chu. We've successfully created the perfect virus. It doesn't turn people into zombies. It just enhances their physical abilities and awakens superpowers. All the data is stable. We just need to conduct human trials. Without hesitation, Chu Xian took a vial of the Azure virus from Sun Rue's box and swiftly injected it into a biosoldier. This soldier had already been injected with the super soldier serum, and Chu Xian's action was to test the compatibility of the 2 serums. Fortunately, after the injection, the biosoldier exhibited no adverse reactions and successfully awakened both fire and psychic abilities, with significant improvements in all physical attributes. Chu Xian commanded, go to the training room and test your strength, speed, agility, and reflexes. Report the detailed data to me later. Yes, sir. The biosoldier saluted and quickly headed to the training room 300 meters away. Turning to the research team, Chu Xian's tone carried a hint of praise. So far, the perfect virus you developed shows no issues. I'll report your efforts and achievements to the chairman. You are heroes of humanity. The chairman will surely reward you generously. 20 minutes later, Chu Xian carefully analyzed the test data from the biosoldier. He noted that while the soldier's psychic and fire abilities were stable, their strength was not as high as his own, a dual serum holder. The soldier's overall physical attributes were 42 times that of a normal person, whereas he and the chairman were at 50 times. It seems the perfect virus provided by the chairman is indeed stronger, Chu Xian thought to himself, but was quite satisfied with the current results. After all, the scientist had achieved a great feat by developing a stable, reliable, and mass-producible perfect virus without side effects in such a short time. Chu Xian knew the importance of being content. Once again, it was proven that the quality of system-produced items was always superior. Star Abyss Federation, October 12, 2018. In his office, Speaker Qin Tian signed a crucial document approving the construction of 3 perfect virus production lines at the Raccoon City base. His pen glided over the paper, sketching a new blueprint for the Federation's future. 3 months later, on January 10, 2019, 3 brand new perfect virus production lines stood gleaming in the factory at the Raccoon City base. At the same time, 8 power armor production lines spread across Holy Terra, Abyss City, Raccoon City, and Wind City were also completed. Workers were busily fine-tuning the equipment, making final preparations for large-scale production. As the production line started, perfect virus and black armor type A and B power armors began rolling off the assembly lines. The new equipment was swiftly transported to various military camps and integrated into the Federation's army. Soldiers donned the new power armor, feeling extraordinary power coursing through their bodies. The Star Abyss Federation had officially stepped into the era of superpowers and power armor. In the Chancellor's Palace of Holy Terra, Qin Tian stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city. He turned to his guard captain, Anastasia, and issued an order. Gather all second-generation machines, second-gen tanks, old firearms, vehicles, ships, and artillery, everything except museum pieces. I have a use for them. Anastasia snapped to attention and saluted. Yes, sir. She quickly turned and left to arrange the extensive task. Qin Tian returned to his desk, checking the energy points data. The numbers on the screen made him frown. Only 500,000 points remained. He had to find a way to increase the energy points, and repurposing these outdated equipment was a perfect solution. This would not only generate considerable energy points, but also free up space for new equipment, reduce maintenance costs, and promote upgrades in the defense industry. With the arrival of 2019, the Star Abyss Federation's development entered a fast track. The economy, military industry, culture, and scientific research all experienced explosive growth. The 4 major cities Holy Terra, Raccoon City, Abyss City, and Wind City expanded rapidly, now able to accommodate at least 12 million people. The population surged from 6.3 million to 8.5 million, mostly due to newborns, as well as clones and people sourced from the second parallel world. This significant population growth was a result of the Federation's high-level policies encouraging childbirth and various welfare benefits. The military also expanded, with an additional 100,000 troops, bringing the total number of regular troops in the Star Abyss Federation to 160,000. Meanwhile, the land starship port on the Asian continent was completed. Over the next day, the Luania-class sky carriers, strategic transport ships, and 10 star warships landed one after another, entering the land starship port for maintenance and resupply. The surfaces of these 12 massive space vessels were emblazoned with the Federation's flag, and their majestic appearance in the sky stirred the hearts of countless citizens, filling them with pride for the new Covenant Federation. At the Highland Outpost base in the first parallel world, Federation Major General Simmons walked into a special house equipped with an oxygen supply system. This was to protect the captured Ranger General Cypher and his son from the oxygen-rich environment of Blue Star. Simmons said to Cypher, General Cypher, Holy Terra has sent an invitation for you and your son to attend our Star Abyss Federation's military parade. Upon hearing this, Cypher and his 18-year-old son, Qidan, showed eager expressions. After more than 2 years of captivity, they longed to experience civilization again. Simmons continued, This is our Federation's first military parade since its establishment, and it is very important. Not only you two, but General Qingtai Beast and I will also be returning. Cypher realized this was a rare opportunity and agreed immediately. Simmons instructed, Pack your belongings. I will send someone with respirators for you shortly. We depart for Holy Terra in 2 hours. With that, he turned and left to pack his own gear. 2 hours later, Saifu and Qidan donned their respirators, grabbed their luggage, and stepped out of the specially designed house. They met up with the Qing Iron Beast and Simmons, forming an impressive squad. 5 Iron Beasts, 5 Leopard Beasts, 2 Ice Wolf Beasts, a human armored unit, and 2 Black Hawk helicopters. Over the past 2 years, the Star Abyss Federation had reinforced the outpost's military strength, deploying multiple units including 500 Leopard Beasts. Led by the Qing Iron Beast and Simmons, the team arrived at the center of the outpost. There stood a world wormhole, reduced by Qin Tian to 20 meters high and 10 meters wide, emitting a faint green glow. Saifu gazed at the peculiar wormhole, pondering silently. As someone from an interstellar civilization, he was no stranger to wormholes. but this green one from the Star Abyss Federation was unique. What he didn't know was that this was not just any ordinary wormhole. It was a system capable of connecting parallel worlds and parallel universes. The Qin Iron Beast spoke in a deep voice. Let's go. It's been a long time since we returned to the Federation. I wonder how Abyss City, the royal city of our beast clan, has developed. With that, the entire team filed into the wormhole and vanished. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the Vermilion Bird Air Force Base in their home world. Star Abyss Federation, July 14, 2020. The Sacred Terra was festively decorated, brimming with holiday joy. Tall, ornate Gothic buildings, domed structures, and classic Eastern architecture were all dressed in grand attire. This day marked not only the anniversary of Sacred Terra's founding and the day of the military parade, but also the 30th birthday of the Federation speaker, Qin Tian. In Terra Square, tens of thousands of Federation citizens and media reporters crowded the stands along the 12-lane boulevard. Among them were the main commanders of the Beast Clan's three major legions, the Golden Iron Beast, the Green Leopard Beast, and the Purple Dragon Beast. Order was maintained by a regiment of Federation soldiers, 200 Iron Beasts, 200 Leopard Beasts, and 50 Ice Wolf Beasts. At the highest point of the right viewing stand, Qin Tian stood tall in a black suit, with his bodyguard Captain Anastasia behind him. Below were 7 members of the Military Joint Council, over 30 generals and officers, numerous Federation parliamentarians, various court judges, and individuals like Alice, Triss, Saifu, and Chidan. At exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, under the gaze of countless eyes, Qin Tian declared, I announce the commencement of the first military parade of the Star Abyss Federation. Immediately, a formation of 20 C-21 heavy air gunships led the way, flying in an inverted V formation. The lead 2 gunships had massive Federation and military flags hanging from their undersides, with the purple blue and pure blue banners fluttering in the wind. The 18 gunships on either side trailed long streams of colored smoke, creating a spectacular display. Following them, various models of strategic transport aircraft, early warning aircraft, and bombers flew over in succession, totaling 360 large fixed-wing military planes roaring across Terra Square. Next, 240 different types of fighter jets sped by, some even creating sonic booms, pushing the atmosphere to a climax. Finally, 240 military helicopters entered the parade ground to the thundering sound of their rotors. The entire aerial fleet consisted of 860 units, including 600 fixed-wing units, an unprecedented scale. The audience on the scene and the citizens watching on television were stunned by this grand spectacle, their cheers rising and falling. Media reporters competed to cover this magnificent event. Everyone, including Federation Speaker Qin Tian, was witnessing such formidable air power for the first time, filling their hearts with pride and a sense of security. Even Saifu, a renowned ranger general from an interstellar civilization, couldn't help but nod in admiration. He thought to himself that the Star Abyss Federation's air power was indeed formidable, capable of matching that of the Prime Star and other nations within the Interstellar Alliance. However, he wondered about their Space Force's strength, as Space Forces were the true powerhouses in interstellar warfare. After 860 aerial units flew over Terra Square and completed their review, ground armored units, artillery units, and missile units followed closely behind. The roar of jet engines still echoed in the sky above Terra Square, while the ground rumbled with the heavy clanking of tank treads. Leading the procession were 200 main battle tanks, forming an orderly phalanx with their cannons uniformly aimed forward. Following them were 200 heavy armored vehicles, their armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Next came the artillery units, consisting of 200 self-propelled guns, 100 rocket launchers, 20 electromagnetic guns, and 20 energy cannons. These powerful weapon systems rolled by slowly, showcasing the Federation's formidable fire support capabilities. The missile units were the last to appear. 150 intercontinental ballistic missiles were mounted on 12-wheeled or 16-wheeled missile launchers. These colossal machines moved steadily, symbolizing the strategic deterrence power of the Federation. In total, 890 large ground units formed a steel torrent, flooding into the parade ground to be reviewed by the entire Star Abyss Federation. The Abrams, Leopard, Leclerc, Challenger, Sniper, Merkava, and 5 other advanced main battle tanks, along with 6 types of heavy armored vehicles, represented the pinnacle of the Federation's ground military equipment. Self-propelled howitzers, self-propelled cannons, recoilless rifles, and carpet-bombing rocket launchers followed in succession. Among them was a super rocket launcher capable of hitting targets 2,000 kilometers away, surpassing the range of some missiles. Although the performance of 2 other artillery types remained unknown, their presence undoubtedly highlighted the Federation's strong fire support capabilities. 9 types of land-based and sea-based intercontinental ballistic missiles, including the Poplar, Minuteman, Yars, Dongfeng, Zhulong, Evergreen, Trident, Bulava, and Polaris, passed by slowly. Their silent presence conveyed a clear message. The Federation is capable of erasing a civilization at will. There was no official commentary at the event, but journalists enthusiastically explained each piece of equipment to their cameras. Countless Federation citizens cheered excitedly, shouting, "Long live the Federation! Long live the Speaker! The spark never dies! Star Abyss forever!" The parade's inspirational effect on the Federation was evident. It took a full 30 minutes for all 890 large ground units to pass through Terra Square before returning to their respective bases. However, the parade was far from over. After the Air Force, ground armored units, artillery, and missile units had their turn, it was time for the infantry to take the stage. 3,000 soldiers, all injected with super soldier serum and clad in black power armor, were the first to appear. This included 2,400 black armor type A units and 600 black armor type B units. Leading them was Federal Major General Simmons, dressed in black armor type A. This was the Star Abyss Federation's first public display of power armor, a revolutionary piece of equipment. As the formation passed the right viewing platform and aligned with Qin Tian, all 3,000 power armor soldiers turned their heads in unison to salute him. Qin Tian immediately returned the salute. The appearance of the power armor units brought the parade's atmosphere to a fever pitch. The audience marveled at the Federation's development of power armor, a concept previously thought to exist only in movies. While the exact performance of these units was unknown, their sharp, imposing design and mysterious crimson electronic eyes hinted at their formidable capabilities. In military equipment circles, there's a saying: an unattractive piece of equipment isn't necessarily weak, but a sleek, impressive one is often very powerful. The fact that these power armor units were produced in large quantities and included in the parade underscored their excellent performance and reliable technology. At this moment, on the right viewing platform, the renowned General Cipher from the interstellar civilization showed a rare expression of surprise. Neither the aerial spectacle nor the ground-based steel torrent had fazed him, but the sight of 3,000 power armor units left him visibly unsettled. It's worth noting that neither the new star nor any member of the Interstellar Alliance possessed half-covered or fully covered powered exoskeleton armor. This wasn't due to a lack of capability, but rather a result of divergent technological paths and philosophies. Within the Interstellar Alliance, the concept of powered exoskeleton armor was still in its infancy, barely even considered a fringe idea. Cipher couldn't help but think, if only they had developed power armor like the Star Abyss Federation earlier. If they had such equipment back then, humanity might not have suffered such heavy losses at the hands of the vicious Ishez race. Following the power armor units, the Beast Legions formations took the stage. Leading the Ice Wolf Beast formation was the newly born Blue Dragon Beast from the Abyss City Energy Pool. The Iron Beast formation was led by General Blue Iron Beast, while the Leopard Beast formation was headed by General Purple Leopard Beast. Each Beast Army formation consisted of 500 Beast Warriors. The Ice Wolf Beast formation at the forefront did not use their flight mode, but retracted their wings to march on the ground. The parade ground was filled with the heavy stomping of Beast Warriors. The appearance of the Beast Legion was as awe-inspiring as the 3,000 power armor units. Journalists were momentarily at a loss for words and could only join the crowd in cheering, "Long live the Federation! Long live the Speaker! The spark never dies! Star Abyss forever!" Such chants echoed throughout Terra Square. Countless eyes were fixed on Qin Tian on the reviewing stand, filled with fervor and admiration. Having witnessed the grandeur of the parade and the might of the Federation's military, the citizens genuinely revered Qin Tian, the man who founded the Star Abyss Federation and developed it to its present glory, providing a high standard of living for its people. The Federation's leadership, including Qin Tian and the Beast Legion generals, were very pleased with the outcome. Subsequently, 1,200 elite warriors stationed near the Chancellor's Palace as the Imperial Guard, led by Battle Group Commander Harrelson and Champion Alex, entered the parade ground. This imposing unit, clad in sky blue power armor and armed with bolt rifles and power swords, once again drew gasps from the crowd. As the elite warriors formation aligned with Qin Tian's position, the entire unit rendered a salute, which Qin Tian reciprocated. At that moment, Qin Tian thought silently. The future of the Star Abyss Federation lies in the stars, in the infinite multiverse. This unprecedented parade not only boosted the citizens' confidence, but also strengthened Qin Tian's resolve, or perhaps his ambition. The Federation's strength had been showcased. Now it was time to venture into the broader universe. After the Extreme Warriors formation passed, a long 5-minute silence enveloped Terra Square. Just as everyone in the Federation thought the parade was over and Speaker Qin Tian was about to announce its conclusion, a deafening roar of engines suddenly filled the sacred Terra air. Before the hundreds of thousands of spectators could react, the sky abruptly darkened. People looked up to see 6 enormous and imposing starships slowly coming into view. Each ship bore the clear insignia of the Federation's military, their silver-white exteriors gleaming under the sunlight. These were the elite of the Star Abyss Federation's space military forces: 2 star destroyers, 2 star frigates, 1 Leuenberg-class sky carrier, and one strategic transport ship. The 6 steel behemoths moved in a single file formation, each taking its turn to pass over Terra Square. Unlike the earlier cheers, an eerie silence now gripped the entire square. Everyone was struck speechless by this unprecedented close encounter. They stared in awe at the colossal machines, appreciating the ultimate mechanical aesthetics and experiencing an unparalleled visual impact. This sense of awe wasn't limited to Terra Square. Across the sacred Terra, Raccoon City, Abyssal City, and beyond, over 9 million humans and beast warriors watching outdoors or via live broadcast were equally stunned. Even though Wind City would have to wait to watch a recording due to signal blockage through the wormhole, the impact would surely be no less profound. On the viewing platform, Safer sighed inwardly. He realized that the parade likely showcased just the tip of the iceberg of the Federation's military might. With powerful armored units, robot legions, and space forces, the Federation's strength far exceeded his imagination. The stronger the Federation became, the slimmer his and his son's chances of escaping control and reuniting with his wife on First New Star. This thought cast a shadow over Safer's face, unaware that he was in a parallel universe on Blue Star, not his original cosmos. 3 minutes after the 6 starships had all passed over Terra Square, Qin Tian's voice echoed through the microphone, reaching every corner of the Federation. I hereby declare the first military parade of the Star Abyss Federation officially concluded. The crowd, still immersed in awe, finally snapped back to reality, realizing that this milestone event had come to an end. Although the parade was over, its profound and positive impact on the Star Abyss Federation would be long-lasting. Back at the Extreme Battle Corps camp near the Chancellor's Palace, just returned from Terra Square, Commander Halsin said to Champion Alex, "Alex, from today's parade, I've seen a possibility." After ensuring no one was around, Alex whispered, "You mean transforming the Federation into an empire?" Halsin nodded affirmatively. Yes, today's atmosphere already had the trappings of an empire. As long as the speaker remains excellent and doesn't falter, he might one day become a figure like the God Emperor. Alex agreed, but Halsin added that this was just a possibility. The Federation still needed time to adapt to the harsh realities of the universe. Both concurred that much would depend on the speaker's vision and initiatives. Meanwhile, in the speaker's office at the Chancellor's Palace, Song Yuhua was briefing Qin Tian on the latest progress from Research Institute No. 1 regarding the wormhole traversal device. Although the technology had been replicated, suitable materials for its manufacture were lacking. Without hesitation, Qin Tian ordered the disassembly of equipment and materials from starships to construct the wormhole device. He emphasized the critical importance of this technology for the Federation's future, stating that sacrificing a few starships was a price worth paying. Qin Tian's decision underscored his commitment to technological advancement and his resolve to spare no effort for the Federation's future. Song Yuhua took the order and prepared to relay it to Research Institute No. 1, paving the way for the Star Abyss Federation's era of interstellar exploration. Qin Tian, the chairman of Xingyuan Federation, stood in his spacious office, his gaze fixed on the personal panel floating in midair. At just 30 years old, he had already lived for 2 centuries, wielding extraordinary powers of fire and mental energy. The most striking figure on the panel was the astounding 9 million energy points he had amassed by exchanging a vast amount of outdated weaponry. System, activate the world wormhole roulette, Qin Tian commanded in a deep voice. With the system's prompt, the names of 8 world wormholes flashed before him. Road of Fury, Battle for Tomorrow, Edge of Tomorrow, Laniakea, The Book of Eli, 10,000 BC, Return to Jurassic, and 2012. Draw, Qin Tian decisively ordered. 5 seconds later, the result was revealed: 2012 World Wormhole. Information about this world instantly flooded Qin Tian's mind. The Mayan civilization's apocalyptic prophecy, the global natural disasters of 2012, and the vivid scenes of human civilization teetering on the brink of destruction. A slight smile appeared on Qin Tian's lips. This world presented a golden opportunity for the Xingyuan Federation. He quickly picked up the office phone to contact Chief of General Staff, August, arranging for an urgent online meeting. 2 hours later, 7 council members gathered in the virtual conference room. Qin Tian briefly introduced the situation of the 2012 world, prompting a wave of astonishment and contemplation. August spoke first. The natural disasters in this world are extremely terrifying. We can only deploy transport aircraft and starships for rescue. Ground and sea transportation are simply not viable. Even aerial operations must be cautious, avoiding volcanic ash and massive tsunamis. Johnson added, we should focus on using vertical takeoff and landing transport vehicles, such as Blackhawks, Ospreys, and Chinook helicopters. Some armed helicopters can also be repurposed by removing their weapons to increase passenger capacity. Takara Sato offered more specific suggestions. Our 20C-21 heavy gunships are perfect for this mission. After modifications, each can carry at least 300 people, meaning a single operation could rescue 6,000 individuals. Park Gukchang followed up, let's not forget our strategic transport ships. With minor modifications, they can transport 100,000 people at once. These will be the backbone of our rescue operation. The conference room buzzed with a mix of tension and excitement. Everyone realized that this mission was not just a rescue operation, but also a prime opportunity for the Xingyuan Federation to expand its influence. The sacred land of Terra, with an area of merely 27,000 square kilometers, struggles to accommodate its millions of inhabitants. Qin Tian and 7 council members are urgently discussing a rescue plan. Park Guochang suggests opening a world portal on the European plains, where the flat and wide terrain is suitable for assembling helicopter fleets and housing a large population. He emphasizes the need to prepare ample living supplies and to recruit at least 500,000 volunteers to assist the military in handling various tasks. Charles then proposes that to ensure the continuity of the rescue operation, a significant fuel reserve must be established around the world portal for helicopter refueling. Andre also shares his thoughts, noting that after injecting the super soldier serum, his physique has returned to normal. Qin Tian carefully listens to the 7 council members' suggestions and is pleased with their practical expertise. He adds, the Ice Wolf Beast Corps of the Beast Tribe, which has the ability to fly, can allocate 10,000 Ice Wolf Beast warriors to the rescue mission. With the support of the energy pool, the Ice Wolf Beast Corps has expanded to 13,000 troops. After the meeting, the federal military immediately begins a large-scale mobilization. Countless armed helicopters, 20 C-21 heavy gunships, and 10 starships start disarming their weapons for modification. Transport helicopters take off from various military bases, heading to the European plains for assembly. Helicopters stored in the armories are also activated, either flying directly to the destination or being modified on-site. Meanwhile, in the Abyss City on the North American continent, Blue Dragon Beast leads 10,000 Ice Wolf Beasts flying towards Europe. The Federation starts recruiting volunteers and preparing living supplies, receiving an enthusiastic response from the public. In less than a day, 850,000 volunteers sign up, far exceeding the minimum target. 2 months later, all preparations are successfully completed. On the central plains of Europe, 10 starships, countless helicopters, and an army of 10,000 Ice Wolf Beasts stand ready. On the right side are mountains of supplies and 850,000 volunteers, while on the left are maintenance vehicles, supply vehicles, and teams of mechanics prepared to support returning helicopters. Chief of Staff August reports to Qin Tian, Chairman, we have deployed a total of 27,600 troops, with General Johnson as the overall commander of the rescue operation. Qin Tian turns to General Johnson, dressed in a navy blue admiral's uniform, and solemnly says, General Johnson, the rescue mission is in your hands. This will not only test our cross-world deployment and rescue capabilities, but also boost the public's pride in the Federation. Most importantly, it will bring invaluable population resources to the Federation. Minor mistakes are acceptable, but major issues are not. Can you handle this? Rest assured, Chairman, I will not disappoint you. Johnson solemnly saluted Qin Tian, his tone resolute. Go. Qin Tian gave the final, brief command. Yes, sir. Johnson responded promptly, then jogged towards a sleek, blue and white landing craft. The engines roared to life, taking him to the imposing Star Destroyer, the flagship of the rescue fleet. Qin Tian turned and issued a command to the system. Activate the world wormhole. Set the height to 3,000 meters and the width to 2,000 meters. With the system's confirmation, a dark green beam of light descended from the sky, rapidly expanding into a massive wormhole. This wormhole, standing 3,000 meters tall and 2,000 meters wide, was the largest ever created. Nearly 1 million spectators were awestruck, realizing that crossing this threshold would lead to a parallel world. In the control room of the Star Destroyer, Johnson stared at the enormous wormhole ahead and gave a deep-toned order. Move out. The artificial intelligence quickly confirmed, yes, sir, and relayed the command throughout the fleet. The massive rescue force began to mobilize. 10 starships ignited their engines first, followed by 20 C-21 gunships, an army of 10,000 Ice Wolves, and 5,000 helicopters. This overwhelming aerial force ascended slowly, creating a breathtaking sight that blotted out the sky. Leading with Johnson's flagship, the entire fleet began to orderly enter the world wormhole. On the scene, a blonde, blue-eyed female reporter was broadcasting live. This is the voice of Star Abyss. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing is the massive rescue fleet led by Admiral Johnson. They are crossing the world wormhole to carry out their mission. This fleet, composed of starships, aerial gunships, an army of Ice Wolves and helicopters, is undoubtedly a testament to the Federation's formidable military might. Let us pray for their safety and success in rescuing humanity from the parallel world. God bless Star Abyss. Meanwhile, all official and civilian media outlets of the Star Abyss Federation had dispatched reporters for live coverage. Countless citizens watched the formidable aerial force on their screens, filled with pride. The scene shifted to December 10, 2012, in the parallel world. This world was shrouded in gloom. Natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions, Earthquakes, tsunamis, and hurricanes ravaged the globe, mercilessly destroying human lives and civilization. The sky was perpetually dark, and temperatures plummeted. Faced with the wrath of nature, humanity, once claiming dominance over Blue Star, appeared insignificant and helpless. In this apocalyptic disaster, world leaders had no time to care about others. They hurriedly led a few wealthy individuals, some scientists, and a large number of plants and animals to Mount Everest, standing over 8,800 meters high. The near-completed Ark project there was their last hope. As for the ordinary people and even most scientists, they were ruthlessly abandoned, left to await death in despair. Some defiant individuals drove towards high-altitude areas, hoping to escape the catastrophe. The highways were crowded with endless streams of cars, resembling a winding dragon. On the Asian continent, the Qin Tian Plateau, known as the roof of the world, with an average altitude of 4,000 meters, became a gathering place for millions from around the globe. They arrived by car or plane, hoping the high altitude could shield them from tsunamis. However, they underestimated the disaster's magnitude. In the predetermined course of events, even Mount Everest, standing over 8,800 meters high, would eventually be engulfed by towering waves, let alone the Qin Tian Plateau with an average altitude of only 4,000 meters. On this 2.5 million square kilometer plateau, countless tents dotted the landscape. Inside one tent, a young Eastern girl in a thick red hat and white winter coat was warming herself by a fire. Her adorable face was filled with worry as she asked, "Daddy, Mommy, Grandpa and Grandma are gone. Can we survive?" Li Mingjun gently stroked his daughter Li Xiaorua's cheek, forcing a smile. "We will, sweetheart. We will survive." He exchanged a sorrowful glance with his wife, Kai Xiaoyun. Li Mingjun was a world-renowned top biologist, with his research revered in the biological sciences community. His wife, Kai Xiaoyun, was a distinguished geologist with significant contributions to her field. In reality, before deciding to come to the Qin Tian Plateau, Li Mingjun had already learned from his wife about the disaster's terrifying scale. Whether it was the Qin Tian Plateau at 4,000 meters or the higher peaks of Mount Everest, all could eventually be submerged by the tsunami. They chose to come here with a faint hope. Originally, they planned to head to the higher peaks of Mount Everest or another high-altitude location. However, according to a friend's radio report, the base of these mountains was already crowded with people, and it was impossible to ascend without a plane. Moreover, the chaos and frequent robberies and murders there made it unsafe. After careful consideration, Li Mingjun and Kai Xiaoyun decided to stay on the Qin Tian Plateau. At least here, thousands of soldiers from neighboring countries maintained order, providing relative safety. Despite this, they knew survival was still a slim hope. "Honey, I love you," Li Mingjun suddenly said to his wife. Choking back tears, Kai Xiaoyun responded, "I love you too, dear. And our daughter. If there is a next life, let's still be a family." "Look, what is that?" "Light, it's light. An emerald green light," Li Mingjun exclaimed, his voice piercing through the frigid night air. On the Longqing Plateau, snowflakes were swirling as the temperature plummeted to a bone-chilling low. Li Mingjun, his wife Kai Xiaoyun, and their daughter were about to huddle together in their tent for warmth when they heard a commotion outside. The couple quickly donned their heavy winter gear, reassured their daughter, and stepped out of the tent with a small knife to investigate. The sight before them left them speechless. High above, a colossal emerald green light tunnel, towering 3 kilometers high and spanning 2 kilometers wide, hovered in the sky like a wormhole from a sci-fi movie. The light illuminated thousands of square kilometers of land, casting an eerie green hue over the night sky. This was the world wormhole opened by Qin Tian. Not only Li Mingjun and his wife, but millions across the Longqing Plateau, Mount Everest, and the surrounding regions were thrown into a state of shock and panic. The wormhole's altitude, nearly level with Everest, made this phenomenon particularly striking against the Asian continent's night sky. As people stood in stunned silence, a massive, futuristic worshipper, more accurately, a sky battleship slowly emerged from the light tunnel. The ship's belly hovered just 400 to 500 meters above the ground, its immense size and design leaving all onlookers awestruck. This starship hailed from the Star Abyss Federation of a parallel world and was the flagship of Admiral Johnson. As the vessel fully exited the wormhole, Johnson, clad in a dark navy uniform, commanded, "Begin." The ship's AI immediately broadcast a pre-recorded message. "Attention all human survivors, we are the rescue force from the parallel world Star Abyss Federation. We have detected an apocalyptic crisis in your world and have opened a wormhole to provide aid. All survivors should move towards the wormhole and await further instructions for centralized rescue." This message quickly spread across thousands of square kilometers. People began to realize that the emerald green light tunnel was indeed a wormhole, not some supernatural disaster. The rescue message spread like wildfire, bringing a glimmer of hope to humanity in their direst moment. Braving the wind, snow, and biting cold, countless people left their tents and moved towards the wormhole. On the ground, a wave of humanity surged forward. Meanwhile, the flagship's AI linked to space communication satellites, broadcasting globally. The rescue force from the parallel world has arrived through the wormhole. All survivors should make their way to the Longqing Plateau. We will evacuate in 10 days. Do not delay. This announcement rekindled the will to survive in countless people worldwide who had given up hope. They hastily packed and made every effort to reach the Longqing Plateau. Following the flagship, 20 C-21 gunships, an army of 10,000 ice wolves, and 5,000 helicopters emerged from the wormhole in an impressive display. The sheer scale of this arrival left those on the ground both stunned and elated. The 10,000 ice wolves landed first, each grabbing 2 humans and flying back through the wormhole to transport 20,000 survivors to the Star Abyss Federation. Next, the gunships and helicopters dispersed in all directions, hovering just 5 to 6 meters above the ground. Soldiers dropped rope ladders and used loudspeakers to shout, "Hurry up, time is life. The faster you move, the more people we can save. Board in an orderly manner, and avoid causing a stampede. Bring only the clothes on your back. The Federation has prepared all necessary supplies for you." Under the soldiers' direction, most people began boarding in an orderly fashion. However, some still tried to disrupt the process. As Li Mingjuan's family prepared to board an Osprey transport aircraft, a burly man shoved them aside and climbed the rope ladder with a few of his cronies. At the aircraft's entrance, a Federation soldier unhesitatingly shot the man in the head with a 262 large-caliber weapon. At such close range, the man's head was obliterated, and his body fell from the ladder, convulsing on the ground. This scene terrified everyone around, including Li Mingjuan's family. The soldier then warned through the loudspeaker, "I repeat, board in an orderly manner. Anyone causing disruption will face the same fate." The people in this area immediately complied, but similar incidents continued across the vast Longqing Plateau. It wasn't until thousands of troublemakers were executed that order was fully restored. Before long, a spectacular scene began to unfold in the sky. Helicopters filled with people started retracting their rope ladders and ascending into the air. Some headed towards the massive starships, docking to transfer passengers before returning to the ground for more rescues. Others flew directly through the world tunnels, transporting survivors to parallel worlds. Meanwhile, 10,000 large ice wolf beasts completed their first transport mission and swiftly returned for more. These creatures were agile and incredibly fast, making round trips every 10 minutes. Among the returning fleet, inside a gray-painted Osprey transport aircraft, a federal sergeant with a shotgun noticed Li Xiaorua's words. With some blood still on his face, he turned to Li Mingjun and asked, "Mr. Li, your daughter mentioned that you and your wife are scientists?" Li Mingjun nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I am a biologist, and my wife is a geologist." The sergeant's eyes lit up at this. "That's fantastic. Mr. Li, scientists hold a very high status in our Star Abyss Federation. Given your ages, early 40s, you are considered young talents in the scientific community. Once you join the Federation, you'll receive the highest respect." Without hesitation, Li Mingjun expressed his willingness to join the Star Abyss Federation. "The Federation saved us in our darkest hour. We owe it a great debt. If the Federation needs us, my wife and I are ready to give our all, without reservation." Kai Xiaoyun, standing beside them, nodded in agreement. The sergeant looked at the couple with a pleased smile. After all, science is the flame of civilization, and scientists are the key drivers of progress. The more exceptional scientists join the Federation, the stronger it becomes. This also means the military can acquire more advanced, safer, and more powerful equipment, like the Black Armor Type A and B power suits. Meanwhile, on the European plains of the Federation's homeworld, 10,000 Federation soldiers and 850,000 volunteers were busy receiving a continuous influx of human survivors. They maintained order and distributed various supplies. On the other side, maintenance and supply units refueled the landing helicopters, enabling them to immediately return to the parallel world for more rescue missions. Chief of Staff Augustus stood by a comprehensive supply vehicle, reporting the latest data to Qin Tian, Chairman. "Within just 1 hour, we've successfully rescued over 300,000 survivors, including more than 100 scientists. I believe our efficiency will only increase." As he finished speaking, a magnificent sight appeared in the sky. A colossal strategic transport ship slowly emerged from a wormhole, followed by 8 starships filled with people. Augustus estimated, "This wave should bring about 150,000 people." Qin Tian smiled with satisfaction, thinking that more people and scientists meant a hopeful future for the Star Abyss Federation. He then gave new instructions to Augustus, Chief of Staff. "The Raccoon City base has already begun the Blood Orchid Gene Optimization Project led by Dr. Sun Rue. I need you to screen the new arrivals here. All scientists and their families should be housed within Sacred Terra. No camping required. Biologists should be sent to the Raccoon City base immediately to join the research, with top-notch treatment. This gene optimization project following the super soldier serum and the perfect virus, was the Federation's third human evolution plan. It primarily used the blood orchid, known as the immortal flower, supplemented by materials from the homeworld and the primal first parallel world. Augustus saluted. Yes, sir. Qin Tian nodded and then boarded a Black Hawk helicopter with Anastasia, escorted by 5 ice wolf beasts and 2 armed helicopters, returning to Sacred Terra. Simultaneously, on the Longqing Plateau in the 2012 world, a dramatic scene was unfolding. Braving the biting snow, an Eastern General Longshan, clad in heavy winter clothing, issued orders to his subordinates via radio, let the civilians go first. No soldier is to compete with civilians for space. Any violation will be met with military justice. Maintain order and cooperate with Allied forces for evacuation. The radio crackled with firm responses. Yes, sir. No one objected. At that moment, 6 generals from different countries approached Longshan, unanimously expressing their support. General Longshan, we stand with you. The military will be the last to leave, prioritizing civilian rescue. Longshan moved, said, if we survive, we will be brothers for life. He extended his fist. The other 6 generals exchanged glances and extended their fists as well. 7 fists met in the air, forming an unbreakable bond. Thanks to the cooperation of these 7 generals, none of the 6,000 soldiers on the Longqing Plateau disobeyed orders. They wholeheartedly maintained order and helped the elderly, weak, and sick. This was why the order on the Longqing Plateau was much better than that on Mount Everest and Eiffel Peak. Meanwhile, aboard the Federation flagship, a lieutenant colonel reported to General Johnson, General, the world leaders on Mount Everest are inquiring if we can prioritize their rescue. They promise 1 trillion mana and half of the rare flora and fauna on the Ark in return. Johnson snorted disdainfully. 1 trillion mana? That's just paper to us. Rare animals? Are there not enough animals in the homeworld and the first parallel world? How many people are on Everest? How many on the Longqing Plateau? Ignore them. They have the Ark. Civilians do not. The rescue of the population must not stop for a moment. The lieutenant colonel responded immediately. Yes, sir. Days passed by as millions of humans were swiftly evacuated to the Star Abyss Federation. Meanwhile, more and more people were making their way to the Longqing Plateau through various means. On December 18, 2012, with only 3 days left until the final apocalypse, the flagship's AI reported the latest situation to General Johnson. General, as of now, the tsunami has engulfed the entire eastern plain, southeastern hills, and southern mountains. It is now sweeping towards the southwestern plateau. At this rate, the tsunami will reach the Longqing Plateau in no more than 2.5 days. As the AI spoke, a bright blue holographic screen appeared in front of Johnson, displaying high-definition footage of the tsunami. Johnson stared at the screen, witnessing the terrifying, towering waves thousands of meters, high-rushing across the land with unstoppable force. Skyscrapers were submerged instantly, and even the southwestern plateau, with elevations between 2,000 to 4,000 meters, was rapidly disappearing under the colossal waves. Oh my God! Despite being briefed by Qin Tian about the horrors of this apocalypse, Johnson couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Such a catastrophic natural disaster was beyond human resistance. The only option was to flee. God couldn't save humanity. Only humanity could save itself. After a moment of contemplation, Johnson issued an order. Immediately launch 10 1-megaton nuclear weapons towards the southwestern plateau. Let's see if we can use the plateau to slow down the tsunami's advance. Aside from the survivors already evacuated, the number of people gathered on and around the Longqing Plateau still stood at a staggering 32 million. With a daily evacuation capacity of just over 10 million, at least 3 days would be needed to complete the evacuation. But with the tsunami set to reach the plateau in just 2.5 days, it meant that at least 5 million people would be left to drown. Johnson couldn't let this happen, so he had to try everything possible. Using nuclear weapons to intercept the tsunami might sound bizarre, but in this desperate situation, it was worth a shot. Yes, sir. The AI acknowledged and immediately initiated the weapons program. As the flagship, this Star Destroyer retained all its weaponry. A superpowered particle main cannon, 10 regular particle cannons, 30 electromagnetic railguns, and 90 missile launchers, all in combat readiness. Under the AI's control, the hatches of 10 vertical missile launchers on the deck opened automatically. 10 1-megaton strategic nuclear missiles were launched, trailing bright orange flames and long white smoke as they sped towards the southwestern plateau thousands of kilometers away, moving at lightning speed. On the ground, countless humans saw the launch and, not understanding the Star Abyss Federation's intentions, exclaimed, "Missiles! They're launching missiles!" 3 minutes later, the 10 strategic nuclear weapons reached the southwestern plateau, which was already 1/5 submerged. Though the tsunami's power was terrifying, the strategic nuclear weapons were formidable in their own right. The 10 nuclear weapons detonated simultaneously, spaced 1 kilometer apart. Instantly, the combined force of 10 megatons of explosive power was unleashed. Massive mushroom clouds soared into the sky, releasing intense nuclear radiation and shockwaves. Leveraging the plateau's terrain, the immense power of the nuclear weapons managed to temporarily halt the seemingly unstoppable tsunami, even pushing it back by 2 to 3 kilometers. Although the tsunami resumed its advance after a brief pause, its speed was noticeably reduced, progressing more gradually. Ultimately, it took 3 to 4 minutes for the tsunami to reflood the previously submerged area. This scene was transmitted in real time by reconnaissance satellites to Johnson's screen. Overjoyed, Johnson realized that the method was effective. "How many more nuclear weapons do we have?" Johnson asked urgently. The AI promptly replied, "This starship has 20 tactical nuclear weapons below 1 megaton, 10 3 megaton, and 10 5 megaton strategic nuclear weapons remaining. The other 40 missile launchers are equipped with conventional warheads." Johnson quickly issued new orders. Launch a nuclear missile every 5 minutes, ensuring that the combined explosive yield of each launch is at least 10 megatons. Spare no effort to slow down the tsunami's advance. We don't need to slow down the tsunami worldwide, just the one coming from the Pacific. Notify the other starships that once the flagship's nuclear arsenal is depleted, they are to take turns carrying out this task, maintaining the 5-minute launch interval. Also, dispatch a helicopter to inform the speaker of our strategy. Although the other starships had removed some onboard weapons and equipment to increase space for more survivors, the missile launchers were fixed within the ship's structure and couldn't be dismantled without major repairs. Therefore, except for the sole strategic transport ship, the other 8 starships were armed with a significant number of nuclear warheads, all ready to be launched. "Yes, sir." The AI responded, immediately contacting the other 8 starships and launching another wave of strategic nuclear weapons. This underscored the apocalyptic severity of the situation. Even 10 megatons of nuclear force could only delay the tsunami for a few minutes. Nonetheless, it was better than having no solution at all. Meanwhile, in the Führer's palace on Holy Terra of the Starbase Federation, Qin Tian was reviewing the rescue team's reports. Using nuclear weapons to block a tsunami? Leveraging the plateau's terrain, 10 megatons can delay the tsunami for about 4 minutes. Johnson has some creative ideas, Qin Tian remarked, somewhat surprised. To be honest, Qin Tian hadn't thought of this approach. However, he fully supported Johnson's strategy. Although it would consume a significant number of nuclear weapons, if it could buy an extra half-day to evacuate those 5 million people, it would be worth it. Qin Tian turned to Anastasia in the office and said, "Contact Zilong Beast and have him dispatch 1,000 ice wolf beasts to Europe to escort 501 megaton strategic nuclear weapons to the third parallel world for General Johnson's use." The Starbase Federation had an abundant supply of nuclear weapons. Tens of thousands of nuclear warheads were ready for deployment, including over 6,000 tactical and 4,000 strategic nuclear weapons. They hadn't found much use for them until now. "Yes, sir." Anastasia nodded and proceeded to the control room to relay the order to Abyss City. Qin Tian thought to himself, after this event, the third parallel world will be heavily contaminated with nuclear radiation. In the future, it can serve as the base for the monster army. While nuclear pollution makes it uninhabitable for humans and mechanical life forms, it would be a paradise for monsters. The system mentioned that weather weapons can create natural disasters like tsunamis, earthquakes, hurricanes, and volcanic eruptions. So, can they be used to mitigate these disasters? For instance, could they have helped with the 2012 global tsunami? Qin Tian had a sudden inspiration and remembered the long-dormant weather weapon in the armory of the Führer's palace. He immediately asked the system if it was possible. The system responded promptly, "Ding." In normal circumstances, weather weapons can indeed create and also mitigate tsunamis. However, the 2012 global tsunami is of an apocalyptic scale, beyond the capacity of the weather weapon at your disposal. While it can't completely neutralize the tsunami, it can reduce and delay its impact. Hearing this, Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Even if it could only lessen and delay the disaster, it was far better than being helpless. The 2012 apocalypse was so terrifying that even monsters capable of withstanding nuclear blasts struggled to survive. Of course, exceptions existed for monster kings like Godzilla and Ghidorah, as well as some large creatures that could live in magma. Qin Tian quickly devised a plan. In such a catastrophic event, weather weapons could buy invaluable time for rescue operations. By combining nuclear weapons to block the tsunami and the weather weapons' mitigating effects, the rescue mission had a high chance of success. He immediately informed the guards, ordering them to retrieve the weather weapon from the armory and deliver it to the Ice Wolf Beast unit guarding Sacred Terra. The elite Ice Wolf Beasts would escort the weapon to the third parallel world for deployment. As for the 1,000 Ice Wolf Beasts en route from Abyss City to Europe, they would not participate in this mission but would follow up with 500 strategic nuclear weapons. 30 minutes later, escorted by 4 elite level 11 Ice Wolf Beasts, the weather weapon was transported to the third parallel world. This long-forgotten weapon was finally seeing the light of day. An hour later, aboard the flagship in the 2012 world, Johnson watched in astonishment as the 4 Ice Wolf Beasts brought in the weather weapon. He immediately ordered, Ice Wolf Beasts, activate the weather weapon. Time is of the essence. We can't afford any delays. The lead Ice Wolf Beast captain responded promptly, yes, sir. They had thoroughly studied the manual and were fully capable of operating the complex weapon. The 4 Ice Wolf Beasts carried the weather weapon to a flat mountaintop covered in snow. The captain carefully manipulated the disc on top of the weapon, turning it in a specific sequence. Suddenly, a humming sound emanated from the weapon, and the disc transformed into 6 petal-like blades. A control device slowly rose from the center. Without hesitation, the captain pressed the red button. With a click, 4 sturdy steel pins extended from the sides of the weapon, anchoring it firmly into the rock. Next, the captain used a mechanical claw to operate the touchscreen display, quickly locating and setting the tsunami program. Upon pressing the confirm button, a silver stream of light shot directly into the ground. About 3 hours later, the weather weapon began to take effect. Nearly 700 million tons of nuclear explosives had already been deployed, flooding a quarter of the southwestern plateau. After a new round of nuclear strikes pushed back the tsunami by 2 to 3 kilometers, the weather weapon's influence became apparent. The advancing tsunami noticeably slowed, taking nearly 9 minutes to cover the distance it previously could in 5. The height of the waves also decreased by 1 to 200 meters. Noticing this change, Johnson smiled with relief, as expected of the weather weapon. With this and the nuclear deterrence, we can finally catch a breather. I wonder what other marvels the speaker has in store. It's intriguing. On the ground, with over 15,000 aerial units and starships making continuous trips, the number of humans in the Longqing Plateau and surrounding areas gradually decreased. Although millions still remained, it was significantly fewer than a few days ago. With the persistent efforts of the Federation of Star Abyss, these millions of survivors would likely be evacuated safely before the tsunami struck. General, the tsunami is still 300 kilometers away and is expected to reach Longqing Plateau in about an hour. Inside the flagship command center, a federal colonel stood at attention, reporting the latest situation to General Johnson. His voice carried a hint of tension, but it was overshadowed by the calmness characteristic of a soldier. For the past 3 days, we've been using nuclear and weather weapons non-stop to try and mitigate the tsunami, but the effects have been limited, the colonel continued. The southwestern plateau and basin are completely submerged, and nearly half of the Kunlun and Hengduan mountain ranges have been swallowed. Now, this monstrous wave is heading straight for Longqing Plateau. General Johnson furrowed his brow in thought. 300 kilometers? We can't use strategic nukes anymore. The radioactive fallout would endanger civilians and troops. He turned to the colonel. How many people are still on the ground? Can they all be evacuated within an hour? Reporting, General, the colonel responded immediately. According to the latest observations, there are approximately 400,000 survivors on the ground. We estimate that the evacuation can be completed within half an hour. Johnson nodded. That's the best we can hope for. Time flew by. 20 minutes later, the rescue operation was nearing its end. Countless helicopters and starships carried survivors through wormholes back to the Federated Abyss. Only a few thousand people remained on the ground, including over 20,000 civilians and more than 6,000 soldiers, all boarding in an orderly manner. On site, over 1,000 helicopters, 8 gunships, and more than 300 Ice Wolves stood by, ready to evacuate the remaining personnel in under 10 minutes. 9 minutes later, General Longshan and 6 other generals from various nations boarded the last Chinook transport helicopter. This was the sole remaining aircraft on site. All other airborne units had already evacuated. As the pilot prepared for takeoff, Longshan suddenly shouted, "Wait, there are people at 11 o'clock." The 2 pilots looked in the indicated direction and saw a white SUV racing towards them. The sunroof was open, and a man in a suit was frantically waving his arms and shouting. It turned out to be Jackson Curtis and his family, the protagonists of the 2012 world. Due to the butterfly effect of the intertemporal rescue, they had not followed their original path to Mount Everest but had instead ended up at Longqing Plateau. Inside the car, Jackson's wife gripped the steering wheel tightly, while their son and daughter clung to each other. From the sunroof, Jackson shouted desperately, "Stop! Wait for us!" The family's hearts were filled with anxiety. They knew they had missed the optimal rescue window, and if this last helicopter left, despair and death awaited them. Fortunately, the helicopter seemed to notice them. Instead of leaving, it descended and lowered a rope ladder. Seeing this, the Curtis family's faces lit up with relief. 2 minutes later, the SUV stopped beneath the helicopter. Jackson quickly helped his wife and children up the rope ladder and into the cabin. "Strap in. We're leaving," the pilot said, pulling up and heading for the wormhole. Jackson and his wife looked around, realizing that they were in the presence of 7 generals, and they felt a bit nervous. Sensing their unease, General Longshan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Once we reach the parallel world, we won't be generals anymore." Meanwhile, on a snowy mountain northwest of Longqing Plateau, an ice wolf received a command through its communicator. "Captain, the Admiral orders an immediate retreat with the weather weapon. All survivors have been evacuated. The Ice Wolf captain quickly deactivated the weather weapon and restored it to its original state. Then, Ice Wolves grabbed the equipment, spread their wings, and flew back along their original route. With the weather weapon deactivated, the tsunami soon regained its previous ferocity. However, it could no longer affect the retreating rescue forces. Retreat, Johnson ordered. The AI immediately activated the warship's engines, and they crossed the wormhole back to the Federated Abyss. As the first ship to enter the 2012 world, the flagship was also the last to leave. 2 minutes later, the flagship emerged from the other end of the wormhole, hovering above the European plains. Below, a vast sea of tints stretched as far as the eye could see, about 30 million in total, filled with survivors settling in. At the same time, in the Chancellor's palace, Speaker Qin Tian received the report of the successful completion of the rescue mission. He immediately issued a command to the system. System, reduce the wormhole's diameter to 0.3 nanometers. This decision was crucial. Although once a wormhole is opened it cannot be closed, reducing its size was necessary. Otherwise, when the tsunami engulfed Longqing Plateau, the floodwaters would flow directly into their home world through the wormhole. Reducing the wormhole's diameter to 0.3 nanometers, hundreds, or even thousands of times, smaller than a virus and smaller than a water molecule, 0.4 nanometers meant that even if the tsunami made direct contact with the wormhole, it could not penetrate into their home world. Ding dong, the system alert chimed, like a decree of fate. In 2012, a cataclysmic tsunami was devouring the last inch of the Longqing Plateau, on the brink of reaching the massive world wormhole. At this critical moment, the void suddenly twisted. The wormhole shrank, as if someone had pressed the minimize button on a computer screen, reducing it to a size imperceptible to the naked eye. The wormhole now had a diameter of only 0.3 nanometers, 0.1 nanometers smaller than a water molecule. Without an ultra-high magnification microscope, its existence was undetectable. The seawater couldn't possibly rush through such a minuscule gap into the world where the Star Abyss Federation resided. As the wormhole disappeared, the area once illuminated by its glow, spanning thousands of square kilometers, plunged back into darkness. In the sacred Terra, within the Chancellor's palace, Qin Tian watched the screen with satisfaction, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just then, the office door opened, and Ada Wong, dressed in a red gown, walked in gracefully. Chancellor, Ada Wong reported, the population statistics are in. The interdimensional rescue took 11 days and evacuated a total of 1.1246 billion people, including the Federation's original population of 8.5 million. Our homeworld now has approximately 1.21 billion people. Qin Tian nodded, his brow furrowing slightly. Currently, over a billion survivors are camping on the European plains, which is not a sustainable solution. Sacred Terra and Raccoon City can't accommodate them all. It's time to build new cities. He paused before continuing. Inform Charles to mobilize 60,000 Leopard Beast Warriors, 60,000 Iron Beast Warriors, 60,000 Federation soldiers, and 6,000 Ice Wolf Beast Warriors. Additionally, recruit at least 15 million able-bodied individuals from the survivors to form a city-building corps. Select locations worldwide to construct 50 cities, each capable of housing at least 5 million people. The Federation will provide all necessary resources. The deadline is 3 years. Charles excels at city building. I trust his abilities. I'll grant him the authority to mobilize troops shortly. Ada Wong acknowledged the orders and left, while Qin Tian turned to gaze out the window, lost in thought. Since the conquest of the second parallel world, the population of the Star Abyss Federation had never experienced such explosive growth. Over the years, the Federation had been expanding Sacred Terra and Raccoon City to accommodate at least 12 million people. However, faced with the sudden influx of over a billion people, this capacity was woefully inadequate. To resolve the housing crisis and plan for future development, building a large number of new cities was imperative. In the southeast region of Sacred Terra, Charles, dressed in sportswear, was reading the orders from the Chancellor's palace in his well-secured, picturesque villa, a confident smile spreading across his face. Another long-awaited city-building mission. In the entire Star Abyss Federation, no one can match my city-building skills, he mused, recalling the unexpected discovery of his city-building talent while constructing Sacred Terra. As Charles reminisced, his wife Mary emerged from the kitchen, curious. What's the good news, dear? You seem so happy. Charles handed her the document, explaining with a smile, it's definitely good news. Take a look, my dear. The Chancellor just issued this task. Mary read it carefully, her face showing concern. Building 50 cities, each for at least 5 million people in 3 years? That sounds incredibly challenging, almost impossible. Are you sure you can do it? What if you can't complete the task? Will it affect your career? Charles replied with unwavering confidence. Failing the task would certainly impact my career. But that's not going to happen. With the Federation's support, a vast army, and abundant labor. These 50 cities will rise within 3 years. I have a feeling that once this task is accomplished, I'll earn another star on my shoulder. Mary, reassured by her husband's confidence, relaxed a bit and teased, "Another star? Huh? I think you should be the Minister of Housing and Urban Development." Charles chuckled, not responding to the jest, and immediately started his preparations. He issued orders to the 3 major beast battalions and the army, then boarded a helicopter with a squad of soldiers, heading to the European plains to recruit eligible individuals. An hour later, Alice, dressed in black tactical gear, arrived at the Chancellor's office to report to Qin Tian. "Chancellor, the Chief of Staff has sent a communication. The selection of scientists is complete. Among the survivors, there are over 1,400 scientists, including more than 150 biologists. These biologists and their families are being escorted to Raccoon City by the military. The remaining scientists and their families are on their way to Sacred Terra under military escort." Qin Tian nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself, over 1,400 scientists represent an immense research force. Once they join the Star Abyss Federation, their contributions to science and society will be invaluable. Just for these scientists, the nuclear weapons were worth it. Raccoon City, the second to last level of the underground facility. In a large biological laboratory made of special metal, a hideous and grotesque creature is suspended in midair by 4 alloy chains in an X pattern. Dozens of transparent gel tubes of various purposes are inserted into its body. This is the vicious monster captured by the Vanguard unit in the first parallel world. Around it, dozens of metal crates of varying sizes, from 1 to 20 meters, are neatly arranged. These crates contain various types of bioweapons: zombie dogs, lickers, tyrants, nemesis, giant lickers, and war titans. Hundreds of researchers in white protective suits bustle around, recording experimental data. After destroying the Umbrella Corporation, the Xing Yuan Federation did not cease bioweapon experiments. Instead, they continued developing and optimizing bioweapons using all the experimental materials and data obtained from Umbrella. Unlike Umbrella, the Xing Yuan Federation focused solely on enhancing the power of these bioweapons while completely eliminating their infectiousness. After all, humanity had already faced a near-extinction biocrisis and wouldn't risk repeating it. Suddenly, the creature showed signs of waking up. The lab director, Weskier, immediately ordered, "Inject 1,000 cubic centimeters of the powerful anesthetic." He was dressed in a black trench coat, wearing sunglasses, with his blonde hair slicked back meticulously. The current Weskier was no longer the man he used to bay. His brain had a control chip implanted. His heart had been replaced with a red spider, and parts of his skeleton and torso were substituted with metal, turning him into a fully fledged bioenhanced human. "Yes, Mr. Weskier." A researcher quickly operated the control panel. Soon, a black liquid flowed through a transparent gel tube into the creature's body, causing it to fall back into sleep. Meanwhile, in the biological experiment base on the 9th underground level, an excited shout broke the silence. "We did it, Doctor. This is the newly formulated gene optimization serum." Li Mingjun, dressed in a white protective suit and wearing glasses, walked joyfully towards the project lead, Sun Rue, holding a vial of purple-blue gene optimization serum. It had been 50 days since Li Mingjun and other human survivors from the parallel world arrived at the Xing Yuan Federation. During this time, over 200 biologists, including Li Mingjun, worked tirelessly, and the gene optimization serum project finally made a breakthrough. The gene optimization serum is complete? Sun Rue and Chu Xian, who had just entered the lab, both showed expressions of surprise. Suppressing his excitement, Li Mingjun reported in detail, "Yes, Doctor, Colonel Chu Xian. We have already tested it on mice and cloned humans. The gene optimization serum not only significantly enhances gene activity and extends lifespan, but also improves an ordinary person's physical attributes tenfold. We still need ongoing observation to determine the exact lifespan extension. So far, there have been no adverse reactions in users. The experimental data and videos have been synced to the Red Queen." Sun Rue and Chu Xian nodded in approval. Chu Xian suddenly had an idea. "Dr. Li Mingjun, can the gene optimization serum be combined with the perfect virus and super soldier serum?" Li Mingjun smiled wryly. "We haven't conducted any related experiments yet. We would need super soldiers who have been injected with the evolutionary serum to cooperate in the tests." Chu Xian immediately called over 3 soldiers in black combat suits. Alpha, Uni, Tangyuan. He introduced them to Li Mingjun. "These 3 are super soldiers who have been injected with the serum. Alpha has both serums, Uni only the perfect virus, and Tangyuan only the super soldier serum. They will assist in your experiments. Remember, if any adverse reactions occur, terminate the experiment and administer emergency treatment immediately." The 3 super soldiers saluted Li Mingjun. Li Mingjun solemnly promised, "Rest assured, Colonel Chu Xian, I fully understand." Chu Xian then instructed, "Pack 3 vials of the gene optimization serum in a briefcase. I need to deliver them to the Chancellor's palace. Since the product had been successfully developed and tested, it naturally needed to be reported to the Chancellor, who was very concerned about the project. Meanwhile, in the Chancellor's palace on Sacred Terra, Qin Tian was watching the construction legion busily working around the world with satisfaction. All 50 city construction sites were chosen from urban ruins worldwide. These locations already had roads, squares, sewage systems, and other infrastructure. Many ruins even had relatively intact hospitals, schools, and buildings, which only needed to be cleaned, reinforced, and repaired to be used, saving a significant amount of time. Charles truly excels in city construction. He is indeed my Lieutenant General of Engineers, Qin Tian praised. Charles had first overseen the construction and expansion of Sacred Terra and was now responsible for building 50 cities. His abilities and contributions were outstanding, and he was also a veteran of the Xingyuan Federation. Qin Tian was already considering whether to add another star to Charles's shoulder in 3 years. In the speaker's office, military advisor Song Yuhua pushed open the door, her briefcase gently swinging in her hand. She walked up to Qin Tian, her expression serious as she reported, "Mr. Speaker, the gene optimization liquid project is complete." Colonel Chu Xian sent over the finished product. Song Yuhua carefully opened the briefcase, revealing 3 vials of purple-blue super soldier serum to Qin Tian. She continued, "According to Colonel Chu, this gene optimization liquid can extend lifespan and enhance a person's physical abilities by 1,000. However, it is still uncertain whether it can be perfectly combined with the perfect virus and the super soldier serum. Experiments are currently underway at the Raccoon City base. So please, do not use it recklessly." After hearing this, Qin Tian immediately asked the system in his mind, "System, what are the specific effects of the gene optimization liquid? Can it be perfectly combined with the perfect virus and the super soldier serum?" The system quickly responded, "Ding. Based on the analysis, this gene optimization liquid can increase lifespan by 150 years and enhance physical abilities by 1,000. It can be administered orally or via injection. The perfect virus, super soldier serum, and gene optimization liquid can be perfectly combined, resulting in a transformative effect. The host can experience the specific effects personally." Relieved by this response, Qin Tian picked up a vial of the gene optimization liquid, ready to consume it. Song Yuhua quickly grabbed Qin Tian's hand. Her eyes filled with concern as she urgently said, "Mr. Speaker, it's still unknown whether the gene optimization liquid can perfectly combine with the dual serum holder. You can't take this risk. If anything goes wrong, it would be a loss for the Xingyuan Federation and all of human civilization. Let me try it first." Seeing the concern in Song Yuhua's eyes, Qin Tian smiled and handed her the gene optimization liquid. "All right, you go ahead." Without hesitation, Song Yuhua tilted her head back and drank the purple-blue liquid. Instantly, she felt a surge of power coursing through her body. Her bones, muscles, blood, cells, brain, every part of her rapidly enhanced. 20 minutes later, Song Yuhua completed her transformation. She felt stronger than ever, her entire being rejuvenated. She asked in astonishment, "Mr. Speaker, did you know that the 3 evolutionary serums could be perfectly combined?" Qin Tian calmly replied, "Just a hunch." He then consumed a vial of the gene optimization liquid himself. 20 minutes later, Qin Tian also completed his transformation. The system immediately reported, "Ding. Based on analysis, the host's current physical attributes are 150 times that of an average person, with a basic punch strength exceeding 15,000 kilograms. The strength of your abilities has increased by 500, and your lifespan has extended to 450 years. Qin Tian was puzzled by the increase in lifespan and asked the system for an explanation. The system clarified, the 150-year lifespan increase is the result of using the gene optimization liquid alone. The combination of the 3 evolutionary serums causes a beneficial reaction that significantly boosts lifespan. Qin Tian pondered this. He thought about how, if the Federation's top scientists could live for 450 years, the advancements the Xingyuan Federation could achieve in that time would be astounding. This future was something to look forward to with great anticipation. Qin Tian was in the middle of tidying up his documents and putting away the last vial of gene enhancement serum when he suddenly felt a subtle yet unmistakable increase in his physical fitness and ability strength. This extraordinary sensation made him pause, keenly aware of the burgeoning power within him. Just as he was about to discuss this change with Song Yuhua, a system notification chimed, "Ding. The human body is a treasure trove of limitless potential. The perfect combination of 3 evolutionary serums will continuously enhance physical strength, speed, reflexes, vitality, and ability strength. This enhancement is not limitless but has a high threshold." Understanding dawned on Qin Tian, and a smile crept across his face. Although this enhancement had a ceiling and would slow down over time, the continuous improvement of his physical fitness, vitality, and ability strength was an unexpected boon. In a high-end suite within the Chancellor's palace, Qin Tian and Song Yuhua spent the entire night discussing the changes in his body. At dawn, he opened his personal interface and saw that his lifespan had increased from 450 years to 460 years. Moreover, he felt his strength had increased by around 100 kilograms, and his mental power had also strengthened. These comprehensive positive changes lifted his spirits. Seeing the 4 million energy points he possessed, Qin Tian decided to try the legendary roulette again. At his command, the system immediately responded, "Ding, as you wish." A black and gold screen unfurled before Qin Tian, revealing 6 legendary items: complete planetary transformation technology, Star Destroyer, Xuanwu-class industrial ship, time-space serum, Star Beast gene, and Decepticon Legion. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian commanded, "Draw." A flash of white light followed, and 5 seconds later, the system announced, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 10 vials of Star Beast gene." This result greatly encouraged Qin Tian. Recalling how he had come up empty-handed 3 times in a row during his first lottery draw 2 years ago, he couldn't help but feel his luck had turned. With these 10 vials of Star Beast gene, the Sun, Ridgeback Tortoise, Swift Dragon, and Tail-Standing Mouse all had the potential to evolve into Star Beasts, an enormous breakthrough. Excitedly, Qin Tian initiated the second draw. Another 5 seconds passed, and the system announced, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained 1 vial of time-space serum." Reading the detailed description of the time-space serum, Qin Tian's heartbeat quickened. This serum allowed the user to travel freely through time for 48 hours, and even return to 48 hours before their death, a truly game-changing ability. It not only granted Qin Tian a form of pseudo-immortality, but also had immeasurable strategic value. At that moment, Song Yuhua, sensing the changes in Qin Tian's body, woke up. She softly asked, "What's wrong, Chancellor?" as she wrapped her arms around him, resting her head on his shoulder, gently stroking her back. Qin Tian replied softly, "Nothing. You go back to sleep. I'm just thinking about some things." Despite the turmoil within, he decided to continue with the draws. After Song Yuhua fell back asleep, Qin Tian took a deep breath to steady himself and initiated the third draw. As another 1 million energy points were deducted, the white light flashed again, and the draw commenced. By this point, Qin Tian had already spent 3 million energy points, and his heart was filled with anticipation, eager to see what surprises awaited him next. Ding dong, the system notification rang out, and a message appeared before Qin Tian. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a Xuanwu-class industrial ship." Immediately, a detailed description of the item unfolded in Qin Tian's mind. The Xuanwu-class industrial ship, a formidable tool from the Pan-Human Alliance, is a behemoth measuring 8,000 meters in length, 4,500 meters in width, and 2,200 meters in height. It is equipped with 64 high-power anti-gravity engines and 24 sublight speed engines for propulsion. Inside, it houses 100,000 engineering robots and a plethora of military equipment, all controlled by an advanced AI. This ship can manufacture space warships and other vessels weighing up to 5 million tons. For instance, it can simultaneously construct 8 of the Star Abyss Federation's largest strategic transport ships and complete their construction and outfitting within a year, given sufficient resources. 5 seconds later, the lottery result was fully revealed to Qin Tian. He realized with excitement that this was not just an industrial ship, but a massive mobile military-industrial base in space. With it, the Federation could build space warships and form large-scale starship fleets. Although this industrial ship can only manufacture space vessels and not interstellar ships with faster than-light engines, warp drives, space-folding devices, or wormhole traversal devices, its value for 1 million energy points is more than enough. Moreover, the Federation's own wormhole traversal device is nearing completion. Once ready, all space vessels of the Federation can be equipped with it, upgrading them to interstellar ships. Qin Tian gave the command to the system. Summon the Xuanwu-class industrial ship immediately, deploy it on Mars. He decided to deploy the Xuanwu-class industrial ship on Mars. With the Federation's strength, it was ready to develop the stellar system. Mars, being relatively close to the Earth-Moon system, is large and resource-rich, especially in metals. Many rare metal elements scarce on Earth are abundant on Mars, making it an ideal candidate for a heavy industrial base for the Federation. In Qin Tian's plan, the Xuanwu-class industrial ship would be the first to be sent, followed by starships, personnel, beast troops, and military equipment, all fully committed to Mars construction. His goal was to transform Mars into a qualified heavy industrial base focused on military production. The Mars base, with the Xuanwu-class industrial ship at its core, would be capable of continuously producing starships, power armor, Chengying mechs, Xuanwu fighters, C-21 gunships, strategic transport aircraft, nuclear weapons, energy weapons, and more. This would significantly enhance the Federation's military strength and industrial capability. Ding dong, as you wish. The system's voice fell, and a light screen appeared before Qin Tian. Through the screen, he saw the Martian space in the solar system. Amidst the interweaving of light and shadow, a colossal Xuanhua-class industrial ship, painted in silver-white, slowly emerged from the void. The ship's rectangular body resembled a giant space turtle from a distance, justifying its name. The screen showed that once the Xuanhua-class industrial ship fully appeared in Martian space, it immediately activated its engines and headed toward Mars. Seeing this, Qin Tian nodded slightly and then turned off the screen. He looked at the sleeping Song Yuhua beside him and smiled. Soon, Song Yuhua, still in her dreams, let out a soft groan. After sleeping for over 10 hours, Qin Tian felt refreshed and went to a gravity chamber. He set the gravity to 30 times normal and trained with various equipment and weapons. Sweating profusely, he said to the system, extract the time-space serum. Instantly, a vial containing about 100 cubic centimeters of time-space serum appeared in his hand. The serum was sky blue, resembling the virus, but unlike the virus, it emitted a constant blue glow, giving it a mysterious and profound appearance. With the precious serum in hand, Qin Tian drank it without hesitation. Immediately, a force of time and space began to permeate and merge within him. His eyes turned sky blue, as if blue flames could burst from them at any moment. About 40 minutes later, the time-space serum fully integrated with Qin Tian, granting him the extraordinary abilities of time travel and passive time reset upon death. Let's go. To 24 hours later, eager to test his newfound power, Qin Tian couldn't wait to try it. As long as the time span did not exceed 48 hours, he could freely traverse past and future. With a thought, Qin Tian experienced a whirlwind of scenes. He saw rapid changes in his surroundings, from the gravity chamber to a conference room, a lake, an armory, a garden, and back to the conference room. Along the way, he encountered many people and had numerous conversations, like a movie playing at high speed. Finally, the movie ended, and Qin Tian found himself in the conference room 24 hours later. Although it felt like several seconds to Qin Tian, in reality, it took only 0.1 seconds. In the conference room, Chief of Staff August was reporting to Qin Tian. Mr. Chairman, 3 space escort ships, 1 space destroyer, and 1 strategic transport ship have taken off from the land Starship port, heading for Mars. The 5 starships carry 3,000 super soldiers, 1,000 Iron Beast warriors, 1,000 Leopard Beast warriors, 100 Ice Wolf Beast warriors, 1.5 million tons of engineering equipment, 1 million tons of living supplies, and 700 scientists along with their families. More resources and personnel will follow. According to AI calculations, it will take about 2 years to complete the initial construction and commissioning of the Mars base. Qin Tian was not surprised by this information. During the movie fast-forward moments earlier, he had already learned the sequence of events. His memory was smooth, with no gaps or lags, everything falling into place seamlessly. The efficiency of the Star Abyss Federation was impressive. Within 24 hours of Qin Tian's order to develop Mars, the military had mobilized resources and personnel, and 5 starships had already launched towards Mars. Got it. Qin Tian nodded. Then, he activated his time travel ability again and returned to his original point in time, back in the gravity training room. Perhaps finding the future travel insufficiently thrilling, Qin Tian traveled 24 hours into the past, back to the moment when he was embracing Song Yuhua in sleep. He then returned to his original time without encountering another version of himself, thanks to the unique properties of the time-space serum. After experiencing time travel twice, Qin Tian's mindset had significantly changed. He thought to himself, with the ability to freely traverse past and future, my future life might be free of regrets, and any mistakes I make can be corrected. Doctor, as of now, we have collected 215 fragments of Einstein's brain. These are all the fragments we could gather. Are we really going to clone Dr. Einstein? 3 days later, in the underground lab of Raccoon City, a researcher in a white protective suit spoke to Li Mingjun. Although he came from a parallel world and had joined the Star Abyss Federation less than 6 months ago, Li Mingjun had already become one of the Federation's senior scientists due to his outstanding research capabilities, ranking just below top interstellar scientists like Obertand, Gallos, and Sun Rue. Li Mingjun replied slowly, Dr. Einstein was one of the most brilliant and greatest scientists in human history. Humanity needs him. The genetic material in these 215 brain fragments is sufficient for cloning. The assistant hesitated, but Dr. Einstein wasn't from our time. We don't have his memory backups. We only know about his life. The cloned Einstein might lack any scientific knowledge, like a blank slate. It seems rather pointless. Li Mingjun shook his head with a smile. Andy, you must understand. A genius is always a genius. Even if the cloned Einstein is a blank slate, his deep genetic talent for science won't disappear. As long as we nurture and guide him properly, I believe it's only a matter of time before Einstein becomes an interstellar-level scientist and stands at the pinnacle of human science once again. Proceed. The assistant said no more and began preparations immediately. He carried a container into the semi-enclosed biolab, where several tumor-high glass cylinders filled with dark green liquid stood. These were gene incubation chambers used for human cloning. Using a lift, the assistant reached the top of one of the glass cylinders, pressed a button to open the chamber, and poured the grayish-white fragments from the sterile container into the incubation chamber. These were the 215 brain fragments of Einstein. As the fragments fell in, dark green smoke appeared within the chamber, and the incubation liquid began dissolving the fragments, extracting the internal genes. Meanwhile, on a large island in the Pacific Ocean, Qin Tian sat on the back of a spiked-back turtle and issued a command to the system. System, open the wormhole to the third parallel world immediately. Set the height to 3,000 meters and the width to 4,000 meters. Over the European plains, a previously invisible wormhole suddenly expanded into a massive oval shape, stunning countless humans in the makeshift camps below. Qin Tian summoned Ghidorah Xinghe and said, Xinghe, I need your help. Take your brothers to the third parallel world. That will be your new home. I'll call you back if needed. Over 2 years of growth, Ghidorah Xinghe had become a colossal creature. 600 meters tall, with a wingspan of 2,500 meters, and weighing 700,000 tons, far larger than a strategic transport ship. In comparison, although Godzilla's son, the spiked-back turtle, the swift dragon, and the tail-standing mouse had also grown significantly, they still seemed small next to Xinghe. Ghidorah Xinghe let out a low roar and took flight, grabbing Godzilla's son by the seaside and flying towards the European plains. The two super monsters flew side by side, resembling a moving mountain. As the king of monsters, Godzilla's son felt incredibly humbled at this moment. Standing 160 meters tall, with a tail length of 240 meters and weighing 180,000 tons, it seemed like a mere sidekick to the giant. However, it was filled with anticipation for the future, as its master had said that once they entered the third parallel world, they would all receive the genes of the cosmic behemoths, allowing them to grow rapidly like the giant. This thought brought a sense of comfort to Godzilla's son. 2 hours later, Ghidorah grabbed Godzilla and flew across the European plains, heading towards the world wormhole. The two colossal beasts, like moving mountains, exuded an aura of majesty and terror. Along the way, everyone who witnessed this scene was deeply shocked. 5 minutes later, they traversed the wormhole and arrived in the third parallel world. Ghidorah flew over the sea, released its grip, and dropped the 180,000-ton Godzilla into the nuclear-radiated ocean. It then returned and made 3 trips, bringing Godzilla, the armored turtle, and the swift dragon to the third parallel world. Tail rat, let's go, Qin Tian said, patting the tail rat beside him as he watched Ghidorah and the swift dragon disappear into the distance. Tail rat let out a long howl, and a pair of fleshy wings sprouted from its sides. Qin Tian leapt onto tail rat's back, and it immediately took to the skies, the man and beast soaring into the clouds. On an island in the third parallel world, Qin Tian took out 4 vials of star beast genes and said to Godzilla, the armored turtle, the swift dragon, and the tail rat, little guys, these are the genes of star beasts. Drink them, and you will gain immense strength and power. The 4 beasts approached excitedly and swallowed the pale golden genes one after another. They then returned to the deep sea to begin their evolution. Qin Tian lay on Ghidorah's golden wings, gazing at the dark sky and feeling the frigid temperature. He couldn't help but lament that this planet had fallen into a nuclear winter. Soon, he fell asleep, and Ghidorah thoughtfully shielded him from the falling snow with another wing. A few hours later, Qin Tian was awakened by a deafening roar. He saw the 4 massive, formidable beasts Godzilla, the armored turtle, the swift dragon, and the tail rat approaching the island, having completed their initial evolution. The system immediately displayed their detailed parameters to Qin Tian. Godzilla solar, height 300 meters, tail length 450 meters, weight 280,000 tons. Armored turtle, height 150 meters, length 180 meters, weight 60,000 tons. Swift dragon, height 155 meters, length 190 meters, weight 56,000 tons. Tail rat, height 140 meters, length 160 meters, wingspan 300 meters, weight 50,000 tons. The 4 beasts bowed down by the seaside, expressing their gratitude to Qin Tian. Smiling, Qin Tian said, "Live well, I'll visit you every month. Xinghe, let's go." With reluctance in their eyes, the beasts watched as Qin Tian leapt onto Ghidorah's back and flew towards the world wormhole 100 kilometers away. At a distance of 100 meters from the wormhole, Qin Tian jumped into it, while Ghidorah remained in this new home for the beasts. Upon returning to his homeworld, Qin Tian immediately ordered the deployment of the Luanberg-class skycarrier into the third parallel world to collect near-Earth orbit satellites. 3 minutes later, under the command of Captains Han Ruobing, Ning Shui, and Lin Yuro, along with the AI Qingwan, the skycarrier launched and headed towards the world wormhole. In the following 5 years, the Xing-Yuan Federation entered a period of rapid development. In January 2021, a young Einstein appeared. In May, the first batch of wormhole traversal devices was put into use. In September, significant progress was made in federal infrastructure construction. By July 2022, the military had expanded to 220,000 personnel. In January 2023, the Mars base began operations. By March, 50 major cities were built, and Major General Charles was promoted to general. By January 2024, the Mars base produced multiple interstellar ships, bringing the total number of federal starships to 26. By December of the same year, the annual GDP of the Federation reached 8 trillion star yuan. During these 5 years, the Federation achieved tremendous progress in technology, education, and healthcare. The production of super soldier serum, the perfect virus, and gene optimization liquid expanded, and the extreme battle group embarked on the path of evolution. The first batch of university students graduated, master's degree holders emerged, and special drugs for cancer and AIDS were successfully developed. The Qing Federation entered a period of comprehensive and stable development, with national strength flourishing and the country thriving. Report, Mr. Speaker. The Space Fleet is fully assembled and ready for the review ceremony to begin at any time. On January 1, 2025, New Year's Day. In the control room of an interstellar destroyer within the Earth-Moon system, the atmosphere was solemn and tense. Admiral Johnson of the Federal Navy stood straight, clad in a dark blue uniform, with 3 golden stars gleaming on his shoulders. His eyes were sharp as he reported the fleet's readiness to Qin Tian. Behind Qin Tian, 6 senior federal officers stood at attention. Army Generals August and Charles, Lieutenant Generals Andre, Hoffman, Park Guachong, and Sato Takayoshi. This formidable lineup was assembled to witness the first space fleet review since the founding of the Qing Federation. To the left and rear of the destroyer, a specially modified interstellar frigate followed silently. Equipped with a dozen Hubble cameras and carrying 2 professional military commentators, this frigate was tasked not only with protection but also with broadcasting this historic moment to the entire Federation. Qin Tian glanced around and said softly, "Begin." "Yes, sir." Johnson saluted sharply and then issued the command. "Commence the first space fleet review." The artificial intelligence of the warship instantly transmitted the order to the review fleet in the Martian sector. In an instant, 30 starships simultaneously powered up their engines, forming a neat column as they sped towards the Earth-Moon system. This fleet comprised 6 Hyena-class interstellar destroyers, 16 Wolverine-class interstellar frigates, 4 Lewin-class sky carriers, and 4 Elephant-class strategic transport ships, representing nearly the entire strength of the Federal Space Fleet. Each ship, adorned in a unified silver-white paint scheme, proudly displayed the Federal military flag. The modified Lewin-class sky carriers were now capable of interstellar travel, equipped with sublight speed engines and wormhole traversal devices. In less than 10 minutes, this mighty fleet appeared within the Earth-Moon system, ready for inspection by the Federal leaders. Despite consisting of only 30 starships, each several hundred meters long and wide, their formation created a breathtaking and seemingly endless spectacle. This scene was far more impressive than reviewing hundreds of warships at sea. To think, there was a time when possessing a single sky carrier would have brought the entire Federation to celebrate, and now? Chief of Staff August remarked, "In less than 10 years, we have built such a powerful fleet. All of this is thanks to the speaker." The other generals nodded in agreement. Without Qin Tian, they might not have survived the biohazard crisis, let alone become superhumans, leading human civilization towards revival and prosperity. In the known 6,000 years of human history, Qin Tian was undoubtedly the greatest. In space, 2 Hyena-class destroyers first passed by the flagship and then headed towards Earth. The review ceremony involved passing in front of the flagship for inspection, orbiting Earth once, and finally returning to the terrestrial spaceport and Martian base. Meanwhile, the frigate began a live broadcast and commentary of the entire process. On Earth, billions of people watched the grand spectacle through the live broadcast. Seeing the imposing, futuristic fleet, everyone was filled with excitement. Once, such scenes existed only in science fiction movies, but today, they were witnessing a dream come true. We are our own superpower. This thought echoed in the hearts of every Federation citizen. Qin Tian suddenly spoke sternly, "Let me reiterate, no matter how our fleet develops, no one is permitted to send communications into deep space or attempt to contact so-called extraterrestrial civilizations. I've explained the dark forest theory to you. Anyone who violates this order, no matter who they are, will be executed." As a staunch advocate of the dark forest theory, Qin Tian would not tolerate any actions that could potentially bring disaster to the Federation. The generals all expressed their understanding and support, fully aware of the importance of this cosmic principle. An hour later, the first space fleet review successfully concluded. Qin Tian and the Federal leaders returned to the terrestrial spaceport in Asia aboard the destroyer. Under normal circumstances, this port housed 15 starships, 13 of which were combat vessels. Back at the presidential palace, Qin Tian reviewed his personal status panel. Host, Qin Tian. Age, 35. Title, Speaker of the Qing Federation. Lifespan, 490 years. Abilities: fire, mental power, time travel. Energy points: 10 million. 5 years had passed, and Qin Tian was now 35. With the continuous enhancement from various serums in his body, his lifespan had reached an astonishing 490 years, and his physical attributes had increased to over 200 times that of a normal person, with basic punching power starting at 20,000 kilograms. His energy points had also reached a historic high of 10 million. Qin Tian sat in his office, staring at the massive energy points displayed on the screen. Most of these points came from trading satellites, with a smaller portion from steel and/or transactions. Besides exchanging over 300 advanced satellites, more than 4,000 outdated satellites from both the third parallel world and the home world had been replaced. With 10 million energy points, he could perform 10 legendary draws, 1 epic draw, or even open 2 world wormholes. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian decided to go for a world wormhole draw. After 5 years of stable and rapid development, the power of the Star Abyss Federation had grown significantly. It was time to show their might to other worlds and begin their expansion. System: initiate the world wormhole draw, Qin Tian commanded. As the system prompt sounded, 8 world wormhole options appeared on the screen: Jupiter Ascending, Pandora's Box, Passengers, Moon Knight, Halo, Starship Troopers, Invasion, Starship Troopers, and Battleship. Without hesitation, Qin Tian shouted, "Draw." A white light flickered, and 5 seconds later, the result was revealed. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Starship Troopers world wormhole. You can open this wormhole at any time. Instantly, information about this world flooded Qin Tian's mind. At the end of the 23rd century, an insectoid race from outside the solar system attacked Earth, causing millions of casualties. The Earth Federation declared war and engaged the insectoids on the planet Clendathu, only to suffer heavy losses due to underestimating the enemy. The Federation then adjusted its strategy, centering on capturing the insect queen. Qin Tian mused, although the Starship Troopers world lacks wormhole technology, their faster-than-light engines are something we currently don't possess. He turned to Alice, who was standing by the door. Notify Andre and the other 7 generals that we will have a military joint online meeting in 1 hour. Dressed in a black bodysuit, Alice sprang into action, understanding that this meant a major operation for the Federation's military. An hour later, the meeting started on time. After the 7 generals saluted Qin Tian, he directly introduced the situation of the Starship Troopers world and sought their opinions. Takayoshi Sato was the first to suggest sending only super soldiers and the Beast Legion, believing that ordinary soldiers wouldn't stand a chance against the insectoids. Qin Tian agreed, emphasizing that the Federation could avoid unnecessary casualties. Park Gukchang proposed a more cautious strategy. If we arrive before the war breaks out, it would be best to first clear the insectoids on Clendathu and then go underground. Using the insectoids' tunnels and our drilling vehicles, we can establish a base. Once the 2 sides are engaged, we can strike. If the war has already started, then we'll have to face them head-on. This suggestion immediately piqued the interest of the other generals, who nodded in agreement. Qin Tian quietly dubbed it the Old Six Plan, feeling that the strategy for this expedition was beginning to take shape. In the depths of winter, when everything lay in desolation, a command from the Sacred Terra struck like lightning into the upper echelons of Abyss City, located in the North American continent of the Star Abyss Federation. Along with the command came a detailed overview of the situation in the 4th parallel world. A military joint meeting was swiftly convened, and after intense discussions, the Federation speaker finally nodded in agreement. A massive expeditionary force would be assembled from Abyss City, consisting of 50,000 iron beasts, 50,000 leopard beasts, 5,000 ice wolf beasts, and 50,000 human soldiers, to participate in the Second World Expedition. The assembly point will be the European plain, the speaker declared emphatically. Understood. The 3 beast generals Golden Iron Beast, Purple Dragon Beast, and Green Leopard Beast responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with battle fervor. 7 years had passed since the construction of Abyss City. Thanks to the powerful energy pool, the number of beast warriors had grown exponentially. The Iron Beast Legion now boasted 150,000 troops. The Leopard Beast Legion had also expanded to 150,000, and the Ice Wolf Beast Legion numbered 15,000. Additionally, a mysterious contingent of over 100 poison beasts, known as the Wizard Unit, had quietly risen, adding a unique combat force to the Beast Army. Not only had their numbers surged, but their combat prowess had also skyrocketed due to the nourishment from the energy-rich amethyst mines. For instance, Golden Iron Beast's combat level had reached 19, just 1 step away from becoming a legendary battle king. Purple Dragon Beast and Green Leopard Beast followed closely, both having advanced to level 18. Other leaders, vanguards, and elite warriors had also seen significant improvements in their strength. It was no exaggeration to say that the Beast Army's strength had at least quadrupled since 7 years ago. Thus, deploying an expeditionary force of 105,000 troops was a manageable task for them. After a brief discussion, The three beast generals quickly finalized the expedition list. Azure Iron Beast would lead the 50,000 strong Iron Beast Army, Purple Leopard Beast would command the 50,000 strong Leopard Beast Army, and Blue Dragon Beast would oversee the 5,000 strong Ice Wolf Beast Army. Considering the complexity of the fourth parallel world and the unique characteristics of the insectoids, Golden Iron Beast decisively chose to include 50 poison beasts from the Precious Wizard unit, which constituted half of the unit's strength. On January 20th, 2025, on the European plane, over 105,000 beast troops joined forces with 50,000 human soldiers. Nearly 160,000 troops stood ready, their morale soaring. Mr. Speaker, the expeditionary force is assembled and ready to depart, reported General Charles, striding swiftly to stand before Qin Tian, saluting with a straightened back. As the first commander of this world expedition, Charles bore a stern and confident expression. Qin Tian gazed at the steel-like flood of the Federation army on the plain with satisfaction. The expeditionary forces lineup was awe-inspiring. The Beast Army comprised entirely of ironclad beings, while the 50,000 human soldiers were fully equipped with the most advanced powered armor. Not a single unarmored person was in sight. Against the insectoids, such a formation was undoubtedly the best choice. System: activate the world wormhole. Set the wormhole dimensions to 100 meters high and 150 meters wide. Qin Tian silently commanded in his mind. 10 seconds later, a massive, oval-shaped, dark green wormhole appeared out of thin air, seamlessly connecting to the ground. Charles, Azure Iron Beast, Qin Tian solemnly instructed. Once you enter the planet Kranda, if the war between the two civilizations has already begun, immediately dispatch an Ice Wolf Beast to relay the message back. All starships at the land starship port and all fighter jets at the Vermilion Bird Air Base are on standby, ready to support you through the wormhole at any moment. Understood. Charles and Azure Iron Beast responded in unison, their eyes shining with determination. Proceed. All troops advance. With Qin Tian's command, the expedition officially commenced. Charles immediately issued the marching orders, and the command spread through the expeditionary force like an electric current. Soon, the 5,000 strong Ice Wolf Beast Army, led by Blue Dragon Beast, half soared into the air while the other half marched steadily, becoming the first to traverse the world wormhole. The Iron Beast Army followed closely, then the Leopard Beast Army, with the human troops bringing up the rear. It's worth noting that the human contingent was not only composed of 50,000 fully armed super soldiers, but also equipped with over 2,000 specialized vehicles, including ammunition trucks, supply trucks, medical vehicles, communication command vehicles, and fuel energy trucks. As the first and second commanders, Charles and Azure Iron Beast, along with Blue Dragon Beast, led the Ice Wolf Beast Army at the forefront, being the first to step into the unknown world through the wormhole. As they crossed the wormhole, the scenery before them shifted dramatically. They arrived in the Starship Troopers world, within the large Magellanic Cloud Star system, the territory of the insectoids. On the planet Kranda, a desolate wasteland greeted their eyes. Hundreds of massive, mantis-like insectoid soldiers, with yellow-green exoskeletons, were patrolling the area. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, kicking up sand and dust, as a colossal dark green wormhole materialized out of nowhere. The insectoid soldiers immediately grew alert, ready to investigate, only to see dozens of enormous figures rapidly emerging from the wormhole, none other than the deep blue-colored Ice Wolf Beast vanguard. Without hesitation, the Ice Wolf Beasts launched their attack, wielding machine guns or activating energy cannons on their chests, unleashing a relentless assault on the insectoid soldiers. The sound of cannons and gunfire intertwined, with energy cannons blasting the insectoid soldiers to pieces and bullets tearing through their bodies. Dark green blood splattered everywhere, quickly staining the barren land. At that moment, a military green communication command vehicle emerged from the wormhole. Inside, Charles witnessed the brutal scene and immediately ordered, "Capture one alive." The Ice Wolf Beasts obeyed, ceasing their indiscriminate attacks. In an instant, aside from 2 captured insectoid soldiers, the rest were reduced to shreds and fragments. The entire process took less than a minute. "General, these are just ordinary insectoid soldiers. What use do we have for them?" Azure Iron Beast asked, puzzled, as he looked at the captured insectoids. Blue Dragon Beast also cast a questioning glance. Charles patiently explained, according to the speaker's intelligence, these insectoids have evolved over a long period to develop immunity to energy attacks. We can only harm them with metal bullets. I want to personally test the accuracy of this information. With that, Charles retrieved a 0.9-meter-long weapon from the vehicle. This pure white, futuristic-looking Gauss laser rifle was the latest energy weapon developed by the Mars base. The first batch consisted of only 100 units, primarily for testing purposes, and had not yet been officially deployed in the Federation Army. Charles aimed at a Zerg warrior and pulled the trigger. A visible white laser shot out from the gun barrel, striking the Zerg warrior's head. However, What seemed like a fatal hit had little effect. The Federation's Gauss laser rifle had shown impressive performance in initial tests with a range of 5 kilometers, a beam temperature of 2,000 degrees Celsius, and the ability to easily penetrate 400 millimeters of homogeneous armor. But against the Zerg warrior's yellow-green, iron-hard exoskeleton, these advantages seemed to vanish. The laser was absorbed, causing the Zerg warrior's movements to slow and its range of motion to decrease, but it suffered no significant damage. Unwilling to give up, Charles fired 3 more shots, but the results were the same. This forced him to accept a shocking reality. The Zerg were indeed immune to energy weapons. After a moment of deliberation, Charles set aside the Gauss laser rifle and retrieved an M249 squad automatic weapon commonly known as the Big Pineapple from the vehicle. He expertly loaded a 100-round belt and aimed at the resilient Zerg warrior, pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, the rapid burst of metal rounds tore through the Zerg warrior's defenses in an instant. Green blood splattered, its legs were severed, and its body was riddled with bullet holes. The Zerg soon showed no signs of life. Witnessing this, Charles couldn't help but remark, what a strange species. Indeed, the powerful Gauss laser rifle could only slow down the Zerg, while the relatively weaker ballistic weapon could inflict fatal damage. The contrast was perplexing. According to intelligence, the Zerg in the fourth parallel world had evolved for millions of years. Given such a long period, it wasn't surprising they had developed this special ability. However, this discovery also brought a glimmer of hope. The Federation's military still primarily used ballistic weapons, so there was no need to worry about being unable to breach the Zerg's defenses. Qin Tian Beast stepped forward and added, "Existence is reasonable. While laser weapons are more advanced technologically, their practicality in certain environments is indeed inferior to that of ballistic weapons, like in this case." Charles nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. Laser weapons can gradually be equipped by the Federation forces, but we can't completely discard ballistic weapons. War often becomes more primitive the longer it drags on." This experience completely changed his initial stance on laser weapons, making him realize the importance of having both weapon systems complement each other. If Qin Tian knew what Charles was thinking, he would surely smile knowingly. In his plans, he never considered completely phasing out ballistic weapons. The coordination between laser weapons and kinetic energy weapons, including ballistic weapons, was precisely the development path Qin Tian had long established. Turning to the nearest 2 ice wolf beasts, Charles ordered, "Take this Zerg corpse back to the Federation and hand it over to the scientists for research. We need to understand why the Zerg are immune to energy weapon attacks." The 2 ice wolf beasts immediately complied, controlling the last surviving Zerg as they returned to their home world. As the vanguard and high command of the expeditionary force entered the Kranda planet, the main force of the expeditionary army continued to pour in through the world wormhole. When all 5,000 ice wolf beasts had entered, and a third of the 50,000 iron beasts had crossed the wormhole, 2 scouting ice wolf beasts quickly returned to report to Charles and the others. "General, we've detected a large number of Zerg rapidly approaching from the northwest, 135 degrees. Estimated numbers are around 100,000, including ground Zerg, flying insects, and some large beetles. They are expected to make contact with us in 10 minutes. Faced with this intelligence, Charles, Long Beast, and Qin Tian Beast showed no signs of surprise. They had long anticipated that such a large-scale military operation could not escape the Zerg's notice. The Zerg mobilizing an army to intercept them was entirely within expectations. Charles made a swift decision. "Since the Zerg are taking action, we can't sit idly by. Long Beast, lead the Ice Wolf Beast army into the air to intercept the Zerg forces. Qin Tian Beast, take 10,000 iron beasts and press forward on the ground. Coordinate and ensure the complete annihilation of the Zerg army." For the Xingyuan Federation, an army of 100,000 Zerg posed no real threat. Just 15,000 beast soldiers were enough to handle it. In fact, the 5,000 ice wolf beasts alone would have sufficed. But Charles chose to deploy such a powerful force to ensure a decisive victory. "Yes, sir." Long Beast and Qin Tian Beast responded in unison, each leading their troops towards the northwest. The Ice Wolf Beast army flew at an astonishing speed and soon encountered the Zerg forces. Hovering in midair, Long Beast issued orders to his troops, "Free hunt. Watch out for the large beetles. They can spit high-temperature corrosive liquid. Don't blame me if you die." With that, he led the charge against the Zerg army. 5,000 ice wolf beasts followed closely, launching a fierce assault. In no time, the sky was a chaotic battlefield. About 1,000 ice wolf beasts focused on hunting aerial units, while the rest dived to attack ground targets. Since their chest energy cannons were ineffective against the Zerg, the ice wolf beasts relied primarily on their claws and machine guns to kill. On the battlefield, the bodies, limbs, and blood of the flying insects continuously fell from the sky. Ground Zerg also fell in droves, with dark green bodily fluids pooling into streams, painting the barren wasteland in eerie colors. This brutal battle seemed to paint a disturbing green picture on the desolate landscape. The Zerg have evolved and survived in the Starry Sea for millions of years, making their power formidable. After a brief period of chaos, the Zerg army quickly organized a counterattack. Swarms of flying insects and Zerg warriors surged towards the ice wolf beasts in the sky and on the ground, attempting to overwhelm their opponents with sheer numbers. However, they underestimated the strength of the ice wolf beasts. As the top-ranked legion of the beast tribe, the ice wolf beasts are not made of flesh and blood, but of indestructible steel. The Zerg's blades and mouthparts could only leave shallow marks and scratches on their metal surfaces. In contrast, the ice wolf beast counterattacks where lethal machine gun fire riddled the Zerg with holes, mechanical claws effortlessly crushed their heads, and massive paws stomped them into pulp. Even when surrounded, the ice wolf beasts remained unflustered. They soared through the air and burrowed into the ground, moving freely among the swarm, each strike claiming the lives of dozens of Zerg. 5,000 ice wolf beasts against 100,000 Zerg resulted in a one-sided massacre. The Zerg were not entirely defenseless. Hundreds of large red spitting bugs and black tank bugs continuously spewed high-temperature corrosive liquids, attempting to melt the ice wolf beasts' metal bodies. Occasionally, an unfortunate ice wolf beast was hit and instantly turned into a puddle of molten iron. But such victories were fleeting. The blue dragon beasts led the elite ice wolf beasts to swiftly eliminate these threats. As time passed, the Zerg's effective counterattack forces gradually dwindled. At that moment, a legion of 10,000 iron beasts, led by the green iron beast, arrived on the battlefield. At the green iron beast's command, all the iron beasts simultaneously transformed into massive metallic spheres, rolling towards the Zerg swarm with unstoppable force. 10,000 iron balls, each weighing several tons, crushed the Zerg army at a visible rate. The Gobi Desert was soon littered with Zerg remains and dark green blood. To avoid friendly fire, the ice wolf beasts on the ground took to the skies. The Iron Beast Legion now resembled a horde of rampaging, mechanical Zerg, wreaking havoc on the ground. In just 5 minutes, the battle was over. The 100,000 Zerg army was annihilated, while the Beast tribe suffered almost no casualties. Over the next 3 hours, the Iron Beast Legion, Leopard Beast Legion, and human army arrived on the planet Kranda through the wormhole. When the expeditionary force was fully assembled, nearly 160,000 troops and over 2,000 specialized vehicles formed ranks in the desert, resembling an endless forest of steel. However, the joy of victory was short-lived as a new threat emerged. According to drone reconnaissance, 4 Zerg armies, totaling 460,000 troops, were approaching from different directions. They were expected to engage in 20 minutes. Notably, there were no signs of conflict between the Zerg and the Blue Star Federation, indicating that a war between the two civilizations might not have erupted yet. In response, Charles remained calm. He quickly organized 4 combat groups, each consisting of 10,000 iron beasts, 10,000 leopard beasts, 10,000 human soldiers, and 1,000 ice wolf beasts. These groups were commanded by the blue dragon beast, green iron beast, purple leopard beast, and Chen Hulong, with the goal of annihilating the incoming enemies within 10 minutes. Despite the expeditionary force's formidable strength, Charles decided to request air support to minimize casualties. Soon, a strike force of 24 strategic bombers, escorted by fighter jets, took off, preparing to pass through the world wormhole to Kranda and deliver a devastating blow to the Zerg. A single backfire bomber can carry 24 tons of payload, a Lancer can carry 60 tons, and a Stratofortress can handle 30 tons. All 3 strategic bombers are capable of carrying nuclear weapons, and while they are not equipped with them for this mission, the formation of 24 strategic bombers is still formidable. The total payload reaches an astounding 900 tons, enough to obliterate a small country. Accompanied by 30 flanker and Firefly fighter jets, each fully loaded, the total destructive firepower amounts to over 1,100 tons, advancing towards the insectoid swarm. To put this aerial might into perspective, consider the Battle of Iwo Jima in the last century. The Eagle Empire deployed over 2,000 aircraft, more than 400 ships, and 110,000 troops, with a daily ammunition consumption of just 130 tons. The ammunition carried by this fleet is equivalent to 8.5 days of that brutal battle's requirements. The 30 fighter jets and 24 strategic bombers entered the world wormhole one after the other and soon appeared in the sky over the planet Kranda. The sight of the roaring aircraft overhead boosted the morale of the expeditionary forces. The addition of the Air Force would undoubtedly make combat against the insectoids easier and minimize the expeditionary force's casualties. Air Force Major General Franz personally piloted a Lancer strategic bomber, dressed in a light blue flight suit and helmet. He decisively ordered, northwest 135 degrees, east 173 degrees, southwest 225 degrees, southeast 98 degrees. Execute bombing as planned in all 4 directions. Return the same way after dropping the payload. The 54 aircraft quickly split into 4 groups and headed in different directions. Charles immediately notified Generals Qing Taizhou, Lan Longzhou, Zibaoshou, and Chen Hulong, informing them of the imminent strategic bombing by the Air Force and ordered them to engage and withdraw, avoiding accidental strikes. It took the Air Force 22 minutes to travel from the home world to Kranda. By then, the four combat groups had been battling the insectoid forces for 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, Franz's group arrived over the battlefield at the southwest 225-degree position General Zibaoshou's area of responsibility. Despite the tight schedule, the expeditionary forces had shifted from a chaotic melee to more peripheral engagements, creating sufficient space for the Air Force to conduct its bombing. Begin bombing, Franz commanded, and the 6 strategic bombers simultaneously opened their bomb bays. White phosphorus bombs, high-explosive incendiary bombs, and cluster bombs rained down, turning the ground swarming with insectoids into an inferno. White phosphorus bombs ignite easily and burn until the target is completely incinerated. High-explosive incendiary bombs generate powerful shockwaves and flames. Each cluster bomb releases 40,000 high-speed fragments, covering an area of 400 square meters. Meanwhile, flanker and Firefly fighters continuously launched air-to-ground missiles. Once their missiles were depleted, they strafed with their cannons, mercilessly cutting down various insectoid units. Under such fierce attacks, neither the spitting bugs nor the tank bugs stood a chance. In just 3 minutes, the Air Force completed its bombing mission. The vast desert turned blackened, with scattered insectoid limbs and charred corpses visible amidst the flames. This bombing run annihilated at least 100,000 insectoids. The remaining 20,000 to 30,000 were no longer a threat, and the massive ground forces quickly overran and eliminated the remaining enemies. Similar situations unfolded on the other 3 fronts. As Franz led his group back, Charles said over the communicator, "Franz, well done. I'll treat you to a seafood feast when we return." Franz replied, "Thank you, General Charles." He then piloted his strategic bomber through the world wormhole back to the home world, with the other 11 aircraft following closely. Within the next 2 minutes, the aircraft from the other 3 battlefronts also returned. After receiving reports from Generals Qing Taizhou and the others, Charles said with satisfaction, "In less than 4 hours, we have eliminated 5 insectoid armies, approximately 600,000 insectoids. The efficiency is commendable. Keep it up." The planet Kranda. No, the entire solar system and the large Magellanic Cloud star system will eventually belong to the Federation. After 2 rounds of combat, the expeditionary forces had secured a foothold on Kranda. Although they had incurred some losses, it was negligible compared to the insectoids. At this moment, a federal colonel approached and asked, "General, shall we initiate the ground-penetrating plan?" The army had established their foothold. It was time to initiate the drilling plan. Charles surveyed the surroundings, contemplating the next move. The surface was too exposed, making them an easy target for the aerial units of the Zerg and the incoming Blue Star Federation troops. They needed to use the drilling vehicles they had brought to carve a passage underground. Charles briefed the federal colonel beside him on the plan. To use the extensive underground Zerg tunnels to sweep the planet of Zerg, build an underground military base, and lie in wait. This was the established military tactic. After all, the Zerg primarily operated underground, with few of them on the surface, except in times of war. "Begin," Charles commanded. The federal colonel nodded and prepared to carry out the mission. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. The ground began to shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. "Move!" Sensing danger, Charles shouted. He and the colonel, along with a dozen ice wolf beasts, leaped into the air. The others were a split second too slow and hadn't moved yet. As Charles and his group were airborne, the ground where they had been standing collapsed, forming a massive pit about 100 square meters in diameter. Over 30 iron beasts and leopard beasts, along with more than 20 human soldiers, were caught off guard and fell into the pit. Inside the pit, for massive tank bugs and dozens of Zerg warriors were ready to strike. They had clearly planned this, launching a fierce attack immediately. High-temperature acid sprayed out, and numerous elite Zerg warriors swarmed, quickly surrounding the 50-plus federal soldiers who couldn't react in time. Screams filled the air, and blue-white combat energy burst from the pit, dissipating in the sky. It all happened so fast that the federal troops had no time to respond. Charles, riding on the back of an ice wolf beast, looked down at the carnage and the Zerg units emerging from the pit. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, underestimating a highly intelligent race that has evolved for millions of years comes at a great cost. No orders were needed from Charles. The awakened Iron Beasts and others had already rallied the troops to counterattack. "Open fire," the Iron Beast leader commanded. Countless Iron Beasts, Leopard Beasts, Ice Wolf Beasts, and human soldiers surrounded the pit, unleashing a full-scale barrage. The sound of gunfire filled the air. Large-caliber bullets, rockets, grenades, and rapid-fire cannons rained down on the emerging Zerg units. Even in daylight, the streams of fire from heavy rifles and large-caliber machine guns were clearly visible. The white trails from rockets fired by the black armor-type power suits stood out starkly. Zerg units were gunned down and blown apart as soon as they emerged from the underground tunnels connected to the pit. Rockets and high-explosive grenades shattered Zerg bodies, scattering their limbs and spraying dark green blood everywhere. The continuous bombardment expanded the pit's area. The Zerg's underground ambush strategy achieved only brief success, catching the expeditionary force off guard initially. Once the force recovered, they sealed the pit with overwhelming firepower. No Zerg unit could breach this dense barrage. After about half an hour of intense assault, the Zerg army, realizing they couldn't break through, finally retreated. By then, the pit had expanded to roughly 150 square meters, and at least 10,000 Zerg units had been eliminated. In total, 6 Zerg armies had failed, with losses reaching 600,000. The Zerg had clearly underestimated their enemy's strength this time. But this wasn't entirely their fault. Who could have anticipated that the enemy would continuously arrive on the planet through a world wormhole? The Zerg's perception of their enemy was based on the battle 4 hours earlier, thinking the invading force numbered less than 20,000. The Zerg had believed that even if the enemy was strong, a ground swarm of nearly 600,000 Zerg combined with the underground ambush units would overwhelm them. Little did they know, the enemy force was nearly 160,000 strong, with incredible combat power and capable of quickly securing powerful air support. Had the Zerg known this, they would not have acted so rashly, and would have mobilized 2 to 3 million troops at the very least. But it was too late now. Even if the Zerg on Kranda planet assembled a million-strong swarm, the expeditionary force was more than capable of handling it. And if they couldn't, they could call for reinforcements from the Star Abyss Federation, which would be enough to teach the Zerg a lesson. As for the possibility of other Zerg planets in the large Magellanic Cloud star system sending armies to support and encircle, it was unlikely. According to Zerg observations, human civilization in the solar system was gathering a large fleet, ready to strike at the Zerg star system at any moment. The Zerg had to assemble their main forces and prepare for a serious battle, aiming to give the human fleet a nasty surprise. Compared to human ground forces, the human space fleet was the true main force that needed to be prioritized for destruction. The expeditionary force from the Star Abyss Federation was mistakenly thought to be the vanguard of the Blue Star Federation. Due to its relatively small size of around 160,000, it did not attract significant attention from the Zerg home planet. Even when informed of the invasion by the Kranda planet Zerg, the response from the home planet was simply, "Handle it yourselves." The Zerg home planet stance was, with 3 to 4 million Zerg on Kranda planet, surely you can deal with a vanguard force of less than 160,000 from the Blue Star Federation? With a major war looming and the entire civilization on the brink of full-scale conflict, the main Zerg forces had no time to deal with a remote, barren planet on the edge of the star system. After repelling the underground Zerg ambush units, the expeditionary forces drilling plan officially commenced. In the underground space, 3 silver-black drilling vehicles, each 20 meters long and 8 meters wide, advanced side by side, boring into the earth. Following them were numerous power-armored soldiers and beast warriors, clearing away the rock and soil debris generated by the drilling and reinforcing the surrounding space with special materials. Their goal was to create a large underground passageway capable of accommodating troop movements and vehicle transit, thus paving the way for the army to establish an underground base. Bang! A deafening explosion shattered the calm of the drilling operation. The drilling vehicle on the far left seemed to have breached some kind of barrier, causing a massive collapse of rocks and soil. A pitch-black hole suddenly appeared before the team. "Fire a flare. Prepare for combat," ordered a federal lieutenant colonel clad in black-type power armor. Although the situation beyond the hole was unknown, it was highly likely to be an insectoid nest. Caution was paramount. "Yes, sir." Human soldiers and beast warriors responded in unison, swiftly raising their weapons and aiming at the hole. The black-type power armor also readied its rocket launchers and rapid-fire cannons. A soldier lifted a grenade launcher and fired a high-powered flare into the hole. The intense light instantly illuminated the entire space, revealing a shocking sight. A massive oval insectoid hive. The hive was teeming with insectoid warriors, flying insects, spitting bugs, and tank bugs. Several corpulent queen bugs stood out conspicuously. The walls were lined with white egg-like objects, clearly the queen's eggs, nurturing more ferocious insectoid units. The insectoids quickly detected the intruders and surged toward the hole like a tidal wave, determined to eliminate the enemy and protect their queens and eggs. Full firepower, prioritize incendiary rounds. The lieutenant colonel cursed and then commanded, "Inform General Charles that we've hit major trouble. A massive insectoid hive is blocking our path." In an instant, the federal forces unleashed their full firepower. Over 200 machine guns, dozens of heavy assault rifles, 20 rapid-fire cannons, 20 grenade launchers, and over 10 rocket launchers fired simultaneously. The overwhelming firepower poured into the insectoid hive, causing massive destruction. Hundreds of high-explosive incendiary rounds turned the hive into an inferno, incinerating countless eggs. The queens let out agonized screams, but the other insectoid units remained relentlessly persistent. Flying insects, warriors, and spitting bugs continued to expand the hole, flooding out in waves. Within just 2 minutes, the Federal forces' firepower began to wane. Although the beast warriors continued to fire, the over 100 human-power armor soldiers, led by the lieutenant colonel, had exhausted their ammunition. Without the support of rockets, grenades, and rapid-fire cannons, the overall firepower density significantly decreased. Draw swords, prepare shields, fall back and form ranks. The lieutenant colonel decisively abandoned the now useless firearms. He pulled a 15-centimeter black cylinder from his back, twisted it gently, and a 1.55-meter-long bright silver, high-carbon steel alloy blade sprang out. Other human soldiers quickly followed suit. The over 2-meter-tall type power armor soldiers drew their swords, while the over 5-meter-tall type power armor soldiers retrieved extended alloy swords and military green cubes. The cubes swiftly unfolded into 2.5-meter-long, 2-meter-wide alloy shields. Over 100 power armor soldiers quickly retreated, forming a melee defense line in front of the beast warriors, ready for close combat with the insectoids. However, these preparations seemed unnecessary. Despite the insectoid horde's fearless onslaught, the narrow hole and passage severely limited their effectiveness. Even without heavy firepower support, the firepower net formed by 50 iron beasts and 50 leopard beasts effectively blocked the insectoids. The terrain rendered their overwhelming tactics futile. Great! Reinforcements have arrived, a human soldier suddenly exclaimed in delight. Everyone turned to see a large number of power armor soldiers and beast warriors racing to join the fray. Meanwhile, in the third parallel world of the Star Abyss Federation, 5 colossal beasts roamed freely across the vast starry sky. Sometimes they devoured asteroids, other times they chased and battled each other. These were Qin Tian's meticulously nurtured creatures: King Ghidorah, Godzilla, shellback turtle, swift dragon, and tail-standing rat. Over the past 5 years, as the genetic potential of these cosmic beasts was continuously developed, they had grown tremendously in size and gained the ability to soar through the skies and traverse the cosmos. They were akin to the mythical dragons of ancient Xia, able to ascend to the heavens even without wings. Now, their specific data was astonishing. King Ghidorah stood 900 meters tall with a wingspan of 3,800 meters and weighed 1.2 million tons. Godzilla was 850 meters tall with a tail length of 380 meters and weighed 1.1 million tons. Shellback turtle was 790 meters tall and weighed 850,000 tons. Swift dragon was 795 meters tall and weighed 800,000 tons. Tail-standing rat was 760 meters tall and weighed 700,000 tons. They possessed the power to annihilate entire civilizations with ease. The solar system had become their playground. If not for Qin Tian's instructions, they might have already left the solar system to explore more distant star regions. After they had their fill of fun, King Ghidorah led the 5 beasts back to Blue Star from the starry sky. Initially, they intended to dive straight into the deep sea to rest. However, shortly after entering the atmosphere, the sharp-eyed King Ghidorah noticed a silver spaceship emerging from a world wormhole on the Longqing Plateau. "It must be the master returning," King Ghidorah murmured, then led the other 4 beasts, twisting their massive bodies, toward the Longqing Plateau. On the Longqing Plateau, after greeting Alice and Jill, who were piloting the spaceship, Qin Tian turned his gaze to the 5 beasts descending onto the plateau. Their enormous bodies had already deformed the mountains. Clad in a black casual outfit, with a baseball cap and sunglasses, Qin Tian leapt from the spaceship's hatch and landed precisely on Godzilla's head. Meanwhile, Alice and Jill piloted the spaceship toward a distant flat area. "Hey, little ones, I'm back," Qin Tian called out as he sat atop Godzilla's head, gently stroking its tough scales with a warm smile. The monsters before him obediently lowered their heads to the ground, displaying a rare, docile demeanor. For over 5 years, no matter how busy he was, Qin Tian made it a point to visit the monsters at least once a month, sometimes 2 or 3 times when he had the time. He had witnessed their growth firsthand, and their bond had grown incredibly deep. "Let's go for a trip to the stars," Qin Tian suggested. "Son, don't you love soaking in Jupiter's core material? Xinghe, lingshell turtle, swift dragon, tail-standing mouse, you all have nests on the moon, Venus, Saturn, Mercury, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto." While Qin Tian himself didn't mind, he knew the monsters loved to play, and he was happy to join them. However, the leader of the monster legion, Ghidorah, let out a low growl. Despite their different species and languages, Qin Tian understood its meaning. The monsters had just returned from a 10-day trip to the stars. "Is that so? Then never mind," Qin Tian said, changing his suggestion. "Let's go explore the deep sea." Unlike the silent void of space, he preferred the freedom of riding the waves and diving into the ocean's depths. Whenever he had the chance, Whether in his home world or parallel universes, Qin Tian would indulge in ocean adventures. Without a second thought, the monsters lifted their master and flew towards the ocean 400 kilometers away. Despite 5 years passing, the apocalyptic aftermath was still evident. The sky in the fourth parallel world was dark, and the ocean was filled with nuclear radiation, covering 90 of the planet. Along the way, both the sky and the sea were teeming with mutated, grotesque creatures. This world was no longer suitable for ordinary human life. Qin Tian and the monsters alternated between riding the waves, creating towering surges, diving into thunderclouds to bathe in lightning, and plunging into the deep sea to hunt sea monsters and explore unknown regions. They appeared carefree and powerful. As they leisurely moved across the surface, Qin Tian recounted recent events in the Star Abyss Federation to the monsters, including the World Wormhole, the Blue Star Federation, and the Zerg. The monsters then learned that their master had opened the fourth World Wormhole and started a new parallel world campaign. After 16 hours of continuous play, Qin Tian and the monsters returned to the launching plateau. Just as he was about to board the spaceship piloted by Alice and Jill to return to the home world, Godzilla let out a low roar. "Son, you want to join the battle in the fourth parallel world?" Qin Tian asked in surprise. Godzilla responded with another low growl, expressing its thoughts. From birth to now, growing from a small creature to its current massive size, they had been meticulously nurtured by their master, consuming vast resources to become powerful. Yet, they had never had the chance to prove their worth. Now, with the fourth parallel world open, it was the perfect opportunity to repay their master. Neither the Blue Star Federation nor the Zerg were a concern to them. Ghidorah, Lingshell Turtle, Swift Dragon, and Tail-Standing Mouse also let out growls and screeches, expressing the same desire. Qin Tian realized that after integrating with the genes of the star beasts, the monster's intelligence and emotions had significantly developed. Qin Tian felt gratified. These creatures, his half-sons, had been raised with immense resources and care, and their loyalty surpassed that of any biological offspring. In fact, before opening the fourth parallel world, Qin Tian had considered deploying the Monster Legion. After 5 years of evolution and enhancement, the 5 monsters had become purebred star beasts with terrifying power. Sending them into battle would undoubtedly crush the Blue Star Federation and the Zerg, swiftly securing control over the 2 star systems in the fourth parallel universe. However, Qin Tian had refrained for 2 reasons: to maintain the Monster Legion's mystique as the pinnacle of combat power, and to use this opportunity to train the Star Abyss Federation's ground forces, especially the power armor units that excelled in tests but lacked combat experience. Yet, faced with the monsters' earnest request, Qin Tian couldn't deny their devotion. "Well, they say an army is raised for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. Perhaps I was too short-sighted," Qin Tian mused. "Compared to the Federation army, Sun and Xinghe haven't fought for 8 years, and Lingshell Turtle, Swift Dragon, and Tail-Standing Mouse haven't fought for 6. You are the ones who need battle the most. Fighting is in a monster's nature. It's time for the entire Federation to witness your strength." Hearing Qin Tian's approval, the monsters let out joyful cries. After developing for so many years, they were finally about to showcase their prowess. As Qin Tian said, combat was in their nature, it couldn't be suppressed, only unleashed. Having made his decision, Qin Tian immediately issued a command to the system. "System, adjust the diameter of the wormholes connecting the third and fourth parallel worlds. Set them both to 1,200 meters high and 4,000 meters wide." The largest creature in the Monster Legion is Ghidorah, standing 900 meters tall with a wingspan of 3,800 meters. Qin Tian decided to set the wormhole to a size that Ghidorah could easily pass through, ensuring that the other monsters could also cross effortlessly. Following Qin Tian's command, a system alert sounded, and the wormholes between the third and fourth parallel worlds rapidly expanded to the designated size. Qin Tian instructed the monsters, "Go, but remember not to annihilate the entire insect race. Leave at least 1 insect planet for training purposes." He explained that although the insect race, having evolved over millions of years, was no match for the Monster Legion, they still had research and experimental value. The monsters roared in unison to show their understanding. At Qin Tian's signal, Ghidorah, Godzilla, Spine Turtle, Speed Dragon, and Tail Mouse took to the skies and passed through the world's wormhole one by one. 5 years later, these colossal creatures finally returned to their home world. When these giants appeared back in their home world, the Federation citizens were stunned. Although there had been anticipation of a major move by the Federation, the scale was beyond imagination. The 5 super monsters were at least 10 times larger than they were 5 years ago, and even those without wings could now fly. General Abraham, the military commander of the European region, observed the monsters in the sky from the military base and thought, keeping the Monster Legion under wraps for 5 years, the speaker indeed had a grand plan. Even the smallest tail mouse stood 700 to 800 meters tall, dwarfing ordinary starships. In the entire Federation, Only the Zuanwa-class industrial ships surpassed these monsters in size. The 5 monsters entered the wormhole connecting to the 4th parallel world one after another. With the Monster Legion joining the battle, victory in this war was now assured. In the Magellanic Cloud star system of the Starship Troopers world, Ghidorah, the 3-headed dragon covered in golden scales and as massive as a mountain, was the first to emerge from the wormhole above the planet Klenda. Following closely were Godzilla, Spine Turtle, Speed Dragon, and Tail Mouse, completing the process in less than 3 minutes. The Monster Legion did not interact with the ground-based Federation troops. Instead, led by Ghidorah, they flew directly into the sky, passing through the atmosphere into space. According to the prior arrangement, Spine Turtle, Tail Mouse, and Speed Dragon headed to the nearby solar system to deal with the Blue Star Federation, while Ghidorah and Godzilla remained in the Magellanic Cloud star system to confront the insect race. On the planet Virgin, the insect race was actively preparing for battle. This medium-sized planet, comparable in size to Mars, had seen a massive investment from the insect race, with their numbers reaching at least tens of millions. The ground was teeming with various insect units, including flying insects, scythe warriors, spitting insects, tank insects, and plasma insects, which had not been seen on Klenda. Plasma insects, measuring over 100 meters long and resembling enormous mutated flies, had a body that was primarily blue with interspersed green. Through their blue abdomen, one could see the flowing plasma within. These insects were the most powerful combat units of the academies insect race, capable of shooting plasma balls from their rear that could penetrate the atmosphere and destroy the defenses of ordinary starships. It was thanks to the plasma insects that the academies dared to challenge the Blue Star Federation. As the insect army gathered, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the sky. Looking up, they saw a massive black beast streaking through the air. It was the 110,000-ton Super Godzilla. Despite existing for millions of years, the insect race had never encountered such a gigantic flying creature. The insect race immediately identified Godzilla as an enemy. On the command of the great mother insect, the ground forces launched a fierce attack on Godzilla. Hundreds of plasma insects fired plasma balls, thousands of tank insects and spitting insects spewed high-temperature acid, and tens of thousands of flying insects took to the air to confront the intruder. The light was obscured for miles around. Facing such a massive assault, Godzilla remained unfazed. Its scales were impenetrable, even by the Federation's sharpest weapon, the power sword of the 3 serum holders elite battle group. Godzilla let the plasma balls and high-temperature acid hit its body, but these attacks, which could destroy starships, were like pebbles in a pond, causing only wisps of smoke with no real damage. To Godzilla, the dense attacks from the insect race felt more like a full-body massage, providing immense comfort. Amidst the relief, Godzilla, hovering in the sky like a fortress, let out a thunderous roar. A terrifying ultrasonic wave exceeding 8 million hertz swept across the land and sky, instantly killing all the insectoids within a 100-kilometer radius, including plasma bugs and brood mothers. Tens of thousands of flying insects plummeted from the sky, creating an eerie rain of bugs. With this single attack, Godzilla wiped out approximately 1 million insectoids. Subsequently, Godzilla launched a full-scale extermination. It moved between different regions, alternating between ultrasonic waves and atomic breath, at times delving underground to destroy insectoid nests. These insignificant insectoids weren't even worth Godzilla entering its burning form. Wherever it went, the insectoids were completely annihilated. The Arachnean insectoids, with their millions of years of evolutionary history, were no match for Super Godzilla. Despite their relentless assaults, they could only leave insignificant white marks on Godzilla's impenetrable scales. In just 2 hours, tens of millions of insectoids on the planet were thoroughly eradicated, with no survivors. Notably, Godzilla, having fused with the genes of a cosmic behemoth, was still growing stronger. Currently, it was in the juvenile stage of the cosmic behemoth, with a long way to go before reaching adulthood, and many terrifying abilities yet to be awakened. Meanwhile, Ghidorah, in a similar time frame, had cleared another insectoid planet. It then soared into space and rendezvoused with Godzilla in the vast cosmos. The two equally efficient super monsters exchanged a simple glance before splitting up to head towards other insectoid planets in the large Magellanic Cloud. For the Arachnean insectoids, this was undoubtedly their darkest hour. Back in the solar system, within the ring-shaped spaceport on the Earth-Moon orbit, the Blue Star Federation's interstellar fleet was assembling. Transport ships, destroyers, frigates, and a few space carriers gathered, with over 80 starships already in place and more joining from Blue Star. Despite outnumbering the Star Abyss Federation, the Blue Star Federation's fleet was less powerful due to long-standing peace and differing ideologies. They were equipped only with kinetic weapons and traditional missiles, lacking energy weapons and shields, and had to strictly follow preset routes during faster than light travel, greatly compromising safety. On one of the frigates, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Captain Carmen was receiving a report from her deputy. As a lieutenant colonel, she knew this was not just an order from the fleet commander but the will of the High Command. Given the massive casualties caused by the meteor strike, the Federation had to make the insectoids pay. The First Fleet, with its 32 starships and 120,000 ground troops, was capable of establishing a foothold in the neighboring star system, paving the way for subsequent forces. At that moment, the deputy suddenly pointed out the window, his expression shocked. Following his finger, Carmen gasped. 3 colossal creatures, resembling mythological beasts, were traversing the galaxy, heading straight for Blue Star. The entire spaceport starships noticed the phenomenon, activating long-range telescopes and reconnaissance satellites to observe. Upon seeing the imposing forms and astonishing size of these monsters, countless Federation soldiers were stunned. The smallest of these creatures was over 750 meters long, larger than the Federation's biggest starship. Even more perplexing, they had no wings yet moved effortlessly through interstellar space. The Space Force Command immediately reported the situation to the High Command, plunging the entire Blue Star Federation into unprecedented shock. Through civilian satellites, billions of citizens also learned of the astonishing news. Compared to the insectoids, these 3 super monsters seemed to be a far more formidable presence, and they were already at the doorstep. The entire Blue Star Federation was engulfed in shock and panic. From the edge of the solar system to the Earth-Moon system, the Federation had established 23 observation points, all of which suddenly went dark. This anomaly alarmed the Federation's leadership. Already troubled by the unresolved Zerg invasion, they were now faced with an even more formidable enemy, exacerbating the crisis. The Federation's High Command swiftly issued orders. The Space Fleet was to enter a state of readiness immediately. They were to first attempt to repel the unknown threat. If that failed, they were to open fire with full force. Under no circumstances were the 3 mysterious beasts to be allowed to enter Earth. Meanwhile, public opinion surged like a tidal wave. Some believed these 3 beasts might be the mounts of Zeus, Hades, and Yahweh, heralding the return of the gods. Devout believers were ecstatic, convinced that the divine light they had awaited for millennia was finally returning. Others speculated that the Kraken and Jormungandr, the world serpent, might also appear. Some science fiction enthusiasts were firm in their belief that if monsters had emerged, then Ultraman and the M78 Nebula must exist as well. They eagerly anticipated Ultraman's arrival to save Earth. However, there were skeptics. They pointed out that these beasts were so massive that even the mightiest Ultraman would struggle to deal with them. Some researchers proposed that capturing these creatures from unknown star systems could significantly advance the Federation's understanding of the cosmos. Amidst the varied opinions, some linked these 3 beasts to the star beasts from novels. Regardless of the speculation, the fact that the 3 beasts were rapidly approaching the Earth-Moon system was undeniable, plunging countless Federation citizens into deep fear. Ironically, the 3 beasts causing such panic were the work of Qin Tian from a parallel world. The shellback turtle, swift dragon, and tail rat. Their sole mission was to achieve glory for their master by defeating the Federation. Facing the imminent threat, the Federation's First Fleet acted swiftly. At the spaceport, Fleet Commander Admiral Harris received orders from High Command and immediately ordered the launch of interference missiles and biochemical weapons to repel the threat. In an instant, 8 destroyers and 12 frigates, excluding transport and supply ships, opened fire simultaneously. Over 2,000 interference missiles and biochemical weapons rained down on the 3 beasts, but they had no more effect than a gentle scratch. The beasts were not inclined to sit idly by. The shellback turtle, leading the charge, opened its massive jaws and unleashed a brilliant blue high-temperature energy beam. This terrifying ray shot through space, destroying a destroyer, a frigate, a transport ship, and a supply ship, and blasting a huge breach in the ring-shaped spaceport. In the vast expanse of space, the resulting explosion was like a dazzling firework display. Witnessing this, the entire Federation fell into a deathly silence, gripped by boundless fear. If a single attack from one beast could cause such devastation, how long could the space fleet hold out against a full assault by all 3? Would human civilization, which had endured for over 6,300 years, come to an end? Under immense pressure, Commander Harris took a deep breath and ordered full-scale fire. Simultaneously, the Federation's High Command decided. All transport and supply ships were to withdraw immediately, and all combat ships were to take to the skies and attack the beasts with full force. Their goal was not to kill, but to repel these terrifying invaders. In an instant, the spaceport erupted with incredible firepower. 50 combat starships opened fire simultaneously, launching over 8,000 missiles and electromagnetic railgun rounds, including nuclear weapons. The dense orange tails and white smoke spread across the starry sky, creating a breathtaking scene. Such terrifying firepower was enough to render an entire planet barren. Notably, in the vacuum of space, traditional thermal weapons remained effective. Without air resistance, even a small caliber bullet could theoretically travel indefinitely, unless obstructed by meteoroids, space debris, black holes, or special magnetic fields. In the silent expanse of space, the battle unfolded like a silent film. Within mere seconds, thousands of missiles and shells struck the three beasts with overwhelming force, resulting in massive explosions. The flames extended for hundreds of kilometers, instantly obliterating countless meteoroids and creating visible white energy shockwaves. The shellback turtle, swift dragon, and tail rat were engulfed in flames. Witnessing this, the space fleet and the entire Federation erupted in cheers. They believed victory was within their grasp, for in their understanding, no creature could withstand such devastating firepower. However, they were unaware that their enemies were star beasts, one of the pinnacle species in the infinite multiverse. Even in their juvenile state, these beasts' power far exceeded the Federation's imagination. When the flames dissipated, and the three super beasts emerged unscathed, the entire Federation fell into a despairing silence. The fact that even nuclear weapons could not harm them shattered the military's morale. Yet, bound by duty, they had no choice but to continue their seemingly futile attacks and sacrifices. Led by the shellback turtle, the three beasts unleashed energy beams, destroying one starship after another. The massive ring-shaped spaceport orbiting Earth was riddled with holes. Witnessing this, the Federation's high command was engulfed in gloom, and billions of humans fell into unprecedented despair. All unrealistic fantasies were ruthlessly crushed, and even the most steadfast believers had to confront the harsh reality. Through satellite broadcasts, billions of humans watched the catastrophic battle unfold. Just when everyone thought the three super beasts were about to obliterate the space fleet and the entire spaceport, then invade Earth and destroy human civilization, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The beasts, previously acting individually, suddenly converged and ceased their attacks. Even more astonishingly, the smallest beast, the tail rat, flew up to a reconnaissance satellite. Its massive, menacing head tilted slightly, and its large yellow-brown eyes blinked gently, as if trying to convey some message. This scene left billions of humans in the Federation collectively bewildered. They couldn't help but wonder, what is happening? Are the beasts attempting to communicate with us? If so, their intelligence must be extraordinarily high. Faced with this sudden twist, everyone held their breath, waiting to see how events would unfold. The humans of the Blue Star Federation guessed correctly. The actions of the tail-standing mouse were indeed an attempt to communicate. In fact, the three monsters never intended to destroy the Blue Star Federation. This was a clear directive from their master. The master required an industrially advanced and technologically complete Blue Star, not a devastated wasteland. This realization left humanity in shock. The monsters were not only intelligent but highly so. Many began to complain. Why didn't they communicate sooner? Why did they attack us from the start? Indeed, the space fleet had suffered a 90 loss. The spaceport was nearly destroyed, and the Federation's century-long accumulation of space power had almost vanished. After 4 to 5 minutes of careful observation, the Blue Star Federation's observers finally confirmed that the monsters were attempting to communicate and had no immediate intention of invading Blue Star. This recognition filled people with resentment, believing the monsters should have communicated first instead of shattering humanity's space forces. However, from the monsters' perspective, the situation was not so simple. The massive differences between species meant different ways of thinking. Even though the three monsters were colossal and capable of traversing the stars, appearing very powerful, humanity's likely first response, before understanding their true strength, would have been to try and repel them, only attacking after failure, rather than attempting to communicate first. The monsters came with the intent to conquer, and displaying their strength was necessary. Only by making the Blue Star Federation realize their weak position could they pave the way for subsequent communication. Seeing the Blue Star Federation cease all attacks, the tail-standing mouse seized the opportunity and flew to the moon's surface. Under the live broadcast of countless observation devices and reconnaissance satellites, it began to carve with its sharp claws. Within seconds, a crooked line of text appeared before billions of humans. Surrender or die. This scene threw the entire Blue Star Federation into an uproar. People exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my God! The monsters know our language. This must be a dream. It can't be real." Some humorously commented, mixing Chinese with English, "These monsters are aiming for the stars." Someone nearby immediately replied, "Not just the stars, they're already in space." Facing this sudden situation, opinions within the Blue Star Federation were divided. Some advocated for resistance to the end, others supported surrendering to save lives, and some were indecisive. Overall, those favoring surrender and survival were in the majority. After all, life is precious and only comes once. Who wouldn't want to live if they could? At this moment, all the pressure fell on the Blue Star Federation's leadership. Regardless of the heated public debate, the final decision to surrender or resist lay with them. Meanwhile, in the sacred terra of the Star Abyss Federation, within the Führer's palace, Federation leader Qin Tian was issuing an important order. Order the Army, Navy, and Beast Legion to advance into the fourth parallel world and fully occupy the solar system and the large Magellanic Cloud star system. Dressed in a red gown, the alluring Alice immediately took the order and swiftly relayed it to the members of the Military Joint Committee. The war machine began to operate at full speed. Upon receiving the order, the well-prepared Star Abyss Federation Army sprang into action. The army included 3 super mechanized infantry divisions and 5 regular mechanized infantry divisions, equipped with various helicopters and gunships, totaling 120,000 troops. The Beast Legion comprised 4,000 Ice Wolves, 40,000 Iron Beasts, and 40,000 Leopard Beasts, totaling 84,000 troops. The Navy had 28 starships of various types, with a total force of 20,000, led by senior Federation generals such as Johnson, August, and Sato Takayoshi. This massive army surged through the giant world wormhole into the fourth parallel world. This was the largest military operation since the establishment of the Star Abyss Federation, marking the beginning of a full-scale occupation. On January 30th, with the Star Abyss Federation fleet stationed in the surrendered Blue Star Federation and ground forces capturing the Giant Queen on the Zerg home planet, the Federation achieved complete victory in the fourth parallel world's military campaign. This expedition lasted 10 days, bringing 2 star systems and over 20 planets under the Federation's control. The monster army played a crucial role throughout, contributing significantly to the success. In the Führer's palace, Qin Tian smiled as he read the freshly received victory report. Completing the mission before New Year's Eve, August and the Iron Beasts are quite thoughtful. Song Yuhua and Anastasia, standing nearby, also smiled. Song Yuhua said, "Yes, tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and after that, it's the Lunar New Year. The generals are presenting this victory as a New Year's gift." Qin Tian nodded in agreement and then said solemnly, "We not only won the war but won it beautifully. However, we lost over 1,000 soldiers, and more than 5,000 were injured to varying degrees. We must ensure proper compensation and aid. Also, we can begin transferring technology, talent, and weapons from the parallel world." Song Yuhua and Anastasia responded in unison. Understood. At the same time, with extensive coverage by all official and private media, the news of the second expedition's complete victory quickly spread throughout the Star Abyss Federation. Hearing that the army had defeated 2 civilizations, captured 2 star systems, and expanded the territory significantly, countless Federation citizens were exhilarated, feeling immense pride and honor. With the approval of the Speaker of the Federation, the following measures will be taken against the Blue Star Federation. Admiral August stood on the stage, his voice resonating as he read out the lengthy list of measures. Beside him, 2 soldiers clad in black, type A power armor stood like statues, their vigilant eyes sweeping the audience below. First, all weapons of mass destruction and related production lines will be confiscated. Second, all biologists, physicists, and their families will be relocated to the Star Abyss Federation. Third, the spaceport will be rebuilt. Fourth, all departments of the Blue Star Federation including courts, water management, schools, aerospace, construction, forestry and agriculture, and shipbuilding will be led by appointed personnel from the Star Abyss Federation and will operate strictly according to its standards. August's voice echoed through the expansive conference hall, where over 100 Blue Star Federation generals and legislators hung their heads in defeat, looking like wilting eggplants. Their expressions were a mix of loss, helplessness, and a faint sense of relief. Fifth, the Blue Star Federation Parliament and Supreme Command will be dissolved. Sixth, all military forces of the Blue Star Federation will be reorganized as local defense troops under the Star Abyss Federation, with all commanders above the company level appointed by the Star Abyss Federation. Lieutenant General Takara Sato will serve as the commander of the defense forces. With each measure read aloud, the shoulders of the audience seemed to slump further. August continued. Seventh, the Starship production lines will remain intact and be strictly protected. The Federation will dispatch professionals and equipment to upgrade these lines. Eighth, a super mechanized infantry division, 2 regular mechanized infantry divisions, 10 Army aviation regiments, a beast army of 10,000, and a fleet detachment will be permanently stationed on Blue Star. The reading lasted nearly 10 minutes, concluding with the 25th measure. August finally said, "These 25 measures take effect immediately." He did not seek the opinion of the audience. The victor asking the vanquished for their opinion would be a disgraceful act. The audience responded in unison, "Yes. From today, the Blue Star Federation ceases to exist, leaving only the Star Abyss Federation." Although their status and power plummeted, there was little resistance to this outcome. After all, as the defeated, retaining their lives was a fortune in itself. Integrating into a powerful human civilization might not be a bad thing. Fast forward to February 10, 2025, on the planet Kranda. This once tumultuous land was now littered with mountains of insectoid corpses and debris. Just after the Spring Festival, Qin Tian arrived in a small spaceship, walking across the devastated land with Charles and others. Charles reported to Qin Tian's speaker, "Aside from the deliberately left insectoids, all the insectoid corpses are here." Qin Tian nodded, communicating internally with his system. Redeem. As the system prompt sounded, the mountains of insectoid corpses vanished instantly. Ding. Redemption in progress. Redemption complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 45 million energy points. Adding the previously remaining 5 million energy points, Qin Tian's total reached an astonishing 50 million. This result was within his expectations. Charles and the others were already accustomed to the sudden disappearance of the insectoid corpses. Back at the Chancellor's palace, Qin Tian eagerly commanded the system, activate the legendary lottery wheel. A black-gold legendary interface appeared before Qin Tian, showcasing 6 legendary items. The Decepticon Legion, complete Dyson Sphere technology, complete planetary transformation technology, complete spatial warp technology, complete warp drive technology, and a monster pack. Without hesitation, Qin Tian ordered, draw. Instantly, 1 million energy points were deducted. 5 seconds later, the system announced, ding, congratulations host, you have obtained a monster pack. The monster pack included 10 monsters: Mothra, Rodden, Red King, Axehead, Scythehead, Demon Witch, Virus, 2 shellbacks, and a pregnant tail rat. The system detailed the size and characteristics of each monster. Qin Tian was overjoyed. This draw not only yielded 11 monsters counting the tail rat's pregnancy, but also allowed him to use his 6 star beast genes to evolve 6 of them into star beasts. The 1 million energy points were well spent. For the foreseeable future, the Monster Legion's peak combat power in the Star Abyss Federation seemed unshakable. Qin Tian's mood soared, filled with immense anticipation for the powerful forces soon to be at his command. After a strong start, Qin Tian decided to strike while the iron was hot and initiated his second raffle. The system's notification chimed, heralding his continued good fortune. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the Decepticon army. The system then listed the detailed roster of members, from Megatron to Starscream, Soundwave, Knockout, and dozens of other Transformers. Qin Tian felt a surge of excitement. Not only was this a childhood dream come true, but it also meant the addition of a formidable force. Before he could fully savor this joy, the result of the third raffle was already revealed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining complete planetary transformation technology. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. This technology meant that the Star Abyss Federation could transform barren planets into habitable worlds, significantly accelerating the process of space colonization. He could already envision the blossoming of civilization across the starry expanse. Following this, the results of the 4th, 5th, and 6th raffles were unveiled in quick succession. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring complete Dyson Sphere technology. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring spatial warp technology. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring warp drive technology. Each piece of technology left Qin Tian thrilled. The Dyson Sphere would provide nearly limitless energy for civilization, while spatial warp and warp drive would revolutionize interstellar travel. 6 raffles, 6 wins. Qin Tian could hardly believe his luck. He decided it was time for a celebration, but there were more urgent matters to attend to first. System, summon the Decepticon army and 10 kaiju immediately, Qin Tian commanded. Deploy the Decepticon army on the outskirts of Holy Terra, and the 10 kaiju in the third parallel world. With the system's confirmation, miraculous scenes began to unfold simultaneously in different worlds. On the vast plains of Holy Terra, various vehicles and aircraft suddenly appeared on the horizon. Trucks, sedans, tractors, mixers, sports cars, tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter jets glinted in the sunlight. These seemingly ordinary modes of transport were, in fact, the Decepticons in their true forms. Megatron's powerful voice boomed from an armored vehicle. Cybertron, hold on. We will come back to save you. This declaration seemed to signal the Decepticons' new journey in this world. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Rim's alternate dimension, the kaiju breeding base suddenly became empty. The aliens, faced with this familiar yet despairing scene, collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant. In the third parallel world, 10 massive kaiju appeared across oceans and lands. Their sudden arrival would undoubtedly cause a great upheaval. On the planet Boris in the Ultra Universe, an unexpected crisis was unfolding. Dressed in a spacesuit, Raymond faced an advancing ancient monster and urgently called out to his monster partner, "Come out, Red King." However, Red King did not appear as expected. Raymond tried repeatedly, but was unable to summon Red King. In this critical moment, he called for another monster. "Come out, Gamora." This time, the summoning was successful. Gamora appeared just in time to engage the ancient monster in fierce combat. Seeing this, Raymond finally breathed a sigh of relief. though his heart was still filled with confusion. Why didn't Red King respond to his call? Star Abyss Federation, Holy Terra. In front of the grand entrance of Research Institute Number 1, an important welcoming ceremony was underway. Over 30 top scientists, including Uba Tanding and Galuosi, stood in neat rows, awaiting the arrival of distinguished guests. Although these scientists were just a small fraction of the more than 4,000 researchers at Institute Number 1, they represented the elite of the Federation's scientific community, with each one boasting impressive research achievements. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere was pierced by the deep, melodious hum of an engine. A striking red and black Pagani supercar drove into view and came to a smooth stop at the entrance. The car doors swung upwards, and out stepped Qin Tian and Anastasia, both elegantly dressed in black suits. This unexpected sight surprised the scientists, who were accustomed to seeing the chairman arrive in his iconic Cadillac Beast. As the head of Institute Number 1, Uba Tanding quickly approached Qin Tian to shake hands. However, his attention was soon drawn to the extraordinary supercar. Concerned for the chairman's safety, he couldn't help but ask, "Chairman, why aren't you in the Cadillac Beast? This car may look impressive, but its safety features surely can't match those of the Beast." Qin Tian smiled and replied, "Doctor, rest assured, its safety far surpasses the Cadillac Beast. Venom, why don't you show the doctor your true form?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the Pagani began to transform. In a dazzling display of mechanical motion, it morphed within 2 seconds into a colossal robot, standing 8.2 meters tall, 3.4 meters wide, and weighing over 10 tons. This Decepticon member, named Venom, stunned everyone with its immense size and sleek design. Uba Tanding and the others were left speechless. They had never seen such an advanced and towering transforming robot. Venom's sheer size and transformation capability were beyond anything they had ever encountered. In that moment, their understanding of science was completely upended. Venom politely greeted Uba Tanding, "Hello, Doctor. I'm Venom, a member of the Decepticons." Snapping out of his daze, Uba Tanding responded courteously. Qin Tian, pleased with the reaction, said, "What do you think? Its safety is far superior to the Cadillac Beast." Uba Tanding couldn't help but marvel. At least 100 times better. With Venom as such a formidable guardian, he had no further concerns about the chairman's safety. Just then, the sound of numerous engines rumbled in the distance. Everyone turned to see a variety of vehicles ranging from ordinary cars to armored vehicles, and even tanks approaching the institute. A bold thought crossed Uba Tanding's mind. Could these all be transforming robots? Sure enough, when the vehicles were about 30 meters from the entrance, they began to transform simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, 40 robots of varying heights stood in formation, the most striking of which was a towering robot over 10 meters tall and weighing 15 tons. Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons. Faced with this imposing army of robots, Uba Tanding and his colleagues were overwhelmed with awe. Qin Tian introduced them to Uba Tanding. "Doctor, these Decepticons will be part of Research Institute Number 1 from now on. They are not only formidable in combat, but also possess exceptional intelligence and research capabilities. I hope you can grant them access to all laboratories and production lines. Their unique insights and technologies could trigger a technological revolution within the Federation." Uba Tanding nodded solemnly in understanding. At that moment, Anastasia handed him a silver briefcase. "What is this?" Uba Tanding asked, puzzled. Anastasia explained, "Doctor, inside the case are 4 USB drives, each containing a complete set of advanced technologies: planetary terraforming, Dyson sphere construction, warp drive, and space folding technology. As an interstellar scientist, you understand the significance of these technologies." Uba Tanding was stunned by what he heard. These 4 technologies were still theoretical in their civilization, and now the chairman had presented them in complete form. This was an enormous surprise. With these technologies, the Star Abyss Federation was poised to dominate the vast cosmos. Qin Tian added, "Although we now have these complete technologies, mastering and applying them won't be easy. Given the Federation's current technological level, it might take decades or even centuries. But I don't want to wait that long, which is why I've brought the Decepticons to Institute Number 1. The Decepticons' research capabilities rivaled those of interstellar scientists like Uba Tanding, Galuosi, and Sun Rue, and in some fields, they even surpassed them. With their addition, the research process would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Megatron, from now on, you'll lead the Decepticons in participating in research projects at Research Facility Number 1. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Rest assured, I promise that whenever there's an opportunity, I will help you save Cybertron," Qin Tian said firmly, standing in front of Megatron. He knew that saving Cybertron was what Megatron cared about the most, and this promise was undoubtedly the greatest motivation for him. A glimmer of hope flashed in Megatron's eyes as he solemnly responded, "Yes." Though it was just a single word, the determination and trust within it were evident. As an intelligent life form summoned by the system, Megatron had an almost blind trust in Qin Tian. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction and then, together with Anastasia, entered the reformed Pagani supercar, Stinger, heading towards the Chancellor's palace. Upon returning to the Chancellor's palace, Jill, dressed in a blue bodysuit, hurried over with a grave expression. Chancellor, the expedition fleet is in trouble. Qin Tian's heart sank as terrible scenarios like a solar explosion, Blue Star Federation rebellion, and alien invasion flashed through his mind. What happened? He asked in a deep voice. Jill immediately reported. An hour ago, intelligence came in from the fourth parallel universe. The expedition fleet had gathered in the large Magellanic Cloud star system and was preparing to return when it suddenly encountered a spatial storm. A Hyena-class destroyer was swept into it and lost contact. Its hull number is 14, commanded by Colonel Liangua. Qin Tian breathed a slight sigh of relief. Although the loss of a starship was no small matter, it was better than the worst-case scenarios he had imagined. However, the unpredictability of the spatial storm meant the fate of the destroyer and its over 400 crew members was uncertain. As the leader of the Star Abyss Federation, Qin Tian could not easily abandon the life of any Federation soldier. He immediately ordered, notify the expedition fleet to conduct a thorough search of the 10 surrounding star systems. If they can't find it, do not expand the search to avoid encountering other alien civilizations. Yes, sir. Jill acknowledged and left to carry out the order. Meanwhile, in the fourth parallel universe, within the Laniakea supercluster, Virgo cluster, Milky Way galaxy's Perseus arm, a sudden ripple disturbed the splendid sea of stars. A bizarre-looking starship emerged. It was the missing Hyena-class destroyer. However, the starship had undergone a startling transformation. Its surface was covered with mysterious patterns and symbols that occasionally glowed eerily, and its paint had changed from silver white to black and gold. Inside the ship, all 479 crew members, including Captain Liangua, were chanting in unison, "Home, home." Their skin was marked with the same mysterious patterns as the ship's exterior, and their pupils had turned a strange shade of purple. The transformed starship drifted aimlessly through the vast cosmos. 5 days later, in the Abyss City of the Star Abyss Federation, an important promotion ceremony was taking place. In the massive blue circular base, the first general of the Beast Tribe, Golden Iron Beast, had finally broken through the 19th level barrier after absorbing 5 energy purple crystals and bathing in the energy pool for 10 hours, becoming a Battle King. Congratulations to General Golden Iron Beast on your promotion to Battle King. The Beast Tribe generals, including Blue Iron Beast, Purple Iron Beast, and Green Iron Beast, stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Even though Golden Iron Beast had restrained his aura, the overwhelming pressure of a newly promoted Battle King was still palpable. Green Iron Beast approached and asked, "General, how do you feel after becoming a Battle King?" Looking at his golden claws, Golden Iron Beast spoke with a hint of pride. After becoming a Battle King, my power has increased at least tenfold. My strength is roughly 100,000 kilograms. Even without using the Aurora Divine Wind Claw, I can easily destroy the gates of any city in the Mecha Beast world. These words caused all the Beast Tribe generals to gasp in shock, awed by the terrifying power of a Battle King. Golden Iron Beast surveyed the generals and encouraged them. "Generals, with the support of energy purple crystals and the energy pool, all of you are now at least at level 16. Keep pushing forward and strive to become Battle Kings as soon as possible to strengthen our Beast Tribe and solidify our position as the main force of the Federation." The generals nodded in agreement, understanding that becoming a Battle King was a long journey, but they were determined to work hard. At that moment, Purple Dragon Beast stepped forward with a serious question for Golden Iron Beast. "General Golden Iron Beast, during the recently concluded world expedition, I noticed a significant issue. Our Beast Tribe's individual firepower is somewhat lacking. Apart from Ice Wolf Beast with its energy cannon, the Iron Beast and Leopard Beast soldiers only have machine guns. Human soldiers in power armor now have much stronger firepower, equipped with rockets, missiles, large-caliber machine guns, grenades, bombs, energy cannons, and electromagnetic guns theory walking arsenals. Especially the Black Armor Type B power armor. It's like a mobile ammunition depot, far surpassing our firepower. Although our Beast Tribe soldiers have a strong sustained fire capability, able to keep firing as long as their energy isn't depleted, even continuously for an hour, it's still time to upgrade our warriors collectively. Otherwise, it might be difficult to adapt to upcoming wars." As soon as General Zilong finished speaking, Green Leopard chimed in, "That's right. We can't expect all our future enemies to be as fragile as the arachnes and sectoids. The Federation is developing rapidly, and we will inevitably face stronger opponents. Therefore, it's urgent that we collectively upgrade and enhance our Beast Warriors, increasing their individual firepower." In the meeting room, the other Beast Generals nodded in agreement. Green Leopard continued, "For both the Mech Tribe and our Beast Tribe, improving combat effectiveness isn't just about leveling up. Mechanical surgeries for upgrades can enhance firepower, defense, and other capabilities." He gave an example. Take the Windfire Wheel from the Mech world. for instance. Knowing it couldn't gain combat energy through enemy kills, it equipped itself with an energy cannon on its back and machine guns on its arms. This way, it gained a certain level of combat power. Green Leopard added, of course, these upgrades aren't limitless, they must be based on combat level. The higher the combat level, the higher the upgrade potential. Robots with only 1 or 2 combat levels have very low upgrade limits and might even die during the process. After listening to the two generals, all the beast generals nodded in agreement. Gene Tai Beast pondered for a moment before making a decision. Immediately start researching targeted upgrade plans for the Ice Wolf, Leopard, Iron Beast, and Poison Beast tribes. Once the plans are completed, Generals Zilong, Green Leopard, Purple Poison, and I will review and approve them. After approval, we will implement them and report this to the speaker. Although upgrading and enhancing tens of thousands of beast warriors is an unprecedented massive project that will consume enormous resources, it is necessary. As the situation evolves, the beast tribe generals must be responsible for their warriors' lives. The stronger the individual firepower of the beast warriors, the fewer casualties there will be in future wars. The well-established technological and industrial system of Abyss City is fully capable of handling this task. Yes, sir. The generals responded in unison. Meanwhile, in the leader's palace, Qin Tian was intently observing his personal interface. Seeing that he had 44 million energy points left, he decided it was time to take action. System, open the world wormhole roulette, Qin Tian instructed. Although the previous 6 draws had been thrilling, item draws were different from wormhole draws. World wormholes directly impacted the future planning and actions of the Xingyuan Federation. Ding dong, as you wish. The system's prompt sounded, and the roulette began to spin. 8 world wormholes appeared before Qin Tian. Archhall, Swarm, Prometheus, Passengers, Pacific Rim, The Matrix, Inception, and Warhammer. Draw, Qin Tian commanded, and the white light started flashing as the draw commenced. Watching the rapidly flashing white light on the roulette, Qin Tian silently prayed, "Please, not Warhammer." The Warhammer universe was terrifyingly vast, with the human empire, chaos forces, dark forces, orcs, Eldar, Necrons, Tyranids, gods, and ancient beings appearing and disappearing. Drawing the Warhammer wormhole, despite its immense value, would paralyze Qin Tian with fear. The Xingyuan Federation, in comparison, would be like ants, easily crushed by any civilization or force. Even shrinking the wormhole to an invisible size wouldn't help, as it would still be detectable by gods and advanced technology. Such a wormhole would be practically useless, only to be opened when the Xingyuan Federation had grown strong enough, which could take decades, centuries, or even millennia. 5 seconds later, the draw result appeared. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Pacific Rim World Wormhole. You can activate this wormhole anytime. The general situation of the Pacific Rim world immediately appeared in Qin Tian's mind. In 2013, a wormhole appeared in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, and giant, powerful monsters began rising from the ocean, destroying human cities and attempting to annihilate humanity to transform Earth into a planet suitable for monsters and alien civilizations. Forced to respond, humans used nuclear weapons to fight back, destroying the invading monsters but losing 3 cities in the process. In response, humanity developed the Jaeger program, using neural connections between 2 highly compatible pilots to control massive mechanical soldiers to combat the monster army, starting the Kaiju War. After multiple battles, humans often found themselves on the losing side, with Jaeger and pilot losses outpacing replacements. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to appear in endless waves. To end the threat once and for all, PDCC decided to send the Jaegers Eureka Striker and Gypsy Danger on a mission to destroy the wormhole with nuclear bombs. Note: due to system intervention, many kaiju have been integrated into the host forces, and the alien civilization has not gained a foothold in the Pacific Rim world. Humans maintain the upper hand, and many Jaeger pilots have survived. Thank goodness it wasn't Warhammer. Qin Tian sighed in relief. Any other world wormhole would be manageable. Pacific Rim is good. The Jaeger technology and kaiju are valuable assets. Once we start the conquest, we can use the Pacific Ocean wormhole to enter the alternate dimension, conquer the alien civilization, and gain technology for mass-producing kaiju. This will significantly boost the size and strength of our kaiju army. With the system's detailed information in mind, Qin Tian envisioned a future where hundreds, even thousands, of kaiju would gather, each bearing the mark of him and the Xingyuan Federation. At that point, the third parallel Earth's blue star would truly become a monster planet. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. After 6 legendary draws and 1 world wormhole draw, Qin Tian spent 11 million energy points. Despite still having a balance of 39 million, he decided to halt the draws for now. 7 draws, 7 wins. This was enough. In the skies above the Longqing Plateau of the third parallel world, a dark green world wormhole suddenly appeared. A silver spaceship emerged, prominently displaying the purple-blue flag of the Federation and the golden emblem of a three-headed dragon, indicating it was Qin Tian's personal vehicle. Equipped with advanced sublight-speed nuclear fusion engines, the spaceship effortlessly traversed the wormhole. On the ground, the swift dragon guarding the wormhole entrance immediately moved its massive body to greet the master's ship. Qin Tian leapt from the spaceship, landing steadily on the swift dragon's back. The spaceship then flew off, parking on a flat plain 100 kilometers away. Gently stroking the scales of the swift dragon, Qin Tian commanded, "Swift dragon, summon all the monsters to gather at the Longqing Plateau." The swift dragon raised its enormous head and emitted a unique sound wave. Within 2 minutes, the sound wave had spread across the entire blue star. Monsters from all corners of the world responded to the call, leaving their habitats. From underground, deep seas, magma, and mountains, monsters converged on the Longqing Plateau. Within half an hour, 15 monsters had arrived: Godzilla, Ghidorah, stellar ridgeback turtle, stellar tail-standing rat, stellar swift dragon, Mothra, Rodden, Red King, Axehead, Scythehead, Demon Witch, Virus, 2 ridgeback turtles, and a pregnant tail-standing rat. All the monsters crouched low, trying to appear docile in front of their master. However, their fierce and imposing appearances contrasted sharply with the concept of being docile and obedient. Sitting on the swift dragon's back, Qin Tian surveyed the gathered monsters and said, "I have 6 stellar beast genes, which can evolve 6 of you into stellar beasts. Who wants it?" Apart from the 5 fully evolved super monsters, the remaining 10 monsters raised their heads, eyes filled with desire. Living alongside Godzilla, Ghidorah, and other super monsters, they had learned that their massive sizes and ability to traverse the stars came from the stellar beast genes bestowed by their master. Now, with this transformative treasure right in front of them, how could they not be tempted? Qin Tian continued, "I know you all want the stellar beast genes and desire to become stronger, but the number of genes is limited. While I could designate the recipients, that wouldn't be fair to the others. So, I've decided to open the 5th parallel world and send you there to battle. The 6 best performers will receive the stellar beast genes. This is a conquest war, and the 5 super monsters will also participate. Our goal is to conquer the 5th parallel world and the alien civilizations hidden in alternate dimensions." Qin Tian had already decided to open the wormhole to the Pacific Rim world and launch a conquest war there, with the monster army as the main force. Typically, after conquering a parallel world, the Star Abyss Federation would undergo a period of recovery and assimilation. Having just conquered the Starship Troopers world, the Federation had expanded its territory by 2 star systems and increased its population by over 6 billion. Normally, a recovery period of 2 to 5 years, or even longer, would follow to ensure control over the new territories and population, fully assimilate the gains, enhance technological and weaponry levels, replenish losses, and expand the army, allowing the Federation to enter the next war in a stronger position. The Star Abyss Federation had always adopted this steady, step-by-step strategy. Though time-consuming, it ensured stability and accumulated a deep foundation for the Federation. However, with the world wormhole at hand, Qin Tian found it hard to accept waiting 3 to 5 years or longer. He decided to launch a new conquest immediately. After all, the Pacific Rim world was not particularly strong, certainly easier to conquer than the Starship Troopers world. He planned to use the monster army as the main force, with other troops as support, to first take over the Pacific Rim world, and then proceed with recovery and assimilation. On the ground, the 10 monsters roared in unison after hearing Qin Tian's words, expressing their determination not to disappoint their master. They agreed that the best performers would receive the stellar beast genes. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction and then turned his gaze to the pregnant tail-standing rat with a slightly swollen belly. In a gentle tone, he said, "You're pregnant, so there's no need to risk fighting. Stay here and give birth safely. I don't want to see a tragedy of 2 lives lost." The other monsters agreed with Qin Tian's decision. The monster army was already small in number, and reproducing was extremely difficult. Therefore, the unborn baby of the tail-standing rat was incredibly precious. Any accident leading to the loss of both the mother and the baby would be a significant blow to the monster army. Under Qin Tian's gaze, the pregnant female tail-standing rat, though eager to obtain the stellar beast gene, considered her unborn child and the formidable Jaeger robots and monsters of the Pacific Rim world. In the end, she nodded in agreement. Qin Tian then communicated with the system. "Open the Pacific Rim world wormhole immediately. Set the wormhole size to 1,200 meters high and 4,000 meters wide." Apart from the home world, Qin Tian could open world wormholes to any parallel world controlled by the Star Abyss Federation, not necessarily from within that parallel world. The system quickly responded, "Ding, as you wish." As soon as the words fell, a dark green beam of light shot down from the sky, rapidly forming a massive world wormhole. Looking at the wormhole before him, Qin Tian said to the monsters, "Go. This parallel world is quite interesting, and I'll be going too." It had been a long time since he had personally ventured into a new parallel world. The monsters understood and, led by the super monster Godzilla, 14 monsters began to cross the world wormhole one by one. Qin Tian's stellar swift dragon was the last, following the army into the new world. In the world of Pacific Rim, deep within the alternate dimension beneath the Pacific Ocean, a tense meeting is taking place on a giant black rock. Gathered here are a dozen alien beings, each with 6 eyes, rabbit-sized bodies, and skin as slick as an eel. These creatures are the Coral Sea Tribe, a civilization with over 100 million years of history. The leader of the Coral Sea Tribe, Lon, is furiously berating the other members. It's been years, and not only have we failed to uncover the mystery behind the disappearance of our monsters, but we also haven't made any headway on Blue Star. You're all useless. If not for the fact that our numbers are already so few, I'd throw you into the magma to burn. Faced with Lan's reprimand, the other members of the Coral Sea Tribe shrink back in silence. Despite their tiny size and weak physical strength, making them easily crushable by a human adult, they possess the astonishing ability to create gigantic war monsters. These monsters are as massive as mountains and brimming with deadly toxins. Even more impressively, the Coral Sea Tribe can create flower-shaped wormholes to transport these terrifying creatures to other planets for invasion. Lon reminisces about the Coral Sea Tribe's history with Blue Star. In fact, our reconnaissance team came to Blue Star as far back as 68 million years ago. But at that time, it was the age of dinosaurs, and the environment was completely unsuitable for us. Staying too long would have meant death for both us and our monsters. But a life-sustaining planet is too precious to give up, so we recorded Blue Star's coordinates and left environmental monitors in the deep sea. Finally, 68 million years later, Blue Star's ecosystem has reached a standard that allows both us and our monsters to survive. So, we have returned with our monsters in tow, Lon sighs. But it's pointless to talk about this now. Blue Star remains unconquered, so we'll have to summon forces from our home planet for the assault. As soon as Lon finishes speaking, all the Coral Sea Tribe members instinctively look southeast. There, under the dim light, stand 60 colossal and menacing monsters. They include 6 shellback turtles, 6 tail-standing rats, 6 swift dragons, 6 demon witches, 5 viruses, 5 axe heads, 6 scythe heads, 6 abominations, 5 venomous females, 5 white snakes, 2 shrikes, and 2 thunder beasts. Most of this unprecedented monster army was brought from the home planet, Antiverse, with only a few bred by the Coral Sea Tribe in the alternate dimension. Above this monster army, a massive, purple, flower-like wormhole is slowly opening, signaling the impending catastrophe. 10 minutes later, alarms blare at the Jaeger Command Center in Hong Kong. Beep, beep, beep. Level 1 alert. Level 1 alert. The piercing sound reverberates throughout the military base. Lieutenant General Pentecost, dressed in a black military uniform, strides into the central control room. He is a renowned African-American general and the highest-ranking officer of the Jaeger program. His assistant and adopted daughter, Mako Mori, immediately approaches, clutching a file and reporting solemnly, "General, more kaiju have emerged from the breach, and there are many of them." Mako, wearing a black wool coat and sporting a neat short haircut, is not only Pentecost's capable assistant, but also his student and adopted daughter. After losing her parents in the Tokyo battle, Mako was taken in by Pentecost, and their bond has grown as deep as that of a biological father and daughter. Due to systemic intervention, many Jaeger pilots and operators have not perished as they did in the original timeline. Raleigh Beckett's brother, Yancey Beckett, is still alive, and the brothers continue to pilot Gypsy Danger. With an adequate number of Jaeger pilots, Pentecost has not put Mako, who suffers from psychological trauma, into a Jaeger cockpit. The tension in the control room mounts as intelligence officers continuously update the latest situation. "General, we now have 8 kaiju emerging from the breach. 3 Category 2, 4 Category 3, and 1 Category 4. Another one is coming, it's a Category 5. We've never had this many kaiju appear at once. They must be planning an unprecedented large-scale assault. The 9 kaiju are not heading to any city but are lingering near the breach, seemingly waiting for more to join. The 10th kaiju has appeared, another Category 4. The kaiju army is assembling. Sweat beads on the foreheads of the intelligence officers, their voices filled with tension and fear. Such a reaction is understandable, as the kaiju war has never seen such a terrifying lineup. Previously, no more than 3 kaiju appeared simultaneously, but now, the sheer number is terrifying. Even worse, no one knows how many more will emerge from the breach. Even the battle-hardened Pentecost shows a look of grave concern. Without hesitation, he issues the order, "All Jaegers, prepare for combat. Get ready for the kaiju onslaught." "Yes, sir." The intelligence officers promptly relay the command to all Jaeger bases. Soon, all 10 Jaeger bases worldwide, including the Hong Kong headquarters, enter combat readiness. Striker Eureka, Gypsy Danger, Cherno Alpha, Crimson Typhoon, Coyote Tango, Horizon Brave, Tacit Ronin, Romeo Blue, and other Jaegers, totaling 48, leave their bases and head to the coastline to join other military forces in defense. However, the number of kaiju continues to rise. 13, 17, 25, 40, 53, 60. The intelligence officer's voice trembles more with each count. General, we now have 60 kaiju. We're in deep trouble. The kaiju army's numbers far exceed those of the Jaegers, and the presence of numerous Category 4 and 5 kaiju puts the Jaeger program in extreme peril, threatening the very survival of human civilization. Pentecost, Mako Mori, and the newly arrived Dr. Geisler and Dr. Gottlieb fall silent. The air is thick with a sense of gravity and despair. Finally, Lieutenant General Pentecost takes a deep breath and slowly says, "Perhaps humanity will perish tomorrow, but it will be in battle." His voice is firm and powerful, conveying a clear message. We may fear death, but we will never shy away from it. This is the quality that all humans must possess. General, the monster army has set off from the deep sea and split into 10 squads, each consisting of 6 monsters. Lieutenant General Pankit stood before the massive screen in the command center, his brows furrowed. The blinking red dots on the screen indicated the routes of the monster army, each heading toward one of 10 coastal cities: Hong Kong, Osaka, Kobe, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Sydney, San Francisco, Honolulu, Juneau, and Seoul. 5 minutes later, an intelligence officer hurried to Pankit's side and reported, "Sir, the latest movements of the monster army have been confirmed and their trajectories predicted. Should we send this information to the other bases?" Pankit decisively ordered, "Send it immediately. Deploy all 48 Jaeger units to form 10 combat teams and intercept the monster squads at their paths. Remember, we must not let the monsters reach the cities and endanger civilians." "Yes, sir." The intelligence officer promptly executed the order. The speed of the human response was astonishing. Despite each Jaeger standing nearly 100 meters tall and weighing 2,000 tons, they were swiftly deployed to the designated sea areas with the coordination of nearly 1,000 heavy helicopters. Each Jaeger was airlifted by about 20 helicopters, the entire process resembling a precise military ballet. In the waters off Hong Kong, the Jaeger team composed of Gypsy Danger, Eureka Striker, Crimson Typhoon, and Cherno Alpha was already in position. The 4 Jaegers formed a triangular formation, spaced 300 meters apart, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Inside the cockpits, Raleigh, Yangli, Lars, Chuck, Sasha, Alex, and the Tang brothers Tang Weihua, Tang Weilong, and Tang Weixian communicated through the comm system. Sasha's voice came over the channel. "According to the monitoring, we're up against 2 Category 5 and 4 Category 4 kaiju this time. They're pretty strong, so be careful." Tang Weihua confidently replied, "Don't worry, Sasha. Our Crimson Typhoon is the strongest Jaeger. We can handle 2 Category 5 kaiju. The other 4 are all yours." His confidence was not unfounded. As a masterpiece of China, Crimson Typhoon was indeed the world's most powerful Jaeger. Powered by 50 high-horsepower diesel engines, its armor was nearly indestructible, and its maneuverability was extremely high. It was armed with a plasma cannon and 2 8-blade alloy saws, and could unleash a devastating attack known as the Thundercloud Formation. More importantly, it was the only Jaeger in the world with 3 mechanical arms and 3 pilots. Though the other pilots recognized the power of Crimson Typhoon, facing 4 high-level kaiju was still a daunting task. Suddenly, the sea churned violently as a gigantic creature burst forth, heading straight for Crimson Typhoon. It was Scunner, a Category 5 kaiju standing 182 meters tall and weighing 6,750 tons, with highly toxic claws. Its massive, sharp claws slashed at Crimson Typhoon, but the Jaeger blocked the attack with 2 mechanical arms. The third arm's plasma cannon charged instantly and fired at Scunner's chest. Although the Category 5 kaiju had formidable defenses and the shot wasn't fatal, it still pushed Scunner back several dozen meters. "Damn kaiju, always popping out of the sea. I'm fed up with these sneaky bastards," Tang Weixiang cursed. Tang Weilong calmly analyzed, "The kaiju aren't dumb. If they approached openly on the surface, our nukes would have wiped them out. Only by getting close to us or entering the cities do they force us to hold back from using nuclear weapons." Before he could finish, the other 5 kaiju emerged from the sea, surrounding the 4 Jaegers. 2 Scunners, 2 Rajas, and 2 Slatterns. Their massive and menacing bodies, like moving mountains, exuded an intimidating aura. Inside Cherno Alpha, Alex exclaimed excitedly, "No sneak attacks, a fair fight? I love it." The fighting spirit in his Russian blood was fully ignited. "Bring it on." Yang Li and Raleigh shouted simultaneously, Gypsy Danger's sword pointing at the kaiju. The other Jaegers also brandished their weapons, the tension reaching its peak. The 6 high-level kaiju didn't hesitate and launched a ferocious attack on the Jaegers. In an instant, steel and flesh clashed in the most primal and intense combat. The Jaegers roared, the kaiju howled, and the sound of blows landing echoed continuously. This life-and-death struggle between humanity and kaiju shook the hearts of all who witnessed it. Meanwhile, battles erupted in Osaka, Kobe, Shanghai, Guangzhou, Sydney, San Francisco, Honolulu, Juneau, and Seoul. The entire Pacific Rim was engulfed in fierce combat, with over 100 Jaegers and kaiju clashing, creating a scene of unparalleled grandeur. World leaders monitored this epic battle in real time via satellite. They knew this was the full mobilization of the Jaeger forces. Should they fail, they would have no choice but to sacrifice these 10 cities and use nuclear weapons to clear the area, just as they had done in the Battle of Tokyo. For the survival of humanity, they had no other option. The news of the defeat at the Battle of Kobe hit like a sledgehammer, shattering the hopes of the Hong Kong Jaeger Command headquarters. When Lieutenant General Pentecost received the grim news, the battle had already raged on for half an hour. Saber Echo, Tango Wolf, Yukon Thunder, and Brave Protector had all been destroyed by the kaiju, and all 8 pilots were killed. Although humanity managed to kill 3 kaiju and severely wound a 4th, the remaining 2 Category 4 kaiju had submerged back into the ocean, continuing their advance towards Kobe. Inside the control room, Pentecost, Mako Mori, Choi Jin, Dr. Newton Geisler, and other staff members were engulfed in silence. The preparations for a nuclear strike were complete, awaiting the evacuation of Kobe's citizens. Once the 2 kaiju made landfall, the nuclear detonation would be executed. Kobe was set to follow Tokyo's fate, to be obliterated along with the kaiju in the nuclear blast. After a long silence, Lieutenant General Pentecost broke the quiet. Let's hope the other Jaeger teams can hold off the kaiju. However, everyone present understood that in the face of this unprecedented kaiju onslaught, saving even 1 or 2 cities without total annihilation would be the best possible outcome. Meanwhile, intense battles raged in the waters surrounding Hong Kong. As the main force defending the headquarters, the Hong Kong Jaeger team, equipped with the top-tier Jaegers Crimson Typhoon and Cherno Alpha, was formidable. With missile support from land, sea, and air forces, they held their ground against the kaiju. Over half an hour into the battle, they had killed a Scunner and a Spineback Turtle, but humanity had also lost the Eureka Striker. Fortunately, the pilots, Lars and Chuck Hansen, managed to eject in time and were rescued by the Gypsy Danger. Amidst the heated battle, a sudden anomaly occurred. A massive dark green beam of light descended from the sky, rapidly expanding into a colossal wormhole, 1,200 meters high and 4,000 meters wide. This unexpected phenomenon stunned both combatants and shocked the nations and Coral Sea Tribe observing the battle. Reconnaissance satellites were immediately deployed to closely monitor the situation in the waters off Hong Kong. As all eyes focused on the wormhole, a gigantic black mountain slowly emerged and then plunged into the ocean, causing massive waves. A curious Scunner attacked the mountain with its blue flames, but to no avail. The flames only produced a puff of white smoke. To the shock of all observers, the mountain began to move and stood up, revealing an enormous super kaiju resembling a cross between a crocodile and a dinosaur. The part of its body visible above the water was already over 700 meters tall. This super kaiju was none other than Godzilla Solar, the second-in-command of Qin Tian's kaiju army. Faced with this unprecedented behemoth, both humans and the Coral Sea Tribe fell into stunned silence. Godzilla let out a thunderous roar, causing all electronic devices within range to instantly fail. The 3 Jaegers and nearby naval vessels were rendered inoperative. The kaiju, terrified, turned tail and dove into the ocean. Godzilla pursued them relentlessly. Although it could fly through space, it preferred the ocean environment. As a cosmic beast, Godzilla's swimming speed was 5 times that of regular kaiju. In less than half a minute, it caught the Category 4 kaiju Scunner that had previously attacked it, lifting it out of the water like a rabbit. No matter how the Scunner struggled, it could not escape Godzilla's grasp. Holding the writhing virus in its hand, which was still spewing blue flames at it, Godzilla felt a wave of irritation. Narrowing its eyes with a cunning glint, Godzilla made a shocking move. It opened its massive jaws, teeth gleaming sharply, and shoved the virus head into its mouth. With a loud crunch, the virus's head was bitten off, and blue blood gushed out. Godzilla savored the taste, a satisfied expression spreading across its face. The texture was reminiscent of crispy chicken, with a burst of juicy flavor, making it think of the human delicacy, meatballs. Casually, it tossed the virus's headless body into the sea, where the blue blood quickly spread, staining a large area of the water. From afar, humans and the Coral Sea Tribe watched the scene through high-definition screens. Even though they couldn't hear the sounds, they all swallowed hard, imagining the crunching noises in their minds. The brutal imagery combined with the imagined sounds sent chills down their spines, filling them with an indescribable fear. Before everyone could recover from the shock, the world portal changed again. Ghidorah, Starback Turtle, Star-tailed Mouse, Starspeed Dragon, Mothra, Rodden, Red King, and other monsters began to emerge from the portal one after another. They plunged into the sea, standing tall like moving mountains. Within just 10 minutes, all 14 massive monsters had arrived, except for the pregnant star-tailed mouse. Humans and the Coral Sea tribe stared at the colossal figures in the sea, their shock and fear reaching new heights. They finally realized that there weren't just 5 super monsters, but a total of 14. These giants, towering at 700 to 800 meters, were unbelievably large. A 4th-level monster stood no chance against them. Their power was beyond human comprehension, and even nuclear weapons might not be effective. It seemed that even all the Jaeger pilots combined might struggle to take down just one of these beasts. In the control room of the Jaeger pilot headquarters in Hong Kong, General Pankit watched the situation on the sea through the computer screen. Seeing the 5 super monsters and 9 regular ones, his heart sank. Even one super monster could plunge humanity into crisis, let alone 5. Known for his steely resolve, General Pankit now felt unprecedented despair and helplessness, as if a sharp blade had pierced his heart, making it hard to breathe. Reactions varied across the globe. Some, overwhelmed with despair, chose to end their lives rather than face death by monsters or nuclear fallout. Methods varied: guns, pills, hanging, drowning, self-immolation. Others resorted to madness, looting stores, indulging in physical pleasures, or even committing public murders. These individuals believed humanity was doomed, their darkest impulses unleashed in a final spree before the monsters could wipe them out. Governments worldwide took strong measures to suppress the chaos. They believed that even in the face of the end, humans, as higher animals, shouldn't disgrace themselves by acting like beasts. Besides, it wasn't the end yet. Perhaps these newly emerged monsters had no malicious intent towards humans. Although this was a slim hope, it was worth considering. From the way the first super monster had decapitated the 4th-level monster, it seemed these new monsters might not be allied with those emerging from the oceanic portal. Destroying humanity might not be their goal. Unlike the human panic, the Coral Sea tribe members were bewildered. Nearly half of the monster army looked familiar. They were the ones that had mysteriously disappeared earlier, especially monsters 7, 9, and 10, which, although unchanged in appearance, had grown significantly larger. Could they have been captured and modified by some interstellar civilization? In an alternate dimension, the Coral Sea tribe leader, Lon, calmly analyzed the situation. Stop overthinking. Monsters 7, 9, and 10 were indeed our creations, but they've clearly been captured and modified by another interstellar civilization. Otherwise, they couldn't have grown so big. Monsters 15, 16, 18, 19, 22, and 23 haven't been enlarged as much, but they must be under the control of an unknown interstellar civilization now. There's no way they'll obey our commands anymore. He looked around and asked, so, what should we do now? Faced with their leader's question, the Coral Sea tribe members fell silent. Fight? That would be suicidal. While the 9 regular monsters were manageable, the 5 super monsters were nightmares. 4th-level monsters were like candy to them, crushed without resistance. Even 5th-level monsters would likely meet a grim fate. None of the tribe's existing monsters could match these 5 giants. A unknown fight? Certain death. A group attack? Even with 500 monsters, they might not stand a chance. The tribe had just over 500 monsters in total, meaning these 5 super monsters could rival the entire Coral Sea tribe. So, fighting wasn't an option. What about negotiations? The problem was they didn't even know which interstellar civilization had captured and modified their monsters, let alone how to establish communication. Negotiations were out of the question. Seeing his subordinates cowering in silence, Leader Lon was furious. I knew I couldn't count on you bunch of useless fools. Recall the other monsters and stop attacking humans. Focus on defending the portal. My biggest concern now is those monsters attacking the portal. Hearing this, the Coral Sea tribe members snapped out of their daze. Indeed, the tribe was at constant risk of being attacked by monsters. With most monsters deployed and only 2 5th-level monsters guarding, if those 5 super monsters and the 9 others attacked the portal, the consequences would be dire. The once formidable defense would be instantly shattered. Then, the 14 monsters might pass through the portal into the alternate dimension and from there into their home planet, Antiverse. Realizing this, everyone gasped in fear, feeling a chill run down their spines. On the outskirts of Magic City, the mech squad was on the brink of defeat. Originally, there were 5 mech hunters, but 3 had already been lost, leaving only Lucky 7 and Victory Alpha struggling to hold the line. These 2 mechs were heavily damaged, with their combat capability reduced to just 30. In contrast, the opposing monster force still had a level 4 and a level 5 monster, both retaining over 70 of their combat strength. On the ocean's surface, the 2 colossal beasts were poised to deliver the final blow to the human mechs. The 4 pilots had resigned themselves to their fate, closing their eyes and awaiting the inevitable. However, in a sudden twist of fate, the monsters abruptly halted their assault. The control chips implanted in their brains issued a command, prompting them to turn and dive into the sea, vanishing without a trace. The unexpected turn of events left the pilots in shock. Similar scenes unfolded in Kobe, Osaka, Guangzhou, Sydney, San Francisco, Honolulu, Juneau, and Seoul. Monsters that were about to make landfall suddenly retreated, as if responding to an irresistible call. The Pacific United Defense Forces and global leaders quickly linked this anomaly to the emergence of 14 new monsters. Despite the confusion, the current situation was undeniably favorable for humanity. 10 cities were spared, and the mech hunter squads avoided total annihilation. The remaining 18 mechs could be repaired and redeployed, and with 12 new mechs coming online soon, humanity still had a fighting chance. Meanwhile, deep in the ocean, under the command of Boss Ghidorah, the monster army was rapidly advancing towards the alien wormhole in the Mariana Trench. To them, the monster legion controlled by the Coral Sea Tribe was the true enemy and primary target. Human civilization on the blue planet was temporarily set aside. 3 hours later, the 14 monsters arrived at the Mariana Trench, where they confronted an awaiting force of 36 monsters. After a brief, silent standoff, a fierce battle erupted. Leading the charge were 5 super monsters, including Godzilla, followed closely by 9 regular monsters such as Red King. Despite being outnumbered, the sheer power of the super monsters quickly turned the tide. After a single onslaught, all 36 opposing monsters were incapacitated and severely injured. The monster army intentionally spared their lives, aiming to recruit them and bolster their ranks. Among the victors, Red King stood out. Although only 45 meters tall, its astonishing weight of 20,000 tons and high body density allowed it to easily defeat 3 larger opponents. Its abilities to wield fire, magma, and lava made it a fearsome adversary. After the battle, Ghidorah issued a special command. 9 regular monsters stayed behind to guard the wormhole entrance and watch over the unconscious captives. The 5 super monsters then entered the wormhole in single file, advancing into the alternate dimension. At that moment, the Coral Sea Tribe in the alternate dimension was gripped by unprecedented fear. They watched helplessly as these massive, terrifying super monsters emerged from the wormhole, powerless to stop them. Due to technological limitations, they could not close the wormhole at will. This fatal weakness left them defenseless against the formidable invaders. The Coral Sea Tribe's leader, Lon, and his people were filled with despair. What was once a confident invasion plan had turned into a disaster. The arrival of these uninvited guests had completely disrupted their strategy and made them realize they might be facing total annihilation. It won't be long before those 5 super monsters arrive here. Can our monster army hold them off? Lan's gaze swept over the massive black rock, surveying the enormous monster army before him. After a moment of silence, he spoke heavily. Everywhere he looked, there were terrifying, colossal creatures. 3 hours ago, upon learning that the monster army was heading towards the Mariana Trench, Lon immediately began mobilizing his forces. He urgently summoned 120 monsters of levels 3 to 5 from his home planet, Antiverse. This was all the strength he could muster in such a short time. On any other day, such a lineup would be more than enough to easily destroy a planetary civilization. However, at this moment, neither Lon nor the other members of the Coral Sea Tribe felt any pride. They knew all too well that this enemy was far too powerful, far too terrifying. Alas, let's accept our fate. Lon sighed heavily, looking at his still silent subordinates. The Coral Sea Tribe, which has lasted over 1 billion years, may be coming to an end. Shifting the scene to the underground market in Hong Kong. Amidst the bustling, chaotic crowd, Qin Tian, dressed in a black casual outfit, sat at the bar, sipping whiskey and observing the diverse people around him. No matter in his past or present life, this was his first time witnessing such a scene, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. Hey, handsome, wanna have some fun? 500 mana for a session. A blonde, blue-eyed, and voluptuous woman swayed her way in front of Qin Tian, raising her glass in invitation. If you really don't have the money, I can let it slide since you're so handsome. Qin Tian politely declined the Western beauty's offer, despite her impressive figure. He placed 200 mana bills on the table to send her away. This was the 8th woman he had turned down that night. As a tri-serum holder and the leader of the Star Abyss Federation, Qin Tian's handsome face and unique aura stood out in the chaotic underground market. Oh, brother, you actually turned down Elena. She's our top girl here, said a white-haired old man in a red suit, leaning on a cane as he approached Qin Tian. Are you not up to it? How about some monster bone powder and organs to boost your strength? You're Hannibal Zhou, aren't you? Qin Tian immediately recognized the owner of the underground market. Hannibal Zhou beamed with pride. Indeed, I am quite famous. Even first-timers to the underground market know who I am. He proudly introduced his achievements. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Tian left the underground market, leaving a 50 mana bill as payment for his drink. As he strolled through the city streets, he saw the Jaeger striker Eureka being airlifted back by a fleet of heavy helicopters. He also caught glimpses of characters like Pentecost, Mako Mori, Newt, Chuck, and Raleigh. He didn't approach any of them, instead contemplating how to modify these Jaegers to better serve the Federation. At 10 p.m., Qin Tian walked along the pedestrian street, a gentle breeze brushing against his face. He muttered to himself, the reason Jaegers require two pilots is due to the lack of advanced technology and the limited mental capacity of ordinary people. If it were me, I could pilot a Jaeger alone. A woman passing by couldn't help but laugh. She was wearing a tank top, standing about 5 feet 5 inches tall with short hair. It was Mako Mori. Out for a walk? What's so funny? Qin Tian stopped, instantly recognizing Mako Mori. Mako Mori gave Qin Tian a curious look, intrigued by his unique aura. Despite this, she couldn't resist teasing. Do you even know what you were just saying? Piloting a Jaeger alone? Even the best Jaeger pilots can't do that. If you tried, you'd die. How can someone your age not know such basic facts? And what do you mean by this world's humans? Are you saying you're not from this world? Qin Tian calmly replied, what I said is simply a fact. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Although he recognized Mako Mori, he didn't reveal her identity. He knew that if Mako Mori was lucky enough, as an important character, she would eventually become his subordinate. Your so-called objective fact is anything but objective. Nakano Asako crossed her arms, a playful smile tugging at her lips. Qin Tian shook his head, his tone indifferent. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Clearly uninterested in further explanation, he turned to leave. Can I at least know your name? Asako called after him, unable to hide her curiosity. This man had an aura so unique, like a beacon in the night, she couldn't tear her eyes away. Without looking back, Qin Tian's voice drifted on the night breeze. You'll know it eventually. As long as you don't die. Before his words fully settled, his silhouette had already vanished into the darkness. Deep within the vast ocean, a figure moved at an astonishing speed. It was Qin Tian, having left Hong Kong. He initially took a speedboat away from the coast before diving into the sea, heading towards the Mariana Trench. In this era of rampant monsters and tense warfare, only military ships were allowed to venture into the open sea. As a superhuman, Qin Tian could navigate the ocean effortlessly, unaffected by the water pressure. Each breath allowed him to swim hundreds of kilometers, crossing vast distances within an hour. Even in the dim depths, his vision remained sharp. A day later, Qin Tian arrived at the Mariana Trench. Before him was a massive, purple chrysanthemum-shaped wormhole, guarded by monsters like Red King, Rodden, Mothra, and Guyver. Several severely injured monsters lay on the ground, incapacitated. Godzilla and the other 5 super monsters were absent. Qin Tian quickly assessed the situation. It appeared the super monsters had defeated the wormhole's guardians and assigned the guarding duties to these regular monsters before heading through the wormhole to confront the aliens. As soon as Qin Tian appeared, the monsters noticed him. Mothra, in her aquatic form, swiftly swam to him, signaling for him to climb onto her back. Thank you all for your hard work. Qin Tian communicated telepathically with the monsters. Just hold on a bit longer. Once the Federation forces arrive, and we conquer the Blue Star civilization, you can all go home. It won't take more than a month. With that, he patted Mothra's back. To the Star Abyss Federation, Mothra carried Qin Tian towards the surface. Soon, they broke through the water, creating a massive wave. Mothra quickly transformed into her aerial form, spreading her 250-meter-wide colorful wings, and soared into the sky. 2 hours later, they reached the green wormhole above the waters near Hong Kong, disappearing from the view of numerous human surveillance satellites. Upon returning to his homeworld, Qin Tian immediately summoned Chief of Staff Augustus to detail the situation in the 5th parallel world, and to expedite the creation of a battle plan. Augustus, filled with excitement, promptly began preparations. An hour later, Augustus returned to the Chancellor's palace with a finalized plan. The proposal called for the deployment of 15 starships, including destroyers, frigates, transport ships, and a sky carrier, carrying 2 super-mechanized infantry divisions and 10,000 beast warriors. The plan aimed to join forces with the monster army to pressure the Blue Star civilization into surrender. If met with resistance, they would launch an assault until the enemy capitulated. Lieutenant General Han Ruobing was designated as the commanding officer. Qin Tian reviewed the plan, nodded in agreement, and signed off on it. The head of the guard, Anastasia, promptly delivered the documents to the underground computer hub, where the Xin new AI would execute the troop mobilization. This was the standard procedure for mobilization, with 3 additional protocols for emergency situations. Orders were issued like thunder, and the Federal Army moved swiftly. In less than a day, a massive expeditionary force comprised of 15 starships, 2 super-mechanized infantry divisions, and 10,000 beast tribe warriors had assembled. Under the command of Han Ruobing, the expedition set out grandly towards the European plain, passing through the world wormhole into the 3rd parallel world. Their mission was to enter the 5th parallel world through the world wormhole on the Longqing Plateau in the 3rd parallel world and commence military operations. As Han Ruobing's corps traversed the world wormhole, the atmosphere in the Chancellor's office within the Führer's palace was tense. Captain of the Guard Anastasia pushed open the door and reported to Qin Tian, who was engrossed in his documents. Chancellor, Commander Halsun requests an audience. Without looking up, Qin Tian curtly replied, "Let him in." Anastasia obeyed and soon led a towering figure, standing at 2.5 meters tall and dressed in a blue suit, into the office. The commander of the Extreme Battle Group, Halsun, snapped to attention and saluted. "Chancellor." Qin Tian set down his documents, his gaze falling on Halsun as a faint smile tugged at his lips. "I can guess why you're here. You want a request to join the battle, correct?" Halsun answered directly, "Yes, Chancellor. It's been 7 years since the Extreme Battle Group joined the Star Abyss Federation, and we haven't received any combat assignments or achieved any merits. While guarding Holy Terra and the Führer's palace is a great honor and trust from you, as soldiers, we yearn for the battlefield to earn our glory. On behalf of all the warriors of the Extreme Battle Group, I implore you to send us to the 5th parallel world for combat missions." Hearing this, Qin Tian's eyes showed a trace of emotion. A battle blade left unused will rust, but the honorable and loyal Astartes warriors will not. I believe you can handle 99 of combat missions, whether against monsters 100 times your size or chaotic demons. But now is not the time for your deployment. Wait a little longer. I promise, when the Federation launches military actions in new parallel worlds, you will be among the first to strike. As a leader with a military background, Qin Tian understood the yearning of the extreme warriors. Yet he also knew that these blue elves were invaluable assets capable of countering supernatural forces. With the current technological level of the Star Abyss Federation, super soldiers could be trained anew. But once an Astartes fell, they couldn't be replaced. The combat power of 1,200 blue elves was indeed formidable, but any loss would be heart-wrenching. Qin Tian had already planned that after securing the 5th parallel world, the Federation would undergo a period of recuperation and development, lasting anywhere from 3 to 5 years, 8 to 10 years, or even longer. Once the Federation's overall strength reached a significant level, they would then explore new parallel worlds. During this period, they might acquire new Astartes units, or gain the technology to manufacture power armor and Astartes warriors. At that time, the Extreme Battle Group would be ready for the battlefield. Despite his disappointment, Halsun straightened up and saluted. "Yes, sir." Soldiers live to follow orders, and obedience is their duty. Meanwhile, the Pan-Pacific world was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. After the Jaeger units suffered heavy losses in the previous monster battles, nations around the world woke up to the realization that the monster army's power and scale far exceeded their imagination. The earlier monsters were just the tip of the iceberg. The monster hordes emerging from the ocean wormholes, especially the 5 super monsters, instilled endless fear and despair in humanity. Regretting their earlier complacency, the global leaders, who had thought that 48 Jaegers were sufficient for any threat, now accelerated the construction of Jaegers on the production lines and reopened 8 previously mothballed Jaeger production lines, beginning large-scale manufacturing. The number of high-yield nuclear weapons was also increasing. All resources were centrally managed, public entertainment ceased, and coastal city populations began to migrate inland. Humanity re-entered a state of heightened emergency. Although the leaders understood that these measures could only counter general monsters and would likely be ineffective against the 5 super monsters, it was all they could do. They would do their best and leave the rest to fate. If humanity was destined for extinction, at least they had tried and fought. At that moment, in the central control room of a Blade-class destroyer within a dual-carrier battle group near the World Wormhole Sea area, an intelligence officer with the rank of lieutenant suddenly exclaimed, "Look at that! What is it?" Fleet Commander Admiral Leland approached. In a carrier battle group or a multi-carrier battle group, the flagship was not typically an aircraft carrier but often a large destroyer or cruiser. These warships had strong capabilities against land, air, and sea targets, advanced radar systems, and formidable offensive and defensive powers. The intelligence officer's face was pale. "Admiral, we might be meeting our end at sea this time." Frowning, Admiral Leland looked at the computer before the intelligence officer. The high-definition satellite image showed a massive warship slowly emerging from a huge, dark green wormhole 200 kilometers away. Its silver-white hull, several times larger than the Blade-class destroyer, exuded a strong sci-fi aura and anti-gravity capability, indicating it was a warship from an unknown advanced civilization. Admiral Leland sighed. "This warship undoubtedly possesses an advanced anti-gravity engine system, a technology beyond our reach. First monsters, now a warship. Perhaps this is the beginning of the end for human civilization." The technological gap between advanced and primitive civilizations was starkly evident. Even with decades of military experience and countless battles, Admiral Leland couldn't help but feel pessimistic. What he didn't know was that the crew of that warship were also humans, members of the Star Abyss Federation, aboard a Hyena-class interstellar destroyer. A Hyena-class destroyer was the first to cross the world wormhole, entering the 5th parallel world. Trailing closely behind, the fleet from the Star Abyss Federation emerged one by one. In less than 10 minutes, 15 starships had appeared: 3 destroyers, 7 frigates, 2 strategic transport ships, and 3 sky carriers. They hovered in the sky in a battle formation, surrounded by 200 Qian new fighters and 300 Chang'e mechs, monitored by thousands of satellites, creating an unprecedented sense of oppression for the nations of this world. Scenes of alien civilization invasions from sci-fi movies had become a reality, plunging the world into an eerie silence. Mech hunter squads, the Pacific United Defense Forces, military and political institutions from around the globe, and civilians alike held their breath, bracing for the worst. Those with weaker mental fortitude had already broken down or been subdued. Inside the flagship of the expedition fleet, a Luan-class sky carrier, Fleet Commander Han Ruobing ordered the AI, Qinghuan, control the space satellites. I need to communicate with the people of this world. Yes, Commander. Qinghuan promptly executed the order, quickly taking control of 100 communication satellites in space, obtaining top-level access. Since the communication frequencies and codes of the parallel world were identical to those of the pre-biohazard homeworld, all satellites and ground control bases in the Pacific Rim world were an open book to the Star Abyss Federation. Around the globe, whether in military bases, malls, squares, schools, or office buildings, as long as computers and televisions were still running, the screens automatically displayed and locked onto the same image. A futuristic central control room of a mothership, with a beautiful woman in a navy blue military uniform, bearing 2 stars on her shoulders, appearing on the screen. This scene caused a massive global uproar. People were astonished to find that these were not aliens but humans. Various speculations arose. Could human civilization be spread across the stars? Perhaps this was a humanoid civilization similar to humans, but with entirely different internal structures. Or maybe it was a branch of humanity that left Earth long ago and had now returned. As billions of people worldwide speculated, Han Ruobing began to speak. I am Han Ruobing, a human, from the Star Abyss Federation of a parallel world. I am the commander of the Federation's 2nd Interstellar Fleet, with the rank of Lieutenant General. The purpose of this mission is to incorporate this world into the Star Abyss Federation, to enhance the overall strength of humanity. She continued, I represent the Star Abyss Federation in promising all humans that as long as this world peacefully joins the Federation, we will not engage in killing or enslavement. Apart from surrendering all weapons of mass destruction and mech hunters, restructuring and downsizing military forces, and having the Federation dispatch personnel to take over all institutions, everything else will remain unchanged. The Federation will ensure social welfare, provide various supplies, and eradicate hunger. However, if peaceful integration is not possible, we will resort to war to forcibly conquer this world. You have 2 hours to consider. Your decision will directly impact the lives of billions. Han Ruobing's words plunged many into deep thought. Joining a more advanced human civilization didn't seem like a bad thing and could even be a great opportunity. However, a few still harbored the illusion that perhaps they could use nuclear weapons to defeat the invaders and maintain the status quo. At this moment, 8 gigantic beasts suddenly emerged from the sea, causing towering waves. Godzilla, Ghidorah, Red King, Rodan, and others stood majestically on the sea surface beneath the fleet. The backs and wings of 2 super beasts seemed capable of bearing the weight of the heavens. Han Ruobing smiled and continued, This is our Star Abyss Federation's beast army, personally cultivated by the Federation's speaker. They will not attack humans for now, but that could change. These words immediately dispelled any lingering illusions. The Star Abyss Federation's ability to tame such terrifying monsters clearly made them more formidable than any alien threat from the ocean depths. Their preference for communication over direct assault was likely due to shared humanity and a desire to minimize casualties. 8 hours later, in the Star Abyss Federation's leader's palace in the home world, Chief of Staff Auguste approached Qin Tian, who was fishing by the lake, with a joyful expression. Speaker, good news. The Ice Wolf Beast Squad has relayed information that with the assistance of the Beast Army, General Han Ruobing's expedition fleet has successfully subdued the 5th parallel world. They are now conducting wrap-up operations. They request the Federation to promptly dispatch personnel to take over all institutions in the 5th parallel world. Qin Tian smiled and said, Han Ruobing did well. Tell her not to rush back. She should stay until the situation stabilizes. Leave behind a subfleet, 2 super mech infantry divisions, and 10,000 beast troops as a permanent presence in the 5th parallel world to prevent any incidents. As for dispatching personnel to take over all institutions, let the Federation Council handle it. Over the years, the Federation has accumulated a considerable talent pool, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. If that's not enough, have the Raccoon City base clone additional specialized personnel. Once the technology, military resources, and population of the Starship Troopers world and the Pacific Rim world were fully assimilated, the comprehensive national strength of the Star Abyss Federation would experience an unprecedented and tremendous boost. An hour ago, 30 Jaeger mechs, 20 production lines, and all related technical documents were transported back to the Xingyuan Federation. This formidable mech force includes well-known units such as Crimson Typhoon, Cherno Alpha, Gypsy Danger, Striker Eureka, and Lucky 7. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of weapons of mass destruction from the fifth parallel world have also been quietly returned to the home world over the past month and stored in various arsenals across the Xingyuan Federation. A month later, in the Führer's Palace of Holy Terra, Chief of Staff August reported this significant news to Qin Tian. Upon hearing it, Qin Tian's eyes sharpened as he calmly issued an order. Inform Research Institute Number 1 to upgrade and modify these mechs, making them multifaceted to handle various combat missions. He continued. Although large mechs have many drawbacks and the technology from the Pacific Rim world is far from perfect, 30 Jaegers represent a formidable force. It would be a waste to abandon them. With upgrades and modifications, they could serve the Federation's military for another 30 to 50 years. August promptly acknowledged, yes, sir. Subsequently, Research Institute Number 1 received the order from the Führer's Palace. The sprawling institute, covering 10,000 acres, sprang into action, moving all 30 Jaegers and 20 production lines into its facilities within a day. Human scientists and Decepticons quickly convened to discuss specific upgrade plans. In a vast, brightly lit armament workshop, over 100 human scientists, more than 20 Decepticons, and a dozen Predacon mechanics gathered. Dr. Garros was the first to suggest replacing the power systems, pointing out that the current diesel engines were space-consuming and limited combat capabilities. His proposal was unanimously agreed upon. Other experts soon voiced their ideas. Some suggested optimizing the piloting systems while retaining the neural handshake technology. Others proposed converting the mechs to fully enclosed units and upgrading internal systems. There were also recommendations to equip the mechs with advanced weaponry such as low-yield tactical nukes and particle cannons. One even suggested installing anti-gravity engines to enable the mechs to operate freely on planets. Ultimately, top experts like Garros, Abitanding, Megatron, and Shockwave synthesized all the suggestions to form a comprehensive upgrade plan. Abitanding, as the lead, made the final decision. That's it. I'm confident that the upgraded mechs will become a mainstay of the Federation's military, with tremendous strategic and tactical value. Let's get to work. Make sure to send this plan to the speaker. When Qin Tian received the detailed upgrade plan, he fell into deep thought. I asked you to upgrade and modify them, but this workload is almost equivalent to building a new large mech force from scratch. As he reviewed the plan from Research Institute Number 1, his thoughts drifted to another war machine, the Emperor Titan. On March 18, 2025, a high-tech heavy transport helicopter from the Pacific Rim world traversed a dimensional wormhole and landed on the helipad at the Führer's Palace of Holy Terra. As the hatch opened, 5 individuals, Pankit, Mako Mori, Raleigh, Chui Jian, and Newt, stepped out. Gil, who was waiting, guided them towards the depths of the palace, inquiring about their impressions of the Federation along the way. Pankit candidly remarked, the technological and military prowess here is at least a century ahead of our Earth. Although some areas are quite primitive and run down, likely due to some major disaster, the strength and prosperity of the Xingyuan Federation are undeniable. 20 minutes later, the group arrived by an artificial lake where Qin Tian was fishing. Anastasia, Alice, Ada Wong, and Song Yuhua stood by his side. After Gil reported to Qin Tian, he set down his fishing rod and approached the visitors. As Qin Tian drew near, even the seasoned Pankit felt a twinge of nervousness. Mako Mori wore a puzzled expression, as if the Federation leader seemed oddly familiar. Qin Tian came up to Pankit, removed his cap and sunglasses, and extended his right hand. General Pankit, welcome. As they completed the handshake, Mako Mori suddenly exclaimed, it's you. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Masako Nakamori never imagined that after experiencing so many upheavals, she would once again encounter the man who had left a deep impression on her despite their brief meeting. To her greater astonishment, that man turned out to be Qin Tian, the Chancellor of the Star Abyss Federation, wielding supreme power over hundreds of billions of humans. Qin Tian's gaze landed on Masako Nakamori, a faint smile curling at his lips. It seems you still remember me. Standing nearby, Pankit couldn't help but ask, Chancellor, do you know Masako? Qin Tian replied calmly, we met once in Xiangjiang. I have visited your world before. His eyes swept over the 5 people present, silently noting that he had seen all of them from a distance, though he had only interacted directly with Masako. Hearing this, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Qin Tian then patiently began to explain the situation to them, appealing to both reason and emotion. Before long, he had successfully won over all 5 of them. Pankit and Raleigh were assigned to the Suntobi-formed mecha unit. The scientists Chui Jian and Newt, known for their imaginative ideas and decisive execution, were sent to the Raccoon City base. Masako Nakamori remained at the Chancellor's palace, tasked with managing the archives. Shortly after the 5 were taken away, a system notification suddenly echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting the world's protagonist and 4 key characters. You are rewarded with 2 Jaeger mechas Echo Saber and Eureka Striker. Qin Tian felt a surge of joy. These 2 Jaeger mechas, which had been destroyed in the Kaiju War, were now his reward for recruiting the 5. With these additions, the Federation's number of Jaeger mechas had increased to 32, significantly boosting their strength. A month later, at the Raccoon City base, Dr. Sun Rui and Dr. Li Mingjun reported to the base commander, Major General Chu Xian. General, we've successfully developed the anti-energy armor technology. Chu Xian immediately responded. Show me. They descended to the underground 6th level of the biological research base. In transparent storage tanks, the corpses of numerous Zerg of varying sizes were immersed in dark green biochemical fluid, their bodies riddled with tubes of various thicknesses. Scientists in white protective suits moved about, creating a scene reminiscent of the bioexperiments once conducted by the Umbrella Corporation. In the weapons lab, Li Mingjun pointed to a 40 centimeters by 40 centimeters, 5 centimeters thick black armor plate. General, this is the first piece of anti-energy armor. You can test it yourself. Chu Xian picked up a laser rifle and fired 5 consecutive shots. The white beams hit the armor plate without leaving a mark. He then used an energy cannon, and it took 6 shots to finally penetrate the armor. Chu Xian nodded in approval. Excellent, this is truly groundbreaking technology. I'll report it to the Chancellor immediately. In the Chancellor's palace on Holy Terra, Qin Tian received Chu Xian's report and immediately issued an order. We have the anti-energy armor technology. Send this technology to Research Institute No. 1 and include it in the upgrade plans for the 32 Jaeger mechas. Also, send it to the Mars base. Anastasia took the command, and within 5 minutes, Research Institute No. 1 in the Mars base had received the detailed information on the anti-energy armor technology. After giving the orders, Qin Tian opened his personal profile. Host, Qin Tian. Age, 35. Position, Chancellor of the Star Abyss Federation. Lifespan, 510 years. Abilities, fire manipulation, telekinesis, time travel. Energy points, 70 million. Over the past couple of months, Qin Tian had not stayed in his home world the entire time. He frequently traveled to the 4th and 5th parallel worlds, trading large quantities of outdated military equipment and scrap metal collected by the Federation's army and various departments to the system, earning 26 million energy points. Including the previous 44 million, he now had a total of 70 million energy points. More notably, Qin Tian's lifespan was continuously extending. In just a few months, he had gained an additional 10 years. His lifespan was now increasing faster than it was diminishing, filling Qin Tian with optimism for the future. The epic lottery wheel had been activated by the system, and Qin Tian stood before the system communication path, holding 70 million energy points. He felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of participating in the epic draw. With a ding, the system notification sounded, and a golden blue light screen slowly appeared before Qin Tian. 6 epic items came into view. Emperor Titan, Black Templar, Grey Knights, Silent Sisterhood, Thousand Suns, and the glorious Queen-class battleship. Qin Tian's eyes lit up. These were all formidable forces from the Warhammer Universe's human empire. Draw, Qin Tian's mind commanded, and 10 million energy points were instantly deducted. A white light flickered, and the draw commenced. A few seconds later, the system notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Space Marine Legion Thousand Suns. The system then provided a detailed introduction. The Thousand Suns are the 15th Space Marine Legion of the human empire, abbreviated as the Thousand Suns Legion. They were established during the Age of Strife in the Achaemenid Empire, designated as Legion 15, with a force of 100,000 soldiers and a history of over 1,000 years. The Legion's Primarch is Magnus the Red, and the Chief Librarian is Ahriman. The system added that Magnus, nicknamed the Red Cyclops, is the Emperor's 15th son and the most intelligent. He mastered the secrets of psychic powers, turning the entire Legion into a force of sorcerers. However, this ability aroused suspicion and resentment among his brothers and the Emperor. A series of misunderstandings led to the near annihilation of the Thousand Suns, making them one of the most pitiable legions. Qin Tian felt a mix of surprise and complexity after hearing the introduction. While obtaining a complete Space Marine Legion was thrilling, the tragic fate of the Thousand Suns evoked deep sympathy. This story also served as a warning. Even someone as great as the Emperor could make grave mistakes. Qin Tian resolved to heed this lesson. Without hesitation, Qin Tian initiated the second draw. The system quickly announced, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Black Templars." The Black Templars are a shining jewel of the human empire. Although classified as a chapter, their actual strength far exceeds any chapter, boasting 5,500 Space Marines, including 10 Emperor's champions. The Black Templars Marshal, Sigismund, known as the Black Knight, is considered the finest swordsman in the human empire, second only to the 20 Primarchs. The system specifically reminded Qin Tian that all the Black Templars he received, including Marshal Sigismund, had been resurrected by the system after falling in battle. 2 successful draws left Qin Tian elated, and he decided to try once more, hoping to achieve a hat trick. However, the third draw resulted in better luck next time. Though slightly disappointed, Qin Tian quickly adjusted his mindset and felt satisfied with the 2 powerful legions he had won. At this point, 30 million of the 70 million energy points had been consumed, leaving 40 million. Qin Tian decided to pause the draws and save the remaining points for future use. System, summon the Thousand Suns and the Black Templars immediately, Qin Tian commanded. The system responded. Summoning complete. Within an hour, the Thousand Suns and Black Templars will arrive at Holy Terra. Please prepare to receive them. Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement and silently calculated. With the addition of the 1,200 elite warriors, 100,000 Thousand Suns, and 5,500 Black Templars obtained this time, the number of Space Marines in the Star Abyss Federation had reached an astonishing 106,700. This formidable force filled Qin Tian with confidence for future battles. Meanwhile, on the vast green plains surrounding Holy Terra, 2 massive Space Marine units suddenly appeared, advancing towards Holy Terra. One was clad in red power armor, and the other in black, representing the Thousand Suns and the Black Templars summoned by the system. 10 minutes later, 2 massive armies converged on an open field. Although fully armed and helmeted, each Star Warrior's eyes glimmered with complex emotions. Once dead, they were revived by some mysterious force and brought to an unfamiliar universe, ready to serve a new leader. General Magnus, long time no see. At the forefront of the army, a towering figure, standing at 2.6 meters and clad in black power armor, approached Magnus, the leader of the Thousand Suns Legion. He removed his helmet, revealing the resolute face of Sigismund, the Black Templar Marshal. Indeed, Sigismund, it has been a while, Magnus replied, also removing his helmet to reveal a bittersweet smile. The two exchanged glances, countless memories rushing through their minds. Magnus silently vowed, "Father, how terrible your decision was. I wonder if you ever regretted it. Now that my sons and I have been reborn, I will not repeat the same mistakes. From now on, the Star Abyss Federation is our home, and Chairman Qin Tian is our new leader." The thought of their new capital also being named Holy Terra brought a strange feeling to Magnus' heart. Under the leadership of the two generals, the grand army of over 100,000 Star Warriors marched towards Holy Terra, the sound of their armored footsteps thundering like a storm. An hour later, the army reached the outskirts of Holy Terra, where Qin Tian and the Federation's high officials awaited them. Magnus and Sigismund stepped forward quickly, kneeling on one knee. "Chairman, rise," Qin Tian gestured with a smile. He surveyed the massive army before him, feeling a surge of pride. Behind him, August, Anastasia, Park Guchong, and others stood in awe, astonished by the sheer number of Astartes warriors. Initially, they had thought the 1,200 Ultramarines were the limit, but now the Federation boasted over 100,000 Astartes. This force could sweep away any opposition, save for the super monsters. There was no other match for them in the entire Federation. "General Magnus, General Sigismund," Qin Tian began, "do you possess the complete technology for power armor?" The two exchanged a glance, and Magnus replied, "The technology for power armor originated from the Empire's archaeological discoveries of Golden Age relics, and it is highly classified. However, as a Primarch and Legion commander, I do possess the complete technology." Qin Tian was overjoyed at this news. With the two Primarchs and the complete power armor technology, the dream of the Star Abyss Federation to independently cultivate Star Warriors was within reach. Although their current technological level couldn't yet produce qualified power armor, it was only a matter of time. With advancements in technology and resource accumulation, the Federation would eventually achieve this goal. Suddenly, Qin Tian noticed a warrior in black and gold power armor within the Black Templar formation, equipped similarly to Sigismund. "Is that an Emperor's champion?" he inquired. Sigismund nodded in confirmation. "Indeed. His name is Amalrich. The Black Templars, including myself, have 10 Emperor's champions because we possess 10 black swords." Qin Tian approached Amalrich, carefully observing the legendary warrior. The unique honor of the Black Templars, each one personally chosen by the Emperor. The starring emblem and olive branch relief symbolize the Emperor's protection, and the inscriptions on the black sword and armor embody the Emperor's blessings, with a powerful force field to protect them. Amalrich saluted Qin Tian. "Chairman, you know us well. As your leader, if I don't understand you, how can I lead you?" Qin Tian wanted to pat Amalrich on the shoulder, but could only touch the black sword due to the height difference. "Let's enter the city. Let the Federation's citizens witness the might of the Thousand Suns and the Black Templars," Qin Tian commanded. He and Anastasia boarded a Pagani hypercar, transformed from a Venom, and slowly drove into the city, followed by the 100,000 Star Warriors. As this majestic army entered Holy Terra, it caused an immediate sensation. Major media outlets rushed to report the event, and the entire home world was abuzz. The previous 1,200 super warriors had already left a deep impression. Now, with an additional 100,000, it was even more astounding. In the Ultramarines camp near the Führer Palace, Chapter Master Harlson watched the live broadcast on TV and remarked with a smile, "The Thousand Sons and Black Templars are here, along with Magnus and Sigismund, two renowned generals. The Star Abyss Federation's Astartes finally have high-ranking leaders to be proud of." Chapter Champion Alaric mused, "Reborn, joining the Star Abyss Federation and serving the chairman isn't a bad fate." Truth be told, the Empire owed the Thousand Sons Legion. The two fell into silence. As highly educated Ultramarines from the 500 worlds, they had a relatively gentle disposition and maintained good relations with most Astartes legions, including the Thousand Sons and Black Templars. They deeply sympathized with the misfortunes of the Thousand Sons. But as soldiers, they could only follow orders and couldn't change anything. Now, reborn and with a new home, perhaps it was destiny's way of compensating them. Magnus stood in the gravity training room of the Führer's palace, carefully examining Qin Tian's condition. As a powerful psyker who had lived for thousands of years, he was undoubtedly an authority in this field. "Your Excellency," Magnus began, "psychic power is actually a collective term for various superhuman abilities. Besides the fire and telekinesis you possess, it also includes abilities like invulnerability, laser vision, precognition, flight, telepathy, healing, elemental control, and teleportation. Among these, telekinesis is the most critical. Only with strong telekinetic power can one develop other superhuman abilities." He gazed at Qin Tian, a hint of amazement in his eyes. "I just checked, and your telekinetic power is exceptionally strong, a 1 in a billion existence even within the human empire. However, you lack the proper methods, which is why your abilities are limited to fire and telekinesis." Magnus continued, "The likelihood of awakening other abilities on your own is very low unless you experience a major shock that causes a sudden surge in your telekinetic power, affecting your entire body and the surrounding magnetic field." Qin Tian nodded in understanding. Magnus added, "As a Legion commander, I cannot stay at the Führer's palace long-term to assist you in enhancing your telekinetic power and developing other abilities. However, the chief sorcerer of the Legion, Ahriman, has psychic prowess second only to mine and Sigismund's. Having him stay at the palace to assist you is the best choice." "Agreed," Qin Tian responded succinctly. On April 20th, 2025, Thousand Sons Legion Commander Magnus and Black Templars Marshal Sigismund were awarded the rank of General of the Star Abyss Federation. Following Qin Tian's arrangement, these newly formed interstellar warrior armies, along with the Ultramarines, were stationed at various locations within Holy Terra. A large quantity of living and military supplies began to be transported to the interstellar warrior units. Qin Tian's vision was that as the Federation developed, these units would eventually be equipped with starships, granting them interstellar expedition capabilities. At the Black Templars' headquarters, located 20 kilometers southeast of the Führer's palace, an important handover was taking place. Clad in sky blue power armor and bearing the rank of colonel, Alex saluted Sigismund. "General, I am Alex, champion of the 7th Company of the Ultramarines. This is the evolution serum sent by the speaker, consisting of 20,000 vials each of the T-virus, super soldier serum, and gene optimization fluid." He pointed to the 4 military trucks loaded with the serum behind him. "After injecting these evolution serums, combined with our extraordinary organs, not only can we become psychers directly, but our physical capabilities will also be enhanced by 50 to 60 times. Most importantly, it can repair the genetic defects of interstellar warriors, significantly boosting our overall combat effectiveness and lifespan. These results have been personally tested by the Ultramarines." Hearing this, Sigismund remained expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. The genetic defects of interstellar warriors had long plagued the human empire, causing many bizarre symptoms. The space wolves turning into werewolves, the imperial fists suffering from the darkness, and the blood angels needing to drink human blood periodically. Additionally, there were negative effects like extreme rage, cold-bloodedness, and shortened lifespans. The fact that these evolution serums could perfectly solve these problems left Sigismund astonished. "Convey my gratitude to the speaker," Sigismund said, calming his inner excitement. "The loyalty of the Black Templars cannot be expressed in words. If there is a war, we will undoubtedly charge into battle and prove our loyalty through our actions." "Yes, sir," Alex responded solemnly. Meanwhile, another 330,000 vials of the evolution serum were being delivered to the Thousand Sons headquarters. Once injected, the gap in strength between them and the human empire's interstellar warriors would be completely bridged. 5 days later, at a subsidiary testing facility of Research Institute No. 1 on the Madagascar Islands in Africa, an important project was nearing completion. Dr. Oberton smiled as he reported to the 10-meter-tall Megatron and Fallen. "All tests have been successfully passed, with excellent data and no anomalies. Mr. Megatron, Mr. Fallen, The 32 Jaeger units we upgraded and modified have all passed the tests and are ready to be delivered to the Federation Army. In front of them, 32 Jaeger units, each standing an average of 70 meters tall and with unique designs, were arrayed neatly, exuding a mechanical beauty. These comprehensively upgraded Jaegers were at least 100 times more powerful than before. Both human scientists and the engineers from the Decepticons and Predacons felt immense pride in these outstanding creations. Throughout this process, they not only gained a wealth of experience but also mastered the ability to upgrade, design, and construct different types of Jaegers independently. The power source is a controllable nuclear fusion vortex engine, and the armor consists of multiple layers of special composite armor and anti-energy armor. The mech retains 2 pilot seats but has been redesigned to be fully enclosed, utilizing an advanced neural link control system. To enhance maneuverability, 2 high-thrust anti-gravity engines and a rocket engine have been added. The weapon systems have been comprehensively upgraded, including enhanced melee weapon systems, kinetic weapon systems, and energy weapon systems. Depending on combat needs, the mech can flexibly carry various weapons of mass destruction, either externally mounted or internally housed. Without additional weaponry, a single mech can accommodate 80 power-armored soldiers, 70 space marines, or 60 beast warriors. All systems have been upgraded, adding various new features, making these mechs true multipurpose combat units capable of executing a wide range of complex missions. They have fully met the Federal Army service standards. In the Palace of the Holy Terra, Qin Tian carefully reviewed the mech data and test reports sent by Research Institute No. 1. Seeing these exciting results, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Soon, the Xingyuan Federation would welcome a brand new mech battalion. On May 1, 2025, under the directive of Federal Speaker Qin Tian, the mech battalion was officially formed, with its base located in the Alps. The battalion commander was Lin Un, the 3rd major company commander of the Black Templar and one of the 10 Emperor's champions. Pilots and guard units were selected from the Black Templar, the Ultramarines, and the Thousand Suns Space Marine units. Additionally, personnel such as maintenance staff and mechanics, including the likes of Pankit and Raleigh, joined the battalion. The entire mech battalion comprised over 5,200 personnel, including more than 900 Space Marines. The next day, all 32 mech hunters were delivered and officially entered service with the Federal Army. Along with them, 50 various types of helicopters and 50 military heavy trucks were also delivered. As a unit directly under the Palace of the Holy Terra, the mech battalion reported directly to Qin Tian. In the 3rd parallel world, ever since 5 super monsters, including Ghidorah, entered Antiverse and annihilated the Coral Sea tribe with their terrifying psychic power, the entire world had become a monster planet. Monsters could be seen everywhere, whether in the sky, on the ground, or in the ocean. Currently, the number of monsters capable of fighting for the Xingyuan Federation had reached an astonishing 500. As the number of monsters increased, many began to reproduce naturally, giving birth to new offspring. In the sky above the Longqing Plateau, Qin Tian's exclusive spaceship slowly appeared from a world portal. The ship was piloted by Alice and Ada Wong, accompanied by the Thousand Suns chief sorcerer and Qin Tian's psychic mentor, Ahriman, a venerable old man in a fiery red sorcerer's robe. Although Ahriman usually appeared inconspicuous, his combat prowess was formidable when clad in power armor. The Coral Sea tribe's monster breeding technology and bioplatform had been transported back to the Federation, where the Antarctic base under Raccoon City Base was conducting in-depth research. Once the technology matured, the Federation could artificially cultivate and mutate monsters using cells from the 3rd parallel world. Qin Tian believed that day was not far off. Through the spaceship window, Qin Tian gazed at the dim, heavily nuclear-polluted 3rd parallel world, lost in thought. Beside him, Ahriman was also struck by the scene before him. Though he was well-traveled, seeing the 4 ordinary swift dragons and 1 starry swift dragon guarding the portal, and knowing the monster army now numbered over 500, he couldn't help but marvel. This powerful monster army was something even the human empire had never possessed. 3 minutes later, the spaceship landed steadily on the ground. Qin Tian and Ahriman exited the ship, and the starry swift dragon, accompanied by its 4 underlings, immediately approached. Qin Tian gently stroked the starry swift dragon's head and then commanded, "Summon the 6 best-performing monsters from the 5th parallel world campaign." The starry swift dragon roared skyward, and its unique sound waves quickly spread across the planet. From all corners of the world, 6 monsters began racing towards the Longqing Plateau upon hearing the call. 3 hours later, Red King, Mothra, Rodden, Axehead, Virus, and Scythehead arrived before Qin Tian. Their eager eyes were filled with anticipation, understanding that their master was likely here to reward them with the Star Beast genes. Smiling, Qin Tian opened the silver-white briefcase in his hand, revealing 6 golden Star Beast genes to the monsters. "These are your rewards," he said, tossing the genes to the monsters one by one. Red King and the others swallowed the genes, vials and all, in one gulp. Go and evolve. Return when you are done, Qin Tian instructed, knowing the monsters needed to find suitable locations for their evolution. The monsters roared in response and then set off for their pre-chosen evolution sites, some heading to the sea, others to volcanoes. After the monsters departed, Qin Tian began his psychic training under Ahriman's guidance. As the chief sorcerer of the Thousand Suns and the third-rank psychic in the Xingyuan Federation, Ahriman's abilities were beyond question. With his help, Qin Tian mastered a complete and systematic psychic training method. Qin Tian's psychic power had significantly improved, reaching a masterful level in its application. This rapid progress was primarily due to Qin Tian's solid foundation, and now that he had found the right method, his advancement was swift. According to Ahriman's prediction, Qin Tian could develop new psychic abilities within 2 months. 4 hours later, Red King was the first to complete its evolution and return to the launching plateau. Subsequently, Mothra, Rodden, Virus, Axehead, and Scythehead also returned. Although their appearances hadn't changed much, their sizes had significantly increased. Their new measurements were: Red King, height 70 meters, weight 100,000 tons. Mothra, length 200 meters, wingspan 440 meters, weight 80,000 tons. Rodden, height 230 meters, wingspan 180 meters, weight 83,000 tons. Virus, height 190 meters, weight 75,000 tons. Axehead, height 195 meters, weight 77,000 tons. Scythehead, height 199 meters, weight 79,000 tons. In addition to their immense size changes, the monsters had gained various new abilities, and their existing powers had been significantly enhanced. With this, the Xingyuan Federation's number of super monsters reached 11. Among these 11 super monsters, Red King, despite being the shortest at only 70 meters, shorter than most ordinary monsters, was incredibly powerful and ranked 6th in the Monster Army's combat strength. Since the end of the Fifth Parallel World War, the Star Abyss Federation has entered a period of rapid and peaceful development. On August 15, 2025, the Antarctic base received exciting news. They had fully mastered monster cultivation technology and could skillfully utilize the biological platform. Federation Speaker Qin Tian immediately approved the dispatch of an elite team from the Antarctic base to the Third Parallel World to collect a batch of precious monster cells, laying the foundation for the upcoming monster cultivation program. Just a few months later, on January 1, 2026, a white snake hatched in the laboratory of the Antarctic base, becoming the first monster independently cultivated by the Star Abyss Federation. This groundbreaking achievement thrilled the entire research team, as they knew it marked a critical step forward in the field of bioengineering for the Federation. In the following months, the Federation's development showed no signs of slowing down. Supported by planetary transformation technology, the first and second parallel worlds were fully transformed by April 14, 2026, with all nuclear pollution thoroughly eradicated. Consequently, a large-scale immigration and development plan was launched, opening new living spaces for the Federation. On May 8, 2026, the Beast Clan achieved a significant breakthrough. Both the Green Leopard Beast and the Purple Dragon Beast were promoted to Battle Kings, joining the Golden Iron Beast, bringing the total number of Battle Kings in the Beast Clan army to 3. This news caused a sensation in the military, greatly boosting morale. On June 6, 2026, the Mars base developed an impressive interstellar cruiser. This giant ship, measuring 225 meters in length, 85 meters in width, and 68 meters in height, with a combat weight of 155,000 tons, underwent rigorous testing and was named the Jialong-class cruiser, entering mass production. By the end of 2026, the Beast Clan army underwent a comprehensive upgrade. The combat weight of hundreds of thousands of warriors increased to 5.5 tons, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities and injecting new vitality into the Federation's military strength. Entering 2027, the Star Abyss Federation's development was unstoppable. On January 1, the Federation's GDP surpassed 60 trillion star dollars. On March 19, new generations of anti-energy armor technology, various advanced steel technologies, and special composite armor technologies were simultaneously introduced, providing strong support for the upgrade of military equipment. On June 18, Research Institute No. 1 and its subordinate bases delivered a new batch of mecha hunters to the Federation Army. 140 large mechas were equipped to the Astartes units, Beast Clan units, and veteran human main forces, significantly enhancing the Federation's maneuverability in combat. In early 2028, the Federation made another significant technological breakthrough. On February 9, Dyson Sphere technology, space warp technology, and warp drive technology began to be gradually applied in reality. However, Dyson Sphere technology was eventually shelved by the Federation due to its impracticality. On July 14 of the same year, except for the third parallel world, the planets of the solar systems in the home world and other parallel worlds were successively developed, greatly expanding the living and development space of the Federation. On September 9, 2029, the Star Abyss Federation reached a population milestone. The total population exceeded 16 billion. This figure reflected the Federation's outstanding achievements in resource management and social governance. On March 3, 2030, with the strong support of Magnus, the leader of the Thousand-Word Legion, the Federation successfully created the first qualified set of interstellar power armor, along with supporting weapons such as power swords and explosive guns, preparing for future interstellar wars. Just 2 months later, on May 20th, 8,000 human teenagers aged 14 to 16 passed rigorous selection to become reserve interstellar warriors, providing valuable talent for the Federation's future interstellar expansion. 5 years flew by, and the Star Abyss Federation made significant progress in various fields. Technological innovation, alien immigration, military strengthening, and thriving industries boosted the Federation's overall strength by at least 20 times. Qin Tian's prestige rose accordingly, making him the undisputed core figure of the Federation. On the morning of May 22, 2030, at 10 a.m., an important meeting was about to begin in the conference room of the Führer Palace on Holy Terra. As Qin Tian entered the room, he saw 9 high-ranking generals: Johnson, Piao Guochang, Sato Takayoshi, Charles, Andre, August, Hoffman, Sigismund, and Magnus stand up in unison and greet him, Speaker. Qin Tian nodded slightly and took his seat at the head of the table, signaling everyone to sit down. He glanced around the room and said, unknowingly, 5 years have passed. Let's start by reporting on the current military strength of the Star Abyss. Chief of Staff August immediately stood up, picked up a thick file, and began a detailed report on the Federation's military strength. When he read, "We have over 4.5 million troops, countless weapons and equipment, in addition to more than 1 billion reservists and 4 billion potential soldiers," every general present showed a sense of pride. For the next 2 hours, the attendees engaged in a lively discussion about the future development of the Federation's military, each expressing their views. After the meeting, Qin Tian was alone, and he opened his personal panel. Looking at the displayed information, he fell into deep thought. Host: Qin Tian. Age: 40. Identity: Speaker of the Star Abyss Federation. Lifespan: 600 years. Abilities: Fire, Mental Power, Time Travel, Clairvoyance, Flight, Healing, Iron Body, Laser Eyes, Telepathy, Earth Energy. Points: 80 million. Qin Tian suddenly realized that he was already 40 years old. For ordinary people, this was the age of maturity, possibly already a father or even a grandfather. But for Qin Tian, with a lifespan of 600 years, the idea of having offspring was still far from his mind. He thought of Godzilla and Ghidorah, who were born 15 years ago, and felt a surge of emotion. Under the guidance of his psychic mentor, Ahriman, Qin Tian's superpowers had grown to 10 in number, and his combat strength had reached a formidable level. Moreover, Ahriman planned to teach Qin Tian to develop prophecy abilities of significant strategic value. As for the 80 million energy points, half of them were meticulously and comprehensively collected by Qin Tian over the past 5 years. He exchanged a large amount of old satellites, military equipment, ships, scrap steel, and even dozens of large asteroids captured by the interstellar fleet. These energy points were enough for 8 epic draws, or to open 16 world wormholes. Now, Qin Tian stood at the pinnacle of power, with a vast and powerful force under his command. For him, acquiring energy points had become an easy task. Qin Tian stared at the golden blue screen before him, 6 epic items displayed in front of his eyes. It had been 5 years since he last spun the wheel, and now, with 80 million energy points in hand, he was determined to try his luck once more. Soul Stone, Cybertron, Allspark, Dimensional Armor Technology, Abyssal Battleship. Qin Tian muttered to himself, then his eyes lit up. Cybertron is actually on the list? This reminded him of a promise he had made to Megatron. One day, he would help save Cybertron. Now, the opportunity was right in front of him. If he could win Cybertron, with the technology of the Xingyuan Federation, they could bring the dying planet back to life. With this thought in mind, Qin Tian clicked the start button without hesitation. 10 million energy points were instantly deducted, white light flashed, and the lottery began. 5 seconds later, the system prompt sounded. Thank you for participating. 10 million energy points down the drain, but Qin Tian was undeterred and immediately started the second draw. This time, the system's prompt changed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained the Allspark. Qin Tian carefully read the item description. The Allspark, a sacred relic of the Transformers world, capable of automatically creating transformers and even turning any electronic device into a robot. With this, the Xingyuan Federation could not only revive the glory of the Transformers, but also usher in an era of massive expansion for the Decepticons. Despite being satisfied with this result, Qin Tian did not stop. His goal was Cybertron. The third draw failed again, but Qin Tian remained steadfast and proceeded to the fourth attempt. This time, the system finally gave the result he had been waiting for. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained Cybertron. Cybertron, the home planet of the Transformers, though on the brink of destruction, still retained complete transformer production lines and thousands of survivors. Qin Tian smiled with satisfaction. Though it cost him 40 million energy points, he had finally achieved his goal. System, summon Cybertron immediately, Qin Tian ordered. A series of events quickly unfolded. On the afternoon of May 22nd, under the orders of the Joint Military Council, the 5th Interstellar Fleet launched from the newly built port on the Asian continent, carrying all the equipment and supplies needed for planetary transformation, heading towards Cybertron, now integrated into the solar system's orbit. As the fleet left the atmosphere, Megatron, watching through satellite feed, saw his long-lost home planet, Cybertron, and collapsed to the ground in excitement. Cybertron, you were saved, he said with relief. General Ning Shui calmly pointed out that Cybertron's core was near depletion and that they needed to find a young planet's core to completely save it. Megatron immediately volunteered for this mission, receiving a Hyena-class destroyer. 10 minutes later, Megatron's starship activated its faster-than-light engine, speeding towards the outer solar system. Meanwhile, the Fallen took the Allspark to Cybertron, ready to manage the surviving Transformers. While the Xingyuan Federation was busy saving Cybertron, the first Parallel World's new Star Search and Rescue team accidentally entered Blue Star, classified as a Level 1 quarantine zone. They discovered drastic changes and a wormhole. This news quickly spread throughout the Interstellar Alliance, causing a massive upheaval. In a parallel universe, on the outskirts of the Earth-Moon system within the solar system, the deep starry sky suddenly saw the emergence of a blue wormhole. 5 black-painted starships streamed out in succession. This fleet from Shuxingsing had a clear mission: to head to the first-level quarantine zone of Blue Star, engage with the newly discovered human civilization there, understand the situation, and formulate a strategy. They also harbored a glimmer of hope to find General Saifu, who had been missing for over a decade. General Saifu, the revered commander of the Rangers, was highly esteemed not only on Shuxingsing but also within the Interstellar Alliance. Despite the years that had passed, Shuxingsing had never ceased their search efforts. Finding him, even if only his remains, would provide closure to all parties involved. 10,000 kilometers ahead of the fleet, 6 silver-white starships from the Xingyuan Federation were already in formation, prepared for their arrival. Clearly, they had anticipated the arrival of the Shuxingsing fleet. A rescue ship that had previously ventured into Blue Star had sent back information but was subsequently detained by the Xingyuan detachment. Send them a clear message, ordered Vice Admiral Merlin from the flagship's control room, his voice steady. We are a human fleet from Shuxingsing, here for a friendly visit with no hostile intentions. As fellow members of the human race, we should engage in dialogue and progress together. Yes, sir. A lieutenant promptly sent the message through the Lightbrain system. Although Shuxingsing and the other 18 civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance hadn't developed artificial intelligence due to differences in technological paths and philosophies, their Lightbrain technology was advanced enough to transmit communications at 10 times the speed of light. In contrast, despite having AI, the Xingyuan Federation's communication speed was only twice the speed of light. Such disparities were not uncommon. Even civilizations that had evolved for thousands or even tens of thousands of years in the Starry Sea had their unique technological strengths. Soon, the Xingyuan fleet's reply arrived. Greetings, fellow humans from Shuxingsing. We are the first detachment of the first fleet of the Xingyuan Federation. The Xingyuan Federation is a peace-loving nation, and we sincerely welcome your arrival. Please follow us to Blue Star. This response left Vice Admiral Merlin and the other Ranger officers exchanging glances. They had just learned that this newly discovered human civilization, independent of the Interstellar Alliance, was called the Xingyuan Federation. Judging by the designation First Detachment of the First Fleet, their military strength didn't seem particularly formidable. They truly are a peace-loving nation, remarked several officers. Meanwhile, the 6 silver-white starships had turned around and were slowly heading towards Blue Star. Seeing the other side expose their backs without any defense, Merlin and his team felt a touch of admiration. Such trust in our first encounter, truly a peace-loving civilization. Without hesitation, they led their fleet to follow. An hour later, the 2 fleets, one behind the other, entered the ground starship port of Blue Star. Subsequently, both sides met formally in a conference room within the port. On one side of the rectangular conference table sat 7 officers from Shuxingsing, led by Vice Admiral Merlin, while on the opposite side were 7 officers from Blue Star, led by Rear Admiral Wang Dong. At the start of the meeting, Vice Admiral Merlin eagerly produced a photograph, handing it to Rear Admiral Wang Dong across the table. Have you seen our General Saifu? He is very important to us. This is his picture. Wang Dong took the photo, his heart skipping a beat. It was their fleet's chief combat instructor. Years ago, back on his homeworld, Wang Dong had trained under him. Yet, his expression remained unchanged as he shook his head. I'm sorry, but we haven't seen him. The disappointment was evident on Merlin's face and among his officers. Although they had mentally prepared for such an outcome, it still came as a slight surprise. After all, Finding someone who had been missing for over a decade was no easy task. At this point, a ranger colonel raised a question. General, as far as I know, Blue Star was previously classified as a first-level quarantine zone. The oxygen levels were dangerously high, and pollution was rampant, making it uninhabitable for humans. But from our observations, the extreme oxygen environment has disappeared, and 3 cities with a population of at least 1 million have been built. We felt no discomfort upon entering Blue Star. How did you achieve this? Other officers also perked up, clearly sharing the same curiosity. Wang Dong unhesitatingly replied, "We possess planetary terraforming technology that not only eliminates the high oxygen environment and various pollutants on Blue Star, but also transforms resource planets into habitable worlds. As long as it's not a dead planet, we can make it suitable for human habitation." Merlin and his 6 officers collectively gasped, their inner shock indescribable. The Xingyuan Federation possessed such extraordinary technology. They couldn't help but imagine that if Shuxingsing could acquire this technology, it would usher in unprecedented development, potentially making them the leading civilization in the Interstellar Alliance. However, they also knew that such a crucial technology would be a closely guarded secret of the Xingyuan Federation, unlikely to be shared easily. Later, Wang Dong hosted a banquet in honor of Merlin and his team. During the feast, Wang Dong, under the influence of alcohol, wrapped an arm around Merlin's shoulder and began to share many details. He mentioned that the Xingyuan Federation starships had accidentally jumped into the solar system and discovered Blue Star's potential as a high-quality habitable planet, prompting its transformation and colonization. He also revealed that the Xingyuan Federation was about 450 light-years from the solar system, with a relatively modest military strength consisting of 3 fleets, 9 detachments, and a total of 54 starships. As for their terraforming technology, it wasn't developed independently but acquired from a high-tech civilization relic discovered in the Starry Sea. Throughout Wang Dong's revelations, Merlin maintained a smile, occasionally advising, "You've had too much to drink. You should rest." What Merlin truly thought, however, remained a mystery. "Brother, it's like we've known each other forever," Wang Dong said. His speech slurred as he pulled Merlin to a corner of the banquet hall. He pulled out a vial of purple-blue liquid from his coat. "This is for you, a little gift for our first meeting. It's a gene enhancement serum." Merlin took the vial, examining the mysterious liquid with curiosity. Wang Dong hiccuped, the smell of alcohol heavy on his breath. "Ick." Just like planetary transformation technology, the gene enhancement serum was dug up from high-tech ruins by the Federation. It can extend your life by 150 years and enhance your physical abilities tenfold. It's a rare commodity in the entire Federation. Merlin was stunned, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. He thought to himself, who would have thought that the Star Abyss Federation, though not very powerful, possesses such treasures? Not only do they have planet transformation technology that can usher in a new era of civilization, but also this gene enhancement serum that extends life by 150 years. These are things that would drive every civilization in the Interstellar Alliance crazy. The Star Abyss Federation must have struck gold finding those high-tech ruins. General Wang Dong, General Wang Dong. Merlin wanted to ask more questions, but he realized Wang Dong had already fallen asleep. Shaking his head in resignation, he handed Wang Dong over to the soldiers and returned to the banquet. An hour later, as the banquet concluded, Merlin and his companions headed to their quarters. From a 100-meter-high control platform, Wang Dong watched their retreating figures with a cold, sober gaze, no trace of drunkenness left. Back in his quarters, Merlin drank the purple-blue gene enhancement serum in one gulp, instantly feeling changes throughout his body. He ordered, "Colonel Zhao, head back to the starship and send the highest-level encrypted report about the home planet and Star Abyss Federation to Shoshin Star. Request the High Command to dispatch the main force of the Rangers. The Star Abyss Federation, like us, is a human civilization. Merging would benefit both sides. In fact, the leader of Shoshin Star had already ordered that if the human civilization on Blue Star was strong enough, they should establish communication and mutual assistance. If not, they should consider annexing it." From what Merlin had seen, although the Star Abyss Federation was not weak, it was still far behind Shoshin Star. Merlin was certain that once the Federation's situation was reported back, the High Command would be tempted by the planet transformation and gene enhancement technologies and would not stand idly by. Colonel Zhao returned to the flagship and began composing the report. However, just as he was about to encrypt it, his eyes turned red, and his mind became foggy. Like a puppet, he sent the unencrypted information not only to Shoshin Star, but also to 17 other civilizations in the Interstellar Alliance. Once the transmission was complete, he regained clarity, with no memory of what had happened. In his mind, the information had been encrypted and sent only to Shoshin Star. The next morning, Merlin and his companions, hiding their true intentions, bid farewell to Wang Dong and leisurely returned to their starship. The 5 starships ascended into space, activated their wormholes, and quickly disappeared. "Sir, the bait has been set. Wang Dong reported respectfully to a towering figure in a red robe, standing 2.5 meters tall with deep-set eyes. This was Ahriman, the chief sorcerer of the Thousand Suns Legion and Qin Tian's psychic mentor. The bait is set, but the net needs to be woven, Ahriman said calmly. In the Supreme Terra Palace, Magnus, leader of the Thousand Suns Legion, reported to Qin Tian, Speaker, the expedition fleet is assembled and ready to depart. The fleet consists of 11 squadrons, with a total of 610 starships. They carry 10 super mechanized infantry divisions, 20 mechanized infantry divisions, 100,000 beast soldiers, and 30,000 space marines. 11 super beasts will also accompany the fleet to the first parallel universe. Everything that had happened in the first parallel universe over the past few days was part of a meticulously crafted plan by the Federation's High Command. The goal was to lure the entire Interstellar Alliance into attacking, then gather a massive force to annihilate the Alliance's main strength in one fell swoop, saving the trouble of hunting them down individually. Afterward, they would advance into the Starry Sea, conquering all civilizations in the Interstellar Alliance, leading to a massive expansion in the first parallel universe. Originally, the Star Abyss Federation did not intend to implement their swallow strategy so quickly, preferring to develop further. However, since they had already been exposed, there was no need to hide any longer. They decided to go all out. As for seeking peace through negotiations, the Star Abyss Federation never considered it. They are a peace-loving nation, but only love the peace brought by their own rule. Qin Tian looked at the towering Magnus and smiled. I've entrusted you with 70 of the Federation's military power. Don't let me down. Go. I'll be waiting for your good news in the Supreme Terra Palace. Catching the entire Interstellar Alliance's main force in one swoop wouldn't normally require such a massive force. The power of the super beasts would suffice. However, considering the subsequent invasion and occupation, they mobilized an overwhelming military presence. Rest assured, Speaker. Magnus saluted. As a man who once dominated the galaxy, he was brimming with confidence for this expedition. The system received Qin Tian's command and adjusted the size of the wormhole to the first parallel universe. The height was increased to 4,000 meters, and the width reached 8,000 meters. Qin Tian explained. 5 years have passed, and even ordinary monsters have grown significantly larger, let alone super monsters with the genes of star beasts. As the system notification sounded, the dark green wormhole in the sky above Zhuke Air Force Base on Holy Terra began to expand at a visible rate. In just a few moments, it reached an awe-inspiring size. 20 minutes later, Magnus boarded the flagship of the Jialong-class interstellar cruiser. He looked around at the 610 various starships, hovering above Holy Terra, forming a spectacular metal ocean. With a single command from Magnus, the fleet set off. Move out. Behind the massive fleet, 11 gigantic, terrifying super monsters were also floating in the sky. Their measurements were staggering. Ghidorah, height 3,200 meters, wingspan 7,400 meters, weight 3 million tons. Godzilla, height 3,000 meters, tail length 4,900 meters, weight 2.8 million tons. Shellback, height 2,850 meters, weight 2.4 million tons. Swift Dragon, height 2,900 meters, weight 2.3 million tons. Tailrat, height 2,800 meters, wingspan 1,800 meters, weight 2.25 million tons. Red King, height 1,000 meters, weight 2 million tons. Mothra, height 2,400 meters, wingspan 4,000 meters, weight 1.9 million tons. Rodden, height 2,500 meters, wingspan 3,200 meters, weight 1.95 million tons. Virus, height 2,200 meters, weight 1.8 million tons. Axehead, height 2,150 meters, weight 1.78 million tons. Scythehead, height 2,080 meters, weight 1.7 million tons. These figures were a dramatic change from 5 years ago. No wonder Qin Tian thought to himself that these super monsters alone could destroy the main fleet of the Interstellar Alliance. Meanwhile, in the Milky Way of the first parallel universe, the Interstellar Alliance was in unprecedented turmoil. A decoded message revealed astonishing information about humanity's home planet, Blue Star, and the Xingyuan Federation. The technology to transform a Class 1 quarantine zone into a prime ecological planet, and the gene optimization liquid that could extend lifespan by 150 years and enhance physical capabilities tenfold, were enough to usher in a new era of civilization, sparking a frenzy among the major civilizations. Major civilizations mobilized elite fleets, racing toward the Earth-Moon system to defeat or destroy the Xingyuan Federation and seize these groundbreaking technologies. Even the Nova Prime human civilization was no exception. Despite being baffled by how the information leaked and spread across the Interstellar Alliance in plain text, their resolve remained unshaken. 18 civilizations, 18 fleets, all headed toward the solar system. This military operation was the largest in the Interstellar Alliance's 1,000-year history. In the Earth-Moon system, 500 silver-white Xingyuan warships were arrayed in space. Cruisers and destroyers took the front, with frigates behind, deployed in a staggered formation to ensure optimal use of each starship's main cannon firepower. 110 strategic and regular transport ships, carrying a large number of ground forces, awaited on Blue Star, ready to join the battle at any moment. In the flagship's control room, Magnus, standing at 2.6 meters tall and clad in a crimson robe, sat in the captain's seat. Suddenly sensing something, he murmured, "It's almost time." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive blue wormhole appeared about 3 million kilometers ahead of the fleet. Starships with gray hulls, resembling sharks, emerged from it, clearly not from Nova Prime. Then, 17 more blue wormholes appeared in various locations, and a multitude of starships began flooding into the solar system. Despite their diverse designs, most were painted in gray, white, black, blue, and the same silver-white as the Xingyuan warships. Seeing this, Magnus nodded with satisfaction. All 18 civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance are here. Not one is missing. On the other side, the fleet commanders from the 18 civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance were taken aback by the sight of the Xingyuan fleet. They had believed the Xingyuan Federation had only 3 fleets, 9 subfleets, and 54 starships, making them very weak. But the scene before them shattered this notion. A total of 500 starships, all appearing to be combat vessels with no support ships in sight. Damn, the intel was wrong. One commander cursed under his breath. They had planned to launch an overwhelming attack on the Xingyuan Federation to seize the 2 revolutionary technologies. But now, the situation seemed far more complicated than expected. Despite this, the civilizations of the Interstellar Alliance remained confident. After all, they had brought more than half of their elite fleets, totaling over 3,000 starships, with more than 2,500 combat vessels, 5 times the number of the Xingyuan Federation. And until they obtained the 2 revolutionary technologies, the fleets would avoid significant conflicts, given their millennium-long alliances. This is a no-brainer. There's no way we can lose, one commander said with confidence. At that moment, on the Xingyuan flagship, the AI suddenly reported to Magnus, "General, we have a video communication request from the Nova Prime civilization. Shall we connect?" "Put it through," Magnus ordered briefly. The AI executed the command, and a blue holographic screen appeared before Magnus. The screen showed a human general from Nova Prime, clad in a black uniform with 3 stars on his shoulder. Despite his white hair, the general looked vigorous. The moment he saw Magnus, the general was taken aback. Magnus' height and build were astonishing, resembling a giant. In his 60-plus years of life, he had never seen a human of such stature. General Yoder of Nova Prime, General Magnus of the Xingyuan Federation. The two exchanged brief self-introductions, establishing initial contact. Despite being on opposing sides, both generals' eyes gleamed with scrutiny and curiosity. General Magnus stared coldly at the sincere face of Yodel on the communication screen. Yodel, appealing in the name of human civilization, earnestly requested the Star Abyss Federation to hand over their planetary transformation and gene optimization technologies, promising not to harm anyone in the Federation. He emphasized the disparity in their strengths and revealed that First New Star had reached agreements with other civilizations, pledging to withdraw immediately upon acquiring the necessary technologies. Magnus' response was icy and resolute. "If you want the Federation's technology, you'll have to take it by force." Yodel sighed heavily, realizing that war was inevitable. Magnus, expressionless, added, "You may have started this war, but you won't decide when it ends." With that, he signaled the AI to cut the communication and mentally commanded, "Monster Legion, attack." Meanwhile, the High Command of the Interstellar Alliance fleet, upon learning of the failed negotiations, immediately issued the order to open fire. Over 2,500 warships, already locked onto the Star Abyss Federation's fleet, unleashed a deluge of energy beams and high-speed missiles trailing orange flames, illuminating vast stretches of the starry sky. In response to the oncoming assault, the Star Abyss fleet quickly activated their Azure energy shields. The shields of 500 starships interconnected, forming a massive barrier that enveloped the entire fleet. 8 seconds later, the overwhelming attack struck with the force to obliterate a small planet, erupting in a blinding spectacle of energy waves and fire spanning thousands of kilometers. Yet, as the smoke cleared, the Star Abyss fleet remained unscathed, though their energy shields had dimmed significantly. Witnessing this, the Interstellar Alliance fleet also raised their energy shields and began charging their main cannons in preparation for a potential counterattack. However, the Star Abyss fleet did not retaliate immediately. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded on the moon, 3 million kilometers away. A colossal, menacing beast emerged from the far side of the moon and soared into space. Covered in dark, scaly armor, with massive eyes and razor-sharp claws, it dwarfed any starship present, resembling a mythical demon. This beast was none other than Godzilla's son. Even more terrifying, 10 more equally gigantic monsters followed. King Ghidorah, Quick Dragon, Tail Rat, Ridgeback Turtle, Red King, Mothra, Rodden, Axehead, Virus, and Scythead. These 11 super beasts charged toward the Interstellar Alliance fleet at an incredible speed, half the speed of light. The sudden threat left the Interstellar Alliance fleet in stunned silence. The High Command swiftly ordered an intercepting barrage, but the powerful starship firepower was no more than a tickle to the monsters, failing to penetrate even their outermost scales. As the beasts closed in on the fleet, frantic evasive commands echoed through the communication channels. In the blink of an eye, the beasts were among the Interstellar Alliance fleet. The once formidable energy shields shattered like glass under their assault. What followed was akin to a lion among sheep. Godzilla's tail swept starships into pieces. King Ghidorah's wings sliced through vessels effortlessly. Red King smashed smaller starships with single punches. Mothra ensnared multiple ships in silk, causing them to collide. Virus sprayed 600,000-degree toxic liquid, burning through any ship it touched. Axehead rammed starships with its head like a battering ram. The 11 space monsters unleashed their destructive powers, wreaking havoc among the Interstellar Alliance fleet. Explosions erupted in the starry sky, resembling beautiful yet deadly fireworks. Against such an onslaught, any resistance from the Interstellar Alliance fleet was utterly futile. Hurry! Open the wormhole and retreat immediately. The voice of the Interstellar Alliance fleet commander echoed through the communication channel, filled with urgency. These beasts' defenses and attacks are terrifying. If this continues, we'll be annihilated. In just 5 minutes, over 500 out of the 3,000 starships in the Interstellar Alliance fleet had been destroyed, and the death toll had surpassed 1 million. The losses were staggering, yet the beasts showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, they fought with increasing ferocity, destroying starships with growing efficiency. In this dire situation, the High Command of the Interstellar Alliance fleet could no longer sit idly by and promptly issued a retreat order. However, the starships at the front had no way out and could only sacrifice themselves to buy time for the rear ships to escape. General, our wormhole devices aren't responding. They're not responding at all, a panicked operator reported. Despite the efforts of over 1,000 rear starships to activate their wormhole devices, none succeeded, and the cause was untraceable. Despair washed over the entire Interstellar Alliance fleet. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Abyss fleet, Magnus leisurely sipped his tea, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Think you can escape through a wormhole? Not happening. From the moment the 18 fleets of the Interstellar Alliance arrived, Magnus had used his formidable psychic powers to seal off a vast space from the Earth-Moon system to the Mars sector, rendering the wormhole devices useless. As a primarch and son of the Emperor, Magnus and his 19 brothers were all powerful demigods, and sealing space was just one of their many abilities. Unless another demigod appeared to counter Magnus, or a more advanced civilization intervened, there would be no turning the tide of this battle. Activate the faster than light engines. The High Command issued another order. The beast's speed is only half the speed of light, while our engines can reach 3 times the speed of light. They can't catch us. Hope was quickly dashed again. Report. For unknown reasons, our FDL engines cannot engage. We can't even achieve sublight speeds, only conventional travel. At this speed, we can't outrun the beasts. Despair engulfed the fleet. This too was part of Magnus' plan. His objective was to annihilate the Interstellar Alliance fleet that had entered the solar system, not just keep them at bay. 11 colossal space beasts rampaged through the fleet, continuously destroying starships. Any vessel attempting to flee was immediately obliterated by energy beams and molten plasma, with no exceptions. General, the Interstellar Alliance fleet has sent a message requesting to surrender. The AI aboard the Abyss flagship reported to Magnus 2 minutes later. Without even looking up, Magnus continued sipping his tea and coldly replied, I told you, they started this war, but they don't get to decide when it ends. The AI understood and automatically blocked all incoming messages from the Interstellar Alliance fleet. A cautious junior officer suggested, General, perhaps we should accept their surrender. I reviewed it. Accepting their surrender would give us at least 1,000 starships, which would be a massive boon for the Federation. Magnus shook his head. No need. I want the total annihilation of the Interstellar Alliance fleet to send a message to all civilizations. Defying the Abyss means certain death. With the Abyss, it's either submission or destruction. There's no changing your mind halfway. Once we conquer the Interstellar Alliance and seize their starship production lines and vast resources, we'll have all the starships we could ever need. Magnus' ruthless stance towards his enemies was a trait he shared with his 19 brothers. As sons of the Emperor, ruthlessness was a required skill. In this situation, most others would likely accept the surrender. In this one-sided battle, time seemed to move both quickly and slowly. 10 more minutes passed, and with the final 200,000-ton interstellar battleship being smashed by the Red King's hammer, the annihilation of the Interstellar Alliance fleet was complete. All 3,058 starships were destroyed, leaving nothing but debris and the silent testimony of a brutal history. An hour later, 110 strategic and conventional transport ships from Earth arrived, loaded with supplies and planetary combat forces, joining the battle fleet in space. Seeing the fleet regrouped, Magnus ordered, "Command the fleet to open the wormhole and set course for the Interstellar Alliance." At the same time, he withdrew his psychic blockade of the surrounding space. Under the AI's control, the wormhole device aboard the Dragon-class cruiser activated, creating a massive azure wormhole 100,000 kilometers ahead of the fleet. The Dragon-class cruiser, alongside a Hyena-class destroyer and 2 Wolverine-class frigates, moved forward, entering the wormhole slowly, followed by the main fleet. The 11 colossal beasts, as the ultimate trump card, took up the rear. With Magnus leading the way, and detailed star maps provided by the renowned scout Zephyr, the Abyss fleet would not lose their way in the vast and unpredictable cosmos. Their goal was singular: the Interstellar Alliance. At this moment, the Galactic Alliance was plunged into unprecedented shock and panic. Communication systems across various civilizations flickered incessantly, transmitting suffocating news. The fleet sent to Blue Star had sent back its final farewell message. The message detailed the immense power of the Abyss Federation, especially the 11 colossal super monsters capable of traversing the stars, whose might was terrifying. However, it was all a meticulously planned trap by the Abyss Federation. Their aim was to lure the Galactic Alliance fleet to the solar system and then annihilate them in an ambush. The scheme was a resounding success. Over 3,000 starships and tens of millions of soldiers from the Galactic Alliance perished, with no survivors. As the news spread, the capital planets of various civilizations within the Galactic Alliance were ablaze with lights, and emergency meetings were held continuously in government buildings. This decimated fleet represented about 60 of the Alliance's elite forces, and its loss could be described as crippling. In the thousands of years since the Alliance's formation, this was the most devastating blow it had ever suffered. What was even more worrying was that no one knew if the Abyss Federation, which had devoured the Alliance fleet in the solar system, would continue their pursuit. With the elite fleet more than halved, the consequences of an invasion would be unimaginable. The High Command of the Galactic Alliance urgently issued orders. All 18 civilizations were to enter the highest state of combat readiness. In spaceports, fleets were urgently assembled. In military bases, various weapons of mass destruction were activated, ready to respond to any potential invasion. Meanwhile, a somber atmosphere enveloped the civilian populations of the Alliance planets. On the streets, mourning crowds held candlelight vigils. In homes, countless people grieved the loss of their loved ones. The sacrifice of tens of millions of soldiers meant the shattering of tens of millions of families. In the vast and deep cosmos, a fleet of hundreds of silver-white starships was traveling at sublight speeds. Following closely behind were 11 enormous, fierce super monsters. This was the expeditionary force from the Abyss Federation. Since Magnus led the Abyss fleet and super monsters into the territory of the Galactic Alliance, the countdown to the Alliance's demise had begun. Magnus controlled the overall strategy, with the super monsters as the vanguard, while the Abyss fleet and ground forces handled the aftermath and occupation. Under such tactics, the army advanced with unstoppable momentum. In space, the Abyss fleet and super monsters were invincible. On planetary surfaces, power-armored soldiers, beast warriors, star warriors, Xiannu fighters, and Chang'e mech slaughtered indiscriminately with advanced weaponry. The vast star sea was filled with ruthless warfare, turning once prosperous planets into ruins. Wherever the Abyss army went, no one could stand in their way. Those who surrendered were spared, but all who dared to resist were mercilessly destroyed. Even when the Galactic Alliance gathered its main fleet and deployed various notorious weapons of mass destruction, they could not halt the Abyss Federation's advance and instead suffered complete annihilation. Within a day, the Rock civilization fell. 3 days later, the Alpha civilization surrendered. 5 days later, the Shark civilization was breached. 9 days later, the Crescent civilization capitulated. 12 days later, the Sal civilization announced its surrender. The Rock, Alpha, and Shark civilizations, due to their fierce resistance, were subjected to thorough humanitarian cleansing by Magnus orders. In contrast, the Crescent and Sal civilizations, having surrendered voluntarily, were spared from the flames of war and rewarded with genetic enhancement serums by Magnus. This was a carefully designed psychological tactic by Magnus. He wanted other civilizations to see that resistance led only to death, while surrender brought safety and rich rewards. This strategy proved effective, as the Crescent and Sal civilizations' propaganda caused other civilizations within the Galactic Alliance to waver, leading to more voluntary surrenders. At this moment, an AI reported to Magnus, "General, the Shoshin, Orca, and Minda civilizations have sent messages announcing their withdrawal from the Galactic Alliance and surrender to the Abyss Federation. They request the deployment of troops to occupy their territories and receive their weapons and personnel." Magnus responded without hesitation, I don't have time to capture them now. Have them disarm themselves and gather all their starships and weapons. The Abyss Army will take over after the war ends. Yes, sir. The AI swiftly executed the order. By now, the expeditionary force under Magnus' command had conquered 8 civilizations, leaving only 10 civilizations in the Galactic Alliance's camp. On the other side, the Galactic Alliance gradually realized that as long as those super monsters existed, they could not achieve victory. The attack and defense capabilities of these monsters were overwhelmingly powerful, especially their defense, which was nearly impenetrable. Moreover, whenever facing the Abyss fleet, the bizarre situation of their superluminal engines and wormhole traversal devices failing always occurred, resulting in the dispatched troops being utterly annihilated. In such a desperate situation, more and more civilizations chose to compromise and surrender. Of course, some civilizations' leaders were resolute and refused to surrender, unwilling to accept the Abyss Federation's benefits. But they also dared not lead their fleets into direct confrontation with the Abyss Army. The Abyss Army's methods were exceptionally ruthless and iron-fisted. Should they choose to fight, the Abyss Army would, after eliminating the resistance, thoroughly cleanse the entire civilization. Fearing for their civilizations and the billions of their people, some leaders chose suicide, while others took the starships they controlled and fled, beginning a life of wandering the cosmos. Before leaving, they responsibly issued surrender orders. About 10 days later, the Abyss Army fully conquered the Galactic Alliance, achieving final victory. The next phase involved occupying the surrendered civilizations and collecting the spoils of war. Magnus stood atop the new Century building in the capital of the Shoshin civilization, overlooking the bustling, modern city below. He thought to himself, in less than a month, we have taken down the 18 civilizations of the Galactic Alliance. This is the largest expansion since the Abyss Federation's founding, with the Super Monster Corps deserving the most credit. Without their assistance, although I could achieve ultimate victory, it would have taken 2 to 3 months. Once the war results and casualties are tallied, it will be time to report the victory to the Speaker. Chairman, after running the tests, we have determined that your mental strength has reached the threshold for developing teleportation abilities. You can now proceed with this superpower development. Ahriman stood on the lawn of the Grand Palace of Holy Terra, gazing at Qin Tian with a hint of undisguised amazement in his voice. Having just returned from the first parallel world, he had completed a detailed examination of Qin Tian's mental strength. Qin Tian nodded in agreement and began to mobilize his mental energy according to the records of the Zizai Gong, influencing the surrounding magnetic field. Ahriman closely monitored the process, ready to provide assistance and guidance in case of any mishaps. A squad of 20 Iron Beast warriors stood on guard, ensuring no one disturbed this critical moment. The Zizai Gong is not a fantasy or cultivation technique, but a manual for mental strength training and enhancement, which also records various methods for developing superpowers. In the human empire, it is classified as top secret, used by Ahriman, Magnus, and Sigismund among others. 3 hours later, Qin Tian opened his eyes, a black gleam flashing in his pupils. Thanks to his strong foundation, exceptional talent, and Ahriman's guidance, he successfully developed the ability to teleport. With a mere thought, Qin Tian disappeared from the lawn. 5 minutes later, he reappeared, a look of excitement on his face. Teacher, I just tried it out. I can currently teleport within a 100 square kilometer range. The feeling of moving at will is truly incredible, like a deity. Ahriman nodded and explained, teleportation is a hallmark of demigods and deities. We demigods can teleport within a star system, while true gods like the Emperor and the gods of the warp can traverse the entire universe. For you to cover 100 square kilometers right after developing this ability is already very impressive. As your mental strength grows, this range will gradually expand, filled with anticipation for the future. Qin Tian suddenly remembered a question. In your original universe, it seems the Eldar's warp spiders can also teleport? Ahriman confirmed, yes, the Eldar warp spiders are equipped with warp jump generators, allowing them to teleport within a kilometer, which has caused significant trouble for the Empire's space marines. Although the Empire has teleportation devices, we have never been able to miniaturize them, and it's uncertain if we even possess the technology to do so. Seeing Qin Tian's puzzled expression, Ahriman continued, this is because the Empire is simply too vast, with tens of thousands of inhabited planets, millions of resource worlds, and a history spanning thousands of years. During the Golden Age, human civilization reached its peak, but it later declined, and many advanced pieces of equipment and weapons were lost. The Empire isn't even aware of the full extent of its resources. Even the Emperor doesn't know everything. Although the Empire reacts slowly, it always manages to unearth Golden Age weapons in times of crisis, turning the tide. This is one of the reasons human civilization has endured despite being surrounded by formidable enemies. Qin Tian was left speechless, marveling at the strength of human civilization in the Warhammer universe. Even in decline, Their descendants could stand tall with the weapons unearthed through archaeology, truly astonishing. At that moment, Captain Anastasia approached with 2 guards, reporting to Qin Tian, Chairman, we have received good news from the first parallel world. Magnus has achieved victory in less than a month. Qin Tian and Ahriman exchanged smiles, and Qin Tian commanded, read the report? Anastasia immediately opened the document and began to report the results. The expeditionary force conquered the Interstellar Alliance in 22 days, annihilated 3 civilizations by force, and accepted the surrender of 15 civilizations. They expanded their territory to include 65 star systems, encompassing 72 stars, 58 inhabited planets, 695 resource planets, and 821 natural satellites. They captured an astonishing number of starships, production lines, and weapons, and took 135 billion intelligent beings as prisoners, including 72 billion humans. The extraordinary results left everyone present in awe. Even Anastasia, having read the report before, felt deeply shaken as she recited it again. The 2 guards beside her, despite their efforts to remain composed, couldn't hide their trembling with excitement. This time, the Star Abyss Federation had truly become a major power in one fell swoop. 65 star systems, 135 billion intelligent beings. The sheer numbers left Qin Tian deep in thought. Standing on the observation deck of the Federation headquarters, his gaze swept across the bustling interstellar port in the distance. Conquering is easy, but managing it is another story, he murmured. The recent expedition had drastically expanded the domain of Xingyuan, swallowing up vast territories in one go, akin to a thin man suddenly becoming obese. Although the euphoria of victory lingered, the ensuing management issues furrowed Qin Tian's brow. The usual approach was to deploy specialized personnel to take over all departments of newly conquered planets, but this time was different. 18 interstellar civilizations and 65 star systems had been captured at once. A quick calculation revealed that the Federation's reserve of talent could only manage 10 star systems, leaving 55 unaccounted for. At that moment, Anastasia, standing beside Qin Tian, spoke up. As the most capable among the 5 women, she was not only his chief bodyguard, but also his right-hand assistant. She handled a significant amount of governmental affairs on his behalf, always completing tasks flawlessly. Despite her modest official title, her influence within the Federation's upper echelon was immense, earning her the nickname the Speaker's Shadow. Anastasia suggested, we can use our reserve personnel to take over part of the star systems and impose military control on the rest. Once we have trained and cloned more specialized talent, we can gradually assume full management. Qin Tian nodded in agreement. That's a good plan. However, with the Federation's development and territorial expansion, we need a more comprehensive management system. We can't rely solely on the garrison system to keep such a vast domain running. He made a decisive call. Convene a Federation meeting tomorrow, followed by a military joint meeting the day after. We need to discuss the management of these star systems. With orders in hand, Anastasia left with 2 of the Furies. Ahriman approached Qin Tian and remarked, Speaker, it was fortunate that you sent General Magnus on this expedition. Had it been General Sigismund, the native populations of other interstellar civilizations would likely have been wiped out, leaving only the new star human civilization. Qin Tian shook his head with a wry smile. Do you think Magnus killed any fewer? He just did it with a plan, a purpose, and principles. Sigismund, on the other hand, would have left no survivors. If not for this trait, I would have preferred him for this expedition. His experience from the Eternal Crusade, which spanned 10,000 years, is unparalleled. Ahriman nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xingyuan Federation is not the human empire, and you are not the emperor. Our circumstances and philosophies are entirely different. Here, there are no evil gods to contend with, so extermination isn't necessary. Human supremacy doesn't apply to us. A multi-species coexistence is actually quite beneficial. Qin Tian smiled and changed the subject. Let's leave it at that. Remember, you're also a council member, so make sure to attend the meeting tomorrow. Ahriman shook his head. To be honest, I'm more interested in another role than being a council member. Oh, what might that be? Qin Tian asked, intrigued. Imperial Chancellor. Ahriman looked Qin Tian in the eye. Speaker, both publicly and privately, with your prestige and power, you should ascend the throne and become emperor. With that, he walked away, leaning on his mage's staff. Qin Tian stood there, lost in thought. For over a decade, Ahriman was the first to suggest he should become emperor. Over the next 2 days, Qin Tian attended both the Federation meeting and the military joint meeting. After carefully considering the various opinions and weighing the pros and cons, he and Anastasia formulated a comprehensive management system. Each habitable planet would have a governor's office, led by a governor and 4 deputy governors responsible for civil affairs, but without authority over the military, possessing only half the security forces. Additionally, a court of justice would be established, led by a chief justice and 5 justices, also with only half the security forces responsible for legal matters. Each star system would have a garrison command, led by a lieutenant general and 2 major generals, responsible for military affairs. There would also be a strategic resources department and an ordnance department, responsible for resource management and arms production, respectively. The governor's office and court of justice would report solely to the Federation Council, while the garrison command, strategic resources department, and ordnance department would report only to the military joint meeting. All senior positions would be appointed from the homeworld, ensuring at least 30 human members in each department. The remaining positions would be filled by members of the 14 intelligent species, preventing any single species from dominating. The upper echelons of the original civilizations would be demoted by 3 levels, taking charge of lower-level departments. The expeditionary forces would remain stationed in the first parallel universe, ready to quell any potential uprisings. On June 15, 2030, Qin Tian signed and sealed the new system, which was then recorded by the Xuanu AI. The new system was officially implemented, and the next step was to select personnel to be stationed in the first parallel universe. 2 days later, a massive dark green world portal appeared above the Zhuke Air Base. The first to emerge were 4 black-painted starships, their markings deliberately erased, but their distinctive design revealed them to be creations of the new star human civilization. Following them, more starships with various paint schemes and styles emerged. These were the spoils of war captured by the expeditionary forces, escorted back by Magnus men. Considering their passage through the capital, Holy Terra, all weapons systems on these former Alliance starships had been locked by AI to prevent any accidents. Under a sky filled with starships, a Humvee came to a halt on the grounds of the Zhuke Air Force Base. Saifu and his son Chidan stepped out of the vehicle, their eyes immediately locking onto a small spacecraft not far away. A black woman descended from the Sherpit was Saifu's wife and Chidan's mother, Eve. "Oh my god, Saifu, Chidan, you're really alive." "The Federal Army wasn't lying to me," Eve exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she saw her long-lost husband and son. She ran towards them, and the 3 embraced tightly, lost in the happiness of their reunion. Meanwhile, in the Sacred Terrace Chancellor's Palace, Chief of Staff Auguste was briefing Speaker Qin Tian on the details of the captured starships. "Speaker, the data on the starships has been compiled. We have seized a total of 2,555 starships, including 155 interstellar battleships, 400 interstellar cruisers, 550 interstellar destroyers, 750 interstellar frigates, 300 interstellar transport ships, 300 interstellar supply ships, 50 interstellar carriers, and 50 interstellar industrial ships. Additionally, there are countless small spacecraft, mechs, space fighters, and engineering robots. These starships are currently distributed across homeworld starports and those in various parallel worlds." After hearing the report, Qin Tian felt a mix of emotions before decisively issuing an order. "Order the formation of 10 new interstellar fleets, numbered 11 to 20. Allocate the remaining starships to the Beast Tribe, the Transformers, the Interstellar Warriors Corps, the Biochemical Corps, and the Army. This task must be completed within a year." Auguste acknowledged the order and left, while Qin Tian continued to ponder the state of the starship production lines. Currently, the Federation had 126 starship production lines across various worlds. At the normal production rate, approximately 300 starships of various types could be added each year, equivalent to nearly half the size of a Federation fleet. In the ensuing days, the Federation's military strength rapidly increased. On June 19th, the expansion of the interstellar fleet and the starship allocation plan invigorated the entire military. On June 25th, the Transformers discovered a massive star core in a binary star system 15 light-years from the solar system, successfully using it to save Cybertron. On July 10th, 10,000 special personnel were reviewed by Qin Tian at the Chancellor's Palace and then dispatched to take up key positions in the first parallel universe. After handling these affairs, Qin Tian went to the relaxation room in the Chancellor's Palace. He had just finished over 6 hours of sports with Anastasia and 4 other women and was feeling refreshed. He issued a command to the system. "System, activate the world wormhole roulette." As the system prompt sounded, a purple gold screen unfolded before Qin Tian, displaying the names of 8 world wormholes clearly. Super God Academy, Galaxy Armored Squad, Warhammer 40k, Alita, Battle Angel, How to Train Your Dragon, Alien, The Walking Dead, Avatar. The options on the lottery wheel flashed before Qin Tian's eyes. With a thought, 5 million energy points were instantly deducted, and the lottery began with a flash of white light. 5 seconds later, the system notification sounded. "Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining a wormhole to the Avatar world." Immediately, information about this parallel world flooded Qin Tian's mind. In the year 2154, after a 6-year journey at sublight speed, humans arrived on the planet Pandora, located 4 light-years from Earth. Their goal was to mine the precious superconducting unobtainium, inevitably leading to conflicts with the native Gnostics. The system specifically noted that this wormhole could only connect to the planet Pandora. Qin Tian recalled the enchanting scenes of Pandora. The three-eyed turtle, peace-loving Gnostics, the fierce Thanators, the soaring mountain banshees, the lively Prolomurus, the mysterious tree of souls, the magnificent floating mountains, and the fearsome hammerhead Titanothere and armored dinosaurs. Such a beautiful planet, he was reluctant to bring war to it, but the interests of the Federation could not be ignored. Qin Tian felt confident about conquering Pandora. Despite the Gnostics being brave warriors and the planet teeming with various exotic creatures, their weapons were limited to cold arms, which were no match for modern firearms. He recalled that in the movie, a single human military base nearly defeated the entire planet's coalition forces. Now, facing the multi-world spanning Star Abyss Federation, Pandora stood no chance of resistance. One day later, in the Chancellor's office, Albert Weskier, dressed in a black suit with impeccably groomed blonde hair, stood before Qin Tian. Once a villain, Weskier had become Qin Tian's trusted aide, his body modified into a semi-mechanical life form. Weskier, how is the development of the Bio-Legion? Qin Tian asked. Weskier respectfully reported the details of the Legion. 28,000 biosoldiers, ample numbers of aircraft, tanks, and armored vehicles, along with various biochemical weapons and special forces. He also mentioned that the 44 starships allocated by the Joint Military Conference had not yet arrived. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction and then announced a new mission. I am about to open the 6th parallel world. You will lead the Bio-Legion, and I will assign you an additional 10,000 Beastmen troops, a 1,000 Suns battalion, a Black Templar detachment, and an Emperor's champion. You will be the primary commander, with the Emperor's champion as your deputy. Here is the target world's information. Departure is in 1 week. Weskier took the documents, quickly scanned through them, and assured, rest assured, Chancellor, the Federation Army will not disappoint you. 1 week later, on the Siberian plains, the massive Federation Army was ready to depart. Tanks, armored vehicles, helicopters, and special vehicles were lined up neatly, with Beastmen warriors, power armor soldiers, space marines, and regular troops standing by. In the sky, 24 various starships hovered, including Hyena-class destroyers, Wolverine-class frigates, Lewin-class sky carriers, and transport ships. This powerful fleet was more than capable of conquering the Gnostic civilization on Pandora. In the Chancellor's palace, Qin Tian observed the scene on the Siberian plains through a virtual screen and commanded, System, activate the world wormhole immediately. Set the wormhole size to 1,000 meters high and 500 meters wide. As the system notification sounded, a dark green beam of light appeared in the sky over the Siberian plains, quickly expanding into a massive world wormhole. Weskier stood at the forefront of the expeditionary force, with the Black Templar Emperor's champion Amarlik by his side. He shouted, advance into the 6th parallel world. The order was relayed to the entire army, and the troops began to move. 10 C-21 heavy gunships entered the wormhole first, followed closely by the imposing Federation Army. At this moment, the Star Abyss Federation showcased its formidable strength, capable of waging war across multiple parallel worlds while still deploying significant forces to new frontiers. Centaurus Galaxy, Pandora. This is a planet similar in size to Earth, teeming with vibrant colors and brimming with life. Pandora is about 4 light-years away from Earth, making it, in a sense, a neighbor to the Trisolaris civilization. However, at this moment, this once idyllic and peaceful world is engulfed in the flames of war. The discovery of priceless superconductive levitating minerals has sparked human greed. Led by Colonel Miles, the human military base on Pandora has mobilized its entire force. For C-21 heavy gunships, hundreds of regular gunships and transport gunships took to the skies, with ground forces following suit. A total of over 6,000 troops launched a fierce attack on the Gnostics, targeting their sacred tree of souls, the pillar of their faith. Under the leadership of Jake, who had spiritually merged into his avatar and become a Tauric Macto, the Gnostics united and rose in resistance. Tribes from across Pandora formed a coalition of over 10,000 warriors, riding heavily armored horses and banshees to confront the human forces. Above the Hallelujah Mountains, a breathtaking aerial battle unfolded among the floating islands. Human aerial forces clashed fiercely with the Gnostics' banshee riders. Jake had set an ambush here, dealing a heavy blow to the human forces. However, humans quickly engaged the Gnostics with their superior firepower. Banshees incoming. Take them down. Watch out for missiles. We need backup. I'm going down. All units evade. For our home, charge the enemy. The air was filled with the sounds of battle and explosions. Gunships were occasionally shot down, but more banshees and their riders fell. Despite tactical advantages, the Gnostics struggled to overcome the vast disparity between their primitive weapons and the humans' advanced arsenal. The ground battle was even more one-sided. In the ancient forest of towering trees, Gnostics warriors charged fearlessly on their 6-legged dire horses. However, the human ground forces, armed with light and heavy machine guns, grenades, and rapid-fire cannons, decimated wave after wave of Gnostics attacks. The situation worsened. A C-21 heavy gunship descended to join the ground battle. This behemoth, painted black and the size of a school building, began to ravage the battlefield. Its two 203mm smoothbore cannons, four 30mm autocannons, and one 105mm high-pressure rapid-fire cannon unleashed a torrent of shells. 12 grenade launchers fired toxic gas grenades, 36 heavy machine guns spewed streams of bullets, and hundreds of rockets and missiles carpet-bombed the area. Additionally, 12 amp suits were deployed, further strengthening the ground forces. Under such relentless bombardment, the towering trees fell one after another, accompanied by the sounds of explosions and screams. The first and second waves of Gnostics riders were completely wiped out. Despite witnessing this devastation, Princess Neytiri did not retreat. She mounted her dire horse and led the third wave of riders in a desperate charge against the human forces, ready to sacrifice herself. At this critical moment, a miracle occurred. A rustling sound emerged from all directions as countless creatures began to gather around the Gnostics warriors. Thanators, viper wolves, hammerhead titanotheres, and titanotheres creatures of staggering numbers joined the fray. Simultaneously, the sky filled with the cries of thousands of red and blue banshees, blocking out the sun. Neytiri and Jake realized that the Tree of Souls had intervened. The Tree of Souls was not only the Gnostics' spiritual core, but also the embodiment of Pandora's will. It connected with all life on the planet, capable of summoning and guiding every creature. The tide of battle turned instantly. Despite their formidable firepower, the human forces were too few to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of beasts. More gunships and amp suits were destroyed, and human casualties mounted. Even Colonel Miles' C-21 heavy gunship was shot down. Miles managed a rough landing in his amp suit, only to find Jake on the ground as well. Elated, he charged at Jake, intent on killing him. Suddenly, a fierce Thanator lunged from the jungle, attacking the amp suit. Miles quickly used a knife from the suit's mechanical arm to slash open the Thanator's belly, only enraging it further. Pointing his gun at Jake, Miles roared in fury, "You traitor! You should be court-martialed. Treason is your crime, and the gallows await you. You know that superconductive levitating minerals are not just valuable but can save our planet. And you ruined it all. What? You think you're really Gnostics now just because you changed bodies? The billions of people on Earth are your real kin." In the forest, Miles' furious roar echoed, and Jack's face contorted in pain. The difficult decision tormented him, but he couldn't stand by and watch the beautiful and peaceful planet of Pandora become another Earth. Nor could he bear to see the peace-loving Gnostics slaughtered by human forces. Between his home planet and Pandora, he ultimately chose the place where he felt a stronger sense of belonging. Pandora. "Die, traitor!" Miles shouted, pulling the trigger of his large-caliber machine gun, unleashing a deadly stream of metal. Just as Jack thought he would be torn to pieces, a blue banshee suddenly swooped down, shielding him. The machine gun bullets instantly riddled the loyal creature with holes, its blue blood splattering everywhere. Following closely, a green banshee charged at Miles' power armor with all its might. Although Miles quickly turned his gun to kill the banshee, its dying claws managed to tear open the cockpit of his armor. Instantly, a torrent of toxic gas flooded in, making Miles dizzy and disoriented. He hastily exited the 5-metertal power armor and grabbed an air filtration mask from the emergency compartment, alleviating his discomfort. The air on Pandora contained various unique elements that were toxic to ordinary humans, but harmless to the indigenous species. Staggering, Miles approached Jack, still gripping his gun tightly. Suddenly, a sharp arrow pierced through his right chest. Blood spurted out, and his strength quickly ebbed, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Jack!" A clear voice rang out. Gnostic's Princess Neytiri had arrived, the one who had fired the fatal arrow. The couple, having narrowly escaped death, embraced tightly. Jack and Neytiri stood over the dying Miles. Jack looked down at his former comrade and coldly said, "Pandora doesn't belong to humans." Unexpectedly, Miles let out a blood-choked laugh. "No, Pandora belongs to humans." He struggled to lift his right hand, pointing skyward. Jack and Neytiri followed his gesture and were stunned. Between the floating mountains and the blue sky, 10 human C-21 heavy gunships appeared. Even more shocking was the swarm of armed helicopters and transport choppers surrounding them, dense as a swarm of locusts. The sky darkened, and the roar of engines and whirring rotors mixed with the cries of the banshees, creating a symphony of machinery and life. "Reinforcements have arrived." Miles smiled in relief as he saw the human fleet blotting out the sky. Then, he closed his eyes, his fate uncertain. However, due to his severe injuries and the distance, Miles hadn't noticed that the markings on these aerial units weren't those of the Earth Federation, but the emblem of the Sanctum and Shield, the Stargate Army that had arrived through a world wormhole. The Stargate Army quickly engaged in battle. 10 C-21 heavy gunships and 800 armed helicopters launched a fierce attack on the Gnostics and alien creatures both in the sky and on the ground. Bullets, rockets, missiles, and gas bombs rained down mercilessly, reaping the lives of the indigenous species. Meanwhile, 800 transport helicopters began deploying ground units. Biochemical soldiers in black combat suits descended from the helicopters. Power armor warriors and space marines jumped directly from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. Various biochemical weapons were released. Giant lickers, tyrants, executioners, war titans, and terminators appeared among the towering trees and on the ground. 300 mutated bats coordinated in the air, providing cover for the transport helicopters. This was just the vanguard of the Stargate Federation's expeditionary force. In the sky, the fleet roared and rained bullets. On the ground, biochemical weapons, soldiers, power armor warriors, and space marines fought in unison, unstoppable. Whether it was banshees, Gnostics warriors, Titanothere, lords, or armored dinosaurs, even plants, anything that dared to attack the Stargate Army was ruthlessly killed. The brutal slaughter and intense warfare spread across Pandora. The so-called Beast Tide was no match for the powerful Stargate Army. "Who are you?" "You're not the Earth Federation's army," Jack questioned, looking at two black-clad Sanctum space marines. The intervention of this unknown, powerful army was far beyond his expectations. "Die," one of the Sanctum space marines sneered, unwilling to waste words on an indigenous. Seeing a few human soldiers' corpses on the ground, he raised his bolter and fired at Jack and Neytiri. The two quickly dodged. Despite the Gnostics' average height of 3 meters, taller than the Space Marines, their agility was not inferior. Jack and Neytiri evaded the incoming bolter rounds just in time. The massive rock behind them shattered into dust with a thunderous explosion. Witnessing this, they swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down their backs. The power of a single bullet comparable to a tank's main cannon was terrifying. The Sanctum Marine didn't stop, preparing to attack again, but dozens of lords, Titanothere, and armored dinosaurs surrounded them from all sides. The two Marines immediately turned their guns, standing back to back, using their bolters to blast the approaching beasts into pieces. Blood and flesh quickly stained the surrounding trees and leaves. Suddenly, a long howl came from the sky. A red banshee was diving towards the two Marines at an astonishing speed. Its high maneuverability caused the Marines to miss 5 consecutive shots. Seeing this, one Marine decisively holstered his bolter and drew his power sword. He crouched slightly and then leapt into the air, instantly reaching 100 meters high. With a swift mid-air dash, he engaged the Banshee in close combat. In a flash, the power sword sliced from the Banshee's neck down to its belly, splitting it open. As the Banshee's screams filled the air, blood and entrails rained down, followed by its lifeless body. The Marine landed steadily, continuing to shoot the surrounding beasts with his bolter. No, the phantom-winged beast on Pandora is indeed a rare creature, 1 in 100. Not only are they incredibly powerful in battle, but their fighting spirit far surpasses that of ordinary winged beasts. However, even such formidable beings cannot escape the surgical precision of the Templar warriors. Jack witnessed this scene and let out a heart-wrenching cry. That phantom-winged beast was his close battle companion. At that moment, Neytiri hurriedly arrived by Jack's side, grabbed his hand, and pulled him into the depths of the forest. 2 human black armors were busy slaughtering various beasts and paid no attention to them. Neytiri knew that if they didn't seize this opportunity to escape, they might never have another chance. Unlike Jack, who was engulfed in grief over the loss of his comrade, Neytiri was more shaken by the overwhelming power and terror of the human black armors. They could easily leap 100 meters into the air and strike down creatures as mighty as the phantom-winged beast in an instant. Their strength was far beyond Neytiri's imagination. Even the mightiest warriors of the Gnostics could not match half the power of the human black armors. Both Neytiri and Jack were utterly bewildered. They had always thought of humans as a technologically advanced but physically weak race. How could such terrifying beings exist? As they darted through the forest, they suddenly collided with a massive, dark red boulder. Just as they were about to circumvent this obstacle, the boulder began to move and flipped over. It was not a boulder at all, but a war titan from the Star Abyss Federation. Standing 30 meters tall, its body was covered in dark red, knotted muscles, and red bioarmor. Its bull-like head bore 2 blood-red eyes that glared menacingly at them. Its iron fists, as large as millstones, and the missile launcher on its back, all indicated its terrifying power. Jack and Neytiri were scared out of their wits and turned to flee without hesitation. But the War Titan was not renowned for its speed in vain. It advanced rapidly, appearing 100 meters ahead in an instant, and grabbed Jack with one swift motion. With a thunderous roar, the War Titan smashed Jack into the ground. The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable, and Jack's body was severely deformed, killing him instantly. Witnessing her beloved's brutal death, Neytiri went mad with rage. She drew her dagger and charged at the war titan. However, the titan's muscle density was so high that even heavy machine guns couldn't penetrate it, let alone an ordinary dagger. Neytiri's attacks were as futile as striking steel. Though Neytiri's attacks were insignificant, she still managed to anger the war titan, who was annoyed by this tiny creature, only a tenth of its height. It grabbed Neytiri and, under her horrified gaze, opened its gaping maw and placed her inside. Starting from her legs, the titan began to chew. Accompanied by her agonizing screams, Princess Neytiri of the Nausix tribe was slowly devoured by the war titan. After consuming Neytiri, the war titan felt slightly stronger. Although its simple mind couldn't comprehend that this was due to the beneficial effects of assimilating the DNA of a highly intelligent life form, it knew it had something to do with the blue snack it had just eaten. Not wanting to waste anything, the war titan picked up Jack's corpse and swallowed it, once again feeling an increase in strength. Pleased with this newfound power, the war titan continued to scour the forest for more blue snacks that could make it stronger. Meanwhile, in the central region of Pandora, in front of a glowing, pink tree of souls, the second commander of the expeditionary force, Emperor's champion Amalrich, was observing this peculiar tree. Surrounding the tree were numerous floating, fairy-like spores, creating a stunning spectacle. So this is Pandora's Tree of Souls? Amalrich marveled. It connects all life on the planet, transmitting information through electrical signals among its intertwined roots. It's like a massive biological computer. Simply amazing. Even after thousands of years of galactic warfare, Amalrich had never seen such a miraculous plant. Likewise, Pandora was the most beautiful planet he had ever encountered. With its azure seas, fantastical flora and fauna, and floating mountains, it was like a paradise on Earth, making even a war fanatic like him reluctant to cause too much harm. However, everything had to be prioritized for the speaker's interests and the Star Abyss Federation's benefits. Despite his reluctance, the mission had to be completed. Fortunately, the speaker had previously instructed that, aside from the superconducting levitation minerals, the Federation would refrain from excessive development and destruction of Pandora. They aimed to preserve the planet's biodiversity, fantastical nature, and beauty. Such a magnificent planet would be wasted on industrialization and urban development. Amalrich wholeheartedly agreed with this directive, especially after witnessing Pandora's wonder firsthand. Amalrich was a legendary figure. He had served as the Marshal of the Black Templars, thwarted the Chaos Force's Black Crusade, participated in the rescue of Makridge, and witnessed the awakening of the 13th Primarch, Robot Guilliman. When the Corn Demon, Karn the Betrayer, trapped Guilliman in the Blackstone Fortress, Amalrich arrived in time and drove his black sword through the demon's chest, sacrificing his life in the process. It was thanks to Amalrich's efforts that Guilliman escaped the demon's grasp and defeated the Chaos Army. Without Amalrich, the survival of Guilliman, the highest ruler of the human empire, during the Blackstone Fortress battle would have been uncertain. Amalrich extended his psychic presence across the entire planet of Pandora, observing the battles in every direction. Then, he communicated with the Tree of Souls through psychic means. You have no chance of winning. Surrender now. Don't make me turn beautiful Pandora into a wasteland. In situations where language barriers or environmental constraints existed, psychic communication was the best choice. Sensing Amalrich's intent, the pink glowing branches of the Tree of Souls gently swayed, as if in thought. After a while, a pink branch extended towards Amalrich and gently laid at his feet. This action signified submission. Simultaneously, under the guidance of the Tree of Souls, all creatures on the planet ceased their resistance. They either scattered or became captives of the Star Abyss forces. Sensing this, Amalrich smiled. Thus, Pandora fell under the control of the Star Abyss military. Where am I? Haven't I already died? Colonel Miles Quaritch slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in a familiar medical room within the human military base on Pandora. The white walls, flickering instruments, and the smell of disinfectant instantly brought him back to full awareness. Colonel, you're awake. That's wonderful. A lieutenant colonel hurried to his bedside, his face beaming with joy. You didn't die, and neither did we. The Star Abyss Federation saved us. Including civilians, there are over 4,000 of us still alive. Star Abyss Federation? Miles frowned, puzzled by the unfamiliar term. The officer patiently explained, detailing concepts such as parallel worlds, world wormholes, human evolution, biochemical weapons, star warriors, and interstellar fleets. He described a colossal entity spanning multiple parallel worlds, the Star Abyss Federation. Miles listened in stunned silence, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of awe. Meanwhile, in the base's control room, a discussion about superconducting levitation minerals was underway. General, the first batch of superconducting levitation minerals has been mined, approximately 3,000 kilograms. Here is a sample. A champion from the Black Templar unit, clad in black power armor, walked in and reported to Amauri and Weskier. He held a black, circular device, with a fist-sized silver mineral floating steadily above it. Weskier took the sample and marveled. So this is superconducting levitation mineral. It balances gravity and magnetic fields perfectly. Just a fist-sized piece, weighing around a kilogram, can levitate hundreds of tons. This is the most unique, magical, and valuable mineral the Federation has discovered so far. Amauri nodded in agreement, adding, in the galaxy ravaged by deities where I came from, this mineral was known as anti-gravity mineral. It was extremely rare and a strategic resource among major civilizations, with no market price in the black market. Weskier continued, Pandora may have zero technological presence, but its overall value is immense. Just this planet alone has made the Star Abyss Federation immensely profitable. He then ordered, dispatch a C-21 gunship to transport this batch of superconducting levitation minerals back to the Federation. Yes, sir. Major General Li Qiudao immediately set the arrangements in motion. At the airstrip, power-armored soldiers loaded the roughly 3,000 kilograms of superconducting levitation minerals onto a black-painted C-21 gunship. The aircraft then took off vertically, heading towards the world wormhole to deliver the precious minerals back to the home world. Pandora is secured. Next is the Blue Star Federation. Weskier turned to Amauri. General Amauri, will you go, or shall I? You go. Amauri replied without hesitation. Pandora is beautiful, and I want to stay here as long as possible. Weskier nodded in agreement. In that case, Pandora is in your hands. 2 hours later, under Weskier's command, a fleet of 22 starships departed from Pandora, heading into space. The fleet entered warp speed, streaking through the dark void like lightning. When they emerged from hyperspace, the Star Abyss fleet was at the outskirts of the Earth-Moon system. 22 Star Abyss warships approached Earth, hundreds of Zuan fighters and Qingying mechs deployed around them. This sight plunged the Blue Star Federation into extreme shock and panic. Despite the Blue Star Federation's unwillingness to be invaded and their deployment of all space combat forces over 30 starships, hundreds of armed vessels, and thousands of space fighters, they hesitated after receiving a message from the Star Abyss fleet. They realized they were not just facing 22 starships, but an entity spanning 6 parallel worlds, with dozens of star systems, millions of troops, thousands of starships, and countless superhumans. Going to war with such a force was a losing battle from the start. More importantly, the Star Abyss Federation's primary species was also human. Their goal was not to destroy Earth, but to bring it under control. They promised not to commit wanton slaughter, but rather to use planetary modification technology to help Earth overcome energy shortages, environmental pollution, and address hunger and disease. High-ranking members would even receive gene optimization serums, with positions demoted no more than 3 levels. Faced with these conditions, the Blue Star Federation engaged in heated debates. The Star Abyss fleet's ultimatum was 24 hours. If the Blue Star Federation refused unconditional surrender after 24 hours, the Star Abyss fleet would launch an attack. The ensuing war would engulf the globe, potentially destroying countless cities and claiming innumerable lives. Although the Blue Star Federation's space forces outnumbered their opponents, the Star Abyss Federation remained confident. The disparity in firepower, weapon systems, and defenses was too vast, with an overall strength difference as great as night and day. Even if the Blue Star Federation's space forces were multiplied tenfold, they could not bridge the qualitative gap, and the Star Abyss fleet remained confident in their ability to annihilate them. As expected by the Qingyuan fleet, approximately 7 hours later, the top officials of the Blue Star Federation decided to unconditionally surrender to the Qingyuan Federation. Upon receiving the news, Weskier, usually stern-faced, allowed a rare smile to appear. He quickly issued orders. Half of the starships would enter Blue Star, while the other half would be deployed to the spaceport on the outskirts of Blue Star. When the heavily armed interstellar warriors, power-armored soldiers, war titans, and terminators disembarked from the starships and set foot on Blue Star, major media outlets scrambled to cover the historic moment. Countless Blue Star residents watched in awe and relief as they witnessed the formidable military force. They realized that this was only a fraction of the Qingyuan Federation's strength, a testament to its prosperity and power. Fortunately, the Blue Star Federation chose to join the Qingyuan Federation peacefully, avoiding a conflict that could have led to endless war and death. The scene transitions to the Chancellor's office in the Führer Palace on Holy Terra. Song Yuhua held a fist-sized piece of superconducting levitation ore, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She suggested to Qin Tian, Chancellor, perhaps we could use this miraculous superconducting levitation, or to make the Führer Palace float in the sky, creating a true city in the clouds. In addition to Song Yuhua and Qin Tian, Anastasia, Alice, Jill, and Ada Wong were also present. Ada Wong immediately pointed out the impracticality of the idea. Yuhua, that's unrealistic. The Führer Palace not only has surface structures, but also many crucial facilities buried underground. While these ores could indeed lift the entire palace into the air, Doing so would greatly diminish its mystique and defensive capabilities, making it not worth the effort. Qin Tian, Alice, Anastasia, and Jill all nodded in agreement. They understood Song Yuhua's desire for a romantic city in the clouds, but practical considerations were more important. Moreover, superconducting levitation or had extremely high strategic value in military and scientific research, and using it to support a city in the clouds would be wasteful. Qin Tian added, once the Federation has developed further and fully integrated resources from our home world and various parallel worlds, we can use anti-gravity technology and other advanced technologies to build all kinds of floating cities without needing to use these precious ores. Switching topics, Qin Tian said, according to the timeline, we should have already conquered the sixth parallel world. Sure enough, about 30 minutes later, the victory report from the sixth parallel world arrived at the Führer Palace. Qin Tian immediately ordered a press conference. One of the Führer Palace's spokespeople, Asako Nakazono, detailed the victory at the conference and answered questions from reporters, sparking widespread celebration throughout the Federation. Despite the main forces still stationed in the first parallel world, the Xingyuan Federation had effortlessly conquered the sixth parallel world, gaining 2 habitable planets and billions of people with almost no casualties, demonstrating the Federation's growing strength. Back in his private quarters, Qin Tian communicated with the system. Initiate the epic lottery wheel. He still had 3,500,000 energy points, enough for 3 epic draws. As the system's prompt sounded, a golden blue screen slowly appeared, revealing 6 epic items: Super Gene Optimization Fluid, Star Destroyer Fleet, Leonix, Abyssal Battleship, Hive Mothership, and Star Beast. Draw, Qin Tian commanded mentally, and 1 million energy points were instantly deducted. A flash of white light signaled the start of the draw. The system soon announced the result. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a Star Destroyer fleet. It then provided a detailed description of the fleet's composition. 4 Emperor-class Star Destroyers and 6 Hunter-class Star Destroyers, along with their specific parameters and weapon configurations. As Qin Tian carefully reviewed the item descriptions, he pondered, the Emperor-class and Hunter-class Star Destroyers are indeed powerful. A single one is equivalent to an entire fleet, capable of easily destroying a civilization. However, these are not true Star Destroyers. They are large, powerful, multipurpose starships that merely bear the name of Star Destroyers. At best, they can leave a planet in ruins but cannot completely obliterate it in one strike. In my view, only a ship that can annihilate a planet in a single blow, reducing it to nothingness, deserves the title of a true Star Destroyer. He continued his analysis. These Star Destroyers require a massive crew, which is overly redundant. 10 Star Destroyers need nearly 200,000 personnel. They need to be equipped with artificial intelligence, reducing the crew requirement to 20,000 to 30,000 people. The extra space can be used for various modifications. The human civilization from the Star Wars universe is peculiar. At its peak, it had 25,000 Star Destroyers but lacked true artificial intelligence like Red Queen, Azure One, or Shin Nu, relying on human labor for many basic operations. Another example of a powerful civilization with a skewed tech tree. Qin Tian muttered to himself, these Star Destroyers from the Galactic Empire will become even more formidable in the hands of the Xingyuan Federation. Drawn by the thrill, Qin Tian couldn't resist and went for a second epic draw after obtaining 10 Star Destroyers. The system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a Rionix warrior Raymond. An item description appeared before Qin Tian's eyes. Raymond, hailing from the Ultra Universe, is endowed with the highly pure omniscient and omnipotent genes of the ultimate life form, Rayblood. Equipped with a monster battler, Raymond can transform into a Rionix and control monsters in battles. He commands 4 powerful monsters: the ancient Gamora, the primitive bird Litora, the electric monster Eleking, and the capsule monster Myklos. The system also added 2 notes. Note 1. Since Red King has already been drawn and branded by the host, it is no longer available in the monster battler. Note 2. As the host has drawn a main character from a high-level universe, an Emperor-class Star Destroyer is awarded as a special bonus. Qin Tian's face lit up with joy. He thought, Raymond, one of the Rionix, a monster battler, 4 monsters, and an Emperor-class Star Destroyer. Truly worthy of a high-level universe's main character, this draw was a massive win. Eager and undeterred, Qin Tian immediately started a 3rd epic draw. However, this time the system only responded with a cold ding. Thank you for participating. Although he didn't achieve the feat of 3 consecutive epic draws, Qin Tian felt only a slight disappointment. He quickly adjusted his mindset, reassuring himself, it's normal to get nothing sometimes in a draw. Scoring 2 epic prizes in a row is already quite impressive. The 3 epic draws consumed a total of 3,000 million energy points, leaving Qin Tian with only 500 million points insufficient for another epic draw. He promptly commanded the system, summon Raymond and the 11 Star Destroyers immediately. Raymond should come directly to Holy Terra, and the 11 Star Destroyers should be deployed at the Mars base. The Mars base was chosen because it was the only location with a Zuanwa-class industrial ship capable of docking and modifying these massive Star Destroyers, each weighing several million tons. The system responded, "Ding, as you wish." Raymond is expected to arrive at Holy Terra within an hour, and the 11 Star Destroyers will appear in the Martian sky within 10 minutes. Please prepare for reception. Qin Tian nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. 8 minutes later, ripples appeared in the space above Mars. 11 gigantic Star Destroyers, each over a kilometer long and clad in silver-white armor, manifested simultaneously. They hovered above the ever-expanding Mars base, covering an area of over 100,000 acres. The military personnel, scientists, and engineers within the base were rendered speechless by the unprecedented sight of these colossal warships. Meanwhile, inside the Zuanwa-class industrial ship at the center of the Mars base, the AI Athena quickly mobilized. She dispatched 10,000 federal soldiers, 30,000 engineering robots, and 50,000 engineers aboard transport ships to receive the Star Destroyers. Having received information from Xian Nu at the Führer's palace 5 minutes earlier, Athena was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the warships. She planned to haul them back to the base for comprehensive evaluation before commencing modification and enhancement work. Half an hour later, Raymond from the Ultra Universe arrived at Holy Terra and met with Qin Tian. Following Qin Tian's arrangements, Raymond officially joined the Federal Navy. With the conquest of the sixth parallel world, Qin Tian realized that the Federation would not engage in new wars for a considerable period. He understood that rapid development was not always beneficial. On October 15, 2030, at the Führer's palace on Holy Terra, Qin Tian convened a military joint meeting. As the federal speaker and chairman of the joint military meeting, Qin Tian addressed the 9 key members present: Magnus, Sigismund, Augustus, Johnson, Charles, Park Kook-chang, Sato Takayoshi, Hoffman, and Andre. He began bluntly, "The Federation has developed too quickly. We have traversed a path in less than 20 years that many civilizations took thousands or even tens of thousands of years to walk." Chief of Staff Augustus responded, "Although the development has been impressive, many arising issues remain unresolved. A period of consolidation is necessary. During this time, we should address various problems, refine ourselves, and perfect our systems. This period should be no less than 10 years. Grand Marshal of the Black Templars, Sigismund, elaborated further, "Objectively speaking, the Federation is currently a bloated civilization supported by various war machines. Our high-tech civilian applications are insufficient, the integration of resources and technology is lacking, and there are significant cultural and belief disparities among the numerous races. The sense of belonging and pride in the Federation is inadequate, and there is even some superficial compliance. These issues are glaring. To achieve a self-transformation during this consolidation period, even 10, 20, or 30 years might not be enough. However long it takes, the Federation must achieve self-ascension and transformation. Otherwise, significant problems will arise." The military representatives nodded in agreement, silently admiring Sigismund's courage to speak so candidly. Magnus raised a point about military development. "The development of our military, especially the interstellar fleet, is also an issue. Currently, the Federation has over 3,000 starships, most of which are captured from the former Interstellar Alliance. Combined with the Federation's original starships, the variety, performance, and style of these ships are too diverse, and their parts and weapons are not standardized. This strains our logistics and hinders military coordination and command. I propose integrating all of the Federation's technology and resources to build a new generation of standardized Federation starships. The currently serving starships can be gradually retired and stored as the new generation comes into service. I've already ordered a halt on the production lines of the 109 starships in the first parallel universe upon completion. Production will only resume once we have new starship blueprints and have modified the production lines accordingly." Everyone agreed with Magnus' insightful viewpoint, recognizing the necessity of his proposal. Seconded, seconded, seconded. As soon as Magnus made his proposal, the military council members unanimously voiced their agreement, raising their hands in support. Even the usually cautious Qin Tian nodded in approval, a glint of admiration in his eyes. Magnus' suggestion was like a lightning bolt, illuminating a blind spot in their thinking. Building a new generation of standard starships was crucial for the fundamental enhancement of the Xingyuan Federation's military strength. Qin Tian's sharp gaze swept the room before he solemnly announced to Magnus, "Magnus, you will be in complete charge of this project. You may mobilize resources from Cybertron, Research Institute No. 1, Raccoon City Base, Mars Base, and even other parallel worlds research facilities." Faced with such a significant responsibility, Magnus did not hesitate for a moment. He stood tall and responded with firm conviction, "Yes, sir." His eyes sparkled with confidence, as if he could already see the successful completion of the mission. Half an hour later, the joint military meeting concluded. The attendees gradually left, leaving only Qin Tian and Magnus in the conference room to exchange a few final words. The scene shifts to the third parallel world, where the Andes Mountains tower majestically. At the foot of the mountains, Raymond gazed up at the colossal creature perched on the Peking Red. He took off his spacesuit and donned the dark navy uniform of the Federal Navy, his eyes filled with complex emotions. King Red, so this is where you are, Raymond said softly, with a touch of nostalgia in his voice. I thought the monster combat device was malfunctioning, but it turns out you had already arrived in the Xingyuan Federation. He carefully examined the giant beast before him, astonished by its dramatic transformation. Your height has increased from 45 meters to 1,100 meters, and your weight from 20,000 tons to 2.4 million tons. What a change. The genes of a cosmic beast are truly formidable. Now, even ancient supermonsters wouldn't be a match for you. King Red lowered his head and let out a deep growl, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. Raymond tried to use the monster combat device but found it unresponsive, realizing that their bond had been completely severed. Taking a deep breath, Raymond looked into King Red's eyes, his tone firm yet gentle. Although we're no longer battle partners, we'll always be friends. Forever. King Red seemed to understand, nodding heavily. Seeing this, a relieved smile appeared on Raymond's face. Time flew by, and soon it was February 25, 2031. Magnus once again stepped into the Chancellor's palace, carrying a hefty document. He reported to Qin Tian, Chairman, this is my plan for the future development of Xingyuan Federation starships. This document contains the overview. The detailed blueprints for various types and classes of starships are stored at Research Institute No. 1 and the Mars base. Please review it. Qin Tian took the document, raising an eyebrow. Finished so quickly? He had originally estimated that this task would take about a year, but it had been completed in just 4 months. Magnus proudly explained, Chairman, you've underestimated the scientific prowess of Xing. The Xingyuan Federation now boasts thousands of artificial intelligences, along with millions of outstanding physicists and engineers from Research Institute No. 1, our homeworld, and various parallel worlds. Plus, we have the Transformers, masters of mechanical manufacturing, who operate the Zuanwa-class industrial ships, which are essentially starship motherships. In terms of shipbuilding technology, the Xingyuan Federation is exceptionally strong. The problem has been a lack of integration and excessive fragmentation of our resources. I spent 3 months consolidating our technological capabilities, and another month to finalize the complete plan and blueprints. As Qin Tian meticulously reviewed the document, his eyes filled with increasing astonishment and admiration. The plan detailed the classification, specifications, and performance parameters of the Federation's combat and support ships. Even the most basic light frigates were on par with some of the Federation's existing interstellar battleships. After reading the entire document, Qin Tian praised, General Magnus, you've got quite the courage. If we implement this plan, the Federation will undoubtedly build a formidable and comprehensive interstellar fleet. He was highly impressed with Magnus' performance, silently acknowledging that professional tasks should indeed be entrusted to professionals. The journey of the Federation is to the stars and the vast universe, so the new generation of standard starships must be designed to be as powerful as possible. After listening to Qin Tian, Magnus solemnly nodded and responded, the Federation indeed has the capability to realize this starship program. Qin Tian quickly scanned the documents and noticed that, apart from the already named Emperor-class and Hunter-class starships, other types had not yet been named. He immediately ordered, convene an online military joint meeting immediately. We must complete the naming of all new generation starships today. Yes, sir. The staff quickly sprang into action. An hour later, the military joint meeting was held as scheduled. After about 30 minutes of heated discussion, the naming of the new generation starships was successfully completed. The names for each class of starships were finalized. Heavy Carrier, Kumpan class, Medium, Tiama class, Light, Zukla class. Heavy Battleship, Kinglong class, Medium, Highland class, Light, Baling class. Heavy Cruiser, Damocles, Medium, Victory Covenant class, Light, Loyalty Honor class. Heavy Destroyer, Ghost class, Medium, Knight class, New, Longsword class. Heavy Frigate, Chang'an class, Medium, Athens class, Light, Milan class. Heavy Industrial Ship, Xuanwu class, Medium, Xuanwu class, Light, Xuanwu class. Heavy Transport Ship, Mammoth class, Medium, Elephant class, Light, Hippo class. Heavy Comprehensive Supply Ship, Thunder Dragon class, Medium, Sword Dragon class, Light, Triceratops class. Heavy Orbital Landing Ship, Swan class, Medium, Longtail Tick class, Light, Sparrow class. Heavy Vertical Landing Ship, Nightingale class, Medium, Peacock class, Light, Emerald Bird class. Heavy Assault Landing Ship, Solar Bird class, Medium, Serpent Eagle class, Light, Hummingbird class. Qin Tian looked around at the senior Federation generals on the screen and solemnly announced, with the deployment of the new generation standard starships, the old starships will gradually be retired and stored, but do not destroy them. They will be useful in the future. He then declared the meeting adjourned. After the military joint meeting in 2030, the Star Abyss Federation entered a long period of self-improvement and elevation. The Federation embarked on a comprehensive military expansion, upgrading and modernizing its military equipment, vigorously developing civil infrastructure, promoting high-tech civilian applications, and integrating cutting-edge civilian technologies into military industrialization. The Federation also deeply integrated various technologies and resources, perfected its industrial system, and endeavored to minimize differences in beliefs and cultures. Time flew by, and the Federation's development progressed rapidly. In 2033, 11 upgraded and modified Star Destroyers were officially commissioned into the Federation military. In 2035, all 126 Federation Starship production lines were fully expanded and upgraded, beginning the production of the new generation standard starships. In December of the same year, all governors, ministers, garrison commanders, and judges returned to Holy Terra for duty reporting, followed by reassignment. Under the evaluation and arrangement of artificial intelligence, some were transferred from one planet to another, some from one star system to another, and others from one parallel world to another. By 2040, the industrial systems of the home world and the 6 major parallel worlds were fully integrated. In 2045, the Federation military size expanded from over 4 million to more than 26 million before halting further expansion. In 2047, the annual GDP of the Star Abyss Federation reached 50 trillion star credits. By 2048, the Federation had completed the integration of all controlled resources. In 2050, witnessed by the demigods Magnus, Sigismund, and Ahriman, the 60-year-old Federation speaker Qin Tian became a demigod, with mental power sufficient to cover the entire solar system. In 2052, the number of monsters in the monster core surpassed 1,000. By 2053, the annual production of super soldier serum, perfect virus, and genetic optimization liquid each reached 10 million doses. By 2058, the Federation achieved unity in laws, education, services, agriculture, and commerce across various sectors, and the cultural and belief differences continued to narrow. The strategy of balancing civil welfare and military strength led to a growing sense of belonging and recognition among various races towards the Star Abyss Federation. In 2060, a small-scale rebellion broke out in the first parallel world, incited by former powerholders of the civilization, but it was swiftly suppressed by the star system garrison forces, without even needing the Federation Navy. The quick quelling of the rebellion demonstrated the Federation's high level of control over its territories. By 2067, after rigorous selection, assessment, and training, the Federation successfully cultivated its first batch of 4,000 interstellar warriors, who joined the Thousand Suns Legion, Black Templar, and Ultramarines. In 2070, all old starships and naval vessels of the Federation were retired and stored, replaced by the powerful new generation standard starships. From 2071 to 2079, the Federation continued to develop steadily, with its strength constantly increasing. In 2080, the Star Abyss Federation had been established for 64 years. This year, Federation speaker Qin Tian turned 90. On the celestial Pandora planet in the 6th parallel world, Qin Tian leaned against a purple divine tree, quietly observing his personal profile. He wore a black casual outfit and a baseball cap, his appearance unchanged but his demeanor increasingly noble. Looking at the information on the screen, Qin Tian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Host: Qin Tian. Age: 90. Identity: Speaker of the Star Abyss Federation. Lifespan: 18,000 years. Abilities: Flame, Mental Power, Time Travel, X-ray Vision, Flight, Healing, Iron Body, Laser Eyes, Telepathy, Earth, Teleportation, Prophecy. Energy Points: 1.244 billion. A demigod with an 18,000-year lifespan. That's truly long. Qin Tian murmured to himself. At 90, ordinary people might not even reach this age. But for me, it's hardly worth mentioning. Time, oh time. He continued. My ideals will be realized in this long life. Although he had become a demigod, Qin Tian's mindset hadn't become detached or indifferent. Instead, he had grown even more ambitious. This was understandable, as Qin Tian was not a practitioner of the Tao. His energy points, which had accumulated to a staggering 1.244 billion over the past 50 years, came from exchanging vast quantities of ores, scrap metals, old equipment, meteors, and starship wreckage. Qin Tian's gaze turned profound, as if piercing through time and space to glimpse the distant future. He knew that in 2100, he would ascend as emperor, ushering in a new era. Chairman, tomorrow is the final of the first intergalactic mecha tournament. We should head back, Anastasia whispered softly. Clad in a black bodysuit, her golden hair and blue eyes were striking, and her figure was nothing short of stunning. Behind her stood Alice, Ada Wong, Jill, Song Yuhua, and Nakamura Asako, all 5 women radiating a timeless elegance that 50 years had done nothing to diminish. Qin Tian glanced around at the 6 women, feeling a sense of pride. The intergalactic mecha tournament, meticulously organized by the Federation government, was a grand event spanning 71 star systems, over 300 habitable planets, and more than 2.6 trillion beings from various races. The tournament aimed to foster a sense of belonging and honor among the diverse populations of the Star Abyss Federation, while also identifying prodigies and enhancing the Federation's unity. Aside from the special races like the monsters, beasts, and transformers, all other life forms, including humans, Gnostics, Crescents, Sals, Aviants, and Beastmen, participated eagerly. Held every 5 years, the tournament was divided into armor and mecha divisions. Running for 3 months now, this year's event was about to reach its grand finale tomorrow. Is it almost time for the finals? We should head back, Qin Tian said as he stood up. For nearly 4 months, he and the 6 women had been vacationing on Pandora. Anastasia nodded and quickly made arrangements. 5 minutes later, a sleek, Silver Star Abyss-class spaceship descended quietly, piloted by 2 Valkyries. Qin Tian bid farewell to the sacred tree using his telepathy, then boarded the ship with the others, concluding their unforgettable vacation. On the morning of June 1, 2080, the Mecha Arena on Holy Terra was buzzing with excitement. This massive, blue and white, high-tech circular structure was packed with over 1 million eager spectators. The arena was divided into 2 sections, the Armor Zone and the Mecha Zone. Good morning, everyone. The host, Jackson Curtis, dressed in a black suit, stood between the 2 zones and announced passionately, after 3 grueling months of competition, we have finally determined the top 8 contenders in both the Armor and Mecha divisions. Today, the finals will commence here in the Mecha Arena of the capital. Now, let's give a warm welcome to the Federation's finest talents. As Jackson finished speaking, the metal doors of both the Armor and Mecha zones opened simultaneously. 16 elite contestants from various worlds walked in side by side, having emerged victorious through numerous trials. The top 8 in the Armor division included 3 humans, 1 Gnostics, 1 Crescent, 1 Sal, and 2 Beastmen. The Mecha division's top 8 comprised 4 humans, 2 Aviants, 1 Gnostics, and 1 Beastman. The arena erupted with cheers and applause. These 16 prodigies represented the creme de la creme of the Star Abyss Federation's 2.6 trillion inhabitants, with undoubtedly bright futures ahead. Facing countless media cameras and the live audience, the young talents from various races stood tall, basking in their moment of glory. Dear audience, the first intergalactic mecha tournament holds a landmark significance in the history of the Star Abyss Federation. Jackson continued with a mysterious smile, which is why today, the Mecha Arena welcomes 3 very special guests. Federation Chairman Qin Tian, Chief of General Staff August, and Grand Marshal Sigismund of the Black Templar. This unexpected announcement sent a wave of excitement through the arena and the entire Federation. The presence of the Federation's top leaders underscored the importance of this event. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, August, and Sigismund appeared on a special viewing platform at the highest point of the Mecha Arena. Captured by countless media cameras, their images were broadcast on the central screen, drawing the attention of the Federation's 2.6 trillion citizens. The 16 finalists were particularly thrilled. The appearance of the Federation's top leaders was a rare opportunity. They resolved to give their all, knowing that catching the eye of any of these leaders could mean an extraordinary future, potentially benefiting their entire families. With hopes for the future, their fighting spirits soared even higher. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.